Chapter 1 The Imperial Prince's Royal Tomb. Qingzhou, beneath Eastern City. In the depth of winter, Thessaly wastes in Cassadino. Thebiting cold pierced through T-bones, and figurous Hyveridast moved. The Tianyun Empire. Delicatesse now flakes drifted down, and amidst the northern frontier stood a major complex, isolated from the world. The Royal Tomb. A handsome young man sat casually in a worn-out strawmate, with a cup of steaming tea on a stone table before him. The young man was named Yunqing, 10th Prince of Tianyun Empire. It seems that the accumulation of Dragon Kianth's Royal Tomb can and lie support meadow my current realm. Reaching fling for realmus not something that can be accomplished overnight, Haymoosed. Yunqing gazed into the abyssal darkness ahead, where a grained and somber tomb shows the past emperor Softianyun. In thin scene depths, Tresses of Dragoncus amid to linger. He had been in the royal tomb for 3 years now, and the memory of that day 3 years ago was still vivid in his mind, painful and enraging. After a long while, his emotions gradually calmed. Hito okasapov the hadia, revealing a satisfiedzmal, as if it could dispel the chill permeating the air. Thedia Fromkongshan ancient tea to northern frontier possesses the most exquisite flavor, unparalleled beyond a mundane this world. Here marked. 9th Prince, something terrible has happened. Something terrible has happened. A thismament, Iong Bukashatendent, about 15 years old, rushed in swiftly, his footsteps agilely she approaching him. What is it? Why are you so flustered? You've been with me for solling, yet you're still soundstable. Yunqing said poured himself fanather cupoftia, unhurriedly. The Satindan Thad being taken be his mother and voluntarily accompanied him to the royal tomb 3 years sega totekario fisdalienades. Although 3 years sayunger than Yunqing, he was meticulous in his duties. 9th Prince, it's terrible. The 5th Prince leading a large contingent of imperial guards towards the royal tomb. The aggressive Iandant seemed to come in peace. They're probably already a thentrancy of the royal tomb, the attendant reported. Oh? Imperial guards? A sharp glint flashed in Yunqing's eyes, and a kill ran through his heart. Thieve finalicum. Without my esteemed father's authorization, the 5th Prince Solon couldn't they've mobilized the imperial guards. 3 years ago, snowflakes fell, and frost-bitten wine spearsid through T-bones. In the imperial study room, Yunqing, covered in wounds, knelt outside Theodore, his blood-staining Thepureza. Father, please sev of Mimithur. Shuel reality. I only ask for yellow great herb, just one, he pleaded. Justos of mither, willing to be exiled to the borderland Sanavari, the I soft me brother sent the Palasi again. I just want Mimo thir to live. Hesida Shiko toad, his tender forehead colliding with the stone floor, blood flowing freely. However, all heresy of Eden return weighs endless. Tears is triumph down his facient Frosian toes, mirroring the chillinishi art. Father, Ario Uria lyso heartless. Ism imother sliffen out were the vena yellow great herb. Thebiting cold caused his muscles to tremble. The Ungant severally endured Yunqing Frozatodia Thinthus no, outside the imperial study room. And at that moment, Yunqing, the foremost sword-off dragon kingdom, Hoad Bingerding the mysterious dragon pearl discovered in the Kunlu Mountains, was surrounded and kill led by an agents. Hathan transmigrate in Tothabadi of these Kurlanda 9th Prince. His birth mother had passed away, leaving him desolate. With no one to protect them, Yunqing voluntarily requested to enter the royal tomb guard the tomes, and this request was granted by the emperor. Upon entering the royal tomb, Yunqing discovered that the ancestral dragon imperial was actively absorbing the dragons within, undergoing a transformation. It was not until a month ago thought the ancestral dragon pearl successfully activated. It nourished Yunqing, allowing him to enter Zionation realm and instantly speak. Outside the royal tomb, all equipped contingent of nearly 100 PPE arrived at the entrance of the royal tomb, led by Arogate man in a python robe. At the entrance, 2 silver armor Eduard Shadel Reedy Nada said, Thegripan swiftly into The Caesar stricta daria of the royal tomb. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter, they declared. Arioblind? Dantio, you recognize him? The leader shouted. Greetings, fifth prince, Thaguards, recognized Hyman hast I libowed. Wiley ahen toft displeasure of Flashidenice. Although he was a prince, they were renator denerigard stasked with protecting the crucial royal tomb. Even princessel dom de red torpermanthum like these. Fifth prince, by theme perors orders, even royal relative Vesserenitalo to enter the royal tomb, without thrice explicit permission, one guard stated. Hemph, I have me father sorreldict. Imherito summoned ninth, Prince Yun Kingto Thepalas for discussion. Go and fetch him at once, the fifth prince declared, producing a token from his bosom. Yes, wonderstand, one guard replied Dan turned to enter the royal tomb. Please wait a moment, I invoice each ode from within before the guard could proceed. None. Im here, a whiter abed figure with an extraordinary emerged from the entrance, his demeanor religant and handsome. Behind him follow Ideun Gatindon Tinaworn outrobe. Greetings, ninth prince, the imperial guards accompanying the fifth prince Seknaltand bowed as they saw in Kinjmerch. Although he was currently out of favor, he was still nominally a prince, and they had to show him respect. Rise, Yun King waved dismissively. Let's go, his didn't walk it ahead without Tevin glancing at fifth prince. Ninth brother, how do you not botoyorsen your brother? Staying in the royal tomb for so long caused I out to forget the rules? The fifth prince demanded, upset hat Yun King had ignored him. Yun King suddenly stopped a few steps ahead. Rules? Have you been appointed dast he crowned Prince Saint have passed 3 years? According to Ortian Yuncustoms, there is Norula thought princess must botoakother, even if you're the crown prince. I, Asa prince, am no trekwerto botoyo, or have your place doer father andas and dead thethroni in just 3 years? Yun Kingstone wascolm, buthis words are cutting. The imperial guard sand thet wozelverar merejuard solored hereheads, not during to breathily. His words were too treasonous. You. After 3 years, ninth brother ass become a quieter, articulate, the fifth princess stumbled over his words, unexpected at Yun King's audacity. If's words spread, what would their father think of him? In his perception, his ninth brother was not like these. Yunli it entreatio like thys when warion, yet now redos metabotoy. It seems that title Laren seth 3 year sega has given usami misplaced illusions, Yun King's furious harpus lightning, fixing in theer, Asheslow lie approached, calling him be his name. The latter symmetra calsamething, perhaps feeling fear, and couldn't help but get it back. On the day Yun King was born, unual phenomena occurred, and discultivation direct lyriac had the third layer of tankeroam. A theojoftuo, huazel rediath the peacock tankeroam. At the time, his elder brothers were mostly in Thankeri Almaswell, except for his soddest brother Hohaden Tred Zing Hunry Almerly. Wicco Fist brother Shadden been suppressed behem? Unfortunately, his cultivation stagnant dath yankeroam, leading to his gradual decline. Yun Qing, howdery ubsidis respect full toyoralders. Yun lipo into dat Yun King and dacasidum. Elders, have you forgotten how you beat mup 3 years ago? This time, arentio afraid that'll kiliaur? Yun King's voicea saskol desafit, kama from the depths of hell. Chapter 2 Returning to the capital. Not kneeling for thing. 3 years ago, when Yun Kinjintered the Palacito Seekmedicine, Heko incidentally encountered Yunli. At the time, Yun King Wasi adjured to save his mother, and a conflictorosa between him. Ninth brother, you haven't made any progress in these years.
Chapter 3 The Marriage Alliance. As the voice of the heavenly cloud emperor echoed through the grand hall, an oppressive silence enveloped the space, the ministers bowed their heads, none daring to speak. Whispers were permissible, yet when it came to voicing dissent, fear gripped them. The figure upon the dragon throne had effectively set the tone for the matter at hand. This was more of a notification than a request for their opinions. Father, how could you allow this worthless individual to enter a marriage alliance? Would that not tarnish the reputation of our heavenly cloud? Even if elder brother is indifferent, surely second and fourth brothers could be considered. The ministers remained speechless, yet there was always one who would be obstinate. Yunli bellowed, "What? Are you to instruct me on my decisions?" Upon hearing the voices from below, the languid heavenly cloud emperor straightened his posture slightly. An invisible aura erupting forth, enveloping the assembly like a divine presence descending. Behind him, the silhouette of a colossal white beast loomed like a pillar supporting the heavens, faintly visible. In the hall, everyone felt the terrifying pressure. Many ministers hastily knelt, their bodies trembling slightly. An unseen force spread outward, causing the very fabric of reality to tremble. In the presence of such primordial might, a mere flicker of anger could alter the world. In this realm, the heavenly cloud emperor was the absolute sovereign. On the star-awakening continent, martial prowess reigned supreme. The authority wielded by the heavenly cloud emperor was unparalleled, surpassing even that of the most centralized monarchs throughout history. In the face of such overwhelming strength, concepts of royal and ministerial power became mere illusions. At the center of this pressure, Yunli fell to one knee, barely managing to maintain his posture. Sweat poured from his brow, his expression contorted in anguish. "Father, I recognize my error and dare not speak recklessly." Though Yunli was typically arrogant and prideful, he understood the need for discretion in the presence of such power. "Humph," the heavenly cloud emperor scoffed, retracting the oppressive force. A collective sigh of relief washed over the assembly. The feeling of oppression had been unbearable. Was this the terror of the primordial realm? The emperor's might was beyond what mere mortals could withstand. "Let us adjourn. I am weary," the emperor declared as the discussions below gradually subsided. "Yes, your majesty, we take our leave," the ministers responded in unison. Old Ninth, stay a moment. Yun Qing halted mid-turn, remaining still. "Your majesty, I implore you to have the imperial kitchen prepare some medicinal blood from rare beasts. You have been exceedingly fatigued of late. You are the foundation of heavenly cloud, and must not suffer any mishaps," an aged eunuch suggested, bending slightly as he spoke. "Very well, be gone," the emperor replied. The vast Feng Tian hall was left with only 3 figures. "Old Fifth, do you have further matters to discuss, father?" Yunli began, but the emperor interrupted. "If this pertains to the marriage alliance, do not speak. I have no desire to repeat myself," for his tone clearly indicated displeasure as the heavenly cloud emperor rose and strode toward the back. "Understood, father." Yunli's countenance darkened, casting a fierce glare at Yun Cheng before departing. "Bold Ninth, the Red Flame Princess is not someone you can covet. As a mere waste of the chi-nourishing realm. You must understand your own position and what is appropriate," Yunli admonished, yet Yun Qing paid him no mind, stepping forward to follow the heavenly cloud emperor's retreating figure. In the imperial study, the heavenly cloud emperor sat at the head of the table, a mountain of memorials piled before him. Beside him, the old eunuch diligently prepared ink. The territory governed by heavenly cloud spanned hundreds of thousands of kilometers. With a population exceeding 1 billion. Countless matters, both great and small, demanded attention. Even after layers of filtering, the documents reaching the imperial study were overwhelming, were it not for the emperor being a primordial being. Managing these memorials alone could prove exhausting. "Qinger, how have you fared these years in the royal mausoleum?" the heavenly cloud emperor inquired, lifting his gaze slightly to regard Yun Qing under the dim light. "Your majesty, there is no need for your concern," Yun Qing replied, his tone indifferent, as though the man before him was not his father. Perhaps in his heart, his father had ceased to exist in the icy wilderness 3 years prior. "How dare you, Yun Qing? What is this attitude? Do you no longer wish to acknowledge me as your father?" "Not even a word of father emperor." The heavenly cloud emperor slammed his palm upon the table, causing the memorials to scatter across the floor. The eunuch beside him, was startled and quickly retreated, bowing low, not daring to utter a word. In the face of the emperor's piercing gaze, Yun Qing stood undaunted. Their eyes locking in a battle of wills, the unyielding pressure emanated from the heavenly cloud emperor, revealing his domineering nature. In this realm, he was the sole ruler, even his own flesh and blood could not challenge his authority. In the imperial household, there were no father-son bonds. The aura of a primordial being sent tremors through the air, as he quaked with fear, unable to mask his trepidation. The emperor's temperament was growing increasingly volatile. Yet, contrary to the emperor's expectations, the overwhelming force that could crush any lesser being merely brushed against Yun Qing like a gentle breeze, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. Not a flicker of emotion crossed his features. "Yun Kong, cease your intimidation. Do not flaunt your imperial airs before me. I will not consent to the marriage alliance. While I am unaware of the secrets behind this proposition, I can surmise it is not for our benefit." Yun Qing stepped forward, his own aura shifting to counter Yun Kong's threatening presence. This scene rendered he speechless, astonished at the transformation of the once unparalleled prodigy who had now reached the primordial realm. Was he once merely concealing his strength? Such cunning at a young age was truly formidable, yet, what could be the motive behind such actions? To hide one's power at the expense of his own mother's life? If that were the case, then this ninth prince was indeed chillingly ruthless. Old ninth, I never anticipated you to be so deeply concealed. Your cultivation has indeed reached the primordial realm. Yun Kong's eyes sparkled with intensity. Fixated on the youth before him, for the first time, he felt a profound unfamiliarity with his own son. The atmosphere shifted, his expression darkened. I am curious, what method did you employ to deceive both me and the state preceptor? Hiding your cultivation right beneath our noses, much like Hui's thoughts. Yun Kong found it hard to believe that anyone could leap from the star soul realm to the primordial realm in a mere 3 years. Such a figure would be virtually impossible to find even within the entirety of the Eastern City's dominion. No matter your speculations, it is fitting for the master of Heavenly Cloud. Even the incense burned here is crafted from the mid-grade Huan-level Zetan soulwood. Yun Cheng disregarded Yun Kong's thoughts, seemingly indifferent as he summoned a chair from the corner with a wave of his hand. Sitting down casually, his gaze remained fixed on the slowly burning piece of purple wood before Yun Kong. Chapter 4. Why look to the master when striking the dog? Purple smoke spiraled upward, rising in the sparse sunlight, akin to a concealed dragon ascending from the depths, evoking a sense of tranquility. This object, known as Zetan soulwood, was a mid-grade Huan-level treasure. It could aid in calming the mind, clearing the thoughts, and to a certain extent, temporarily enhance comprehension. Although the benefits were minimal, the effects were nonetheless extraordinary. On the Star Awakening continent, treasures, techniques, and weapons were categorized into 6 major tiers: divine, sacred, heavenly, earthly, and Huang. Each tier was further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades, totaling 18 classifications. Huang-level treasures were considered rare even in the remote regions under the Eastern City's jurisdiction, accessible only to a select few among the nobility of the 3 great dynasties. The majority of practitioners relied on lesser, ungraded treasures, which were affordable and easily obtainable but vastly inferior in effect. Only in the imperial palace could one find treasures like the mid-grade Huan-level Zetan soulwood in such abundance. What do you mean by that? The Heavenly Cloud Emperor inquired, seemingly perplexed by the implication of Yun Qing's words. Your Majesty, it seems you are easily forgetful, Yun Qing remarked with disdain, offering no further explanation. 3 years prior, he had pleaded for a Huang-level healing elixir and received no response. To others, such a treasure might be elusive, but to the Heavenly Cloud Emperor, it should not have been considered overly precious. Yet, he hesitated to provide even one to save his own woman. Perhaps, in his eyes, Yun Cheng's mother did not warrant such designation. Had Yun Cheng's birth not caused a significant stir, perhaps the man before him would have entirely forgotten her existence. Who knows how many more women lay hidden within this vast palace? Oh, are you referring to that incident from 3 years ago? Indeed, I overlooked it. However, you must understand that as the master of Heavenly Cloud, my cultivation influences the fate of the entire realm. How could I delay my training for the sake of a woman? You may not have understood this in your youth, but now that you have reached the primordial realm, do you not grasp that cultivation surpasses all else? Yun Kong spoke with calm authority, even managing a slight smile. At this moment, Hui interjected sharply, Indeed, Your Highness, you must also comprehend the Emperor's difficult position. In such a role, there are many times when he is left with no choice. Hui feigned a sorrowful expression, seemingly empathizing with Yun Kong's challenges. Upon witnessing this, an unquenchable rage ignited within Yun Cheng. Akin to a volcano erupting, utterly uncontainable roar. In the imperial study, a sound akin to an ancient dragon's roar reverberated, both vague and imposing. Immediately, a colossal, razor-sharp dragon claw materialized from thin air, seizing Hui's body before either could react. The purple claw, like a colossal hand, extended from Yun Cheng's arm, lifting Hui off the ground. As a warrior from the dragon kingdom of the 21st century, Yun Cheng adhered to a singular principle: if you can act, do not merely complain. In his previous life, he had to consider international ramifications, as the Dragon Kingdom was not invincible. However, at this moment, he stands at the pinnacle of innate power, undeniably invincible within the Tianyun dynasty. What need is there for concern, Ninth Prince? What do you intend to do? How dare you act so presumptuously in the presence of His Majesty, even if you are esteemed as an innate sacred spirit? You must still maintain the respect due to the Emperor. At this juncture, Hui continues to display his sycophantic demeanor, incessantly referring to the Emperor. Understand? I understand nothing of the sort. I find your obsequiousness utterly loathsome. In the past, I was perhaps too lenient when I dealt with you, and now you dare to bark so audaciously before me. As Yun Cheng spoke, he unconsciously tightened his grip. A crack, the sound of bones fracturing echoed through the air. As He Hui possessed no strength to resist beneath Yun Qing's grasp. As the personal eunuch to Yun Kong, his cultivation was certainly not weak, yet lacking the innate level, he was ultimately no more than an insect. Under the pressure of Yun Qing, He Hui's face contorted in agony, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. Unfilial son, you are outrageous. Do you believe that simply because you have broken through to the innate level, you can act so brazenly before me? You must comprehend that there are distinctions even among the innately gifted. Seeing his son display such insolence before him, Yun Kong could no longer restrain himself. Enveloped in white spiritual energy, he rose abruptly with a swift motion. A colossal white palm descended from above, resembling jade, transparent and warm. Of the hand emanated a formidable aura, causing the entire imperial study to tremble. The overwhelming energy rampaged within the chamber like a tempest, overturning furniture and sending books and papers swirling through the air. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to stir violently, forming a massive vortex that spiraled around the colossal white hand. Yun Qing, discarding He Hui with a flick of his wrist, sent him crashing into a corner, leaving him disheveled, blood trickling from his mouth. Stripped of his previous elegance, with his hands now free, Yun Qing summoned his dragon claw to counter Yun Kong's assault. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. The purple gold dragon claw gripped the jade hand tightly, and an intense surge of energy erupted between them. Astonishingly, such a powerful attack appeared utterly defenseless against Yun Qing's dragon claw. With a slight exertion, the seemingly indestructible jade hand disintegrated into the most primal points of white spiritual energy. Unfilial son, what qualifications do you have to utter those words? Furthermore, you claim that one cannot let women interfere with cultivation. How can such words escape your lips without causing disgust? Do you not comprehend the meaning of disgust? It is repulsive. When you were entangled with so many women, did you ever mention that it hindered your cultivation? When my mother lay on the brink of death, you were eager to cultivate. What was that? Just to live a few more days? Yet here we are, 3 years later, and you still draw breath. Perhaps influenced by the resentment of his past life, Yun Qing was particularly incensed, paying no heed to the ashen-faced Yun Kong. The fury of the weak ultimately manifests as impotent roars, accomplishing nothing. Ninth Prince, regardless of the circumstances, His Majesty is still your biological father. How can you be so utterly rebellious? He Hui, still on the ground and yet to wipe the blood from his lips, hastily rushed to defend his master. Boom! Yun Qing did not spare him a glance. A beam of purple spiritual energy shot forth, and He Hui's figure slammed heavily against the wall, instantly rendered unconscious. Had Yun Qing not intentionally held back, that blow would have surely claimed his life. Noise. Have you considered the consequences of your actions? I have indulged you excessively, only to be met with such results. Yun Qing, you truly are my beloved son, Yun Kong said with a sardonic smile, his fury morphing into a twisted amusement, facing Yun Qing's terrifying strength without a trace of fear. Chapter 5, The Imperial Dragon. Yun Qing, I must concede that your talent is indeed extraordinary. In the realm of innate power at such a young age, there is no one else in the history of the Tianyun dynasty who can rival you. Had this been elsewhere, I might not have been your match. However, this is the territory of the Tianyun dynasty, the very palace itself. Here, I am the true sovereign, and the thousands of years of heritage within the Tianyun are not something a mere innate can provoke. As Yun Kong spoke, a ruthless glint flickered in his eyes. Since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Imperial Dragon Qi, converge upon my being. 4 domains, 6 extremes. The Imperial Dragon enters my body. Yun Kong spread his arms slightly, the spiritual energy around him resonating with the very heavens. His aura gradually intensified, advancing from the mid-stage of innate cultivation to the latter stage. The invisible dragon Qi within the palace seemed to possess life. Continuously converging from all directions, these streams of dragon Qi, akin to small dragons, coiled and twisted, gradually amalgamating into a formidable force. As the dragon Qi flowed into him, Yun Kong's aura surged, radiating an indescribable majesty and dominance. Yun Qing observed the man before him as his momentum escalated, feeling an unexpected thrill, choosing not to interrupt his opponent. Simultaneously, in the capital's imperial masteress residence, an elderly man with white hair and beard suddenly opened his eyes, radiating brilliance as he gazed towards the palace, astonishment flashing in his gaze. Dragon Qi, what transpired within the palace to invoke such a summons? Given his strength, this should not be possible, the elder pondered. A youthful figure flashing through his mind. Could it be him? In the imperial study, what pure dragon Qi? It is far more concentrated than that found in the royal mausoleum. If I absorb this dragon Qi, perhaps I can fully activate the ancestral dragon pearl. The royal mausoleum merely housed a natural dragon vein. How could its dragon Qi content and purity compare to that of the palace? which possessed a significant portion of the dynasty's fortune, contemplating the benefits of fully activating the ancestral dragon pearl. Yun Qing could not suppress his excitement, his fingers trembling slightly. Witnessing this scene, Yun Kong mistakenly interpreted Yun Qing's reaction as fear. Unable to contain his laughter, "Yun Cheng, you are utterly ignorant. This 1,000-year heritage of the dynasty is not something you can contend against." As he spoke, a dark mist flickered in Yun Kong's eyes. Eerie as an abyss, seemingly infused with a mysterious power, a subtle aura that even Yun Qing failed to notice. After several breaths, the aura surrounding Yun Kong finally ceased its growth, stabilizing at the latter stage of innate cultivation. The path of cultivation is divided into 9 grand realms: nurturing chi, star soul, innate spirit, palace, manifesting divinity, unification, nirvana, celestial saint, and emperor. Each grand realm is further divided into early, mid, late, and peak stages, except for the initial foundational stage of nurturing chi. The gaps between the small realms of other stages are akin to chasms, insurmountable, unless the awakened divine beast's star soul is of vastly different levels. Fighting beyond one's rank is typically a luxury for most prodigies. The disparities between the small realms of innate cultivation are particularly significant. The so-called dragon chi can elevate Yun Kong's cultivation by an entire realm, which explains his confidence. "I know you harbor grievances, but that is no justification for your insolence before me. Mistakes come with consequences." As Yun Kong stepped forward, the imperial study seemed to tremble slightly. The cloud motion fist manifested, revealing a dazzling white fist imprint before Yun Kong. This imprint radiated a soft glow, as if sculpted from the purest jade. A translucent golden film enveloped the pristine surface, rendering the fist imprint seemingly indestructible. In the next moment, Yun Kong's gaze sharpened. Clenching his fist and channeling all his strength into it, with a deep roar, his fist shot forth like lightning, bearing unparalleled might directly towards Yun Cheng. The dragon chi possesses such effects. It is indeed the foundation of a dynasty. There is some merit to it, yet it still falls short. Yun Cheng's expression remained unchanged. He slightly retracted his right leg while raising his right hand to deliver a powerful palm strike. With no martial techniques to augment it, the illusory palm print met Yun Kong's fist, appearing almost feeble. Is this the extent of your abilities? You truly disappoint me. It seems you have spent all your time solely on cultivation. Seeing this, Yun Kong shook his head slowly, a look of disdain crossing his features. However, in the next instant, the illusory palm imprint instantly dispersed Yun Kong's fist, continuing unabated. How is this possible? Yun Kong's pupils widened in disbelief as he was unprepared for the palm imprint to close in. Transparent 3 style, with a thunderous shout, Yun Kong exerted force with both hands, barely managing to block the remaining force of the palm. Retreating 3 steps, before he could catch his breath, another voice suddenly pierced the air, startling Yun Kong. Cloud-dispelling hand. The same technique was now wielded by Yun Cheng, a purple handprint materializing in midair. Boom! In the next moment, Yun Kong's figure was sent flying, crashing into Yi Hui's body. The latter awakening instantly. What the hell? At this moment, Yi Hui could only curse. Upon recognizing the identity of the newcomer, he quickly silenced himself. "Your Majesty, are you unharmed?" Yun Kong clutched his chest, eyes wide with horror. His breath ragged. "How could this be? How can you be so powerful? With the enhancement of dragon chi, I should not fear most late-stage innate cultivators. How could I possibly be no match for you?" Yun Qing cast a glance at him. "If you were of the spirit palace realm, perhaps with the aid of this dragon chi, I might deign to regard you for a moment longer." With that, Yun Qing turned, speaking indifferently, to arrange the matter of the marriage alliance with someone else. As for the cause of my mother's death, I shall investigate until the truth is revealed. Anyone connected to it will not escape, including you." Yun Kong glared at Yun Cheng with fury, yet dared not utter another word. In the next moment, the dragon chi around him dissipated, his aura once again plummeting. The dragon chi scattered, yearning to return to the heavens and earth. Yet, how could Yun Cheng let such an opportunity slip? Ancestral Dragon transcendence, illusory dragon claws converged with the heavens, reaching for the dissipating dragon chi. A mournful dragon cry echoed faintly, yet Yun Kong remained unfazed. The dragon chi, proud and defiant, could only be temporarily borrowed by Yun Kong. It would never submit willingly. The illusory dragon struggled violently, yet beneath the weight of those purple claws it gradually began to lose its strength. It was as if it had encountered its nemesis, daring not to make any rash moves. After a few breaths, the giant dragon's form dissipated, and a pure strand of dragon essence merged into Yun Qing's sea of consciousness. Within this sea of consciousness, a fist-sized purple dragon orb emitted a faint glow, which blazed brightly the moment the dragon essence entered. Along with this influx of dragon essence, a roar reminiscent of an ancient divine dragon echoed through the sea of consciousness. causing Yun Cheng's spirit to sway uncontrollably. Was this finally enough? Chapter 6, The Ancestor Dragon Orb. The illusory Cloud Tavern, the most luxurious establishment in the capital of Tianyun, has stood for centuries. Rumored to be backed by several high-ranking officials from the court, inside the upscale private rooms, ancient wooden tables and chairs are adorned with fine sandalwood, lavish decorations, antiques, and calligraphy are all present. Yun Cheng set up a barrier to prevent any leakage of his aura. Speaking of dragon essence, the richness of this capital surpasses everything else. Even my prolonged absorption at the royal tomb pales in comparison to what I am receiving now. Yun Cheng sat cross-legged. Deep in contemplation, his mind delved into the sea of consciousness, where the fist-sized purple dragon orb radiated a subtle halo, appearing quite extraordinary. Surrounding it, wisps of golden gas swirled like playful dragons, converging from all directions towards the orb. The orb welcomed them like a whale devouring the ocean. The vastness of the sea of consciousness resonated with faint dragon roars. Yun Cheng focused intently on this spectacle, wary of any carelessness. Although he had utilized the Ancestor Dragon Orb to break through the two great realms of Star Soul and successfully awakened the Ancestor Dragon Star Soul, this orb had not yet fully awakened. On the Star Awakening continent, once one reaches the pinnacle of energy cultivation, they can communicate with beast star souls through a medium. This medium can be the flesh, blood, or bones of the beast. And the denser the contained beast energy, the greater the success rate of awakening the star soul. Additionally, this is also related to the cultivator's innate talent and family lineage. A useless individual, even if given a complete divine beast corpse, would be unable to awaken the divine beast star soul. The grades of star souls are classified into treasure beasts, spirit beasts, holy beasts, and divine beasts. Among them, treasure beasts are further divided into 7 minor grades from low to high: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. For instance, the star soul of the Tianyun dynasty's royal family, the cloud-devouring beast, belongs to the green-gray treasure beast level. Time passed swiftly, and before long 3 hours had elapsed. The dragon essence in Yun Cheng's sea of consciousness had gradually thinned, nearing transparency. With a thunderous dragon roar, a brilliant light erupted within Yun Cheng's sea of consciousness. An aura reminiscent of the primordial era swept through, carrying with it the remnants of chaos. Yun Cheng's soul trembled incessantly. Before this power, he felt utterly insignificant, like a mere mayfly beneath the vast sky. In that moment, he seemed no longer a primordial being capable of commanding the lives and deaths of countless creatures, but rather an ant that could be easily crushed. This force rampaged within Yun Cheng's sea of consciousness, making him feel as though it was on the verge of tearing apart within a few breaths. The sea of consciousness was cracking under the strain. As the cracks spread, it neared collapse, only to swiftly restore itself with the aid of this power. The cycle of destruction and rebirth brought excruciating pain that pierced the soul. After an entire night, Yun Cheng finally awoke from his slumber, only to discover that he was drenched in cold sweat. It has been so long since I have endured such a pain. One more terrifying than death itself. In his previous life as a king of special forces, Yun Cheng's tolerance for pain was formidable, especially after his transcendence into the primordial realm. Yet even so, he could not help but faint from the agony rubbing his forehead. Yun Cheng's soul instinctively sank into the sea of consciousness, and he was immediately astonished by the sight before him, followed by boundless ecstasy. To his astonishment, the scope of his sea of consciousness had expanded more than tenfold. Born with extraordinary phenomena, Yun Cheng's sea of consciousness was already 10 times that of an ordinary person. Now it was even more terrifying. The larger the sea of consciousness, the stronger the essence of the soul, enhancing comprehension, the potency of star soul innate skills, and more, with benefits that were almost indescribable. Truly, the legendary Chaos Divine Beast is fearfully powerful. Nearly a single dragon orb yields such tremendous effects. However, this dragon orb cannot merely be described. For dragon-type divine beasts, this orb contains nearly 90% of its life essence, yet, one cannot help but wonder why such a divine object has appeared atop Kunlun Mountain on Blue Star. Yun Cheng pondered this conundrum but could not fathom the reasons, so he decided to let it go. Achievement unlocked, Royal Tomb Seclusion, 20 achievement points. Achievement unlocked, Defeated Father, 100 achievement points. Achievement unlocked, The First of Tianyun. 200 achievement points. 3 lines of text appeared in the center of his sea of consciousness like true words of the heavenly path. Yun Cheng was taken aback, and after careful examination, he realized that these seemed to be functions granted by the complete awakening of the Ancestor Dragon Orb. The Ancestor Dragon Orb creates its own world. Yun Cheng had discovered this long ago, but he had just realized that a purple gold crystal tower had appeared at the center of the orb. Within it lay a dazzling array of treasures, radiating brilliance, each item a marvel to behold. The tower had 10 levels, each filled with various treasures, heavenly materials and earthly treasures, divine weapons, and the blood crystals of divine beasts were all present. Rare items that would be hard to find in the outside world were piled here like cabbages, making one's mouth water. On the bottommost level, although it appeared the least impressive, it was also the one with the most treasures. Heavenly Heart Snow Lotus, low-grade earthly item, sourced from the frigid lands, effective against heart demons. 1000 achievement points. Phantom Light Shadow, upper-grade earthly martial skill, created by ancient cultivators observing the spirit beast Phantom Light Pegasus. Phantom Light is formless, entering like a meteor, unpredictable. 4500 achievement points. Dragon Tooth Sword, middle-grade earthly item, forged from the dragon teeth of 2 purple-grade treasure beasts, sharp beyond compare, with a certain suppressive power over treasure beasts below the purple grade. 3000 achievement points. Upon seeing this, Yun Cheng's spirit soared. This was truly an unparalleled treasure trove. Just the Heavenly Heart Snow Lotus alone had become extinct in today's Star Awakening continent, with only traces found in ancient ruins. Every treasure in this first layer could entice even the most formidable divine beings. Yet here they were merely placed at the bottom. Yun Cheng suppressed his excitement and continued to gaze upwards. Earth Pulse Spirit Milk, low-grade heavenly item Grim Reaper's Scythe, middle-grade heavenly item Water Avoidance Golden Ibis Crystal Core, middle-grade holy item Azure Dragon Orb, upper-grade divine item from earthly to divine. Treasures of all grades were present, with more than half already extinct. Any single item could stir up a storm of bloodshed on the continent. Yet they lay before Yun Cheng like ripe fruits. However, the unfortunate reality was that Yun Cheng's achievement points were utterly insufficient. Adding them up, he had barely 320 achievement points, not even enough to exchange for the lowest grade earthly item here. It was as if these treasures were merely displayed for his viewing pleasure. Yun Cheng felt like countless ants were crawling within him, his expression one of profound discomfort. This was akin to being seduced by the woman he adored while being unable to respond. Even worse, the treasures above the heavenly grade did not even display a price. Was this not a blatant insult? Yun Cheng roared within his heart, only to receive no response. Knock, knock, knock. A series of muffled knocks echoed from outside the door. Chapter 7. The Heavenly Machine Pavilion. Come in. Hearing the knocks, Yun Cheng concealed his aura and responded coolly. The door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a deep green robe. His aura was gentle, exuding a sense of gravitas. Young master, I apologize for the intrusion, the man greeted, then paused slightly upon seeing Yun Cheng's face, quickly bowing. I have the honor of meeting His Highness, the Ninth Prince. Yun Cheng regarded the visitor with some surprise. No need for formalities. I did not expect the person behind the illusory Cloud Tavern to be lordly. How could I dare, Your Highness? You flatter me. The visitor introduced himself as Li Wan, the head of the Supervision Institute, a peak strongman of the Star Soul realm, and a first-grade official. Lordly, what brings you here? Yun Cheng gestured for him to sit comfortably before inquiring. Earlier, there was some unusual activity in the room you were in, and I thought something might have happened, so I came to check. I did not expect it to be Your Highness, Li Huan replied cautiously. Yun Cheng then realized that his own commotion had been too loud, even breaching the barrier he had set up. He felt fortunate to be in a remote place like Tianyun. If a powerful figure had taken notice, he would currently be unable to safeguard such a divine object with his present strength. After exchanging a few more words, Li Huan stood to take his leave. Illusory Cloud Tavern, top floor. 2 figures stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, gazing at the bustling scene below. What do you make of that unusual occurrence? It's hard to say, just a hint of it made me feel as though my life was out of control. This is not something a mere half-step primordial being can explain. That Ninth Prince, I fear, has already reached the primordial realm. Once thought to be a falling star, it turns out to be a treasure hiding in obscurity, but with the death of that one in the harem. Sighing, this Tianyun will not remain peaceful for long. After Li Huan departed, Yun Cheng tidied himself before stepping out, though he had transcended the primordial realm and was thus untainted by worldly filth. He still preferred to cleanse himself. At the border between the West Wilderness and the northern frontier, in a secluded village, an ancient 3-story pavilion radiated spiritual energy, shrouded in mystery. Occasionally, terrifying auras would escape from within. People of various expressions came and went, yet none dared to act recklessly. It would be difficult for outsiders to imagine that a seemingly unremarkable little village contained power far surpassing that of the Tianyun Imperial Palace. Yun Cheng stepped into the pavilion, where a young man clad in a Taoist robe approached him. Young master, how may I assist you? I seek information. Yun Cheng's tone was indifferent, clearly not his first visit here. Of course, please follow me. Guided by the young man in the Taoist robe, Yun Cheng arrived at a secluded chamber. The interior decor is quite simple, featuring a black and white chessboard, 2 meditation cushions, and a low wooden table. Yunqing, with a practiced grace, settled onto one of the cushions. Before long, an elderly man clad in a similar robe walked in. Prince Zhou of Tianyun, what a rare guest, the old man said with a smile. Immediately discerning Yunqing's identity, indeed, the Tianji Pavilion possesses remarkable abilities, nothing can remain concealed from them, Yunqing replied nonchalantly, unperturbed by the revelation. As the foremost intelligence organization on the continent, the Tianji Pavilion is unparalleled in its information-gathering prowess. Even in a remote branch like Tianyun, there are formidable experts of the Lingfu realm stationed. Prince Zhou is merely jesting. If anyone is to be deemed extraordinary, it is you, Prince Zhou, after years of hiding your light under a bushel. You have now emerged with astonishing prowess, even surpassing the innate level, awakening a star soul of no lesser rank than that of a spiritual beast. Your achievements are unprecedented in Tianyun's history. And it is unlikely there will be another like you in the future, the old man remarked, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Hearing this, Yunqing furrowed his brow slightly. The fact that the other party could even speculate about the level of his awakened star soul was rather unsettling. After all, this was merely a branch. Would his ancestral dragon star soul be completely exposed before a true master of divination? Seemingly perceiving Yunqing's thoughts, the old man spoke slowly, using the power of the galaxy to divine the mysteries of heaven. One inevitably becomes influenced by the celestial star souls. The higher the rank of the star soul, the stronger its ability to shield against divination. Even with my skills, I cannot fully discern information about you. Young sir, upon hearing this, Yunqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as his ancestral dragon star soul remained undisclosed, other matters were of little concern. By the way, I haven't yet inquired about the news you seek. Prince Zhou, the old man glanced at Yunqing and asked, I need to know the truth behind my mother's death 3 years ago, Yunqing stated firmly, a hint of suppressed anger lacing his tone. Perhaps even Yunqing himself was unaware of this deep-seated resentment and obsession lying beneath the surface. Lady Lin, is it? The old man pondered for a moment before waving his arm. Countless jade slips materialized before them. Roughly estimating to be in the thousands, from the topmost layer of these slips, the old man beckoned, and one slipped down onto the tabletop chessboard. Subsequently, all the other slips vanished. The old man's demeanor turned hesitant, prompting Yunqing to ask nervously, could it be that even the Tianji Pavilion lacks accurate information? That is not the case, it is simply that the causality involved in this matter is rather extensive. The old man replied, what do you mean? Does it require additional payment? Yunqing fell silent, then inquired. 100,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Yunqing was taken aback by the old man's response. Why not just rob someone? How can a piece of information be so exorbitantly priced? Spirit stones are the hard currency of the Xingqi continent, classified into 4 grades, lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, and top grade. The exchange rate between adjacent grades is 100 to 1. Meaning a middle-grade spirit stone equals a lower-grade spirit stone. However, due to the purer spiritual energy in higher-grade stones, their actual value tends to be slightly inflated. The old man shook his head, responding slowly, robbing is hardly as swift as purchasing information, and besides, robbery is uncivilized. What lies behind this is complex. 100,000 lower-grade spirit stones would be a painful expenditure even for an ordinary innate expert. Fuming, Yunqing retorted, having spent so long in the imperial tomb, I barely have around 10,000 spirit stones left. In simple terms, he could not afford such information. The Tianji Pavilion does not engage in price negotiations or extend credit. It seemed he would have to leave empty-handed today. Although he understood the other party's rules, Yunqing couldn't help but ask, is it possible to owe you first? You could provide the information, and I can pay a deposit of 10,000. Settling the balance later. I'm sorry, but our Tianji Pavilion has a strict no-credit policy. That is our rule. The old man resolutely shook his head, and the jade slip on the table vanished. Chapter 8. Xuanzhong Stone Milk. The price of this piece of information was indeed outrageous, indicating that his mother's death was certainly no accident. The entanglements involved must be quite intricate. Nevertheless, whoever is behind this must pay with their life. The pressing matter at hand is to gather sufficient spirit stones. Robbing something from the Tianji Pavilion was not within Yunqing's courage. Although he might not be unable to defeat the old man of the Lingfu realm, he would undoubtedly face relentless pursuit afterward. And Yunqing was not one to act recklessly. After exiting the Tianji Pavilion, Yunqing flew westward for 2 full days before finally arriving at a continuous mountain range. The cliffs towered steeply, plunging thousands of feet into the river below. Verdant mountains and azure mists surrounded him, with raging winds and crashing waves echoing in the air. The roars of demonic beasts resounded incessantly, instilling a sense of dread. Even the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was several times denser than in the capital of Tianyun. This was the closest mountain range to the eastern main city, known as the Blood-Soaked Demon Mountain, and it served as the largest gathering place for demonic beasts within the territory of the eastern city. Though not everywhere, innate demonic beasts could be found here, and even Lingfu realm beasts could occasionally be encountered, with reports of a beast king achieving divine manifestation, though this remained unverified. Yunqing's purpose in coming here was merely to hunt one or two innate demonic beasts to gather spirit stones. For Yunqing's current strength, common innate beasts posed no challenge whatsoever. Without further ado, he dashed into the boundless wilderness of the mountain range. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. And despite delving deeper, Yunqing encountered not a single innate spiritual beast. Whether this was fortunate or unfortunate remained uncertain. In the midst of boredom, Yunqing managed to gather quite a few heavenly materials and earthly treasures, 8 lower-grade yellow-level herbs, 5 middle-grade yellow-level herbs, and 1 lower-grade mysterious-level qi shuizhu grass. Such treasures were not uncommon in the blood-soaked mountain, provided one had the strength. Generally, innate experts would lack the courage to venture alone into this perilous terrain. Yunqing was indeed high-skilled and bold. Towering ancient trees and dense underbrush filled the area with a vigorous life force. At last, near a natural cave, Yunqing spotted an innate-level azure-grade treasure beast, the scarlet flame lion. With a roar, a magnificent lion, its entire body ablaze, emerged, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Its sharp claws gleamed with a blinding light, instilling fear at first glance. This azure-grade treasure beast of the late innate stage would undoubtedly be no match for the likes of Tianyun's royalty. Even under the enhancement of their imperial dragon aura, they would likely be outclassed by this demonic beast. Encountering me, you can only blame your misfortune. After all, I am in dire need of funds. Yunqing murmured softly, akin to a whisper from the Grim Reaper in the eyes of the scarlet flame lion. In response, the lion let out an angry roar, stepping back slightly, its fierce cry revealing a hint of trepidation. Its blood-red eyes fixed intently on the young man before it, betraying a human-like wariness. Reaching the innate realm, demonic beasts possess intelligence not unlike that of ordinary humans. Seeing that Yunqing showed no intention of backing down, the scarlet flame lion chose to strike first. Enveloped in a crimson flame, its might unmatched, it surged through the gaps between ancient trees like a fiery cannonball. The terrifying intensity of the flames seemed to distort the very air around it. Yet, facing this scene, Yunqing remained unperturbed. With a powerful thrust of his right leg, he leapt into the air. Heaven-splitting dragon claw. With a thunderous roar, a massive purple-gold dragon claw descended from the heavens. The claw blotted out the sun. Larger than the entire body of the scarlet flame lion, exuding an aura of unmatched nobility that left no room for resistance, the claw tore through the air, seemingly capable of rending the very fabric of reality. This technique, the heaven-splitting dragon claw, was a gifted martial skill obtained through his ancestral dragon star soul. Though Yunqing could not yet unleash its full might, its power was already on par with a typical earth-level martial skill. Once Yunqing reached full mastery, this technique could even rival divine skills in strength, such as the terror of a top-tier star soul. Boom! The claw descended, crashing the scarlet flame lion to the ground. Sending dust and splinters flying everywhere, leaving behind a lifeless corpse, Yunqing approached and stored the body into the ancestral dragon pearl. This carcass would suffice to purchase the information he sought. After all, the entire Tianyun dynasty could not present such a demonic beast's body. Having come all this way, it would be a waste to leave empty-handed, after spending so long in the imperial tomb. He was still too impoverished. This time, he aimed to enrich his resources. For the next 3 days, Yunqing immersed himself within the blood-soaked mountain. Blood stained his garments, making it indistinguishable whether it was beast's blood or his own. Madness, indeed. The battle prowess of a peak Lingfu realm azure-grade beast is truly terrifying. Coughing violently, Yunqing spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion improving slightly. He had not properly assessed his battle strength, and naturally, he would not miss this opportunity in the blood-soaked mountain. He fought his way from the innate realm to the late Lingfu realm, ultimately suffering a major setback against a peak Lingfu realm beast. Fortunately, he had escaped quickly, otherwise, he might have perished there. Once I break through to Lingfu, I will definitely seek revenge, Yunqing thought to himself. Arriving at a natural cave, strands of spiritual energy wafted out, causing Yunqing's very soul to relax significantly. Just as he was about to sit down for recovery, he quickly got up and ventured deeper into the cave. The cave was modest, spanning only a few yards above. Stalactite-like formations dripped with a milky white liquid that pooled into a small puddle below. Xian Zhong Shiru, such a large quantity, there must be at least 1,000 drops here. This substance belongs to the pinnacle of earth-level treasures. I've struck it rich. Yunqing initially took a few drops and swallowed them eagerly. Continuing, all the Xuanzhong stone milk beneath the ground was gathered into the ancestral dragon pearl, leaving not even the surrounding soil untouched. The stalactites above were also not spared, as they were all severed. As the treasures entered his body, Yunqing felt all his damaged cells instantly restored to their peak condition, his state unprecedentedly excellent, even the consumed spiritual energy was completely revitalized. Truly, it was the legendary healing elixir. And its efficacy was indeed as renowned as the tale suggested. A sense of joy swelled within Yunqing when suddenly a figure approached from outside, clad in resplendent golden robes. He exuded an air of ostentation. The newcomer appeared to be in his 20s, remarkably handsome, and with every step he took, a terrifying pressure radiated from him, such strength, at least at the pinnacle of the spirit mansion realm, perhaps even more. Upon seeing this figure, Yunqing's heart sank. This individual was not something he could contend with at his current state. As the man approached, he cast a surprised glance at the Xuanzhong stone milk pillars that Yunqing had yet to finish collecting. Xuanzhong stone milk, the information from the Tianji pavilion was indeed accurate. There are indeed remarkable treasures here, he remarked. Chapter 9, Confronting the pinnacle of the spirit mansion. The man furrowed his brow as he observed the now empty puddle. Kid, this is not something you should meddle with. Hand it over, and I might spare your life. The golden-robed man spoke slowly, his tone leaving no room for dissent, as if everything was self-evident. Do you understand the concept of priority? Before Yunqing could finish his retort, he suddenly sensed a swift palm strike approaching like a bolt of lightning, carrying a fierce momentum. The attack surged forth like a raging torrent, emitting a piercing howl. How fast? Before Yunqing could react, the sound of slicing air reached him. Boom! With crossed arms, Yunqing barely managed a reflexive defense. His figure was violently slammed against the cliff face, rocks tumbling down, dust rising in clouds. Cough cough, that was quite something. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he gasped for breath. Just as he had recovered from his injuries, he was grievously wounded again, his appearance disheveled, hair in disarray. I know nothing of priority. I only know that rare treasures belong to the capable, and I am that capable one. The man's expression remained haughty, unfazed, as if Yunqing were merely an insignificant insect before him. Hand it over. This is your final opportunity. Hand it to your mother, Yunqing bellowed, unleashing the full force of his spiritual energy. Absolute dragon roar. A terrifying dragon's roar echoed across the surrounding 100 miles. The ancestral dragon's fury striking directly at the soul, the might of a divine beast was unparalleled. With Yunqing's vastly superior sea of consciousness, the power surged forth, momentarily unsettling the man's mental state. Rending heaven's dragon claw, the fearsome purple-gold dragon claw manifested, causing the natural stone cave to tremble slightly. Countless fragments cascading down, the dragon claw tore through the air, shattering gold and stone alike. The pinnacle of the spirit mansion was nothing he had faced before. As the dragon claw approached, the golden-robed man roused from the shock of the dragon's roar, but it was too late. The claw had already reached his chest. He had no time to react. And he took the full force of the strike. The impact hurled the man out of the stone cave. Yunqing followed closely, stepping out of the cave. Just as he did, a golden figure flashed past. Sweeping a leg horizontally, Yunqing had no chance to evade, and he was sent flying backward. Crack crack. He heard the sound of bones fracturing in his chest, a searing pain coursing through him, cold sweat instantly beating on his forehead. The golden-robed man approached slowly, no longer his previous composure. His robe was tattered, a conspicuous wound on his chest oozing crimson blood, dust clung to his back, and his expression was as dark as water. Exuding a terrifying murderous intent. Dragon-type star soul, no wonder you were so arrogant. It turns out you are a genius as well, but your cultivation is still too low, the man remarked as he advanced. Speaking to himself. Yunqing's all-out strike had merely left him with a superficial injury. The man stepped onto Yunqing's chest. If it weren't for the vast difference in our cultivation, you would never have been a match for me. Who exactly are you? Yunqing demanded, rage in his voice, tinged with despair and reluctance. This was of course feigned. After taking a beating, he certainly couldn't claim ignorance about who had struck him, as he would need to seek retribution later. With your talent, you deserve to know my name, Xingzhou, Su family, Su Tianhun. Remember it. In your next life, do not be so greedy. Believing victory was assured, the man revealed his name without hesitation, considering it beneath him to conceal it. Compared to the central region of Qingzhou, the entirety of Eastern City was merely a rural area, thus he held Yunqing in utter contempt. Xingzhou, Su family, I shall remember, Yunqing murmured inwardly, committing the family to memory. Alas, remembering would avail him nothing. He had lost his chance. The man's expression turned bloodthirsty. It had been a long time since he experienced the thrill of slaying a genius. A dragon-type star soul. At the very least, it must be a spirit beast at the core. You seem to be rejoicing too soon, Yunqing replied, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he remained oblivious, channeling his spiritual energy and unleashing a powerful strike. Using the rebound force to rise, boom, with this strike, a powerful force erupted from his palm. Subsequently, his entire spiritual energy ignited in an abnormal state, each strand akin to flames, burning fiercely and releasing astonishing energy. Simultaneously, a blood-colored mist began to emanate from him, intertwining with the burning spiritual energy, forming a strange crimson haze. A blood-burning dragon escape. With a fierce roar, Yunqing transformed into a streak of blood-red light. Dashing towards the distance, his speed was so great that even the golden-robed man could not keep up. Damn it, this kid actually had such a trump card. Furious, the man remained where he was. Not only had he failed to acquire the precious Xuanzhong stone milk, but he had also left behind a terrifying hidden threat. The opponent's talent instilled a fear even in him, though at the pinnacle of the innate realm. The combat power he erupted with was not any weaker than that of a typical late spirit mansion cultivator. Meanwhile, Yunqing, utilizing blood-burning dragon escape, sped towards the Tianyun Empire without daring to pause for even a moment. Blood-burning dragon escape was one of the 3 innate techniques Yunqing had acquired, instantly igniting all his spiritual energy and vital force, dramatically increasing his speed, a true life-saving skill. Generally, such secret techniques come with severe side effects, such as depleting lifespan or dropping in cultivation levels. However, as a divine skill on par with the Ancestral Dragon's talent, it did not possess such drawbacks, though it did have certain aftereffects. After using blood-burning dragon escape, he would enter a brief period of weakness, with drastically reduced combat power, and even his physical strength would correspondingly diminish. After employing this technique, if pursued, he would be akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Hence Yunqing dared not be careless. With the aid of blood-burning dragon escape, Yunqing dashed several thousand kilometers, utterly exhausting his energy and collapsing into the forest, noticing that no one pursued him. He finally exhaled a sigh of relief. At least for now, he was safe. This Tianyun was still too small. While he could find no rivals at the innate level here, he could hardly make a name for himself in the eastern city, let alone the entirety of Qingzhou, Su family. He wondered what sort of power they were, what their foundations were like. Yet, to be able to secure a foothold in such a grand place as Qingzhou and cultivate a young prodigy at the spirit mansion realm, they could not be a mundane force. That earlier fellow had seen his true form. It was likely he would come seeking revenge. What a hassle! Yunqing leaned against an ancient tree, recovering the spiritual energy and vital force he had depleted. Blood-burning dragon escape was indeed tyrannical, but the after-effects were terrifying. He would not recover for at least 3 days. This was still due to Yunqing's physique being well beyond the ordinary. If a regular person were in this state, it would likely take at least a month for recovery. Yunqing had no intention of returning directly to the capital. Given his current condition, he could handle ordinary small fry. But if he were detected by someone in the royal palace, it would undoubtedly lead to some ill intentions. With focused eyes, the spiritual energy in the forest surged towards him, rising in tumultuous waves. The dried-up energy sea in his dantian gradually filled him. Suddenly, Yunqing's eyes shot open. He realized that the spiritual energy in this world contained an unusual chill. Chapter 10. The three-legged ice phoenix. Yunqing stood up and cautiously approached the source of the coldness. Concealing his aura. In his current state, he would likely be no match for even a casual innate cultivator. Fortunately, such innate beings were rare in this region, providing him a semblance of safety. This chill was not something ordinary heavenly materials could possess. How could such a barren place yield such a wonder? The closer he got to the source of the cold, the more he sensed its terrifying nature. It felt like an absolute zero chill, seemingly freezing the entire space, sending shivers down his spine. It permeated from body to soul, making one feel as though they were in an endless expanse of icy wilderness. Amidst it all, an ancient divine beast's might faintly resonated. Having awakened the ancestral dragon star soul, Yunqing was no stranger to the pressure of divine beasts and could not be mistaken. How could a divine beast appear here? It was impossible. Could it be that a fallen powerful being was hiding in this place? No, wait. Though the essence of this ice was at a high level, its intensity still remained within the innate realm. A sense of retreat flickered in Yunqing's heart. His current condition was poor, and even the crisis at the innate level exceeded his capacity to handle. Who goes there? Show yourself. As Yunqing's thoughts swirled, the booming voice rang out, gentle yet filled with a commanding chill that created a stark contrast. It was undoubtedly a woman's voice. Swish, from behind the bushes ahead, a terrifying aura surged forth, slicing through the air with boundless might, as if it aimed to tear the very space apart. Yunqing's heart jolted, and he hastily dodged to the side with great speed. In that instant, a glimmer of cold light illuminated the sky, akin to brilliant stars in the night sky, radiating a disquieting essence. The power of this strike exceeded the limits of the innate realm. However, compared to the previous golden-robed man, the difference was vast. At the height of his prowess, he was utterly fearless. However, it is with a heavy heart that he now acknowledges his current state is far from peak. A tinge of bitterness flickered through his mind as Yunqing silently cursed the peculiar circumstances of the day that had led him to encounter such oddities. The scant remnants of spiritual energy within him were insufficient to execute the blood dragon escape. And if the situation demanded it, he would have no choice but to burn his lifespan to flee. In a flash of resolve, Yunqing had made up his mind. At that moment, he noticed that his pursuer had inexplicably ceased their chase. Following the direction from which the energy was emanating, he gazed into the distance. There, amidst a cluster of trees, a waterfall cascaded downwards, its crystalline droplets merging into a serene lake below. The surface of the lake shimmered like a mirror, reflecting the delicate ripples. In the center of this lake, an ice surface had formed, upon which sat a woman clad in white robes. Her azure hair cascaded down, brushing against the ice, complementing her strikingly beautiful features with an alluring charm. Her skin was as flawless as snow, seemingly delicate enough to break with a touch. The graceful contours of her figure caught Yunqing's eye, and he could not help but steal a few glances. Her slim waist, reminiscent of a serpent, invited admiration, while her long, elegant legs retained an air of elegance even in a seated position. Yunqing was momentarily stunned as he recognized this woman, despite having not seen her for 3 years. He could instantly identify her as Luo Shuihan, the illegitimate daughter of the Northtown king. Born in the same year as Yunqing, she had never garnered the attention that accompanied his arrival into the world. Her talents were mediocre, her status humble, and she had remained largely unnoticed. As a child, when Yunqing had visited the Northtown king's residence with several of his royal brothers, he had witnessed her being bullied by the children of other influential families. The adults, engrossed in their own affairs, paid little mind, including her father, the Northtown king himself. A few children had spat at her and smeared filth upon her, yet the young Luo Shuihan remained silent. Too timid to retaliate, unable to stand by, Yunqing had intervened, punishing the bullies with a decisive blow. In those days, he enjoyed the favor of Yun Kong, and few dared to cross him. Afterward, the two had maintained a friendship, sharing laughter and play in their youth. Even when Yunqing's cultivation stagnated, their bond remained unbroken, and they often exchanged playful banter. It seems we share a common plight this time, she had said, but fear not. I shall protect you, brother Yunqing. To which she replied, there is no need for you to worry about me, just take care of yourself. Yet, she continued, but brother Yunqing has yet to break through to the chi-nourishing stage. Though my progress has been slow, I should still be able to surpass the threshold, right? Are you trying to provoke me, given that the Northtown king's estate was not too distant from the imperial tomb? Luo Shuihan had often visited Yunqing after he entered the tomb. However, nearly a year ago, they had completely lost contact. What puzzled Yunqing was that during their last meeting, she had just reached the peak of the chi-nourishing stage. How had she managed to advance so dramatically within a single year, leaping over the star soul and innate stages, now seemingly on the brink of the spirit mansion stage? Could it be that she, like him, had received some extraordinary boon? Just then, Luo Shuihan's gaze met Yunqing's, her eyes reflecting a strange mixture of surprise and indifference. Shuihan, what is happening? Yunqing approached cautiously, sensing an instability in her aura, as if her spiritual energy was on the verge of turmoil. Do not come any closer, Yunqing. I advise you to leave immediately, came her cold response, laced with an air of detachment. In that moment, Yunqing was certain that the woman before him was indeed Luo Shuihan. A flicker of astonishment stirred within him, for he harbored a unique sentiment towards her, an influence that resonated even in his present self. Before he could utter a word, a piercing cry of a phoenix echoed through the sky. An ethereal ice-blue phoenix took flight, its wings shimmering with vitality. Save for its coloration, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the phoenix of ancient myth. The sole distinction was that this ice phoenix possessed 3 legs, reminiscent of the divine beast Jinwu. Simultaneously, Luo Shuihan knitted her brows, her expression darkening. Damn it, how could this happen? Could it be a consequence of my reincarnation? This is utterly inexplicable. A 3-legged ice phoenix has never manifested even in ancient times. In my current state, my spirit mansion cannot contain such a powerful beast's projection. Initially, she had anticipated that breaking into the spirit mansion would pose no problem, yet the star soul's mutation had elevated the power of her ice abilities beyond measure. Within her, a towering blue spirit mansion was voraciously absorbing the world's spiritual energy. Inside, a phantom beast gradually coalesced, the dark ice spreading throughout the spirit mansion, encasing the entrance in a thick layer of frost. Outside, a layer of ice and snow began to envelop Luo Shuihan's delicate form, her lips turning pale, trembling slightly. The ice phoenix behind her continued to draw on the surrounding spiritual energy, filling her spirit mansion. Shuihan, Yunqing exclaimed in alarm, swiftly gliding across the ice surface to channel the dwindling remnants of his spiritual energy into her, yet, it appeared futile. Luo Shuihan's gaze grew increasingly unfocused, her lips parting slightly, revealing a pallid hue. It's so cold, so very cold. Instinctively, she leaned closer to Yunqing, seeking the meager warmth he could provide. Her jade-like hands roamed over his chest, as if that contact could alleviate the chill that gripped her. An involuntary expression of pleasure crossed her face. Shuihan, what is wrong? This unexpected intimacy left Yunqing feeling somewhat embarrassed. Having spent his previous life focused solely on missions, he had never engaged in romantic relationships. In this life, he had remained isolated within the imperial tomb since the age of 15. As such, Luo Shuihan was the only woman he had ever shared such closeness with, and he found himself unprepared for the current situation. His voice quivering slightly. As time passed, Luo Shuihan seemed to grow dissatisfied with the barrier of clothing between them, her delicate hands gradually venturing deeper. Shuihan, please calm down, we are in public. Yunqing's protests were cut short as a cascade of softness silenced him. His eyes widening in shock. Do not move, she commanded, clearly annoyed by his reaction. With his spiritual power and vitality nearly depleted, Yunqing found himself with little capacity to resist against Luo Shuihan, who was already poised at the threshold of the spirit mansion. As the ice curtain enveloped them, the lake became their bed, the sky their canopy. Melodious sounds resonated within the icy enclosure, harmonizing beautifully. 3 hours later, the ice curtain dissipated, leaving the two of them dressed and silent. Their expressions still tinged with the remnants of their earlier encounter. Luo Shuihan's aura had stabilized at the initial stage of the spirit mansion, showing no signs of the struggle she had just endured. The chilling onslaught of the divine beast Ice Phoenix would have had dire consequences without sufficient yang energy to balance it. This was a small flaw of extreme attributes, however, as a reincarnated emperor. Luo Shuihan was well aware of this, yet she had not anticipated that the divine beast Ice Phoenix would mutate into a three-legged form, amplifying her ice abilities. The hunger for yang energy had become almost instinctual. And at that moment, Yunqing, possessing the Zulong Star Soul, became the ideal counterbalance. As the head of the Chaos Divine Beasts, Zulong could assimilate all forms of yang energy, serving as a veritable boon for Luo Shuihan, who had suffered from the backlash of her ice powers. Additionally, her childhood fondness for Yunqing had contributed to this outcome. Unlike Yunqing's journey of reincarnation, Luo Shuihan, as the reincarnated emperor, was essentially the same person she had been as a child, albeit without her awakening at that time. Thus, the experiences of her youth resonated deeply with her present self. Let us pretend that what just transpired never happened, as if it were merely a dream. Neither of us has suffered any loss, she stated coolly, her blush having dissipated, transforming her demeanor entirely. Is that what you mean, my lady, that after our encounter you will no longer recognize me? Yunqing retorted, somewhat disgruntled. Setting aside the unique feelings he bore for her, he could not simply dismiss their shared experience. In response, a radiant ice beam shot forth, striking Yunqing squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling into the icy waters and creating a cascade of splashes. I did it for your own good, there is nothing advantageous in being with me, Luo Shuihan remarked, her gaze averted as she collected the traces of crimson upon the ice, restoring its pristine surface. Yunqing emerged from the lake, his spiritual energy evaporating the moisture as he donned a clean, elegant white robe adorned with golden patterns, its exquisite craftsmanship rendering them a fitting pair. Their encounter had not only benefited Luo Shuihan, Yunqing had also reaped significant rewards. Within him, a purple spirit mansion was voraciously absorbing the world's spiritual energy, its surface adorned with golden patterns and mysterious runes, exuding an otherworldly aura. However, unlike Luo Shuihan, the door to Yunqing's spirit mansion remained tightly shut, empty within, signifying that he was at the threshold of the spirit mansion stage, although the divine beast's star soul had yet to coalesce within the mansion. His strength had nonetheless experienced a tremendous enhancement. Should he encounter the man in golden robes again, he would now at least be able to retreat with dignity, possessing the means to defend himself. Even Luo Shuihan, now fully in the spirit mansion stage, might not necessarily be his match. It matters not, merely seeing you is the greatest benefit, Yunqing replied with a smile. Yunqing, you have changed, Luo Shuihan remarked, her tone carrying an inexplicable weight, laden with meaning. You have also changed. Previously, you referred to me as brother Yunqing. Yunqing could sense that Luo Shuihan appeared to be different from before, now imbued with an air of coolness and detachment. It felt as if, amidst the desolate river's solitary shadow, I wandered alone. Luoshwahan said little, for her rebirth was her greatest secret. Even though they had shared intimate moments, she harbored no thoughts of revealing it. The intricacies involved were far too vast to risk any carelessness. I know you must be concealing some monumental secret. The divine beast, the ice phoenix, is not something just anyone can possess, regardless of whether you are a hidden identity of a noble lady from a prestigious family or a reincarnated empress. You will always be my Yunqing's wife, Yunqing declared with unwavering conviction, a glimmer of divine light flashing in his eyes. Luoshwahan's expression faltered, her demeanor peculiar, as if he had truly guessed correctly, having extensively read various template web novels. Yunqing did not expect to strike so close to the mark. There is no need for this. We can act as if nothing has transpired, and have no further connections. Moreover, it won't be long before I leave Tianyun. Luoshwahan replied, her tone as calm as a still pond. Her feelings towards Yunqing were largely derived from the memories of the little girl she had been before her awakening. She was acutely aware of the challenges she was about to face. No matter where you go, you cannot alter the fact that you are my wife, regardless of the troubles you may have behind you. Trust me. Give me some time, and I will stand by you to confront them together. Yunqing took Luoshwahan's delicate hand, which she hesitated to withdraw from his grasp, though she made no move to resist. In her previous life as a great emperor, she had been wholly devoted to cultivation. Never having had a partner, and her imperial title had been that of the Heartless Empress, a moniker reflecting her utter emotional detachment. When it came to matters of the heart, she was no different from a young girl. Very well, do as you wish. Luoshwahan slowly shook her head, observing the earnest expression on the man before her, which stirred unusual ripples within her heart, although she was unaware of the nature of Yunqing's celestial soul. She realized that it must at least possess the power to dispel the cold aura of her three-legged ice phoenix. She could not fathom the secrets he held, but her intuition told her that this man was not jesting. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Before I depart from Tianyun, I will come to see you. I hope you can come to a resolution. At that time, you will have one last chance to reconsider. As she watched Luoshwahan's figure fade away, Yunqing was left in a daze, his first experience slipping away, and in such a manner, shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he soared towards the direction of the eastern capital. After the brief interlude, he had pressing matters to resolve. Chapter 12. The Empress's man. After their separation, Yunqing hurriedly made his way eastward. Initially, he had intended to hunt some fierce beasts in the bloodied mountain range and subsequently head to the eastern capital to exchange them for spirit stones. However, his plans had been disrupted by that Su Tianhun, necessitating an additional trip. It seemed that Su Tianhun had come to the bloodied mountain range for the Xinzhong stone milk, and since he had already taken it, he would likely not linger long. And now that Yunqing had regained his peak strength, he was no longer overly concerned about Su Tianhun. His sole worry was the force behind him. Should they seek vengeance? It could pose a significant problem. Once I resolve matters here, I should venture out. The foundation of this region is far too shallow to support my ascension to greater heights. Achievements unlocked. First kill in innate realm. Achievement points, 100. Achievements unlocked. First kill in Spirit Mansion Realm. Achievement points, 1000. Achievements unlocked. The Empress's Man. Achievement points, 50000. As he delved into his consciousness, Yunqing discovered these three prominent notifications, causing him to rejoice. A broad smile stretching across his face. In recent days, he had been either hunting monsters or fleeing, and after experiencing such a thrilling duel with Luoshwahan, he had naturally had no time to check until now. A first kill. Apparently, each initial defeat of an enemy within a major realm yielded achievement points. The difference between the Spirit Mansion realm and the innate realm was substantial, hence the disparity in achievement points. While the concept of first kills was understandable, many games on Blue Star featured this mechanism. What perplexed him was the peculiar title of the Empress's Man with the number 13 attached. Yunqing was puzzled, and then a figure clad in white flashed through his mind, causing his expression to shift to one of incredulity. The only connection to the Empress was undoubtedly Luoshwahan, coupling this with her various odd behaviors. Yunqing was nearly certain. Heavens, I can hardly believe I guessed correctly with such casual words. No wonder she is so resistant towards me, speaking so strangely and awakening as the three-legged ice phoenix. A variant divine beast as her celestial soul. If she is indeed a reincarnated empress, everything falls into place. Yunqing pondered, his expression growing grave. To be called an empress, one must at least be a figure of imperial caliber. If such beings had perished, then her enemies must be extraordinarily formidable. A weight settled unbidden upon his heart, yet he would not shy away. With the Ancestral Dragon pearl in hand, he was confident he was not inferior to anyone. And he would not abandon his beloved for any unknown adversary. Perhaps Luoxuan had yet to truly acknowledge him, but he had already regarded her as his own. The question remained, what did the number 13 signify? Yunqing found himself at a loss, with only a vague conjecture in mind. It might represent a phase of a task, indicating that he had yet to truly win Luoxuan's heart. Eastern capital as dusk descended. A gentle glow of the setting sun painted the horizon, outlining the ancient city's silhouette, flickering as if it were a slumbering prehistoric beast gradually awakening beneath the warm light. In a silent manner, it welcomed cultivators from all corners of the world, each harboring their own aspirations. Some bore long swords, others held scriptures, and yet others wielded feather fans, treading upon the mottled light and shadows of the stone path. In the Tianyun dynasty, the formidable figures of the Star Soul realm could be seen almost everywhere, including many at the peak of their powers, numerous half-step innate experts, whose energies were palpably stronger, had set up stalls, fervently hawking their wares. Only true innate-level masters remained a rarity here, yet in the grand scheme of the population, even their numbers were still considerable. The foundational strength of a major city was indeed formidable. In comparison, Tianyun's capital was almost inconsequential. As Yunqing walked, he felt the oppressive auras occasionally emanating from the people around him, leading him to muse. After paying a small entry fee, he made a beeline for the heart of the eastern capital. This area was the most bustling part of the city, nearly overflowing with people. The three great families of the eastern city were based here, along with branches of some of the continent's top-tier powers. Yunqing's purpose for his visit was one of these, the Wanbao Pavilion, the premier trading guild of the Xingqi continent. It was rumored that as long as one had the wealth, they could procure whatever they desired within these walls. While this may have been somewhat exaggerated, it was sufficient to illustrate the immense resources of the Wanbao Pavilion. Though the rumors may have been embellished, it was certain that the pavilion was under the protection of not just one, but multiple emperors. Years ago, an emperor had coveted the treasures of the Wanbao Pavilion, only to have news of their demise echo throughout the central domain. A week later, even the emperor's body was taken by the ancient beings within the Wanbao Pavilion, marking one of the few publicly executed emperors in the Xingqi continent. Since then, no petty thief dared to harbor ill thoughts towards the Wanbao Pavilion. In the central square of the eastern capital, the crowd surged, with a plethora of stalls showcasing a dazzling array of items. Particularly near the Wanbao Pavilion, the vibrancy was even more pronounced. Pass by and don't miss out. Ancient relics unearthed, top-grade Xian weapons at a bargain, green-grade beast cores, weep and sell them off. Earth-grade low-tier martial skill remnants, only 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Navigating through the throngs, Yunqing made his way to the Wanbao Pavilion. Upon entering, he quickly realized that the interior was an entirely different realm from the bustling exterior. Unlike the crowdedness outside, the Wanbao Pavilion was somewhat subdued. Rare and exotic treasures, seldom seen in the outside world, were displayed everywhere. Even a mere glance at a few items revealed their worth to surpass the entirety of Tianyun's treasury. Genuine earth-grade treasures were casually laid out on the counters, and the air was thick with the scent of wealth. The few customers present exuded formidable auras, apart from a handful of youthful figures. The rest were nearly all innate experts, with several individuals whose cultivation levels Yunqing could not discern, likely formidable beings from the spirit mansion realm, most likely elders from the prominent families of the eastern city. However, their auras were considerably weaker than Su Tianhuan's. Young master, how may I assist you? Are you here to purchase, or do you wish to sell some treasures? A beautiful, graceful attendant approached Yunqing, her demeanor respectful and her tone gentle. The aura she emitted was clearly that of a peak Star Soul realm cultivator, merely a step away from the innate realm. Such cultivation would grant her nobility in Tianyun, yet within the Wanbao Pavilion she was merely a servant. Chapter 13, Spirit Stones, Robbery. I have some monster corpses I wish to sell, Yunqing replied in a calm voice, casting a glance at her. Of course, young master, please follow me. The attendant responded, recognizing the formidable aura emanating from Yunqing, an exceptionally rare talent at such a young age in the eastern city. The quality of service at the Wanbao Pavilion was exemplary, and they would not dare to look down upon any customer. The attendant led Yunqing to a private room. Sir, may I inquire what items you intend to sell? If they are ordinary, I can appraise them. However, if they are particularly valuable, I will need to consult my supervisor. The young woman bowed slightly, her tone exceedingly courteous and her demeanor warm, inviting comfort. Yunqing remained silent, and with a flicker of his spatial ring, a massive beast carcass suddenly materialized, instantly filling half of the VIP room. Though the creature lay dead, its lingering aura still exuded a terrifying pressure that rendered the female attendant's complexion pale as a ghost. Despite her own cultivation, she was merely at the chi-raising stage. "Senior, I shall fetch our supervisor at once. Please bear with me for a moment," the girl stammered. Although her abilities were limited, she could discern that this corpse was at least of a pre-celestial level. And given her rank, she naturally had no authority to intervene. Yun Cheng nodded slightly, and the girl hurriedly exited, fearful of provoking him. The moment she stepped outside, she repeatedly patted her chest, fervently relieved that she had shown enough respect. Otherwise she would have been in grave danger. "I wonder which noble family this young master belongs to be able to casually present the corpse of such a formidable beast for sale. His background must be extraordinary," she mused, not daring to delay as she hurried to summon her direct supervisor. Once the girl departed, Yun Cheng leisurely savored the fruit tea prepared in the VIP room. The fruits were indeed fresh, and the flavor was quite delightful. Though the tea itself fell short of excellence, while it had a pleasant aftertaste, it could hardly be deemed top tier. Yet, it was understandable. How could truly exquisite tea be offered to ordinary guests? Yun Cheng shook his head, then set down his teacup. At that moment, accompanied by the previous attendant, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe adorned with intricate patterns entered. He strode with vigor. Exuding an imposing presence, the two approached Yun Cheng and clasped their fists in greeting. "Young master, I am Song Hao, the supervisor of Wanbao Pavilion. How may I address you?" Yun Cheng mirrored the gesture of respect. "Su Tianhan, Supervisor Song, it is an honor to meet you. Does young Master Su intend to sell this pre-celestial beast corpse? Are there any specific treasures you wish to exchange for?" Song Hao inquired first. "No, I have traveled quite far, and my current supply of spirit stones is somewhat lacking. Please convert these items into spirit stones for me," Yun Cheng replied, retrieving a pile of beast corpses from his spatial ring. Ranging from Star Soul to Spirit Mansion, totaling more than a dozen. Among them was a mid-stage blue-gray treasure beast, which brought a glimmer of joy to Song Hao's face as the entire VIP room was nearly filled. "Young Master Su, do you intend to sell all of these?" Song Hao asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. Despite being a Spirit Mansion-level powerhouse himself, his combat prowess was not particularly formidable. He certainly lacked the ability to hunt mid-stage Spirit Mansion beasts on his own. A single mid-stage blue-grade treasure beast corpse could potentially cultivate several blue-grade Star Soul talons, making it exceedingly important for a family force. Upon receiving Yun Cheng's affirmation, Song Hao warmly guided him to a nearby seat to rest. "Young Master Su, please hold on for a moment. I will send someone to appraise the items, and we will have results shortly." Before long, several professionals entered to assess the value, while Song Hao engaged Yun Cheng in casual conversation. Meanwhile, the previous female attendant respectfully poured tea, not daring to breathe too loudly. During their conversation, Song Hao subtly probed into Yun Cheng's identity and whether he had personally hunted these beasts. Yun Cheng, not one to appear as a mere novice, provided him with a deliberately guided direction, successfully leading the other to believe he was a scion of the Su family from Qingzhou. No wonder, he comes from the talented youths of Qingzhou. However, this identity may not be entirely genuine. He might belong to another prestigious family from Qingzhou. To possess the corpses of Spirit Mansion-level beasts. His background must be noteworthy. Song Hao contemplated inwardly. Ordinary families would not sell beasts of this caliber. Even the three top families of Dongfang City would consider blue-grade treasure beasts as vital resources for their lineage. The attendant beside him was even more astonished. She had never left Dongfang City, and to her, a talent from Qingzhou was akin to encountering a figure of immense stature. In terms of status, even the heads of the top families in Dongfang City might not compare to this esteemed individual. Thus, her demeanor became increasingly respectful, not daring to show any sign of negligence. Before long, the appraisal was completed. A few professionals presented a list to Song Hao, who briefly scanned it before handing it to Yun Cheng. "Young Master Su, please take a look at the list and see if there are any issues." Yun Cheng accepted the list and glanced over it. 1 Mid-stage blue-grade treasure beast, 2 early-stage blue-grade treasure beasts, 1 early-stage green-grade treasure beast, and a total of 9 beasts ranging from pre-celestial orange to blue-grade. Alongside 4 from the Star Soul realm, summed up to a total of 64,000 mid-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 640,000 low-grade spirit stones. After reviewing the list, Yun Cheng understood the general valuation. 64,000 mid-grade spirit stones, with 4 of the Spirit Mansion level accounting for nearly 60,000. The price seemed fair, and he expressed no objections, nodding in agreement upon seeing Yun Cheng's acknowledgement. Song Hao immediately sent someone to gather the spirit stones. Once Yun Cheng departed, in a more opulent VIP room, a brightly dressed woman sipped her tea while listening to her subordinate's report. A curious expression gracing her features. Su Tianhun, I've encountered that boy before. He is not as he appears, nevertheless, it's merely the little tricks of the scions of noble families, just keep an eye on him. And don't bother me, I cherish this rare moment of tranquility, handle it yourself, she remarked, seemingly unconcerned by the presence of Song Hao, a spirit mansion-level powerhouse. Yes, pavilion master. In response to the woman's indifference, Song Hao displayed no discontent, his tone respectful and careful. Outside the city, after Yin Qing left Wanbao Pavilion, he made his way directly to Tianji Pavilion. Since he exited the city, several individuals had been lurking behind him, seemingly hesitating over whether to act. Upon reaching the Bloodstone Mountains, a few more figures suddenly appeared, blocking his path. Armed with various formidable weapons, the group menacingly obstructed Yin Qing's way. Kid, hand over whatever good stuff you brought out from Wanbao Pavilion, and we might spare your life, the leading middle-aged man growled ominously. Yun Qing glanced at them, shaking his head slightly. He surveyed their formation, 5 at the peak of the pre-celestial stage and 3 in the late pre-celestial stage, a cautious arrangement indeed to deal with a single peak pre-celestial individual. Kid, don't be ungrateful, I know you might possess some strength, but you cannot hope to take on all 8 of us alone. Even if your family has some background, no one will know if you die here. The man continued, his voice dripping with menace. Yun Qing remained non-committal, merely shaking his head once more. He then carelessly remarked, are you not afraid of the secrets of the heavenly mechanisms? Don't tell me you bandits have treasures that can obscure the heavenly mechanisms. The group's expression shifted. They indeed lacked such treasures. The price of such items was exorbitant, far beyond their reach. Even if they could acquire them, they would be of the lowest tier, yielding limited effects against formidable beings. You need not try to intimidate us. The Bloodstone Mountains are rife with great beasts and chaotic energies, and the cost of attempting to decipher heavenly secrets here is quite steep. I don't believe your family would expend such a great price for a deceased genius. The leading middle-aged man rebutted, are you certain no one here has seen anything? Yun Qing asked with an inexplicable expression. A woman from the opposing side chuckled derisively, little brother, there is no need for your theatrics. We have confirmed many times that no one can witness what happens here, you needn't resort to tricks. Then that's good, Yun Qing replied, leaving the others feeling puzzled. Has this kid lost his mind? Just as their words faded, a distant yet majestic dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens, striking at their very souls. In an instant, it felt as though an indescribable, terrifying dragon had plunged from the void into their consciousness, roaming freely in the vastness of their minds, wreaking havoc and destruction wherever it passed. Compared to this, the protective barriers of their consciousness felt utterly ineffective, offering no defense whatsoever. The dragoness roar, a secret technique of soul attack passed down from the Ancestral Dragon, unleashed its terrifying power against opponents of the same level. Only the woman who had spoken earlier retained a semblance of vitality, rolling on the ground, her head pounding with agony, her expression one of sheer torment. As she looked towards Yun Qing, her face turned to one of sheer terror. No, please don't kill me, I beg you, spare my life, and I will do anything, she cried, desperate to retreat. Seeing Yun Qing unmoved, she suddenly tore open her clothing, revealing an expanse of flawless skin, a sight that would undoubtedly evoke desire. Yun Qing instinctively cast a glance, acknowledging the impressive form. Noticing his reaction, the woman felt a flicker of hope, thinking she had found a reason to live. After all, he is still a man, it's impossible to change that base nature. She thought. Then, in a sultry tone, she implored, young master, if you spare me, I will fulfill all your desires, even here in the Bloodstone Mountains. Don't you think it would be more thrilling to hear the beast roars while we engage? Her eyes glistened with allure. However, Yun Qing showed no sign of interest. Her demeanor only disgusted him. While her beauty could be deemed above average, coupled with her peak pre-celestial cultivation, her skin was in excellent condition. Yet, her behavior made it clear that she was not a virtuous woman. Such a person, even offered for free, would hold no appeal for him. Yun Qing took a few steps closer, raising his right hand slightly. The woman, thinking he intended to assist her, brightened momentarily. However, the next moment, a terrifying dragon's roar thundered once more, shaking every atom of air around them. This time, the power within the dragon's roar was even more profound and overwhelming, instilling a sense of dread. Following this, a claw forged of purple gold seemed to transcend the constraints of space, emerging from the void. Its surface, adorned with intricate dragon scales, shimmered with a cold, indomitable radiance, each scale resembling the hardest armor in existence. The dragon's claw, sharp and unmatched, bore a momentum capable of rending the very heavens, slicing through the vast sky and striking with ferocity. The astonished expression on the woman's face had yet to fully solidify when, under the overwhelming force of the dragon's claw, her figure was instantaneously torn into countless fragments, dissipating into the formless stormed eye. In her final moments, a flicker of unwillingness lingered. Yun Qing collected the spoils, a few weapons and storage rings belonging to the group. A mere light touch revealed there was little of value among them. The equivalent of only a few thousand mid-grade spirit stones could be gathered, hardly enough to be deemed significant, without the luxury of time to examine them closely. Yunqing pressed on with his journey. The blood-soaked mountain range remained quite distant from Tianyun, and even with Yunqing's speed, which could rival many in the spirit mansion realm, it would take several days to reach. It seemed he would need to seek out a suitable technique for movement, lest he find himself at a disadvantage in both travel and combat. Days later, at the Tianji Pavilion, an elder scrutinized the storage ring before him. His soul power probing within, revealing a neat array of 2,500 mid-grade spirit stones. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes. The speed of profit was indeed staggering, with the money secured. The information would naturally follow. Both Tianji Pavilion and Wanbao Pavilion were fundamentally similar in their commercial pursuits. The ninth prince was truly formidable, living up to the reputation of a prodigy born under a celestial phenomenon. The elder's expression softened into a smile. Compared to the last encounter, Yunqing's strength had become even more terrifying. He could not help but sigh inwardly, reflecting on the stark difference between genius and the ordinary. "Too kind, elder," Yunqing replied, shaking his head, choosing not to elaborate further. After completing the transaction, he departed swiftly, holding 2 jade slips, one of which he tossed into the storage ring. As a segment of information surged into his mind, a tempest of anger began to rise within him. Indeed, it was her. The poison that had afflicted his mother years ago had been orchestrated by the matriarch of the Tianyun imperial harem. At that time, his cultivation was still shallow, and he had been unable to discern the truth, believing her to be genuinely ill. A child of merely a decade, no matter how precocious, could hardly fathom the depths of royal intrigue. The motivation behind such treachery was evidently the fear that one day this once illustrious genius might suddenly regain his strength. Given the Tianyun emperor's affection for Yunqing, should he recover, the position of Tianyun's ruler would undoubtedly belong to him. This risk was too great for her to bear, thus she initially sought to eliminate Yunqing's mother before finding an opportunity to extinguish Yunqing himself to prevent future complications. However, she had not anticipated that Yunqing would take refuge within the imperial mausoleum. Leaving her at a loss for how to proceed upon reading further, Yunqing's expression darkened, the jade slip shattering in his grip from the pressure of his mounting rage. Suppressing his fury, he reached for the other jade slip. Chapter 15, Dragon Tooth Sword. Myriad Swords. Floating Life. The second jade slip contained information regarding the Red Fire Kingdom's third princess, who was to be wed. Yunqing felt a twinge of curiosity. What extraordinary traits could compel the Tianyun emperor to extricate him from the mausoleum for the sake of this union? This slip cost Yunqing 1,500 mid-grade spirit stones, even more than the first, indicating the complexities involved were surely not trivial. Had he not been flush with wealth at present, he would have hesitated to acquire it. Yan Linyu, the third princess of the Red Fire dynasty, aged 16, possessing late-stage star soul realm cultivation, with a cyan-grade star soul known as the Crimson Flow Golden Armored Beast, or a unique constitution, the devouring source profounding body, capable of entirely consuming a person's life essence and transferring it to another, with the caveat that it could do so only once in a lifetime, resulting in the complete annihilation of the original soul. This brief message caused Yunqing's brow to furrow in concern. The implications seemed to circle back to him, and he pondered what sort of dealings lay behind this. Uncertain whether the beneficiary was his own father or the Red Fire dynasty, the quality and cultivation level of the life essence were not directly correlated, although Yunqing had been unable to advance in his cultivation at that time. His innate talent was undeniable. Only those who had witnessed the celestial phenomenon could understand the awe it inspired. Thus, his essence was singular across the 3 realms, making him a target for the Red Fire dynasty, which possessed the devouring source profounding body. He wondered at what price his father had sold him to the Red Fire, or what bargain had been struck in exchange for the devouring source profounding body. The latter seemed unlikely. Given its rarity, the Red Fire princess would not easily forsake such a treasure. Yunqing's thoughts darkened as he felt a profound sense of loss. Regardless of the truth, it appeared his father had indeed bartered him away. His emotions were a tangled web of complexity as he returned to the illusory Cloud Tavern, weariness weighing heavily upon him after days of relentless travel, despite the rising tide of murderous intent within him. He resolved to prepare cautiously should we sneak into the palace and strike. If Yunqing lacked the requisite strength, such might have been his course of action. However, now on the top floor, Li Huan and another had noticed Yunqing's presence. Their gaze is sharpening. He has returned. It won't be long before chaos erupts in the capital. Should we take our leave? The other replied solemnly, perhaps it's not imminent, while the ninth prince likely has become a pre-celestial being. There is no need for alarm, not so fast. With such a powerful faction at play, it would not be difficult for a pre-celestial expert to glean some information given their status. They were well aware of the Tianji Pavilion's existence. We need not flee just yet. After all of the past events bear no direct relation to us. Very well, let us observe when this storm will break, Li Huan replied, his expression grave yet tinged with a hint of anticipation. This upheaval would undoubtedly lead to a significant reshuffling of court powers, presenting a potential opportunity for them. In his chamber, Yunqing's consciousness sank into his sea of awareness, commencing a review of the majestic purple-gold pagoda within the Ancestral Dragon Pearl. He subsequently exchanged for two treasures, the Earth-grade mid-tier dragon tooth sword forged from the fangs of the purple-grey treasure beast, the purple flood dragon exhibiting unparalleled sharpness. Upon first sight, Yunqing felt an intense attraction. As a descendant of the dragon nation in his past life, he was inherently drawn to all things draconic. Such divine weaponry was not something an average expert in the manifestation realm could possess. And even in Yunqing's hands, it would remain a formidable asset for a considerable duration. In addition, Yunqing had his sights set on another treasure, or rather, a martial technique, the heaven-grade low-tier martial art. Myriad swords floating life, which summon countless sword energies, merging defense and offense, with ceaseless spiritual energy and unending sword chi, a technique of mass assault. This martial art cost Yunqing a staggering 12,000 achievement points. A painful expenditure indeed. Coupled with the 3 tasks he had completed earlier, he found himself with only 51,420 achievement points remaining. To part with 15,000 points in one go. Nearly a third of his total was a daunting prospect. Achievement points were notoriously hard to come by, tasks were devoid of prior hints, leaving him to navigate blindly, akin to a headless fly, a truly exasperating predicament. Yunqing could not help but grumble about the situation, yet, he also experienced firsthand the terrifying power of the Ancestral Dragon Pearl. Both the Dragon Tooth Sword and Myriad Swords floating life were treasures he would ordinarily not be worthy of possessing at this stage. As his consciousness returned, he grasped the Dragon Tooth Sword, a deep, enigmatic purple blade, its edge sharp and glaring, reminiscent of the most radiant star in the night sky, quietly exuding a chilling brilliance. The hilt was intricately carved into the form of dragon teeth. Adorned with a pattern of dragon scales that lended both opulence and majesty, the sword was a perfect embodiment of craftsmanship, its line smooth and devoid of any flaw, as if it were a spirit born of heaven and earth. It was indeed a magnificent sword. Instinctively Yunqing yearned to summon the Myriad Sword's floating life to test its power, but he suddenly recalled his current location and quelled the thought. As he wielded the long sword, an aura of piercing sword intent surged from him, akin to a gentle stream merging into a great river, subtly aligning with the grand currents of the world. At that moment, atop the illusory cloud tavern, a fierce sword chi shot skyward, penetrating the heavens, radiating brilliance like the dawn's first light, casting its glow over the entirety of the Tianyun dynasty. Countless ordinary citizens beheld this spectacle, likening it to a white rainbow piercing the sun, an awe-inspiring miracle. In the suburbs of the capital, a young boy inquired of his mother, "Mama, what is that? Is it an immortal? It's so beautiful." "Indeed, that is a power only immortals possess. We must maintain a deep reverence. Perhaps one day, you too shall become a mighty immortal," his mother replied gently, her eyes filled with hope. Her husband had passed away in his prime, and lacking any innate talent for cultivation, the child represented her only glimmer of hope in life. Within the many cities of Tianyun, awestruck citizens remarked, "What a beautiful meteor, a heavenly omen blessed by the heavens for Tianyun. It seems this year shall yield a bountiful harvest, or perhaps some immortal has comprehended the ultimate path of the Tao." How enviable! Though the world was ablaze with the dance of heroes and the clash of sun and moon, most ordinary folk remained unaffected by such grand events. They lived lives dictated by the rhythm of day and night, sustained only by the nourishing spirit energy, granting them somewhat superior physiques. Many could only gaze in bewilderment at the extraordinary phenomenon unfolding before them. In the palace, directed toward the illusory cloud tavern, the two individuals present lacked the capacity to forge such a formidable sword. It seemed once more that it was his good son at work. One could only wonder how many more secrets he concealed. The Tianyun emperor gazed intently in the direction of the sword chi, lost in contemplation. Chapter 16. The Void Seal in the capital of Tianyun, within a dilapidated tavern bustling with patrons clad in simple garb. The environment was far from pristine. Cobwebs clung to the corners, and the benches were stained with grease. An elderly man, his hair and beard completely white, sat alone by the window, gazing intently in the direction of the sword energy. A glimmer of brilliance flickering in his eyes, his visage was gaunt, vitality waning, yet it concealed a terrifying power. "What a formidable sword!" it surpasses that of young Lu by a considerable margin. The old man muttered to himself, his voice surprisingly audible, yet curiously those nearby seemed oblivious to his words. In the Huanyun tavern, Yunqing sensed an unusual sensation within himself and promptly severed the flow of spiritual energy to the dragon tooth sword in his grasp. This sword could not possibly possess such formidable abilities, it was merely a terrestrial-grade weapon, thus, it must be an issue pertaining to myself. Rumor has it that certain innate sword-body prodigies can evoke celestial phenomena upon first grasping a sword. Perhaps Yunqing harbors a hidden sword body, which is why such an anomaly occurred. Such a talent, achieving enlightenment in sword intent overnight, is a rarity, particularly in the domain of Eastern City, likely only found among 1 or 2 individuals within the prestigious Wanjun sword sect. Stowing away the dragon tooth sword, Yunqing set forth from the capital, making his way toward the mountains beyond the city. Given Yunqing's speed, it did not take long. The mountain range stretched endlessly, resembling a colossal dragon undulating across the horizon. Exuding an awe-inspiring grandeur and magnificence, an imposing sight to behold. While it may not rival the Bishua mountain range, it is still among the most renowned peaks within the Tianyun realm. Whether or not there are innate-level demon beasts within remains uncertain. Though there are indeed some half-step innate beasts, here, the space felt much more expansive, free from the constraints of earlier. Once the dragon tooth sword was held in Yunqing's hands, it was as though the spirit of an ancient sword deity descended upon him. In an instant, spiritual energy surged around him, tumultuous as a river breaching its banks. Unstoppable sword energy rose, enveloping him, each strand shimmering with a cool, sacred light, casting Yunqing as a transcendent being, as though stepping down from the ninth heavens. Pure and untainted by the dust of the world, clad in snow-white garments, untouched by a speck of grime, with a gentle flick of his wrist, countless pristine strands of sword energy suddenly manifested before him. Seemingly emerging from the abyss of nothingness surrounding Yunqing, the air was thick with a sense of impending storm. The dragon tooth sword trembled slightly in his hand, as if drawn by an invisible force. Its tip lightly tapping, immediately the wandering sword energy seemed to find its home, converging into a massive silver dragon, coiling midair, its roar resounding like thunder. Then, this silver dragon, infused with the essence of myriad sword energies, surged forward with unstoppable momentum, hurtling toward the towering mountain peak ahead. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sounds echoed, and a small hill in the distance was instantly reduced to dust, carried away by the wind, leaving no trace behind. As if erased from existence on a physical level, a ferocious roar erupted from the distant mountains, seemingly expressing fury, but more so an overwhelming wrath. Deep within the mountains, several half-step innate-level great demons cowered in fear. Trembling, compared to ordinary demon beasts, they could sense the terrifying power of this strike more acutely. Truly, it was a celestial-grade martial technique. Its destructive capability was indeed fearsome. Observing the significantly diminished hill, Yunqing felt a surge of astonishment. To obliterate a small hill without employing any martial technique, nearly a single strike was possible, but achieving such complete erasure as witnessed was inconceivable. The intertwining sword energies, their sharpness coiling around each other, formed a terrifying force of annihilation. This was a primary reason for the astonishing destructiveness of this maneuver. A satisfied smile crept upon Yunqing's face. The power of this technique exceeded his expectations. Meanwhile, deep within the mountains, several figures clad in black were pursuing an old man. Though his hair was white, his visage appeared remarkably youthful, exuding an aura of agelessness. Ancestor, please return with us. The family head has been waiting for you at the clan grounds for quite some time. One of the black-clad figures implored. Indeed, Ancestor, you claim to be gravely injured. Why not return to the family? Hiding in such a remote place, others might think the Dongfang family disrespects you. Another black-clad figure chimed in. Ha, return with you? Your family head would devour me whole. I underestimated your cunning back then. Who would have thought you lot could be so ruthless? After all these years, I find myself outdone in cruelty by this group of youngsters. The old man's eyes reflected a hint of sorrow. Even now they remain ruthless, sending 3 spirit mansion realm individuals to deal with this frail body of mine. They truly regard me highly, he said, his tone laced with sarcasm. Ancestor, your insight is commendable, but further discussion is futile. We do not wish to resort to violence, one of the black-clad figures responded, their tone resigned. Then let our actions speak for themselves, the old man declared, and his Dantian's spiritual energy surged wildly. Terrifying spiritual power radiated outward, colliding with the ancient trees around him, sending splinters flying and cracking the ground beneath. A fearsome palm imprint surged toward the black-clad figures before him. The 8 black-clad figures, wary of the old man's might, hurriedly scattered to evade. Behind them, several black-clad individuals with weaker auras expressed their astonishment. Fortunately, the clan sent additional elders, otherwise, we would truly be no match for the ancestor. Several companions agreed. The leading figure responded, "Our ancestor was once a peak figure in the manifestation realm, rivaled only by the ancestor of the Wanjun sword sect, even now having fallen to the innate realm. He is not someone you can contend with." With that, several figures in night attire suddenly unleashed their spiritual energy, akin to a tempest in the dark night, poised for action. Among them, 3 spirit mansion realm powerhouses took the lead. With 5 pinnacle innate individuals supporting, all targeting the central old man void seal. The old man intoned softly, his voice resonating like a mighty bell, reverberating through the surroundings. As his words fell, vast spiritual energy converged at his fingertips. As if the essence of the entire space was drawn forth, coalescing into a colossal handprint that blotted out the sky. This handprint was translucent, emitting a faint blue glow, carrying an indescribable pressure as it thundered down upon the group of black-clad figures. "Be careful, that's the void seal," one of the black-clad figures warned urgently, panic evident in his tone. Seeing their ancestors' ultimate technique, the others did not dare to be negligent. As they all dodged, the 3 spirit mansion realm powerhouses manifested vague beast silhouettes behind them. As if ancient totems awakening, their auras surging like a tiger with wings, charging directly at the descending enormous handprint, accompanied by 3 torrents of surging spiritual energy. The once overwhelming handprint shattered with thunderous sounds, dissolving into nothingness. In the face of such a stark disparity in power, even the most exquisite martial techniques struggled to shine, fading into obscurity. For a moment, both sides found themselves in a delicate stalemate. The air thick with tension and oppression. However, the balance of battle did not hold for long. As the fight progressed, the old man's figure gradually appeared exhausted. He could only barely defend himself, overwhelmed by the helplessness and sorrow of his dwindling strength. In the distance, Yunqing sensed the energy fluctuations emanating from afar, stirring his curiosity. What powerful beings have emerged in this Tianyun realm, spirit mansion realm? It seems there is more than one. The sudden influx of unfamiliar powerhouses into this remote area raised Yunqing's suspicions. He resolved to investigate further. Perhaps there were opportunities to be gained. As Yunqing made his way, the battle raged on. The old man's garments were tattered in multiple places, blood staining his clothes, his aura faint, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. "Ancestor, we have long advised you to return with us. We believe the family head will not hold anything against you," one of the figures implored. After a fierce struggle, though the group appeared somewhat disheveled, they had not sustained any serious injuries. They encircled the old man, closing in. "A further discussion is futile, unless you kill me. I shall take a few of you with me even in death. Do not doubt my methods," the old man declared fiercely, his tone cold, as if emanating from the depths of hell. The black-clad figures shuddered involuntarily. Outsiders might be unaware, but they were acutely aware of the old man's capabilities. Once a peak powerhouse in the manifestation realm, even in his current weakened state, taking a few of them with him would not be an insurmountable task. "Ancestor, why go to such lengths? We are all family. There is no need for this to become a life-and-death struggle," one of the black-clad figures ventured, only to provoke a scornful glare from the old man. "Family? When Dongfang Xianyue poisoned me, I hardly felt we were family. Who are you?" Just as tensions escalated, the leader among the mid-tier spirit mansion figures suddenly shouted. Indeed, a spirit mansion realm powerhouse. His perception was astute. Behind them, a handsome young man clad in white strode calmly through the battlefield, leisurely, without a hint of panic, as if the cold-faced killers before him were merely servants of his family. "Who are you?" "Young man, do you seek death by intruding here?" one of the black-clad figures retorted coldly. However, they received no response from Yunqing. Instead, Yunqing turned his gaze to the old man, the national master, pondering, "What is happening here? I did not expect the national master to be so adept at concealing his true prowess, masquerading as an early innate while being a peak innate capable of contending with several spirit mansion realm individuals for so long. If my father were to learn of this, he might very well be too excited to sleep," Yunqing remarked with a semblance of a smile. From the moment he laid eyes on the scene, he recognized the old man as none other than the national master of Tianyun, Dongfang Xian, the only other peak innate individual aside from the Tianyun emperor. It seemed this individual's identity was more complex than it appeared on the surface. Given his strength, unifying the 3 nations would not pose a challenge. The latter offered a bittersweet smile. "The 9th prince finds amusement in the situation, but it seems that now is not the opportune moment for such discussions." After Dongfang Xian spoke, the black-clad figures behind him threatened once more. "Boy, if you do not leave now, you shall remain here forever." Yet, Yunqing paid them no heed, instead continuing to gaze at Dongfang Xian. "National Master, shall we engage in a transaction?" Dongfang Xian, somewhat perplexed, felt that this was hardly the time for bartering. Nevertheless, he replied, I am all ears. After you serve me, I shall rid you of these pesky flies. Yunqing proposed, his words accompanied by a smile as gentle as a spring breeze. At this, the entire assembly was taken aback. A lad of innate realm had the audacity to speak so boldly. Even Dongfang Xian was astonished. From what he understood, this ninth prince was no fool. The black-clad men behind him could no longer contain themselves. Thus, at their leader's signal, 3 peak innate realm fighters advanced. Boy, since you are so obstinate, you shall remain here forever. Yunqing disregarded them, gripping the dragon-tooth sword. A sharp sword aura erupted forth, resembling a purple lightning bolt cleaving through the heavens, its speed so swift that it left no room for evasion. In the profound silence, the purple light traversed silently, and soon after 3 heads detached from their bodies, rolling into the dust without stirring a single particle of dust. All present stood frozen in place. Even Dongfang Xian, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had suspected Yunqing might be concealing great abilities, but he never anticipated just how deeply hidden they were. Noticing Dongfang Xian's silence, Yunqing pressed, National Master, what say you? Only then did the latter regain his composure, reflecting with some sentiment, the one truly concealed is your highness. Such prowess is indeed astonishing. Alas, with my current injuries, my days are likely numbered, and my service to your highness may be a distant hope. National Master need not worry, Yunqing replied, producing a small jade vial and tossing it to the elderly man. The latter, caught off guard, instinctively caught it. Upon opening it, he beheld a milky white liquid lying quietly within. Xianzhong Shiru, your highness possesses such a rare treasure, Dongfang Xian exclaimed. Such a heavenly material was nearly unattainable even at his peak, yet it now lay in Yunqing's hands. He realized that he might indeed have a chance at survival. Your highness is truly remarkable, Dongfang Xian marveled, consuming the Xianzhong Shiru and swiftly refining it, warmth enveloping his body as his damaged tissues were restored. With just one drop, he felt nearly 80% of his injuries heal. Truly, it was a legendary divine object. Its effects were indeed terrifying. Dongfang Xian expressed his gratitude for the life-saving grace of the prince and rose, bowing deeply. Simultaneously, a thread of translucent essence appeared in his palm. His complexion grew pale, beads of sweat pouring down his forehead. This thread of my soul's essence, I beg your highness to accept. Today, my life is owed to you. In the future, I shall not hesitate to plunge into fire and water for you. Chapter 18, The Cloud-Moving Fist. Witnessing the elder's actions, Yunqing felt a flicker of astonishment. He desired the man's loyalty, craving absolute fidelity, and Dongfang Xian clearly understood this, thus choosing to take decisive action that would earn him favor. While everyone grasped the reasoning, few could match Dongfang Xian's resoluteness. The sensation of placing one's life in another's hands was hardly pleasant, even if he were to regain his peak divine realm prowess. Holding this thread of soul essence would render him without a chance of survival should Yunqing wish for his demise, unless one day he could break through to the nirvana realm. Harnessing its power for a slim hope of life, this act stunned the black-clad figures behind him. Old ancestor, why must you do this? You were once a formidable figure, a top-tier powerhouse in the entire Dongfang city domain. Now you bow to a mere lad of innate realm. Had I known this, I would have preferred you return to the family. As long as you yield, the family head would surely grant you a path to survival. Far better than enduring humiliation here, the leader among the black-clad men spoke with palpable indignation, tinged with a sense of frustration. How would the prestigious Dongfang family be viewed if word spread that their esteemed ancestor had entrusted his life to a mere youth? How I act is not for you to concern yourselves with. Even if I am to be driven by others, I shall ensure that Dongfang Xuanye pays the price. Typically calm, Dongfang Xian's expression now turned somewhat frenzied. Yunqing regarded him with a penetrating gaze before accepting the thread of soul essence. His intentions were clear. There was no need for pretentiousness. He was here to gather followers, not to forge friendships. The relationship was more akin to a transactional one. National Master is quite forthright. In that case, allow me to resolve these trifling nuisances for you. Yunqing stored the soul essence within the Ancestral Dragon pearl. Then, wielding the dragon-tooth sword, he slowly turned to face the remaining black-clad men. Aside from the 3 he had slain initially, 5 remained, 3 of whom were Spirit Mansion realm cultivators. Dongfang Xian leaned against a boulder. Observing the young man standing with his sword, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. He too wished to discern the ninth prince's confidence in facing 3 Spirit Mansion realm adversaries. It should be noted that even with his extensive battle experience, taking on several foes was nearly impossible. Boy, do not think that because you have slain a few, you can act so arrogantly. I acknowledge you possess some skill, but the chasm between Spirit Mansion and innate realm is akin to that between heaven and earth. You could never hope to match us. Wise up, surrender Dongfang Xian's soul essence, and we may grant you a slim chance of survival. One of the Spirit Mansion realm black-clad men threatened coldly. Yunqing took a step forward, his spiritual energy surging and sword energy rising. Your limitations do not define mine. Those who see only within their wells cannot fathom the vastness of heaven and earth, nor the brilliance of the sun and moon. As his words fell, Yunqing's aura reached a crescendo. Boy, such audacity! If you remain so obstinate, do not blame us for being ruthless. Seeing Yunqing's stance, the men realized negotiations had failed. Attack together, eliminate this boy, and bring Dongfang Xan back to report. As the command was issued, they surged forward. The oppressive weight of their spiritual energy swept across the land, stretching for miles, felt even in the capital. Within the deep, enigmatic forests, the beasts trembled, humbly prostrating to the ground, as if confronted not by human might, but by the celestial authority descending from the heavens, filling them with boundless awe. In that moment, blades glimmered, swords flashed, and fists surged through the air, each breath infused with terrifying power. Yunqing, however, maintained a calm demeanor, unfazed, as he raised his sword lightly, its tip inclined toward the heavens, like a herald of the stars. He waved gently, and a sword aura sliced through the air, its speed akin to the auroras streaking across the night sky, resplendent and dazzling. In that fleeting instant, the previously formidable spear light seemed to encounter an insurmountable force. Shattering into fragments, the overwhelming fist force gradually dissipated under the impact of the sword aura, returning to nothingness. With a soft sound, the battlefield fell silent, and another foe met their demise, blood splattered, creating a macabre spectacle. Their eyes wide open, they departed this world without a final blink, akin to the three before them. Such swiftness! Several Spirit Mansion realm cultivators gasped inwardly, their thoughts growing heavy. This youth seemed far more troublesome than they had anticipated. That strike, not even the most proficient among them could react in time. Observing from the sidelines, Dongfang Xan's pupils constricted violently. Even through the lens of his divine realm prowess, that strike was exceptionally remarkable. In his prime, he had ventured beyond Dongfang City, traveling toward the heart of the continent, witnessing many of the world's prodigies. Yet, among all those he had encountered, this young man stood among the very best. "Elder, what shall we do? This fellow appears rather formidable," inquired a Spirit Mansion realm initial stage cultivator who had remained silent until now, his voice tinged with trepidation. "Once the bow is drawn, it cannot be unshot. Let us advance together. I refuse to believe this lad is so extraordinary. Besides, if we return empty-handed, the family head will not let us off lightly." With that, they once again encircled Yunqing, the cloud-moving fist. Yunqing raised his left palm, the spiritual energy surging like a tide, coalescing into a profound purple light. An illusory giant purple fist intertwined in the void, bearing the destructive force of the heavens. Hurtling toward the last remaining innate realm adversary behind him, the massive fist shadow descended like a purple comet from the night sky, aiming directly for the opponent's vital points. A Spirit Mansion realm initial stage cultivator sensed the impending danger. Urgently shouting, "Be careful!" before his voice could fade, his long blade was drawn, its cold gleam flashing as the fierce blade aura sliced through the air, striking at the fist shadow. The clash erupted in a thunderous roar. The blade aura shattering instantly under the impact of the purple fist shadow, dispersing into specks of light. Yet, the fist shadow continued forward unstoppable. With another earth-shattering crash, the air seemed to congeal at that moment. The Pekinate realm black-clad figure, facing this irresistible force, was akin to a kite severed from its string, hurtling backward, blood trailing in his wake, ultimately crashing to the ground, spitting blood. There was no sign of life left. Only a profound silence remaining. A mere yellow-grade technique demonstrated terrifying power in Yunqing's hands. Without pausing, he brandished the Dragon Tooth Sword. Chapter 19, the manifestation of the Divine Ancestor with a single utterance. A multitude of sword energies danced, encircling Yunqing's form. Under the full exertion of his will, violet spiritual energy coalesced into a myriad of sword shadows, wrapping around him, making Yunqing appear as a celestial being descended from the heavens. The three adversaries, unwilling to remain passive, resolved to strike first. As cultivators of the Spirit Mansion realm, their abilities were naturally formidable, yet, their seemingly powerful assault was effortlessly thwarted by Yunqing's protective sword aura. "Fifth brother, this fellow is rather sinister. What kind of preternatural being is this?" "He is simply a monster," one remarked. "Prepare to fight for your lives. Today, we have offended him, but if we do not eliminate him now, even if we escape today, with his talent, it won't be long before he threatens our Dongfang family." Upon uttering these words, a chill ran down their spines. Had they just delivered their last words? It seemed time to prepare for the journey ahead. Yunqing struck without mercy, his body intertwined with fierce sword energy. As the tempest began to swirl, with the tip of his sword pointed, the wind surged ever more violently. In an instant, hundreds of flying swords seemed to respond to some mysterious summons, soaring from behind him towards the heavens, weaving an awe-inspiring circular sword formation high above, shining brilliantly and illuminating the world. Then, that sword formation appeared to be drawn by an invisible force, transforming into a torrential downpour of swords, dense and relentless, cascading like the Milky Way, surging towards the figures below with an unstoppable momentum. Each flying sword imbued with the power to shake mountains and rivers. What kind of martial skill is this? The power is terrifying. It must be at least a top-tier Earth-level technique. How could a mere country bumpkin possess such prowess? Within the range of the sword rain, the group finally sensed the sheer terror of this sword technique. The blades were unmatched in sharpness, carrying a horrific penetrating force. Under the relentless assault, one of the early-stage spirit mansion cultivators was pierced through the heart by a single sword strike. Behind him, the phantom of a divine beast dissipated, and vitality drained away. The remaining two, struggling to hold on, found themselves powerless to rescue their fallen comrade. Who exactly are you? You absolutely cannot hail from this insignificant Tianyun dynasty. With such mastery in the sword arts, could you possibly be from the Wanjun sword sect? The two shouted amidst the onslaught of the sword rain, desperate to uncover the identity of their assailant. Fearing they would not find peace in death without knowing, Junqing paid no heed to their cries. A dragon's roar from the abyss, a distant ancient dragoness roar resonated, striking directly at their souls. Even as cultivators of the spirit mansion realm, they had no means of resisting under the weight of this dragon's resonance. After all, even the prodigy Su Tianhun from the heart of Qingzhou had been unable to withstand it. The two felt their consciousness surge, their spirits scattered, and their movements ground to a halt. Without the power to resist, they were swiftly annihilated beneath the sword rain. Seeing this, Yunqing quickly retracted the sword formation and approached to inspect the corpses. Regrettably, their storage rings contained nothing of value, only a few changes of clothing and some basic healing elixirs. Indeed, the most valuable possessions on their persons were their storage rings and weapons. The weapons they bore were all Shen-level treasures. With the weapon of the leading mid-stage spirit mansion cultivator reaching low-tier Earth level, all in all, it was a decent haul. Yunqing quickly gathered his spoils and made his way to Dongfang Xian. National Master, how is your recovery progressing? Dongfang Xian rose and bowed slowly. Thank you, Your Highness, for your timely rescue. This old man's injuries have nearly healed. After a brief exchange, Yunqing learned the full story. Dongfang Xian was originally the ancestor of the Dongfang family, one of the three great clans in Dongfang City, boasting a peak cultivation in the manifestation realm unmatched by anyone in the city. Including the other two top-tier family elders, however, a family without external threats would inevitably face internal strife. In the moments leading up to his breakthrough to the Unity realm, Dongfang Xian was ambushed by younger members of his clan, forcing him to resort to secret arts to escape, resulting in his cultivation plummeting to the innate realm. It was only after years of recuperation that he managed to restore his strength to the peak of the innate realm. With this understanding, Yunqing realized the gravity of the situation. So the National Master is actually the ancestor of the Dongfang family. I am truly honored. Yunqing expressed his admiration. Your Highness is being too kind. It is merely the glory of the past now. I am but a pawn in Your Highness's game. One could only say it was a failure to recognize talent. Dongfang Xian waved his hand, demonstrating clear awareness of his current status without a hint of resentment. The moment Yunqing unleashed the dragon's roar from the abyss, he understood that the youth before him was no ordinary individual. Falling into his hands might not be a misfortune after all. Heavenly level sword techniques, a dragon-type star soul, terrifying combat prowess, these were all hallmarks of a genius. There is no need for such formality. National Master, what I require is your unwavering loyalty. As for the rest, it matters not, Yunqing stated. Dongfang Xian verbally assented, yet internally, he remained unshaken. The other's potential and current strength surpassed his own, and the only advantage he could claim was his former prowess in the manifestation realm. An advantage that would soon dissipate. Coincidentally, there is a task I need you to undertake. Yunqing suddenly recalled something. Initially, he had intended to familiarize himself with the Wanjian Fuxing sword technique before venturing forth. But now that he had someone to assist him, he need not exert himself. Your Highness need only issue commands. This old man shall do his utmost to accomplish them, Dongfang Xian replied. Yunqing waved his hand dismissively. It is merely a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, a peculiar expression crossed Dongfang Xian's face. He had not anticipated this youth to be so domineering. Your Highness, regarding the matter of concubine Lin, Dongfang Xian spoke, his expression complex. He had heard of that incident from years past. The actions of the concubine in the palace had not been particularly discreet. After all, Yunqing had already fallen from grace. A concubine without background and lacking favor would garner little attention. As long as she maintained appearances, no one would care, not even the Tianyun emperor himself, who had shown little desire to even glance in her direction. Before he could finish, Yunqing interrupted. Perhaps it was fate. Without that incident, I may never have died, and I might not have arrived in this world. Such coincidences are almost too uncanny. Dongfang Xian assumed Yunqing was merely reminiscing about sorrowful events and felt it inappropriate to interrupt. Your Highness is truly a person of deep feelings and loyalty. I did not misjudge you, he thought to himself, secretly pleased, unaware he had completely misunderstood the situation. After a long pause, as Yunqing's expression returned to normal, Dongfang Xian finally inquired, how does your Highness plan to proceed? The sooner, the better. When can you accomplish the tasks I have assigned? Chapter 20, The White-Clad Figure in the Snowstorm in the Major Cities of Tianyun. A day is ample time, Dongfang Xian pondered briefly before confidently responding, very well, in that case, the day after tomorrow at dawn, during court, we shall enter the palace and slay the demon. Yunqing's tone was laced with murderous intent. Dongfang Xian's expression tightened at this moment. Once Yunqing's murderous aura receded, Dongfang Xian curiously asked, that day, deep within the palace, two innate-level presences clashed, and the emperor even employed the imperial dragon aura. Was that other presence your Highness? Yunqing nodded, revealing no intent to conceal the truth, that Hihua, the eunuch, is truly insufferable. I could not help but teach him a lesson, thus sparring with my father. Dongfang Xian recalled having some impression of Hihua, the emperor's personal eunuch. As for Yunqing's claim of him being bothersome, Dongfang Xian had not experienced it himself. This individual thrived on opportunism, adept at currying favor, and certainly would not dare show any disrespect in front of a figure like Dongfang Xian. In that case, prepare yourself. Once everything is set, meet me at the Huanyan Tavern, and we shall enact this grand performance together. A bloodthirsty glint flashed across Yunqing's face. He was eager to witness the expression of that demon queen when the time came, as well as whether his older brother could maintain his faade. Understood, this old man shall take my leave. On the morning of the day after tomorrow, snow blanketed the capital, frost covering the fields. All court officials gathered for the morning assembly, bustling and lively. This bit of snow would not significantly affect a cultivator of the chi-nurturing realm, let alone the esteemed officials present. The morning assembly was a daily ritual. However, today, the procession included a familiar elder, clad in plain black robes, devoid of any embellishment. The elder had hair and beard as white as snow, yet exuded a vigorous spirit. He paid no mind to any flattery directed at him, and none dared show any dissatisfaction, as he emanated an almost imperceptible pressure. Why does the national master grace us with his presence at the morning assembly today? Such a tumultuous snowstorm today, yet the national master personally attends court, truly compassionate towards the populace. We admire you. A second-rank official, heedless of the disdainful glances from others, unabashedly lavished praise to it. Has been quite some time. How is the national master's health? The national master is a crucial pillar of our Tianyun. Be sure to take care of yourself. Various compliments echoed through the hall. This person was none other than Dongfang Xian. As the national master, he possessed the privilege of not attending court, but at Yunqing's behest, he made an exception for a live performance today. In the Fengtian Hall, hundreds of civil and military officials gathered. With the year's end approaching, many princes stationed outside had returned to the capital, creating a notably lively atmosphere. As the Tianyun emperor arrived, various governors and officials stepped forward to report on significant events occurring within their jurisdictions. Among the officials, 4 princes stood shoulder to shoulder, adorned in dragon robes, exuding a remarkable aura. One among them, clad in armor, bore a slightly dark complexion, emanating a bloodthirsty malevolence. Your Majesty, recently, the Badeo dynasty has engaged in numerous battles with our Tianyun, suffering more defeats than victories. Now, the adversary has dispatched an additional 300,000 troops, placing immense pressure on our western border defenses. I humbly beseech your Majesty to send a martial king to provide support after the new year. This individual is none other than the 4th prince, Yunzhong. He is a valiant and skilled commander, proficient in military strategy, having long been stationed at the western frontier. Only during this time of the year does he have the opportunity to return to the capital. My son has endured considerable hardship in safeguarding the borders over the years. After the new year, I shall consider which martial king is most suitable for dispatch to the western frontier. To surely quell the adversary's fervor, the emperor of Tianyun readily acquiesced. Thank you, father. Thus, one decision after another, concerning the fate of countless beings in Tianyun, was issued. Meanwhile, in the capital, at the illusory Cloud Tavern, Yunqing leapt forth. The time is ripe. the grand spectacle is about to unfold. A figure clad in white hastened towards the imperial palace. Rain weeps, clouds lament, a solitary wisp of smoke drifts amidst the swirling snow. A lone figure and a sword traverse the landscape. The figure in white melts into the snow, appearing ethereal. Outside the palace, the figure stood with hands clasped behind his back, grasping the Longya sword. He summoned spiritual energy to inscribe a striking proclamation above the palace. Tianyun is unfortunate, the demon empress reigns, sowing chaos in the harem, purging dissenters. The ninth prince, Yunqing, unable to bear the destruction of Tianyun at the hands of the demon empress, has resolved today to vanquish her. Regardless of life or death, the sword's tip, emanating purple spiritual energy, danced with a magnificent aura, instantly startling the guards upon the city walls. In unison, the army mobilized, forming an imposing array. The imperial guards, having undergone countless years of royal refinement, now boasted formidable power. Who dares intrude upon the palace? Such audacity shall be deemed a provocation against Tianyun. I implore you to reconsider. The commander of the guards bellowed to the intruder, descending from the skies. Was likely a formidable innate level expert. This was a matter of grave concern for all of Tianyun, hence he refrained from speaking too boldly. Fortunately, with the support of the military formation, he felt emboldened to confront an innate powerhouse. The 10,000 imperial guards were elite troops selected from various regions, each possessing strength at the Star Soul realm, with the captain being a half-step innate level warrior. Do you not see? I have come solely to slay the demon empress. Should you impede me, you shall bear the consequences. Yunqing's voice was as cold as ice. Today, he was resolute in his intent to kill, and thus his demeanor was far from cordial. Only then did the captain notice the 2 lines of purple gold characters in the sky. You are the ninth prince. The imperial guards were taken aback, realizing this unfamiliar yet powerful figure was indeed the ninth prince. Your Highness, does His Majesty know of your arrival? The captain clasped his fists in a gesture of respect. His expression conflicted. This is not your concern. I ask you, will you stand down? Yunqing unsheathed his sword, his expression calm. The captain, however, remained resolute. My prince, I apologize, but duty calls. With that, Yunqing flicked his wrist, unleashing a flash of cold light that cleaved through the air, coalescing into a fierce sword energy spanning 100 meters, akin to a dragon soaring aloft, descending with unstoppable force upon the enemy formation. Everyone, unleash your full strength. With the captain's command, the formation unfolded. Golden radiance enveloped the city walls, sacred and imposing. However, this was of little consequence to Yunqing. The formation's might could at best contend with a typical innate level warrior at the initial stage. Traversing this chasm was no small feat. But against Yunqing, a prodigy capable of overwhelming most spirit realms, it was futile. With a resounding crack, the sword light, sharp as a dragon's breath, cleaved through the residual force, stirring fierce winds that instantly tore the intricate formation asunder, causing it to collapse with a thunderous roar. Chapter 21, Kneel, brother. As the military formation shattered, Yunqing paid no heed to his opponents, his figure flashing as he darted deeper into the palace. The imperial guards could only watch in despair, powerless to intervene. In the shadows, the captain quietly exhaled. The pressure from the adversary was terrifying. Had they not retreated, he would have had no choice but to fight to the bitter end, and in that scenario, he would surely be the one to perish. Meanwhile, the sounds of battle reverberated within the Feng Tian Hall. The ministers were in disarray, martial generals poised for action, intrigued by the identity of the intruder who dared to breach the palace and break through the guards' defenses. Father, I shall go investigate. The fourth prince, clad in armor, volunteered. Beside him, several princes draped in dragon robes bore various expressions, caught in indecision. There's no need. Your ninth brother is arriving, and you cannot stop him, the emperor of Tianyun remarked, his tone complex, betraying no clear emotion. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the hall. Even the faintest sound of a needle dropping could be distinctly heard. Eventually, the eldest prince broke the stillness, a hint of fear tinging his voice. Father, why does the ninth prince? However, his inquiry was abruptly interrupted by the emperor. Why ask when you already know? You should be more aware of this matter than I am, and soon enough. The truth shall be evident, whether it was a mere illusion or not. The fourth prince, Yunzhong, sensed a tinge of schadenfreude in his father's tone. Upon hearing this, the eldest prince was beset by an ominous premonition. Ultimately suppressing his apprehension, outside the Feng Tian Hall, a figure in white dragged his sword through the snow, clad in pristine white. Each step strengthened the aura surrounding him. Today, Yunqing sought to slay the demon empress, and he implored the onlookers to bear witness, hoping for his father's acquiescence. Empowered by spiritual energy, Yunqing's voice resonated as if descending from the heavens, echoing through the expanse. Inside the hall, the expressions of the ministers shifted dramatically upon hearing his words. Your Majesty, the ninth Prince Yunqing has secluded himself in the royal tombs for many years. Who would have thought him so audacious as to show such disrespect towards the Empress, which is a direct affront to your Majesty? I implore you to issue a decree to apprehend the 9th Prince and impose severe punishment to uphold the royal dignity." A middle-aged scholar stepped forward, his voice filled with righteous indignation. He was the younger brother of the current Empress, a royal relative of immense stature. Naturally, he felt compelled to defend his sister from such an affront. Following suit, other ministers chimed in, echoing his sentiments. Indeed, the dignity of the Empress must not be trampled upon, even by a prince. How dare the 9th Prince threaten her life? It is imperative that the Emperor commands the generals to capture him and bring him to justice. At this moment, the eldest prince also spoke up. "Father, the 9th brother has always been unruly. We could overlook his childishness in the past, but now he emerges from the royal tombs, not only impudent before you but also threatening our mother. If he is not punished, it would be utterly unacceptable." The Empress was the eldest prince's mother, thus he could not abide Yunqing's arrogance. Meanwhile, an arrogant voice echoed from outside the hall, "I wonder how my elder brother intends to punish me?" While the ministers were engaged in discussion, Yunqing had already arrived outside the hall. He refrained from employing any spiritual energy to shield himself from the snow, allowing frost to whiten his hair. Merging with the elements, only the purple long sword in his grasp remained conspicuously vibrant. "Esteemed guests, amidst the swirling snow, how beautiful it is! Why not come out for a chat?" Yunqing smiled with nonchalance. Calmly observing the assembly within the hall, Yunqing before the emperor, with the entire court gathered, "You dare act so presumptuously? Do you truly disregard the entirety of Tianyun?" The 5th prince, Yuli, chastised loudly, still harboring resentment from earlier events. He seized the opportunity now that he had allies by his side. Seeing no response from others, Yunqing shook his head slightly, a wry smile adorning his face, with a flick of his hand. The martial arts secret technique of the Tianyun royal family was once again unleashed by Yunqing. The yellow-grade martial skill radiated with heavenly might. His palm, resembling intricately carved purple crystal, seemed to contain the profound depths of the night sky and the delicate beauty of dawn's frost. As if carrying the softly falling snowflakes, it silently penetrated the sullen foam Tian Hall. Its speed was blinding, akin to a shooting star crossing the night sky, leaving the assembled ministers utterly unprepared. Before they could react, the purple jade-like palm was already before them, bringing an indescribable chill. "Yunqing, what are you doing? How dare you act so recklessly before the emperor?" Yuli found himself lifted like a chick by Yunqing, carelessly tossed onto the ground outside the hall. Ouch! With his mid-tier star soul realm cultivation, Yuli was not significantly harmed, merely experiencing a moment of discomfort. Yuli, you have always been the most talkative, after all these years. You have shown no improvement." Yunqing cast a glance at him. He was the one directly responsible for Yunqing's demise. Yunqing felt no profound hatred in his heart, but his previous incarnation undoubtedly did. 3 years ago, you severely injured me. Now I shall cripple your cultivation, allowing you to experience the taste of frost and hardship. Upon finishing, a surge of purple spiritual energy erupted from Yunqing, coursing into his dantian. As the energy surged through his body, it felt like a colossal beast wreaking havoc throughout his dantian and limbs. Pooh! Yuli spat out a mouthful of blood, his cultivation entirely obliterated, leaving him with a physique slightly weaker than that of an ordinary person. At this moment, several ministers close to Yuli cried out in alarm, "Your Majesty, the 9th Prince is brutal. He even dares to strike against his own brother. We implore you to take action and suppress the 9th Prince to prevent further excesses. We beseech you to intervene, or else the 5th Prince may soon find himself in grave danger." The Emperor of Tianyun, seated upon the dragon throne, gazed ahead, then suddenly turned to the side, addressing Dongfang Xian. "National Master, what is your opinion?" Dongfang Xian's right hand subtly trembled, then he replied, "Your Majesty, perhaps it would be prudent to observe a while longer." His tone was measured and unhurried, for the grand performance had only just begun, and there was no reason to hasten its conclusion. "Very well, I shall heed the words of the National Master." Several ministers appeared eager to voice their opinions, yet with both titans having already spoken, there was no need to seek further discomfort. Outside the grand hall, Yunsheng, your innate talent has been restored. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant, however, even if you break through to the innate level. It matters not, for the foundation of the dynasty is beyond your capability to contend with. Even if you become innate, you shall still pay the price for your audacity in incapacitating me." Yunli shouted in a fit of desperation. "In this world where martial prowess reigns supreme, having one's cultivation rendered void signifies a loss of most of one's future, even for a prince. Yunli, 3 years ago, you severely wounded me with your cultivation at the Star Soul realm, leaving me on the brink of freezing to death outside the imperial study. Today, it is time for you to experience such a taste yourself." As Yun Qing finished speaking, a wave of spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping Yun Li's form and gently placing him at the foot of the 100-tiered steps, kneeling in the direction of the Fengtian Hall. The wind howled, and the snow fell heavily. Without any cultivation, Yun Li trembled. The Kinda Yun Qing had been 3 years prior, ignored by all. Truly, the wheel of fortune turns. Yun Qing, release me, please. Yun Li strained to rise. But despite exerting all his strength, he could not stand, as if an invisible force weighed heavily upon his shoulders, rendering him unable to rise. Akin to bearing an immense mountain, Yun Qing paid no heed to his cries. His gaze slowly drifting into the grand hall. It is time for the next one. Chapter 22. The hypocrite Yun Qing and the heavenly cloud emperor locked eyes, as if an invisible force collided between them. Within the grand hall, no one dared to utter a sound. Many turned their desperate gazes toward the heavenly cloud emperor seated at the head, yet the latter remained silent. Yun Qing raised his right hand slightly. As if hesitating, all present held their breath, fearing that misfortune might befall them. Gentlemen, perhaps it is time for a discussion. Yun Qing reiterated his invitation, yet to the ears of the assembly, it sounded chillingly cold. Ninth Prince, I cannot refuse your generous invitation. I shall not stand on ceremony, remarked Dongfang Xian, serving as Yun Qing's primary aide. As he swiftly stepped outside the hall, the heavenly cloud emperor regarded this with surprise. This old fellow certainly had a penchant for spectacle today. As Dongfang Xian stepped forward, the ministers began to murmur amongst themselves, but without the emperor's command, none dared to act. Outside the hall, Yun Qing appeared somewhat impatient. Unleashing another wave of energy to summon a figure, revealing the first prince. Yun Qing, why have you seized me? I have wronged you in no way. The suddenly summoned first prince stammered, his expression flustered. Yun Kuan, within the realms of the heavenly cloud, everyone is aware of your reputed benevolence, yet behind closed doors, you have undoubtedly engaged in numerous unsavory deeds. Yun Qing retorted. At this moment, the heavenly cloud emperor seemed unable to remain seated any longer. Without uttering a word, he rose and made his way outside the hall, prompting the other ministers to follow suit. Before the Fengtian Hall, hundreds of figures stood in formation. Fortunately, the space before the hall was ample enough to accommodate hundreds or even thousands without feeling crowded. In a discreet corner, Dongfang Xian produced a diamond-shaped crystal, its light flashing before vanishing into the void. Yun Qing, do not slander me. My character is clear for all to see. How could I engage in such vile acts? Yun Kuan shouted vehemently, his veins bulging, face flushed as though genuinely outraged by the accusation. The ministers who had just emerged echoed his sentiments. Indeed, Ninth Prince, the first prince, has always been benevolent, treating others with kindness and showing compassion to the populace. Even assisting his fellow princes as best he can. How can you tarnish his reputation? Ninth Prince, we do not understand why you would cast such aspersions upon the first prince. We implore you to cease. They pleaded. Yes, if you relent, perhaps His Majesty may still show you leniency. Do not stray further down this misguided path. Yun Kuan was the legitimate eldest son of the heavenly cloud emperor, and the influence of the empress's family was not to be underestimated. Many courtiers chose to align themselves with the first prince, while the dynasties of the Star Awakening continent do not adhere to the principle of favoring the eldest over the youngest. It nonetheless offers a certain advantage. At least under the current trajectory, the first prince stands the greatest chance of ascending the throne, with only the fourth prince, who leads troops in the field, potentially posing a challenge. Yun Qing disregarded the minister's discussions, continuing to focus on Yun Kuan with a sarcastic tone. Yun Kuan, it seems you are quite the accomplished actor. At least you have successfully deceived so many ministers. The world speaks of your benevolence, claiming that even those who offend you are merely educated with minor punishments, yet little do they know that anyone who crosses you soon meets an untimely demise. You present a facade of virtue, disdainful of brothels and their allure, yet behind the scenes, you command your subordinates to abduct virtuous women. The populace also claims that the first prince is indifferent to fame and fortune, treating wealth as if it were refuse, unaware that your embezzled spirit stones and gold likely surpass that of all the other princes combined. Yun Qing spoke slowly, and with each word Yun Kuan's expression grew increasingly grim. Yun Qing, you slander me. Do you possess any evidence for your accusations? You are defaming me. Yun Kuan blustered, his facade cracking as he felt the pressure mounting. That he believed himself to be infallible, leaving no trace of wrongdoing aside from the embezzlement. However, in the capital, nothing escapes the all-seeing gaze of the heavenly cloud emperor, nor that of the national master. The unwavering gaze of the heavenly cloud emperor indicated that he was already well aware of the situation. If a mere prince could deceive him, he would not be fit to rule. Yun Qing continued to pace, speaking once more. Oh, it seems my elder brother is still unwilling to concede, from 15 years ago until yesterday. You have dispatched assassins to slay 352 innocent civilians, including 89 children and 76 women. You have secretly sent 852 young women to your estate, most of whom have vanished without a trace. And you have embezzled 63,500 low-grade spirit stones, alongside countless gold and silver. As Yun Qing revealed the first statistic, Yun Kuan's face drained of color, though he could not recall the precise figures. He had a vague recollection, and the fact that Yun Qing articulated them so precisely suggested he possessed undeniable evidence. Yun Kuan collapsed weakly to the ground, his eyes devoid of light. The ministers present looked on in horror, some appearing unfazed, as if they had known all along. Yun Qing observed the shifting expressions of everyone, unable to suppress a smile. Brother, did you truly believe you concealed your actions so well? There are many who are aware. Yet you remain blissfully ignorant. Many ministers instinctively recoiled, for they indeed possessed a degree of awareness regarding Yun Kuan's deeds, even if not the full picture. After all, how many individuals in such positions could be naive? To be honest, among all the princes, you are the one I detest the most, Yun Kuan, for you are utterly hypocritical. You are a quintessential hypocrite, wicked yet afraid to show it. You think you play your part flawlessly. Yet in my eyes, you are inferior to Yunli. At least he is openly malicious, a true villain, while you fail to even qualify as a hypocrite. With that, Yun Kuan's eyes glazed over, having already lost the will to resist. Yet Yun Qing did not cease. Although I find you distasteful, your actions do not concern me greatly. However, you must never, under any circumstances, conspire with your mother to poison mine. As these words left his lips, the smile that had previously graced Yun Qing's face was replaced by an aura of murderous intent, causing the temperature in the surroundings to plummet. This statement elicited a violent contraction of everyone's pupils, even causing the previously indifferent Heavenly Cloud Emperor's expression to darken. He was not well acquainted with this matter, or perhaps he had simply chosen to overlook it. Chapter 23, The Extermination of Demons before Feng Tian Hall. Enough. I have spoken at length. It is time to take my leave, Yun Qing said slowly, his tone as frigid as the whispers of death itself. Beside him, Yun Kuan, now faced with the threat of demise, finally regained his senses. He rushed to the side of the Heavenly Cloud Emperor, clinging to his leggy. Father, save me, Yun Cheng wants to kill me, he wants to kill me, I cannot die, I cannot die. Yun Kuan's expression was fraught with panic, his limbs trembling, utterly devoid of his usual grace. The Heavenly Cloud Emperor's face revealed disappointment, prompting him to scold waste. Yet, despite his disappointment, Yun Kuan was nearly the Emperor's chosen heir. Even if he were useless, he could not allow Yun Qing to execute him before the assembled officials. Otherwise, how could he maintain his imperial authority? Old Ninth, if you wish to execute the Empress, so be it. As long as you can provide evidence, I shall acquiesce. However, you cannot kill the first prince, the Heavenly Cloud Emperor asserted, his tone brooking no dissent. Indeed, how could a prince of this realm be subject to your whim? Yun Qing, you must temper your actions. Should His Majesty be angered, the repercussions will be dire. Ignoring the discussions, Yun Qing fixed his gaze upon the Heavenly Cloud Emperor. Were it not for your desire to claim the throne, how could the demon empress have conspired to poison my mother? How could my mother have perished? Did you not partake in this scheme? If you are willing to kill a consort for the sake of the throne, then is it not permissible for me to avenge my mother by eliminating a royal consort? As he uttered his final words, Yun Qing enunciated each syllable with deliberation. Today, Yun Kuan shall surely die. Mark my words, you shall not hinder me. With this declaration, the atmosphere grew thick with rebellion, and the crowd erupted in condemnation. Yun Qing, do you truly believe that I am not your match? The Heavenly Cloud Emperor's expression grew increasingly frigid. Indeed, Yun Qing replied resolutely, without a hint of hesitation. Very well, I shall grant you a moment to prepare. Be it the dynasty's foundation or the dragon's aura, choose as you will. If you can stop me, I shall spare Yun Kuan's life. At this pronouncement, the assembly erupted into chaos. A look of bewilderment spread across the faces of the crowd, as they could not fathom the audacity of Yun Qing to speak to the Heavenly Cloud Emperor in such a manner. In this capital city, even at full strength, those at the late stage or pinnacle of the innate realm would hardly gain any advantage. Yun Kong glared intently at Yun Qing, remaining silent. I believe the imperial harem is in this direction. Yun Qing muttered to himself, seeming somewhat lost after many years. He then vanished from sight, soaring towards the harem. Under the surveillance of his spiritual sense, a figure of a middle-aged beauty materialized. It was none other than the current empress, whose cultivation had waned, rendering her somewhat aged, yet she still exuded an air of grace, a beauty that must have captivated many in her youth, or else she would not have attained her position At this moment, she was resting in her palace, surrounded by vermilion silk curtains and the warmth of a blazing charcoal fire, completely oblivious to the chaos unfolding outside. Suddenly, a sword aura descended, shattering the grand and opulent palace with a thunderous crash. Several palace maids and eunuchs screamed in panic, scattering in all directions in their frantic search for safety. Yun Qing lingered not a moment longer, gathering his spiritual energy into his palm, seizing the middle-aged woman firmly before departing with purposeful strides. Before the Hall of Heavenly Mandate, the atmosphere grew heavy. An already furious Yun Kong remained silent, and none dared to move except for Dongfang Xian, who appeared unfazed, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. With a resounding crash, a figure fell to the ground, rolling to Yun Kuan's side. It was the Empress, faced with the murderer of her mother. How could Yun Qing show any mercy? He harbored no thoughts of cherishing her. For even the woman before him could hardly be considered a gem, merely a stone of slightly superior quality. "Mother, are you all right?" Yun Kong exclaimed, rushing to inquire as he saw his mother discarded like refuse. The Empress, clearly still in shock, gazed at the bewildered courtiers. Once Yun Kuan explained the current situation, she was left speechless, her mind racing. The once defeated genius had now broken through, becoming the third innate powerhouse in the open realm of Tianyun. "Demon Empress, back then, you poisoned my mother to eliminate potential threats. Surely you can't deny it." Though denial would be futile, the Empress remained silent, for in the presence of an innate powerhouse, any attempt at evasion held no weight. At this moment, she could only cast a pleading glance towards Yun Kong, hoping he would act out of their past marital bond and save her. Their feelings had long since faded. Otherwise, Yun Kong would not have uttered that it was permissible to kill the Empress but not the first prince. Yet, after all, they had once been husband and wife, and thus shared a bond that couldn't be entirely erased. Do not look at him. He cannot protect you. Yun Qing's voice was frigid. Today, amidst the gathered courtiers, I shall execute you in tribute to my mother's spirit in the heavens. The dragon-toothed sword shimmered ominously, its blade exuding a fierce light. The Empress gasped in terror, crying out, "Your Majesty, save me! We are still husband and wife. You cannot just stand by and watch me die." With a slow, deliberate motion, Yun Qing raised his arm, allowing her to fully absorb the fear of impending death. At the same time, he locked his soul power onto Yun Kong, ready to act should the latter make any move. To his astonishment, Yun Kong remained entirely unresponsive, ignoring the Empress's cries for help. With a soft murmur, Yun Qing unsheathed his sword, the sound echoing like an ancient dragon's roar. As if an archaic totem was awakening in the void, the sword light flickered and transformed into countless fine, piercing sword auras cascading towards the Empress like a torrential downpour, each strand imbued with formidable sharpness. Yun Kong's arm trembled slightly, as if he might act, yet he ultimately remained still, a flicker of reluctance crossing his features. He was not entirely devoid of compassion. After all, even a ruler is not immune to human emotion. The sounds of sword energy piercing flesh were excruciatingly jarring. The Empress gazed at Yun Kong in despair, yet found herself unable to utter a word. In that moment, her body was riddled with wounds, resembling a bloodied figure. Sword energy rampaged within her, akin to being flayed alive. Yun Kuan cradled his mother in anguish, his eyes filled with fury as he glared at Yun Qing, yearning to exact vengeance. Unfazed, Yun Qing coldly remarked, "Do not be hasty, you shall be next." Such a gruesome scene unsettled many, their gazes turning towards the Heavenly Cloud Emperor, baffled as to why he did not intervene, especially since it was his own Empress. Even if Yun Qing was an innate powerhouse, could he truly contend against Yun Kong, fortified by the aura of the dragon? Perhaps the Emperor wished to atone for years of neglect towards Yun Qing, allowing the latter to vent his frustrations. Many believed Yun Qing to still be the Emperor's favored son, just as Yun Shang was about to strike at Yun Kuan. A commanding voice rang out, "Halt, Yun Qing, enough." The Heavenly Cloud Emperor's aura surged, his cultivation erupting fully, the pressure of the innate realm manifesting in its entirety. "I have stated, Yun Kuan, you cannot kill." As he stepped forward, the very heavens seemed to shift, the entire palace enveloped in a palpable pressure. Witnessing the Emperor finally take action, the assembled crowd sighed in relief. The ninth prince had been far too reckless. The Emperor's indulgence had only emboldened him, yet his obstinacy would surely lead to dire consequences. As a sovereign, the Emperor could not afford to be limitless in his leniency. The ninth prince had slain the Empress, and regardless of circumstance, it was a matter that must be resolved by the Emperor himself. How could one take matters into their own hands and commit murder? Initially, it would have sufficed to retreat. But with the Emperor's fury unleashed, even if Yun Qing survived, he would surely suffer greatly. The courtiers murmured amongst themselves, while Yun Kuan and his uncle glared at Yun Chang with eyes full of venomous madness. As if anticipating the moment of his demise, yet, the thought of the Emperor's affection for Yunqing dimmed their anticipation. By the power of the royal dragon aura, I summon it to my being. In the 4 domains and 6 extremes, the imperial dragon enters my body. In the unfolding battle, Yunqing initiated his offensive. Having witnessed Yunqing's terrifying prowess, he dared not underestimate his own son. Immediately, he called upon the royal dragon aura to enhance his strength. Before him, standing defiantly, Yunqing remained unflinching, watching Yunqing's every move. Suddenly, sensing something, Yunqing narrowed his eyes slightly. Interesting, so you had held back before? Very well, let me see to what extent you can rise. From the heavens, an uncountable amount of dragon aura converged from all directions, its strength exponentially surpassing that of their previous encounter in the imperial study. Previously, Yunqing had only accessed the dragon aura within the palace. While the palace boasted the purest spiritual energy, it paled in comparison to the entirety of the Tianyun dynasty. A sufficiently large quantity could indeed catalyze a qualitative change. Yunqing's aura surged rapidly, propelling him to the late stage of the innate realm, and within 10 breaths, he had reached the pinnacle of the innate stage, his momentum continuing to rise until he reached the very zenith of innate mastery. Ha, Yunqing is utterly finished this time. Father is truly enraged, wielding the full power of the dynasty's dragon aura. No ordinary innate being could possibly rival him. Master, what level has His Majesty reached now? Several individuals cautiously approached Dongfang Xian, who stood nearby. With their own cultivation, they could only sense the rapid intensification of Yunqing's aura, but could not ascertain the specifics of his realm. Only Dongfang Xian, an innate powerhouse observing from the sidelines, grasped the truth. Under the influence of the dragon aura, His Majesty has attained the peak of the innate realm, and his combat power is virtually unmatched among innate beings. Dongfang Xian spoke candidly, yet he withheld the fact that his opponent had transcended the innate realm entirely, a figure who could eliminate those in the spirit mansion realm with ease. Upon hearing this, the others felt a surge of confidence, convinced that Yunqing stood no chance. Now, facing his own son, Yunqing regarded Yunqing with a serious expression, feeling an unfamiliar detachment. Is there truly no room for negotiation? I know your strength is formidable, but with the full backing of the dragon aura, I am not without my own capabilities. Enough with the idle chatter. Today, Yunqing must die. Come, let me witness your true power. The words exchanged between the two left the audience in shock. It seemed they had once clashed before, and Yunqing had not emerged victorious. Yet how could that be, even if Yunqing possessed extraordinary talent and had broken through to the innate realm? How could he possibly match Yunqing, bolstered by the dragon aura? However, there was no time for contemplation as the battle raged on. Seeing the heavenly cloud emperor prepared for combat, Yunqing no longer hesitated. The sword aura circled the dragon tooth sword. Standing poised in the air, he was enveloped in a storm of wind and snow, the sword aura shielding him. The falling snowflakes shattered into countless tiny ice crystals. Drifting slowly through the air, Your Majesty, as a sign of respect and ingratitude for your years of care, I shall allow you to make the first move this time. Otherwise, I fear that if I strike first, you may not have a chance to retaliate. A thought flickered in everyone's mind. This individual is excessively arrogant. Only Yunqing and Dongfang Xian found this behavior justified, for they had witnessed Yunqing's terrifying strength. Yunqing slowly nodded in agreement. The crowd assumed he was simply overwhelmed by anger, eager to unleash punishment. Without contemplating further, as the aura of Yunqing surged, a ferocious energy erupted forth within his dantian. The ethereal image of the devouring cloud beast surged above his energy sea, its spiritual power roiling. Behind him, a colossal, creamy white celestial wolf gradually materialized, its demeanor proud, as if possessing intellect. The body continued to solidify, drawing closer to full corporeality. Is this the unparalleled martial skill of Tianyun, the celestial wolf devouring the sun? It is rumored to be a supreme great martial art, reserved solely for the monarchs of each generation. With His Majesty's first strike being this ultimate technique, it seems he harbors a lethal intent. The ninth prince is in grave peril this time, yet, danger is merely the consequence of one's own actions. This entire situation is of his own making. Who could blame him for his arrogance, dismissing even His Majesty as inconsequential? Unlike the optimism of others, Yunqing wears a grave expression amidst the battle. Cautiously manipulating the cloud wolf, acutely aware that even unleashing such a hidden technique does not guarantee victory over Yunqing, the celestial wolf roars with fury, exuding an unmatched might as it lunges towards Yunqing in the sky. Its sharp claws glinting, a terrifying spectacle. Yunqing fixes his gaze upon the colossal wolf's phantom and effortlessly unleashes a blade of sword energy, slicing through the swirling snowflakes, mundane yet restrained in power. Compared to the giant wolf's apparition, this sword energy seems diminutive and ordinary. Even Yunkong is taken aback. Yunqing does not even summon the mysterious dragon star soul this time, merely dispatching a casual sword strike. Could it be that he is underestimating his opponent? However, in the next moment, as two beams of light intersect, the giant wolf lets out a pained howl before dissipating entirely. How is this possible? Yunkong gasps in disbelief. This strike could be considered his pinnacle attack. He had contemplated the possibility that he might not be Yunqing's match, yet he cannot accept such a result, after preparing for so long and executing this attack under the enhancement of the royal dragon Qi. It was effortlessly neutralized by Yunqing with a mere casual sword strike. The disparity in their strengths is astounding. More incredulous are the courtiers, who are left dumbstruck, fearing they are witnessing an illusion. The once seemingly invincible Yunkong has been so casually defeated, and under full effort, they find themselves with no excuse. Now, it is my turn. With a single strike, the Cloud Wolf is shattered, and Yunqing raises his long sword once more. The Myriad Swords of Existence, Chapter 25, On the Road. Imperial Brother, he declares. Surrounded by swirling sword energy, Yunqing appears as a transcendent sword deity. Behind him, purple sword shadows rapidly coalesce, transforming from one into two. Then 2 into 100, and then 1,000, a myriad of sword shadows forming, their brilliance blinding. They obscure the heavens and eclipse the sun, reminiscent of the apocalypse. All present are astounded by this scene. The sword momentum contained within this strike surpasses what any innate realm could achieve, even eclipsing the vast majority of spiritual abodes. What a terrifying martial skill! This technique must surely be at least a terrestrial-grade martial art. Amidst the fray, Yunqing senses the sheer terror of this move, which far exceeds his celestial wolf devouring the sun by several tiers. The onlookers can only perceive its strength without comprehending its true magnitude. With only Dongfang Xian possessing a rough understanding, as he once stood at the pinnacle of the divine realm, though his strength has waned, his vision remains keen. This technique surpasses all the terrestrial-grade martial arts he previously mastered. Possibly ranking among heavenly-grade martial arts. He had recognized its potency when Yunqing dispatched the assassins from the Dongfang family. This move indeed holds promise. Among the lesser heavenly-grade techniques, it stands as one of the finest sword arts. Not inferior to the most profound treasures of the sex vaults. How curious that such a remote place harbors martial skills of this caliber. This young man is rather intriguing. In a dilapidated tavern, the old white-haired man observes this distant spectacle from a window unnoticed by the crowd. Feeling the soaring sword momentum, he cannot help but gaze a moment longer. To the north of the imperial city, a figure clad in white and with blue hair strides forth, emanating the oppressive aura of the spiritual abode. Standing as a heavenly force among mortals, she gazes intently toward the imperial city, murmuring to herself, "This swordsmanship talent is indeed formidable, capable of contending with many prodigious sword cultivators from vast domains." However, at this level, it is insufficient. Before the Hall of Divine Decree, sword shadows converge before Yunqing. Resembling a massive purple dragon surging forward, accompanied by a dragon's roar, the sword shadows flicker. In an instant, they reach Yunkong, who exerts all his energy to block, yet his protective aura crumbles under the sword's fierce brilliance. Like fragile paper. In that moment, Yunkong feels the icy breath of death, cold and foreboding. Boom! The torrent of sword shadows pierces through Yunkong's body, slightly veering towards the rear of the Hall of Divine Decree. A thunderous crash resounds as centuries-old structures collapse, including the Imperial Study, a place where Yunqing had long sought responses in vain. How intriguing! Just as the torrent of sword energy is about to reach Yunkong, a terrifying aura erupts from deep within the palace, subtle yet ferocious, filled with menace. In Yunqing's perception, it rivals even Su Tianhun. To think such a fearsome entity lurks within the palace, it seems he must tread carefully in future endeavors. Under Yunqing's deliberate control, Yunkong loses his combat ability, collapsing to the ground, gasping heavily, his imperial robes torn and marked with sword scars. All present witness this scene in disbelief. How could this be? He is trained for less than 20 years. And having broken through to the innate realm is already an astonishing feat. How could he possibly defeat the emperor, who stands at the peak of the innate realm? Moreover, this was a single strike that ended the battle. Could it be he is not even of the spiritual abode? In the history of Tianyun's thousands of years, there has never been a figure of the spiritual abode. Why does it feel as though the ninth prince shines even brighter now than during his peak? The battle concluded. Yunkong gazes at his son, who stands tall and resplendent in white, his emotions complex. Though he had anticipated this outcome, the process was entirely unexpected. Yunqing does not glance at the incapacitated Yunkong. but strides directly towards the utterly defeated first prince. No one can save you now. Are you ready, elder brother? Yunqing's steps are slow, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the brother of different mothers before him. His eyes devoid of any emotion. In a royal family, there is no room for compassion. Having witnessed the darkness of countless worlds in his past life, he feels no remorse in dealing with this brother, to whom he harbors no sentiments. Yunqing, no, ninth brother, spare my life. I am your elder brother. We share blood. It was not I who killed Consort Lin. I never intended to harm her. It was all that wretched woman's idea. She orchestrated everything. Otherwise, your mother would not have died. This has nothing to do with me. Spare me, I beg you. Elder brother is kneeling before you. Spare my life. The first prince kneels, his forehead striking the stone floor with forceful thuds, desperately pleading while shifting all blame onto his deceased mother. He pays no heed to the scornful glances thrown his way. In the face of death, dignity becomes trivial. The other princes feel shame. They never imagined their once seemingly perfect elder brother to be so cowardly. A fear of death is not disgraceful, but to treat the one who aided him in seizing the throne so callously is truly contemptible. Especially the fourth prince. Were it not for Yunqing's presence, he would have charged forth to slay the first prince. From the moment you chose to act against me, you should have anticipated this outcome. It is time to depart, imperial brother. The empress awaits you on the road to the Yellow Springs. With company, you shall not be alone. Having spoken, Yunqing casually unleashes a surge of energy, rendering the first prince limp, his body collapsing like a puddle of mud, his eyes still filled with the fear of death. Yunqing claps his hands, brushing away non-existent dust, then surveys the crowd. Those who meet his gaze cannot help but shiver involuntarily. I remember that the empress had a brother, or perhaps an elder brother, did she not? Suddenly Yunqing speaks slowly, causing a middle-aged man to tremble, his face paling, yet he refrains from any disgraceful actions. It is I. He steps forth from the crowd, looking at the young man before him with eyes filled with regret, yet more so with unwillingness, unwilling to let go of the position he has painstakingly attained. Only to face death now. It is you. Although you have wronged me not, this is a blood feud. I understand the principle of eliminating roots of trouble, therefore, I must bid you farewell. Yunqing's tone is chillingly indifferent. Wait, Chapter 26, Nationwide Broadcast. As Yunqing prepares to strike, the man suddenly calls to halt. Yunqing casts an inquiring glance his way. I do not wish to meet a fate of a corpse without complete remains. I implore the ninth prince to grant me the opportunity to end it myself. Yunqing ponders briefly, then slowly nods. Thus, under the watchful eyes of all, a towering figure of the court meets his demise beneath Yunqing's sword. Blood spills, mingling with the falling snow, a sight both desolate and striking, yet those present feel only a chill in their hearts. A youth, armed solely with a sword, compels an entire dynasty to retreat. The empress and princes fall in succession, and high-ranking officials take their own lives without daring to utter a word. Yunqing feels an extraordinary lightness enveloping his soul, a sense of indescribable transcendence permeating his being. He understands this as the release of the previous life's grievances and obsessions. Finally liberated, this fixation, though seemingly inconsequential now, could one day resurface as a backstab if left unresolved. Now, it can be deemed as having eliminated a potential threat. The frozen pond reflects the pristine snow, the celestial maiden of Gusha with skin as white as snow. The icy currents contract, rivers freeze, and mist swirls. In this white world, the youth approaches with his sword. Now returning with the weight of his blade, the winds and snow of today echo the day 3 years past, yet this time, the circumstances are entirely different. Now, he possesses the courage and strength to face the winds and snow of this world. Upon witnessing the silhouette of Yunqing turning away, the Emperor of Tianyun summoned the Minister of Rites, speaking in a hushed tone, swiftly contain the news, not a whisper of today's events must escape. Draft an edict at once. The Empress has presided over the 6 palaces, but due to her arduous service she has succumbed to illness and, tragically, has passed away. The Crown Prince, Yunli, devastated by the death of his birth mother, has succumbed to madness and, on the same day, has also departed this world. After all, the bond of marriage lasts 100 days, for every single day as husband and wife. This empress was the very one he wed during his time as crown prince. She endured many trials alongside him, and now that she is gone, he must ensure she leaves behind a good reputation. This is the least he can do for her in her final moments. In the distance, Yunqing seemed to have heard something, abruptly halting his steps. He then turned to face the crowd, offering a slight smile. Instantly, everyone tensed, their gazes evasive. Even Yun Kong appeared to shy away, seemingly anxious that Yunqing might harbor discontent over his previous command. Ignoring the crowd, Yunqing focused on Dongfang Xan, who had long been overlooked in the corner. National Master, how goes the broadcast? Shall we proceed together? Responding swiftly to the summons, Dongfang Xan approached Yunqing, respectfully handing him a translucent diamond-shaped crystal. Your Highness, I have fulfilled my mission. Yunqing glanced at the crystal, noting that it still bore traces of the earlier scenes. Then, he turned to his companions. Your Majesty, I have synchronized the earlier footage into the reflecting crystal. The majority of the citizens of Tianyun should have already witnessed the events that transpired, thus, there is no need for you to labor to embellish the truth. The populace ought to be made aware of the facts as they are. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present varied. Unbeknownst to them, the entirety of the earlier events had already been broadcast across Tianyun, revealing the Empress as a nefarious figure responsible for the slaughter of palace concubines. The Crown Princess' cowardly demeanor, and the Emperor's defeat by a single sword strike. No room for embellishment remained. From the very beginning, Yunqing was aware that ordinary people were not entitled to the truth of this world. What they knew was merely what the upper echelons wished to disclose, thus only by allowing them to witness it firsthand could they escape the brainwashing of subsequent news floods. Perhaps Yunqing did not care for the truth, but his predecessor did, as did Lin Fei. This dynasty was the only place that held memories of them. If even the people here were left in ignorance regarding her death, Yunqing believed it would be a death unfulfilled. This scene was entirely unexpected for everyone. They could hardly fathom that the national master, one who stood second only to the emperor, had aligned himself with Yunqing. Yet, considering the depths of his power, they found themselves somewhat at ease. Yun Kong looked toward Dongfang Xan, his brow furrowed in confusion. He was not well acquainted with the national master, having only heard of him during the reign of the former emperor hundreds of years prior. Yun Kong perceived him as mysterious, perhaps possessing strength far beyond what was apparent. Your Majesty, I have repaid the former emperor's grace. I intended to linger in this realm of Tianyun, yet I did not expect to encounter someone of your caliber. Should I have offended you in any way, I hope you will forgive me. Two figures exited the palace side by side, the wind and snow bidding them farewell. Meanwhile, across Tianyun, waves of public opinion erupted. Countless taverns, teahouses, storytelling venues, and pleasure quarters buzzed with news of the day. A minority of those who had not witnessed the events firsthand learned of the happenings through others' accounts. The once ninth prince had regained his extraordinary talent and had even stepped into the realm of innate abilities. Moreover, even the emperor could not withstand a single sword strike. The ninth prince might already be at the pinnacle of innate power. How terrifying! With such talent, breaking through to the spirit mansion realm will be no challenge. And he would be the first of such in Tianyun's history. At that time, unifying the three kingdoms will be but a matter of course, not necessarily. The ninth prince's relationship with the royal family is hardly amicable. He will likely not remain within the royal court for long and may soon depart from this small place of Tianyun to seek greater opportunities in broader realms amidst the crowd. Some astute individuals sensed Yunqing's future plans. However, they were taken aback to discover that Lin Fei's illness was the result of the Empress's poison. What a ruthless heart! Shu, how dare you speak such words? Be careful lest you lose your head. What do we have to fear while chatting among brothers? Do you think you'll report me? The royal waters run deep. What won't they do for that position? Poisoning is but a trivial matter compared to the unspeakable filth we are unaware of. I can imagine the filth, but I never expected the crown prince to be such a fool. It truly defies description. As the townsfolk engaged in heated discussions within the national master's residence, two figures sat across from one another, one old and one young. Yunqing and Dongfang Xan, I heard that you enjoy the ancient tea of the northern mountains. We happen to have some in stock. Please, your highness, have a taste. The two savored the tea and engaged in light conversation that was thoughtful. Yunqing was pleasantly surprised. This was one of his few sources of joy. What are your plans moving forward? Dongfang Xan inquired curiously. Once I handle a few more matters, I intend to depart. There is little reason for me to linger here any longer. Yunqing glanced toward the direction of the palace, then recalled a delicate figure in white. Chapter 27, a 10-year promise. Dongfang Xan refrained from pressing further, and they exchanged insights on their cultivation. Dai in his peak state as a prominent figure of the divine manifestation realm. Dongfang Xan's understanding of cultivation far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Their conversation yielded much for Yunqing. Suddenly, while conversing, Yunqing paused. Achievements completed, 3-year grudge achievement points, 500 achievements completed, Tianyun live broadcast achievement points, 700 achievements completed, one sword breaks the enemy. Achievement points, 50. The discount shop is now open, with special items in the Ancestral Dragon Tower available at limited time discounts, with items updated irregularly. Current discounted items, 9 Nether Profound Ice Seed. A low-grade extraordinary ice from the 9 Nether Profound Ice, capable of freezing souls when cultivated to maturity, priced at 30,000 achievement points at a 90 discount point. 3 days later, a figure in white appeared outside the National Master's residence. A striking silhouette with flowing blue hair, though her face was partially veiled, her remarkable aura was unmistakable. In a reception hall, the two sat facing each other. I have nearly concluded my affairs here and will soon take my leave. After much contemplation, I felt it was essential to bid you farewell. Luo Shuaihan's tone was as calm as an ancient well, yet the coldness of her voice imparted a peculiar sensation. Where do you plan to go? Uncertain, most likely to the center of the Qingtsang domain, the two remained silent, merely gazing at one another. Yunqing had heard of the Qingtsang domain, one of the 5 domains of the Star Awakening continent. The center of a domain was essentially the heart of the continent, a place where heroes converged and prodigies vied for supremacy. That's so. That sounds quite promising. Just be cautious. Ultimately, it was Yunqing who broke the silence. And what of your answer? At this, Luo Shuaihan's cheeks flushed with rare color, adding a unique charm to her demeanor. Seeing this, Yunqing was momentarily taken aback, recalling their first parting when Luo Shuaihan had said she would give him time to consider and to make a decision upon her departure. However, Yunqing had never relinquished his intentions. With the Ancestral Dragon Pearl in hand, what did it matter if she were an empress, since that event had transpired? He had no reason to abandon hope, though it was she who had taken the initiative that day. Yunqing looked at her, his expression resolute yet laced with a hint of mischief, upon hearing his words. Luo Shuaihan's blush deepened. In her past life as an empress, she had never experienced matters of love, and the memories of this life added to her confusion when faced with Yunqing. Luo Shuaihan attempted to articulate a response, but Yunqing waved his hand, casting a barrier around the room. Upon witnessing this, her expression shifted. With their respective powers, they could detect anyone approaching. What warranted such caution? Reincarnation of an empress, is that correct? Yunqing's words struck like a thunderbolt, leaving Luo Shuaihan momentarily speechless, her mouth agape in surprise. The matter of reincarnation was one she had never disclosed to anyone, and she had taken great care to conceal all traces of it. If there was one flaw, it was the 3-legged ice phoenix star soul within her. However, just from that, it was unfathomable that anyone could deduce such an absurd conclusion about her being the reincarnation of an empress. She could never have anticipated that Yunqing possessed the Ancestral Dragon Pearl, a tool that could expose her secret. Seeing Luo Shuaihan's reaction, Yunqing was entirely convinced of his suspicions. He then lifted a nearby teacup and took a sip, casually pouring her a bit more tea. Let us enjoy some tea. The tea from the northern region is quite distinctive. You have lived there for a long time, so you must be accustomed to it. However, once you venture far, you may find it hard to taste again. Luo Shuaihan did not respond, her mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts, unable to find peace, were it not for the fact that the person before her was Yunqing and her own strength being insufficient. She might have silenced him. With a complex expression, Luo Shuaihan fixed her gaze on Yunqing, finally asking, "How did you know?" At this juncture, denial held no significance. How I came to know is of little importance. Everyone harbors their own secrets. The matters of the Ancestral Dragon Pearl and her reincarnation were not ones he would easily divulge, not even to Luo Shuaihan, unless the day came when he stood at the pinnacle of this world. Unafraid of any threats, given the value of the Ancestral Dragon Pearl, even an emperor would be tempted. He discovers the secrets of others through his own prowess. He cannot simply divulge his own secrets just because he has uncovered hers. Indeed, perhaps we are kindred spirits. Luo Shuaihan's expression finally softened a bit, while Yunqing's face blossomed into a smile. What are you laughing at? Oh, nothing. I merely did not expect that the lady would be the reincarnation of an empress. It seems I have stumbled upon a fortunate opportunity. However, I am curious to know which empress you were in your past life. Perhaps I could glean some of your legendary tales from ancient texts. What do you think? Seeing that Luo Shuaihan had no intention of speaking, Yunqing ceased his inquiries. I am aware that in your previous life you were an empress, yet you ultimately met with a tragic demise. The adversaries you faced must have been formidable, at least on the level of the heavenly saint or even the great emperor. However, I am not concerned. Grant me some time, and I shall overcome these challenges. Trust me. Although Yunqing's tone was calm, it exuded an unwavering confidence, radiating a sense of ambition as grand as reaching for the stars. Luo Shuaihan gazed at the man before her, whose connection with her was unique, and she felt a moment of disorientation. For the first time, she found herself intrigued by a man. He was a stark contrast to the figure etched in her memories, ever since Yunqing revealed his secret. She felt as though he existed in a shroud of mystery, unknown and enigmatic. Compared to him, her own circumstances seemed trivial. Very well, I shall indulge you. You appear to harbor more secrets than I do. I am curious to see how far you can grow, and whether you can reach a point where you can shelter me from the storms of life. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Luo Shuaihan's eyes, filling her with hope for the future. How about this? Let us set a deadline. How does 10 years sound? Within that time I shall undoubtedly reach the heart of the Qingsan domain when that moment arrives. You must reveal everything to me. At that point, whether it be a heavenly saint or a great emperor, you are not permitted to leave my side. As Yunqing's somewhat domineering words reached her ears, Luo Shuihan nodded slightly. No one had ever spoken to her in such a tone before, yet she was curious about the source of his confidence in reaching the center of a domain within a decade. Even with his talents, he would at least need to enter the Nirvana realm or the Heavenly Saint realm to accomplish what he claimed. However, even with her past life's experience, she had no assurance of breaking through to those realms in 10 years. While she pondered this, Yunqing spoke solemnly, "Since we are to part ways, allow me to gift you something." Chapter 28, The Nine Nether Profound Ice Seed. Oh, what gift? Luo Shuihan inquired with curiosity, though she did not harbor high expectations. In her previous life, she had encountered countless rare treasures. Even the blood crystals of sacred beasts and divine beasts were among her collections. Although Yunqing was somewhat mysterious, his cultivation level suggested he could not possess anything extraordinary. However, given that he had mastered heavenly-grade sword techniques, he might have some fortuitous encounters, perhaps yielding one or two heavenly-grade treasures that could aid her current situation. Yunqing opened his right hand slightly, revealing a deep blue ice crystal resembling a lotus flower poised to bloom, emanating an overwhelming chill. This frigid aura seemed capable of freezing their gazes, although it was merely in its juvenile form. Its power was already formidable. It was indeed the Nine Nether Profound Ice Seed. Upon witnessing the shape of the ice seed and the terrifying energy it radiated, Luo Shuihan was instantly on her feet. Her reaction even more intense than when Yunqing had revealed her reincarnation. Is this truly the Nine Nether Profound Ice Seed? Her tone was laced with incredulity, her eyes wide with disbelief. In her previous life, she had been a great emperor of the ice path, and her star soul was a divine beast-level ice phoenix. Naturally, she held a deep regard for ice-related treasures, and she was well versed in various records of exotic ice found in ancient texts. The divine great ice, Nine Nether Profound Ice, was particularly noteworthy. It is worth mentioning that even at her peak, she had only possessed a sacred grade exotic ice. She had expended considerable resources in an attempt to cultivate it into divine grade. Yet the chasm of their life levels proved insurmountable, and she had failed before her demise. At times, she even pondered that had she possessed a divine grade ice back then, perhaps her fate would have been different. Truly befitting of an empress. You are well informed, Yunqing remarked with a hint of playfulness. Indeed, this is the Nine Nether Profound Ice Seed, a treasure I obtained through fortuitous circumstances. As for its origins, you need not inquire, for I shall not disclose that to you. This object could very well serve as our token of affection. Upon hearing this, a ripple of emotion surged within Luo Shuihan. However, instead of immediately accepting it, she posed a question. Are you certain you wish to gift me such a precious divine-grade treasure? Its value could provide you with enough resources to cultivate to the Heavenly Saint realm. Even if you were to keep it for yourself, it would be a tremendous asset. Your star soul should not purely belong to the fire attribute. It should not clash with this ice seed. Let us forego the exchange of resources. It would not be surprising if someone capable of obtaining this ice seed were to eliminate me afterward. As for refining it myself, my star soul is not of the ice attribute, so it would not unleash its maximum potential in my hands. Furthermore, if I am to be the man of an empress, I must present something of worth. Yunqing's tone was light, showing no reluctance towards this divine treasure. Interestingly, the achievement points that allowed him to acquire this ice seed were fundamentally due to Luo Shuihan. In a way, one could say it was a case of wool being drawn from the sheep's back. Seeing that Yunqing was serious, Luo Shuihan excitedly accepted the Nine Nether Profound Ice Seed. She could hardly believe that a treasure she had sought in vain in her previous life now lay before her. With her past life's memories intact, she lacked no martial techniques. What she truly needed were resources for cultivation, and treasures like this exotic ice. The ice seed Yunqing presented was something she could not refuse. Once refined, her strength would surely ascend to new heights. Thank you very much. However, I cannot accept your treasure without offering something in return. After taking the ice seed, Luo Shuihan retrieved 3 jade slips from her storage ring, placing them on the table before Yunqing. You should peruse the contents of these slips and promptly destroy them afterward. They should not be circulated. Of course, given the quality of these slips, they cannot hold up for long, but the information contained within should prove beneficial to you. Yunqing was somewhat surprised. It seemed the empress possessed a hint of pride. The contents were likely martial techniques or the like, and given her discerning eye, they would undoubtedly be exceptional. Very well, thank you, my lady. Yunqing accepted without hesitation. Although Luo Shuihan felt a bit awkward at his address, she chose not to correct him. If it pleased him, that was sufficient. This form of address seemed rather intriguing. After exchanging gifts, the atmosphere between the two grew somewhat solemn. After a long pause, it was Yunqing who broke the silence. "Shall we depart? When do you plan to set off?" "Today. The sooner I leave this place, the faster I can recover my cultivation. Also, if you truly manage to reach the center of the continent in 10 years, I shall present you with another surprise," Luo Shuihan said with a charming smile. "Then please prepare the gift, my lady." Neither seemed to know what else to say. Yunqing, despite being somewhat inexperienced in romance, found Luo Shuihan's awkwardness even more pronounced. It was challenging for them to avoid such lulls in conversation. "Perhaps we should find a place to spar," Yunqing suggested. In this region, it was difficult for him to find a suitable opponent. And Luo Shuihan might prove to be an excellent target. He had a strong instinct that Luo Shuihan, in the early stages of the Spirit Mansion realm, would not be much weaker than the Su Tianhun of his past. "Very well, let us go." The previously silent Luo Shuihan's eyes sparkled at this suggestion, her expression animated. She too felt that finding a worthy opponent was a challenge, though Yunqing had yet to enter the Spirit Mansion realm. His combat prowess might not lag far behind her own. Those who could tread the path of the emperors were all figures who had emerged from the blood-soaked battlegrounds. One could hardly expect them to shy away from conflict. The two quickly reached a consensus and set off. They sought an isolated clearing, far removed from the territories of the three kingdoms. "Let us begin, but do not hold back, my lady," Yunqing exclaimed, excitement evident as he drew his dragon tooth sword. "Of course, but do not lose too quickly, otherwise I might question your abilities," Luo Shuihan replied playfully. With sword energy soaring and scythe shadows illuminating the air, both revealed their weapons. To Yunqing's surprise, Luo Shuihan wielded a pitch-black scythe, its handle extending 2 meters, with the blade's tip resembling a waning moon. They moved in unison, refraining from employing techniques, purely engaging in a contest of raw strength and combat skill. After hundreds of exchanges, neither could claim victory. With the warm-up completed, the real battle commenced. Yunqing was momentarily taken aback as he sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Luo Shuihan, who had unexpectedly reached the mid-stage of the Spirit Mansion realm. Chapter 29, The Sparring Match. I see now why you were so confident. You have already entered the mid-stage of the Spirit Mansion realm. Feeling the terrifying energy radiating from Luo Shuihan, Yunqing was somewhat astonished. Indeed, her rebirth had conferred upon her a tremendous advantage, allowing her to break through a minor realm in just a few days. Luo Shuihan's speed of cultivation was unparalleled in the world. Unmatched by any prodigy, even those who had received the utmost guidance from a great emperor as a personal disciple. The teachings of others could never compare to personal experience. Your combat prowess is commendable as well. Very few can achieve your level at your age, Luo Shuihan remarked with the tone of a seasoned master. While there was nothing inherently wrong with her statement, Yunqing couldn't shake the feeling that it was somewhat peculiar. After exchanging pleasantries, they once again clashed in battle. Sword energy scattered, and the scythes gleam dazzled. The aftermath of their combat shook the earth, ancient trees splintering under the force of their strikes. As the wood shavings and dust swirl through the air, the wind sweeps away the remnants of clouds. The space trembles. One figure stands as the reincarnation of an emperor at the pinnacle of the star, while the other is a peerless warrior blessed by the Ancestral Dragon's extraordinary transformation. Their battle unfolds in a stalemate. Although Luo Shuihan's comprehension of power surpasses Yunqing's by several degrees, the latter, as a legendary soldier, possesses combat experience that is not to be underestimated. He is a person who has emerged from a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Furthermore, having once been immortal, every ounce of power he wields is hard-earned. Thus, with each strike, Yunqing strives to maximize his strength's effectiveness, with the tearing sky dragon claw and 10,000 swords floating life. The sound of the dragon's roar reverberates through the mountains and forests, exuding an unparalleled might. The sharpness of the dragon's claws compels even the Empress Luo Shuihan to choose to retreat momentarily. The power of this innate skill seems somewhat excessive. It is beyond what an ordinary divine beast could achieve. Luo Shuihan, with her profound insight, immediately discerns the extraordinary nature of Yunqing's star soul. At the very least, she understands that her mutated three-legged ice phoenix cannot compare to the quality of his star soul. Her own star soul ranks among the elite of countless divine beasts, rivaling even the 4-symbol spirits and 5-clawed golden dragons. It is indeed intriguing. However, I shall eventually grasp the truth, with all her might. Luo Shuihan swings the Reaper's scythe, sending Yunqing staggering back. In response, he swiftly conjures countless sword energies, launching an unrelenting assault on Luo Shuihan. Devoid of any intention to show mercy, Yunqing knows he cannot afford to hold back. Even if he gives his all, he may not be a match for her. Challenging a mid-stage reincarnated emperor in the spirit realm while still considering the possibility of restraint would be sheer folly. 10,000 Swords Floating Life. Yun Qing fully channels the power of the Dragon Tooth Sword, believing that this sword technique might surpass even his innate martial skills, although Luo Shuihan, as an empress, wields countless high-level martial arts, her cultivation limits her from utilizing many of them, thus not granting her a significant advantage. After a prolonged exchange, suddenly an ice phoenix apparition materializes behind Luo Shuihan. Its 3 sharp legs and flapping wings unleash an overwhelming chill. With the Star Soul's enhancement, a powerful aura rapidly surges from Luo Shuihan, shattering the balance of their confrontation. The tide of battle shifts overwhelmingly in her favor, leaving Yun Chang with little more than the ability to defend himself. 9 phoenixes of profound ice. At Luo Shuihan's command, 9 illusory ice phoenixes soar forth, unleashing a wave of freezing power. The terrifying cold causes Yun Qing's spiritual energy to stagnate. Ultimately, he is forced to concede defeat. The disparity in strength between a half-step spirit realm and a mid-stage spirit realm is undeniably vast, especially when both are exceptional talents. Yun Chang is confident that if he were to enter the spirit realm, even at its early stages, he would not succumb to defeat. As they both withdraw, approaching one another, it seems that for now, I still have the upper hand, though your talent is indeed formidable. A rare smile graces Luo Shuihan's face. Evidently pleased, defeating an ordinary individual is trivial, but besting a peer of equal caliber is truly gratifying. Next time we meet, I shall surely triumph over you. Yun Qing refrains from mentioning the gap in cultivation. A loss is a loss, and one's realm is indeed a part of strength. Moreover, losing to a woman of his own making is hardly a source of shame. Hearing Yun Qing's response, Luo Shuihan's expression reveals admiration. She understands that her victory largely stems from her cultivation advantage, yet if Yun Chang were to use this as an excuse, it would diminish her regard for him. However, as it stands, he has not disappointed her. You possess such a mindset. It is rather unexpected, Yun Qing remarks with a hint of resignation, glancing at the woman before him. My Empress, your tone bears a semblance of treating me as your disciple. Is that so? I shall take note next time, she replies. Their conversation concluded, they exchange brief farewells. With her imminent departure already planned, she states, since I am here, I might as well make my way to the eastern main city. Luo Shuihan speaks with a calm demeanor, seemingly devoid of sorrow at their impending separation, though a glimmer of reluctance lingers in her eyes, perhaps unbeknownst to her. Very well, await my return, Yun Qing responds without further ado. Withholding any words of entreaty, the entanglements surrounding her are matters beyond his current capabilities to resolve, and thus, he cannot impede her path. Here are 3 jade slips for you. Ponder them well. I hope that when we meet again, you will have fulfilled your grand aspirations. As petals dance in the evening breeze and gentle rain veils the sky, time seems to suspend. A yellow oriole chirps several times, beneath the setting sun. The 2 part ways, the waning sun bidding them farewell. Just as Luo Shuihan turns to leave, she suddenly pivots, embracing Yun Qing gently before vanishing into a streak of azure light across the horizon. Left alone, Yun Qing murmurs softly, Master, it seems quite fitting, yet his cultivation remains a conspicuous shortcoming. He must find a way to break through to the spirit realm, lest he suffer the indignity of being overshadowed in their next encounter. After watching Luo Shuihan disappear, Yun Qing turns back toward the national teacher's residence. In the secret chamber, he retrieves the 3 jade slips gifted by Luo Shuihan, his heart racing with excitement. He wonders what treasures lie within. Chapter 30, The Sword Emperor's Legacy. Within the secret chamber, Yun Qing first conveys to Dongfang Xian that he shall enter seclusion for cultivation and requests not to be disturbed. He then sets up a barrier in the chamber to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. With that, he begins to focus intently on the jade slips. He opens the first slip, sitting cross-legged to absorb the torrent of information contained within. It reveals a wealth of clandestine knowledge about the various factions on the continent, including, but not limited to, the residences of the top powers in the 5 regions, their main cultivation techniques, renowned martial arts, hidden strengths, and distribution of influence, as well as secret tales. Although this slip does not provide any direct assistance in combat power, it grants Yun Qing a clear understanding of the continent's dynamics. Some shocking tidbits could prove invaluable at critical moments. The slip's worth is incalculable, available only to someone like Luo Shuihan, who once stood atop the continent. With deliberate focus, Yun Qing discovers a brief mention of the Su family from Qingzhou. The Su family is one of the top powers in Qingzhou, with their strongest member publicly recognized as a peak return to one stage expert. Alongside 4 others of the same level, however, rumors speak of a reclusive ancestor in the Nirvana realm, whose fate remains unknown. Though the Su family is a top power in Qingzhou, Luo Shuihan does not regard them highly, and even their brief mention is considered generous. Luo Shuihan is unaware of the friction between Yun Chang and Su Tianhan and thus does not extend any special consideration, while the information may be sparse. It is nonetheless significant for Yunqing, providing him with a general understanding of the family's standing, which will be useful in future encounters. The era before Luo Shuohan's reincarnation is not too far removed from the present. For lower-tier powers, it may seem an eternity. However, for the forces that have endured for hundreds of thousands of years, it is but a fleeting moment. Thus, the information recorded by Luo Shuohan remains highly valuable. Indeed, this first jade slip has delivered such a tremendous surprise. It is truly unexpected. Meanwhile, in a certain relic on the continent, a figure clad in white strides leisurely through this perilous domain as if taking a stroll in a garden. The quality of this imitation is still lacking. I've only fought a few battles, and it is already on the verge of breaking down. I must hasten to retrieve my frostblade, or else I shall be constrained in battle. I believe it should be around here. The woman with flowing blue hair continues deeper into the relic. After digesting the information in her mind, Yunqing opens the second jade slip. Inside, it details a unique eye technique called the Breaking Illusion Spirit Eye. Although its description appears somewhat singular in function, its capabilities are remarkable. It can pierce through the world's illusions, rendering both illusion formations and enchanting techniques powerless under the gaze of these spirit eyes. It is worth noting that this world is inhabited by many experts specializing in the soul, and various illusion formations can kill stealthily. Without appropriate countermeasures, one could easily perish without understanding how. While the jade slip does not denote a rank, its rarity is evident, albeit the cultivation requirements are exceedingly stringent, necessitating many rare spiritual treasures, some of which Yunqing has never heard of. Examining the straightforward yet powerful effects detailed within, Yunqing feels immensely satisfied. This breaking illusion spirit eye compensates for my shortcomings in this regard. Otherwise, encountering a master of illusion formations would indeed pose significant trouble. The third jade slip is made from an exceptionally unique material, emanating a sharp aura, clearly surpassing the quality of the previous two. The moment Yunqing makes contact, he senses a terrifying sword intent mingled with an unprecedented torrent of information. Low-grade sacred-level soul forging technique, sword soul formula. Mid-grade sacred-level movement technique, sword shadow dragon. High-grade divine-level martial technique, reversing heaven's tilt. Additionally, it contains fundamental knowledge regarding the path of the sword, including insights into the sword's realms, such as sword momentum, sword intent, sword domain, and sword realm. It also addresses various questions regarding the stages of swordsmanship. Just a preliminary glance leaves Yunqing with a fresh perspective on the path of the sword. Upon reaching the end, he discovers a note left by Luo Shuohan explaining the contents within. The value of the contents inscribed within this jade slip ranks among the top 3 treasures I acquired in my previous life. This slip is a legacy from the ancient Sword Emperor, the original of which I destroyed just before my demise. Although I have meticulously replicated its contents, they lack the profound essence of the sword path contained in the original. Had I preserved that essence, it might have aided you in your journey along the sword path in ways unimaginable. I do not practice the sword path myself, and thus I have never trained in the martial techniques it contains. However, the immense difficulty of these techniques is evident, particularly the final sword technique, which touches upon taboos. Take heed, do not rush, for there lies the peril of backlash. Remember this, as I perused its contents. A warmth enveloped Yunqing's heart. It appears that the Empress is not as heartless as she seems. The value of merely the first 2 slips surpasses that of the 9 nether mysterious ice seed in my eyes. The worth of this final slip is immeasurable, being a legacy from an ancient sword emperor. Even in its incomplete form, and as a mere reproduction, it can draw countless cultivators like moths to a flame. Among its contents is a martial technique known as the Sword Shadow Dragon Dance, classified as mid-tier saint level. If I were to exchange it for achievement points, it would require nearly 100,000 points. This technique is distinct from ordinary martial arts. The Sword Shadow Dragon Dance is divided into 6 tiers. The initial 2 tiers impose relatively low requirements on cultivation, allowing me to practice them presently. The Sword Shadow Dragon step transforms the corporeal form into an intangible sword shadow, exhibiting rapid and unpredictable movement. Moreover, in its sword shadow form, it grants immunity to certain attacks. Achieving mastery of the first tier allows one to manifest a phantom of a heavenly dragon, enhancing speed. If Yunqing can master this first tier, his swiftness would surpass that of others in the Spirit Mansion realm. While mere speed may not rival the blood-burning dragon escape, it bears no side effects and can serve as a reliable combat strategy. Yunqing's spirit flickered as he revisited the introduction of the sword soul technique. This is a method for honing one's soul, a practice previously unknown to Yunqing. In such a remote place as Tianyun, No such techniques exist, not even at the yellow level. The soul is the most mysterious aspect of the human body, and refining it is exceedingly challenging. Thus, creating techniques for soul tempering is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even yellow level techniques are incredibly precious. This holy level technique possesses a terrifying value. The sword soul technique treats the human soul as an unparalleled treasure, repeatedly refining it with one's own sword intent as the hammer. The sea of consciousness as the anvil, and spiritual energy as the guide, tirelessly polishing the soul to render it exceptionally resilient, a feat only achievable by extraordinary sword cultivators. Observing the wonders of this technique, Yunqing couldn't help but speculate that such a prodigy as this sword emperor would undoubtedly have been renowned in ancient times. Little did he expect that while he initially sought to assist Xue Han, it would ultimately be she who provided him with greater aid. Yet, the soft rice is rather appealing, he mused, feeling a mix of joy and resignation in his heart. Nevertheless, the 9 nether mysterious ice seed may pale in comparison to the significance of these 3 jade slips for Yunqing. Luo Xuehan, the situation may differ. With her memories of her past life, she lacks for martial techniques, making tangible resources like the exotic ice far more valuable to her. Perhaps this exchange could be viewed as a form of resource barter. Lastly, Yunqing turned his attention to the divine-level sword technique he had encountered. Upon reading its description, he gasped in astonishment. What an extraordinary technique! Heaven-S Tilt. Is this truly the Empress's extensive legacy? Chapter 31. Heaven-S Tilt is a singular sword technique. Unlike the sword Shadow Dragon Dance, which is intricately tiered, this technique possesses an unparalleled lethality. However, this alone does not suffice to classify it as a divine-level technique. Its most terrifying aspect lies in the fact that it contains a complete method for comprehending the principles of law. Heaven-S Tilt allows for a brief reversal of time and space within the battlefield, the extent of which depends on one's understanding of the laws of time and the strength of the opponent. A mere sentence in its description ignites within Yunqing an infinite yearning for mastery. He wonders which ancient sword emperor crafted this technique, presumably one whose fate was intertwined with the laws of time. He must investigate further when the opportunity arises. Realizing the terrifying nature of this technique, Yunqing fell into contemplation. I and the Star Awakening continent. To ascend to the heavenly saint realm, one must grasp a complete law's power. For low-level cultivators, the power of law represents a dimensional suppression. Even a mere hint of understanding can provide significant advantages against those in the saint realm. However, this high barrier to comprehending the power of law requires not only cultivation but also profound insight. Many cultivators only begin to explore the laws after reaching the pinnacle of the nirvana realm, yet the success rate is dismally low, evidencing the daunting difficulty. After all, who among those who reach nirvana's peak is not a true genius? Yet this step has caused countless prodigies to falter. While Yunqing possesses confidence in himself, he acknowledges that his current realm is somewhat lacking. He shakes his head, recognizing that he cannot afford to rush this process. The power of law, even in its most rudimentary form, requires one to be at the nirvana realm to comprehend. Only the most exceptional talents of the continent can touch upon the power of law at the unity realm. And throughout the history of the Star Awakening continent, few such prodigies have ever emerged beneath the threshold. Were it not for his reliance on soft rice, he would likely still be oblivious to the very concept of law. With a wry smile, Yunqing recalled the records within the first jade slip, which explicitly stated that even among laws, there exist distinctions of rank, the comprehension difficulty of ordinary laws, such as the laws of the 5 elements. Force and speed is relatively lower. First-tier laws, such as devouring, the yellow springs, and stellar laws, present a much higher challenge, accessible only to top-tier geniuses. Beyond that lie even more powerful supreme laws, including but not limited to time, space, causality, and fate. The comprehension of these laws is exceedingly arduous, often requiring an entire era for only a few to grasp. Those who master such laws, once they ascend to sainthood, are guaranteed to outshine their peers, boasting combat prowess that surpasses their level, even enabling them to fight above their grade. Indeed, above the saint realm, the power of law is a crucial support for battling beyond one's level, its importance rivaling that of star soul ranks. Only martial techniques imbued with the power of law can truly be deemed saint level. The sword Shadow Dragon Dance, for instance, encompasses multiple laws, including speed and phasing. Yet its initial tiers do not necessitate comprehension of the laws, albeit at the cost of relative power. In contrast, Heaven-S Tilt encapsulates solely the time law, a top-tier law, which explains its classification as a divine-level technique. It is rare for a divine-level martial technique to contain only one law. Many divine-level techniques pursue greater power by amalgamating multiple laws. Typically, only emperors who have attained their realms can create such techniques. As grasping multiple laws is not overly challenging for them, the transition from the time law to the time path, how flattering. The difficulty of this technique is such that I wonder when I might ever utilize it. After thoroughly reading the description, Yunqing could not help but draw a deep breath. Even with his understanding, he felt an overwhelming pressure. Driven by curiosity, he devoted himself to comprehending this technique, and 3 days swiftly passed. However, apart from the sword technique, he made no notable progress. In the Star Awakening continent, there is a saying, time reigns supreme, space holds dominion, creation is unparalleled, and reincarnation is infinite. This emphasizes the esteemed status of the time law among the many laws. Such a formidable power cannot be mastered in just a few days. Yunqing, of course, was not so presumptuous. His goal was merely to be able to execute this technique flawlessly. Yet, after diligently practicing for several days, he found himself at an impasse. It is too challenging. This is a power beyond my current capabilities. I would need to attain the manifestation realm at the very least to even attempt to grasp it. Otherwise, forcing comprehension may indeed lead to the backlash that Xuehan warned about. Shaking his head, he decided to set this technique aside for now, choosing instead to focus on the Sword Shadow Dragon Dance. The Sword Shadow Dragon Dance consists of 6 tiers, and his goal is to master the first 2, which do not require the backing of laws. In the secret chamber, Yunqing quietly contemplated. Deep within his dantian, a wisp of purple spiritual energy meandered gracefully, resembling the most mysterious star in the night sky, quietly emanating profound and tranquil power. At the center of his dantian, spiritual energy surged violently, filling the entire space with a myriad of sword chi. This sword intent was sharp yet not piercing, exuding a gentle warmth while concealing infinite sharpness, unhurried yet naturally pervasive. It spread until every corner of the chamber was suffused with this fierce yet dignified sword chi. 3 more days passed, and Yunqing found himself able to execute this body technique smoothly. Though he still lacked some proficiency, within the secret chamber, his form gradually became ethereal before coalescing into a sword shadow. Darting about the chamber as if teleporting, leaving onlookers in a wet. The moment the sword shadow flickered, a dragon shadow seemed to coalesce. This dragon shadow was entirely snow-white, exuding an air of majesty. Yet compared to the ancestral dragon star soul, it lacked a hint of ancient aura. This was the hallmark of mastering the first tier. Truly, as a saint-level martial technique, even the initial 2 tiers boast power rivaling that of many heavenly-level techniques. Though the difficulty is nothing to scoff at, since childhood Yunqing's capacity for understanding has been exceptionally prodigious, what outsiders remain unaware of is that, regardless of whether it pertains to the Huang level or the Xian level martial arts techniques, Yunqing can almost comprehend them after merely one glance, expending hardly any time at all. This is the first occasion he has dedicated such a significant amount of time to grasp a martial skill. Should Luoxuohan become aware of this, she would likely be left utterly astounded. In her previous life, having ascended to the imperial throne, her comprehension ability could only be described as terrifying. Yet, even so, achieving such a level would require tenfold the time for her. Of course, this comparison is made within the same realm. In this lifetime, with an understanding of martial arts at the level of an emperor, the time required would undoubtedly be considerably reduced, having nearly digested the knowledge. What remains cannot be mastered in a brief period. Although the second layer of the Sword Shadow Dragon has not yet reached perfection, it is progressing naturally. In due time, it will be nearly complete. Rendering further seclusion unnecessary, Yunqing stretched leisurely, loosening his muscles and bones, and stepped out of the secret chamber. Today, he found himself with some free time, and there was indeed a matter that required his attention. In the small courtyard, after savoring the delectable dishes from the National Masteress residence, Yunqing sat alone, enjoying tea. The sun shone just right, the water lay serene and round, and the breeze was gentle and uplifting. 2 exceptionally beautiful maidens poured tea beside him, their garments elegantly simple, their waists as slender as jade, charming yet unpretentious. The maidens from the National Masteress residence were undoubtedly well aware of the events that transpired a few days prior in front of the Feng Tian Hall. They were acutely conscious of the extraordinary individual they were currently serving. A single sword defeating an emperor, effortlessly slaying empresses and princes without a soul daring to utter a word. What incredible strength that was! Fortunately, the 2 maidens had seen enough of the world in the National Masteress residence to remain composed and not overly anxious. Their words were filled with respect, without a hint of overstepping. Before long, Dongfang Xan arrived and took a seat opposite him. The maidens appropriately filled Dongfang Xan's teacup. "Your Highness, did you summon me for something urgent?" Dongfang Xan inquired after taking a sip of tea. Yunqing remained silent, gesturing for the 2 maidens to fill their cups before they withdrew. He then slowly began to speak. "Have you heard of the swallowing source profounding body?" Upon hearing this, Dongfang Xian's eyes widened in shock and he asked, "Your Highness knows where such a physique can be found?" Observing Dongfang Xian's eager demeanor, Yunqing nodded slowly. This was indeed splendid news. Such a physique, even without the necessity of merging with the source, would serve as an excellent partner for dual cultivation. If Your Highness were to find such a woman, it would undoubtedly be immensely beneficial for the future. In the past, the renowned ancestor of the divine spirits was well acquainted with this continent's infamous special physique. Dongfang Xian was exceedingly pleased. Being under Yunqing's command meant that the stronger Yunqing became, the greater the advantages for him. After witnessing Yunqing's prodigious talents, he had no desire to sever ties. He wondered where this fortunate woman might be found. Yunqing refrained from commenting, for whether possessing such a physique constituted good fortune was indeed debatable. A woman with such a physique, lacking protection from a background, might even be deemed unfortunate. The princess of the Crimson Fire Kingdom, the one my father has arranged for me to marry. Upon hearing Yunqing's response, Dongfang Xian was utterly astonished and, after a long moment, finally regained his composure. I see, no wonder His Majesty summoned you back from the imperial tomb, insisting that you undertake this marriage alliance. It was evident that Dongfang Xian had grasped the underlying reasons. Indeed, His Majesty is a formidable figure. I had thought it was merely a simple marriage to ease relations between our two kingdoms. Not realizing it was so much more than that, Yunqing remained indifferent, noting that it was perfectly normal. After all, he was no longer the ancestor of the divine spirits, even if he were exceptionally powerful. He was merely a congenital being, and it was not overly difficult to keep things from him. Dongfang Xian awkwardly smiled at this. What plans do you have, Your Highness? Yunqing pondered briefly, since the Crimson Fireside was already aware of Yanlin Yu's special physique. It was inevitable that her fate would not be particularly favorable. I believe she would be quite eager to join us. Dongfang Xian fully concurred. The royal family is ruthless. Fathers and sons of brothers and sisters can turn against each other, let alone a princess. Let us go. I too wish to see what sort of exquisite beauty this princess, who almost became my fiancée, possesses. In truth, he was more intrigued by the miraculous nature of the swallowing profounding body. Yunqing drained his teacup and then stood. Let us depart. Dongfang Xian followed closely behind. The two figures shot up into the sky, racing toward the direction of the Crimson Fire Dynasty. Both had reached the pinnacle of the congenital realm. Their speed daunting. Throughout the journey, Yunqing curiously tested the power of the sword Shadow Dragon, unexpectedly leaving Dongfang Xian far behind in an instant, forcing him to pause and wait. Your Highness's martial technique is indeed terrifying. This speed surpasses that of many Spirit Palace realm practitioners I have encountered, Dongfang Xian remarked, now unable to discern who truly was the ancestor of the divine spirits. The next day, in the capital of the Crimson Fire Dynasty, the bustling streets rivaled those of Tianyun's capital. Playful children and street vendors filled the scene, with patrolling guards and pedestrians moving about. However, the temperature here felt noticeably higher than in Tianyun. A sensation that, while not affecting the two of them, was still quite apparent. Two streaks of light dashed across the sky, heading straight for the Crimson Fire Palace. The palace guards attempted to intervene but quickly realized they were far too late. In the presence of true powerhouses, the so-called palace guards were mere decorations. Had Yunqing previously stormed the Tianyun Palace without intent, the outcome would have been no different. Who goes there? Stop! The guards at the palace shouted urgently. Yet they dared not make a move. Of flying in the air was undoubtedly a sign of congenital beings, and with two of them present, should a conflict arise, their formation would likely prove futile unless given the opportunity. Enough, you two. Go inform the palace at once. We cannot stop them and must avoid incurring His Majesty's wrath, commanded the guard captain. Once the two figures had vanished into the distance, the guards were dispatched to deliver the report. At the very least, they needed to maintain some semblance of face. Meanwhile, inside the grand hall, the atmosphere was sparse. It was not the time for court, and only a few ministers were present, discussing state affairs with the Crimson Fire Sovereign. As the two streaks of light landed outside the hall, the two eunuchs stationed at the entrance were taken aback. Just as they intended to approach for inquiries, they were halted by the Crimson Fire Sovereign. A distinguished guest has arrived. You may withdraw. The two eunuchs quickly retreated, gesturing respectfully. Throughout their approach, the two made no effort to conceal their presence, allowing the Crimson Fire Sovereign to sense their arrival even before they descended. The presence of two unfamiliar congenital powerhouses left him somewhat uneasy, unsure of their intent. Upon recognizing the young man's features, his body quivered. This face had recently garnered significant attention across the three kingdoms, and the deeds attributed to him were nothing short of chilling. As the two figures approached, the Crimson Fire Sovereign hurriedly stepped forward, not daring to show any signs of complacency, fearful of provoking their displeasure. His own strength paled in comparison to that of the Tianyun sovereign. If this youth could defeat him with a single sword, he would hardly need a second strike against himself. Of the 9th Prince of Tianyun and the National Master, gracing us with your presence is indeed a failure on my part to give a proper welcome. The Crimson Fire Sovereign exclaimed, his demeanor exceedingly warm, devoid of the authority befitting a monarch. The ministers behind him looked on in bewilderment. Their sovereign was known for his domineering nature. They had no time to ponder further and promptly followed suit. Upon seeing the newcomers, they felt relief wash over them. No wonder. Yunqing regarded the Crimson Fire Sovereign before him, his brow furrowing slightly as he sensed a familiar aura. This aura was one he had encountered deep within the Tianyun Palace during his previous incursion. Yet he displayed no outward signs of discomfort. Your Majesty is indeed courteous. I am but a junior, Yunqing remarked, responding to the Crimson Fire Sovereign's warm reception with polite words, though his demeanor remained remarkably casual. The Crimson Fire Sovereign showed no sign of displeasure, rather he became even more enthusiastic. I in the journey of cultivation, what is there to distinguish between seniors and juniors? It is merely a matter of cultivation level. You are stronger, and thus, your actions are entirely justified. The Crimson Fire Sovereign spoke quite plainly, with no hint of embarrassment. Behind him, the 3 ministers quickly offered smiles, fully aware of the identity of this esteemed guest, and dared not show any signs of laxity. After all, this individual could dismantle their own palace at will, so arriving at the Crimson Fire Palace, he was all the more unrestrained amidst their warm reception. They took their seats. The Crimson Fire Sovereign appeared anxious, uncertain of the purpose behind this visit, and prepared to broach the subject indirectly. Yet, Yunqing cut straight to the point. I have heard that your Majesty intends to arrange a marriage alliance with Tianyun. My father has expressed his desire for me to wed your esteemed princess. It is a command that cannot be disobeyed, and a paternal order that cannot be altered, which is why I have come to personally observe your nation's 3rd princess. Upon hearing this, the faces of those present twitched, and the ministers behind him nearly burst out laughing. A command that cannot be disobeyed. Your family has already slain the emperor and his children. And when you were pummeling your father into submission, did you not think to mention that a paternal order cannot be changed? Even Dongfang Xian appeared somewhat taken aback, clearly not in agreement with Yunqing's words. Yunqing shot a glance at the ministers who had lost their composure, causing them to feel as though they were being scrutinized by a formidable beast, their hair standing on end as they quickly covered their mouths. The Crimson Fire Sovereign instantly grasped Yunqing's intent. So this fellow was after the swallowing source profounding body, and the marriage alliance merely served as a convenient pretext. Yet, from where had he obtained such intelligence? Nevertheless, considering the formidable strength of the young man before him, acquiring information from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion would likely not pose much of a challenge. The Crimson Fire Sovereign gestured for the ministers to withdraw. Then spoke, Your Highness, it is not that I wish to deny you the opportunity to meet my daughter. Rather, it is that Linyu has been unwell in recent days and has been confined to her chambers. She merely believes that Yun Qingkong possesses great strength, yet ultimately she remains but a child of fabricating excuses to postpone the meeting in hopes of a potential reconciliation. My previous plans are now rendered futile. The foremost priority is to safeguard the Tongyuan Xianing body. If it were to fall into the hands of the adversary, reclaiming it would become an impossibility. Upon hearing the words of the Red Fire Sovereign, Yunqing cast a half-smiling glance at him. Suddenly he slammed his teacup onto the table, producing a dull thud. Do you presume I am negotiating with you? What gives you the misguided impression that I am easily deceived? The complexion of the Red Fire Sovereign changed abruptly, and as he was about to speak, he was struck by an overwhelming aura of terror. Such formidable presence, merely the pressure alone renders me incapable of resistance. No wonder that day, even with the entire dynasty's fortune behind him, the Cloud Emperor was no match for this youth. The Red Fire Sovereign felt as if he bore the weight of mountains. Every movement became excruciatingly difficult. As he gazed towards Yunqing, he was astonished to discover that the source of this pressure was not Yunqing himself, but rather the seemingly harmless elder standing behind him. This revelation shattered his worldview. While he had anticipated Yunqing's prowess, he had not foreseen that the once subordinate figure, Dongfang Xian, could also overpower him. For millennia, the Tianyun and Qihua dynasties have shared borders. And the Red Fire Sovereign was certainly familiar with this secondary figure from Tianyun. However, he had always presented himself as possessing only initial innate cultivation, never expecting such profound concealment. Such strength likely means that even with the backing of the dynasty's fortune, he would not stand a chance. Noticing that the Red Fire Sovereign was on the verge of collapse, Yunqing signaled Dongfang Xian to withdraw the pressure, the Red Fire Sovereign now gasping for breath. Was covered in beads of sweat. National Master, I never anticipated you to be so deeply concealed. Your Majesty flatters me. I merely follow the ninth prince for sustenance, there is nothing remarkable about it. The Red Fire Sovereign fell silent, astonished that such a powerful figure would willingly serve Yun Qing. How formidable must this ninth prince of Tianyun truly be? Enough, Your Majesty, you have one opportunity to reorganize your words. I hope you contemplate carefully before speaking, Yun Qing remarked impatiently, observing the Red Fire Sovereign's anxious demeanor. The latter shuddered at the words, his expression momentarily wavering before he resolutely stated, given the resurgence of the marriage contract. It is only natural for your highness to make such a request. I shall summon my daughter immediately. Hearing this, Yun Qing finally smiled with satisfaction. Now that is more like it, if only it had been this way from the start. We could have avoided all this misunderstanding, which truly harms our cordiality. Although the Red Fire Sovereign was bubbling with internal grievances, he still wore a smiling facade as he replied, Indeed, your highness speaks with wisdom. In truth, thus far no formal decree of marriage had been issued between the two nations. It was merely an idea. After all, no suitable candidates for the alliance had been firmly established, hence, the marriage contract lacked a certain legitimacy. However, the need for such legitimacy only arises when the powers of both parties are roughly equal. In situations of such stark disparity, an excuse suffices. Summon my edict. Let the third princess come to the palace at once to meet me. Without fail, otherwise, let your heads roll. Outside, two young eunuchs swiftly departed upon hearing the Red Fire Sovereign's grave command. Within the palace, to ease the tension from earlier, the Red Fire Sovereign proposed a stroll through the imperial garden. Initially, Yun Qing intended to decline, but suddenly recalling the peculiar aura he had sensed earlier, he agreed with pleasure. Your Majesty truly knows how to indulge. This imperial garden must have cost quite a fortune in bridal gifts. Yun Qing remarked as they walked along the cobblestone path. His words carried no trace of mockery. It was merely an observation. Pavilions and water pavilions, rare ancient trees, and exotic flowers flourished in abundance. Though not particularly precious, the sheer quantity was certainly beyond the means of common aristocracy. Even the Tianyun Imperial Garden did not boast such extravagance. Your Highness jests. We cultivators, upon attaining our cultivation, naturally seek enjoyment. Though I am a sovereign, I remain but a common man. The Red Fire Sovereign chuckled. Yun Qing nodded slowly, having no objections to this, as he too relished indulgence. As they strolled, Yun Qing concentrated, attempting to trace the source of that strange aura, but ultimately found nothing. Were it not for having sensed a similar presence in the Feng Tian Hall, he might have dismissed it as a mere illusion. After about half an hour, a eunuch approached with a report. Your Majesty, the third princess has arrived. Chapter 34, the Tongyuan Xianin Body Chihua Dynasty, Tianhua Hall. This is the usual place for the Chihua Dynasty's ministers to attend morning court, serving a similar purpose as the Feng Tian Hall of Tianyun. However, unlike the Feng Tian Hall, the primary color of the Tianhua Hall is red. The beams of the Great Hall are crafted from top-grade fire attribute materials, and the flooring is laid with fire cloud stone, which is also a precious yellow-grade material. Consequently, the entire hall is imbued with a rich energy of flames, which also enhances the cultivation of fire attribute star souls. Inside, as the three conversed, a woman clad in a flowing red gown approached with graceful steps. She was tall, slightly surpassing Luo Shuihan, and her exaggerated curves were accentuated by her long dress. Her wine-red hair cascaded over her shoulders, exuding a unique charm, while her exquisite features resembled a finely crafted work of art. Her fiery red lips stirred an involuntary excitement within, her bosom undulated alluringly, and her long straight legs were strikingly captivating. Each step she took was mesmerizing. Having met with father, I extend my greetings to the esteemed guests. Yan Linyu addressed them with poise. On the way, the two young eunuchs had briefed her thoroughly, advising her to avoid offending the two, lest they bear the consequences. Previously, the incident of Yun Qing single-handedly confronting the Feng Tian Hall had spread like wildfire throughout Tianyun, even reaching the ears of the neighboring Chihua dynasty. As the one destined for marriage to Tianyun, the Chihua third princess was particularly attentive to news from Tianyun, thus she had witnessed that remarkable scene. To be honest, she felt a mixture of admiration and envy for that figure in white, bearing the Tongyuan Xianin body. Her fate mirrored that of the young man, albeit with a more tragic twist. The desire to be cast aside was but a luxury, as she remained a mere tool for exploitation. Urg, be at ease. This is His Highness, the ninth Prince of Tianyun, and this is the esteemed National Master of Tianyun. The Red Fire Sovereign introduced. I have long admired the feats of His Highness the ninth Prince. It is a fortuitous encounter to meet you today, Yan Linyu said with sincerity, her words devoid of pretense. The Red Fire Sovereign felt a twinge of suspicion, questioning whether she was subtly mocking him. He cast a meaningful glance at the young woman before him, filled with unspoken depth, while she remained oblivious. Her attention wholly captured by the figure in white, lost in her thoughts. "The princess is overly gracious," Yun Qing replied with a serene smile. Observing this, the Red Fire Sovereign continued, Originally, your father and the Lord of Tianyun were discussing a marriage alliance. Tianyun intended for His Highness to take you as his wife. However, it seems His Highness has already attained the status of an innate sovereign, thus it appears you may not be quite worthy of him." As he spoke, he cautiously gauged Yun Cheng's reaction. The latter glanced at him and nonchalantly stated, "Your Majesty makes a valid point. If that is the case, let us forego the marriage altogether." The Red Fire Sovereign's expression brightened at these words. Perhaps there was still hope. Meanwhile, Yin Linyu's eyes dimmed slightly at the same time, contemplating, surely he hasn't come all this way merely to annul the marriage. If that were the case, a mere envoy would suffice. Why must he personally make the journey? Yet, she found the princess to be quite appealing. If the alliance was deemed unsuitable, having her by his side as a maid would not be a bad choice. The Red Fire Sovereign's face instantly fell, his countenance turning grim. Yun Qing feigned ignorance, inquiring, "What troubles you, your Majesty? Do you have any objections?" His tone was gentle, yet carried an undeniable authority. "Your Highness jest. It is merely that my daughter is accustomed to a pampered life. I fear she may be clumsy and inadvertently offend your Highness." The Red Fire Sovereign could only manage a bitter smile. "It is of no concern. The princess appears quite intelligent and capable. I believe she can manage quite well. I am a firm believer in democracy. If the princess is unwilling, I would never force her," he concluded. With that, all eyes turned toward Yen Linyu, under the scrutiny of their gazes. She felt a touch of anxiety, but after a brief contemplation she replied, "Honored by your Highness's regard, I am willing to serve as a maid by your side, fetching tea and water." Upon hearing this, the Red Fire Sovereign completely resigned, given that even the concerned party had expressed her willingness. Opposing it further would likely provoke the ninth prince, who was not one to be trifled with. The moment Yen Linyu spoke, her gaze briefly met that of the Red Fire Sovereign. Their eyes exchanged a fleeting connection, suggesting unspoken understanding. Yet, at that moment, Yen Linyu was undeniably elated, for she glimpsed a glimmer of hope. From the moment her Tongyuan Shenin body was discovered, she had felt as though she were a gilded canary trapped in a cage, though everyone treated her with utmost reverence and indulged her in luxurious comforts. She was acutely aware that her fate had slipped beyond her control. While she was uncertain of Yun Cheng's character, she found herself more inclined to follow him into a gamble. His shared experiences evoked an inexplicable sense of trust within her. On that day, after several individuals departed from the Crimson Fire dynasty, a shadow emerged from a dim corner of the Heavenly Fire Hall, cloaked in a blood-red robe, obscuring its visage. However, its aura was terrifying, surpassing that of the assassins from the Dongfang family by a significant margin. My lord, why not take decisive action to detain them? Once they acquire the swallowing source profounding body, reclaiming it will become exceedingly difficult. The Crimson Fire Sovereign inquired anxiously. I require your guidance in my affairs. My apologies, my lord, it was a presumption on my part, the figure retorted. Furthermore, even if I were to intervene with my current strength, I may not be able to subdue him. His power is formidable, far exceeding what he has displayed. The Crimson Fire Sovereign was astounded. He had some understanding of this individual's capabilities, recognizing them as a formidable force within the eastern main city. To hear such a person declare themselves incapable of contending with Yun Cheng was shocking. No matter, great matters are destined to unfold, and in due time, the swallowing source profounding body shall return to our possession. Chapter 35. Observing the game. The journey was considerably slowed by the presence of an additional burden. Coupled with Yun Cheng's companionship of a beautiful woman, they meandered through the mountains and enjoyed leisurely pursuits, resulting in a week-long return to the Heavenly Cloud capital. Along the way, Yun Cheng discovered that Yen Linyu's cultivation was not at the late stage of the Star Soul realm, but rather at the pinnacle, perilously close to the threshold of the innate realm. Under normal circumstances, she might have broken through to the innate realm before the marriage alliance, yet she was keenly aware that even if she attained that level, it would likely hold little significance, prompting her to conceal her true strength. It remained a mystery how she had employed some secret technique to remain undetected, even by Yun Cheng and the National Master's residence. Yen Linyu, clad in red, regarded the white-clad youth before her with a particularly complex expression. Your Highness, you traveled countless miles to retrieve me from the Crimson Fire dynasty. Surely it cannot merely be to have me serve as a maid? Naturally not. What value is there in a mere maid that warrants such effort? I am merely interested in the swallowing source-profounding body you possess, Yun Qing replied languidly, reclining on the bed as he searched for a comfortable position. Your Highness is indeed forthright, showing not a trace of pretense. Yan Linyu smiled, her expression devoid of discontent, merely taken aback to it as those lacking in strength who require subterfuge. Were you a powerful figure now? I would surely flatter you with sweet words, but at present, you are merely a novice at the pinnacle of the Star Soul realm. Even nearing the innate realm holds little weight, rendering your thoughts of lesser importance to me. Yan Linyu fell silent. Though Yun Qing's words were blunt, they were undeniably pragmatic. Make yourself comfortable in the residence. I currently have no intentions regarding the swallowing source-profounding body. I merely wish to prevent it from falling into the hands of others. For now, you also serve the purpose of being a pleasing presence. If you lack cultivation resources, seek out Dongfang Xian. I have already instructed him. You should strive to break through to the innate realm swiftly. Otherwise, I fear you may inadvertently meet your demise while serving as a maid by my side. Yan Linyu nodded and subsequently exited the room, her thoughts swirling. She found it challenging to decipher Yun Qing's intentions. Perhaps he merely deemed her current level of cultivation insufficient, unable to contribute significantly when she finally possessed value. Perhaps her true nature would be revealed. Since I am here, I shall make the best of it. Only with sufficient strength can one seize control over their destiny. In the courtyard, Yun Qing sat alone in a pavilion, sipping tea. Before him lay a moderately sized, crystal-clear lake, constructed by Dongfang Xian for fishing purposes. However, Yun Qing found little pleasure in such leisurely pursuits. His temperament was ill-suited to such refined activities, making tea a more fitting choice. Fortunately, the National Masteress residence had gathered a selection of rare teas. Not overly precious, yet delightfully novel. As he savored his tea, a somewhat youthful figure approached the boy. Though youthful in appearance, bore a sharpness in his gaze. Are you settling in well at the National Masteress residence? Quite well, young master. This residence is far more entertaining than the royal tomb. There are many beautiful and gentle sisters here, the boy, Yun Qing's former little attendant, replied, before departing for the Crimson Fire Dynasty. Yun Qing had arranged for Dongfang Xian to bring him along. If there was one person he cared for in Tianyun, it was this little attendant. With his troubles resolved, he naturally wished to keep him close. As long as you are comfortable, how has your cultivation been? Yun Qing inquired with concern. It's going well. I recently broke through to the pinnacle of the nourishing chi stage, but I'm unsure what star soul I will awaken. Xiao Guanquan replied, somewhat forlorn. Yun Qing was taken aback. He had not previously assessed the boy's cultivation, and upon checking now, he realized that Xiao Guanquan had indeed reached the pinnacle of the nourishing chi stage. Having spent years in the royal tomb with him, Xiao Guanquan had hardly cultivated, merely absorbing some spiritual energy, barely achieving the initial stage of nourishing chi, yet, in such a short time after leaving the royal city, he had managed to ascend to the pinnacle. In terms of aptitude, he was not significantly inferior to Yun Qing. There is no need to rush the awakening of your star soul. I will find a way to assist you. Yun Qing assured him. An instinct told him that Xiao Guanquan's potential was not to be underestimated, as if it were a resonance among kindred spirits. However, the specifics eluded him. Awakening a star soul was a matter of a lifetime. He did not wish for the boy to make a hasty choice. If possible, he wished to prepare materials of at least the spirit beast level for him to awaken his star soul. Only then would he possess the foundation to step into the heavenly sacred realm. It was not that lower-tier precious beast star souls could not break through to the heavenly sacred realm. The probability was simply minuscule. All right, young master, I understand. I won't rush. With you around, I can simply rely on your strength. Xiao Guanquan replied obediently, ever compliant with Yun Qing. The situation is special now, but once you break through to the star soul realm, you must concentrate on your cultivation. Otherwise, if you grow old while I remain a dashing young lad, I won't be able to take you along when I go to see beautiful sisters. Yun Qing teased with a smile. Xiao Guanquan, upon hearing Yun Qing's less than virtuous remarks, found them surprisingly reasonable and nodded dutifully. You are right, young master. I will certainly cultivate diligently so I can accompany you to see beautiful sisters. Yun Qing was somewhat speechless. He had not previously realized that this seemingly innocent Xiao Guanquan was, in fact, a budding lecher, perhaps influenced by someone else. After Xiao Guanquan departed, Yun Qing continued to sip his tea, remaining until sunset when Dongfang Xian returned. Your Highness, I have gathered most of the items you requested. However, there are still 2 materials yet to be obtained. Dongfang Xian presented a storage ring to Yun Qing while reporting. Oh, which 2? Yun Qing inquired, a smile gracing his face. He was quite satisfied with the outcome. The two missing materials were the high-grade Shin-level Wanhua Choushui and the mid-grade Earth-level Yenshin liquid. Upon hearing this, Yun Qing's brow furrowed slightly. Dongfang Xan, sensing his discontent, felt a pang of anxiety. If your highness is in urgent need, I can visit the Tianji Pavilion to consult that old man.no need. There is no rush, however. Do we have any news regarding the Wanhua Choushui? Yun Qing asked, his interest piqued, as these materials were crucial for aiding his cultivation of the broken illusion spiritual eye. Chapter 36, National War. In truth, while the Wanhua Choushui was somewhat precious, it fundamentally remained a Shen-level treasure, and there should still be some available within the confines of Dongfang City. However, as your highness knows, my current situation is somewhat precarious, and I do not dare to venture into the core areas of Dongfang City. Dongfang Xan admitted somewhat sheepishly. Yun Chang was not overly concerned. As long as there is news, that suffices. However, while the Wanhua Choushui might be relatively easy to find, the Yenshin liquid was exceedingly rare. Treasures that could enhance soul power were inherently precious, and the Yenshin liquid was classified as mid-grade Earth level, likely only traceable in the central regions of a state. At least, during my many years in Dongfang City, I have never heard of its existence. Yet, Yun Qing was less perturbed by this. He knew that the Yenshin liquid was present within the Ancestral Dragon Pearl and was not excessively overpriced, nearly slightly more costly than the Dragon Tooth Sword. Conversely, the Wanhua Choushui, due to its lower grade, was likely beneath the Ancestral Dragon Pearl's notice, leaving Yun Qing to seek it out himself. On the following day, Yun Qing had just awoken and stepped outside to bask in the sunlight when he noticed Dongfang Xan approaching in a flurry. National Master, why the haste? Your Highness, matters are somewhat dire. During the morning court, His Majesty decreed a joint assault with the Crimson Fire Dynasty against the Blade King Dynasty. Just moments ago, 150,000 troops have already set forth to the front lines, Dongfang Xan relayed, his tone tinged with urgency. Upon hearing this, Yun Qing's brow furrowed tightly. He sensed that something was amiss. The National Master, Tian Yun, and Chiawa combined, how do they compare to the Blade Dynasty, purely in terms of military strength? Without considering the inherent power levels of the two nations, the allied forces of both countries would be slightly stronger, though not by a significant margin. In a real confrontation, it is likely to be a stalemate. Yun Qing had only recently emerged from the Imperial Mausoleum and was not well versed in state affairs, yet it was evident that the National Master, Dongfang Xan, possessed considerable insight. Upon hearing this, Yun Qing furrowed his brow even tighter. National Master, why do you think the three nations would suddenly initiate a war without any direct conflict of interest? Not only would they gain nothing, but they would also end up in a mutual destruction scenario. From the perspective of an emperor, this is illogical. Dongfang Xan pondered for a moment before responding. I too find it perplexing. During today's morning court, I sensed something unusual about His Majesty's demeanor, though I cannot articulate what was amiss. In that case, National Master, please remain in the residence to oversee Xiaguanqi and the princess. I shall venture into the palace for a brief visit, Yun Qing declared. And before Dongfang Xan could respond, he transformed into a streak of light and raced towards the imperial palace. The guards at the city gates seemed powerless to impede him. As Yun Qing strode into the palace, he discovered that the Fengtiang Hall was utterly deserted. He then proceeded directly to the imperial study, where the roof that Yun Qing had previously shattered was now restored to its former glory. Unfortunately, Yun Kong was not present inside. Yun Qing's spirit sense swept across the palace extensively but found no trace of him. In Yun Qing's memory, Yun Kong had rarely left the palace, for it was here that he could wield his utmost power and feel the safest. Thus, it was not just him. All emperors tended to lead secluded lives, yet now, following such a directive from the Tianyun emperor, he had vanished without a trace. This only deepened Yun Qing's confusion. Where could he have gone? What was it that incited these three nations to war, devoid of any incentive? This was illogical. Something was amiss. At that moment, at the confluence of the three nations' territories, a chaotic battlefield was mercilessly swallowing the remnants of the setting sun. A group of figures clad in dark red robes stood atop a high slope, indifferent to the thunderous roars of battle echoing below. Beneath their robes lurked a chilling aura, one that emanated bloodlust and fury from the depths of the abyss. Coldly observing the slaughter and strife, behind these enigmatic figures stood three middle-aged men, each clad in different attire yet sharing a common expression of apathy. Their gazes were vacant yet profound, silently scrutinizing the chaos below. Eldest brother, why withdraw directly from the Tianyun palace? Is that not making a mountain out of a molehill? One of the blood-robed figures inquired. Making a mountain out of a molehill? Ha, you underestimate the ninth prince. Do not be skeptical. Had we not retreated, you might already be dead, the foremost blood-robed figure scoffed. I have sensed the danger he poses more than once. Should he discover your presence, you would certainly not survive. And even our plans could be jeopardized, but it matters little now. The president will awaken soon. Meanwhile, in the capital of Tianyun, Yunqing's sense of unease intensified upon failing to locate anyone. He returned directly to the National Master's residence, where Dongfang Xian awaited anxiously. In the main hall, Guanshi and Yan Linyu were present, each exhibiting distinct expressions. As Yunqing approached, Dongfang Xian stepped forward to inquire, "Your Highness, what news?" The latter shook his head. "I have thoroughly searched the entire palace. There is no trace of him, no sign whatsoever. This situation is peculiar. Princess, did you notice anything unusual while you were in Qihua?" Yunqing turned to Yan Linyu. She appeared somewhat bewildered. "Your Highness, just call me Linyu. During my time in Qihua, I rarely ventured out, so I am not well informed about palace matters. Moreover, if my father were to exhibit any abnormalities, my cultivation level would not allow me to discern them." Yunqing realized she had a point. Perhaps he had been overly anxious. In that case, National Master, please stay here. I need to visit the front lines for a look, otherwise, I will not feel at ease. "Your Highness, allow me to accompany you," Dongfang Xian urged. However, Yunqing shook his head. They were still too weak and required protection. Moreover, he could move faster alone, making it easier to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Although Yunqing did not voice it outright, the implication was clear. They were too weak. Subsequently, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished. In the wake of his departure, Dongfang Xian stood momentarily dazed, simultaneously feeling dissatisfaction with his own strength. This was not the first time he had experienced such feelings. As a venerable elder of the sacred god realm, he had devolved into a mere errand boy. How disgraceful! Chapter 37, The Hidden Hand of the Palace. Yunqing executed the sword shadow dragon dance, his speed surging beyond that of his previous journey to Qihua, resembling a dragon swimming through the sea. With the sword shadow dragon dance and blood-burning dragon escape at his disposal, he felt confident that he could ensure his safety even in the face of unforeseen dangers, unless he encountered a formidable opponent of the sacred god level. However, in such a remote location, the likelihood of encountering someone of that caliber was slimmer than winning the lottery, given that only a few existed within the entirety of Eastern City. At this moment, on the borders of the three nations, flames of war raged, and blood flowed like rivers, smoke billowed, and cries of battle echoed. As countless bodies surged forward in an unending tide, the battlefield resembled a colossal meat grinder, consuming every soldier from the three nations that dared to step within its bounds. In the distance, a towering mountain pierced the heavens, known as the Three Realms Mountain, the most perilous mountain within the territories of the three nations. Serving as a boundary between them, atop the mountain, several figures coldly observed the scene below. "Eldest brother, at this pace, it will take several days to amass enough blood. Why not join forces to expedite the process?" One of the blood-robed figures expressed impatience. "With our strength, we could finish the slaughter in less than a day," the leader replied, shaking his head. "No need for that. Causing excessive bloodshed is not beneficial for cultivation. We should wait until they have done enough killing before we clean up the mess. We have waited 1,000 years. There is no need to rush." "Third brother, how is the formation set up?" "I must ensure that no one can escape its bounds," the blood-robed leader inquired of a previously silent member. "Rest assured, eldest brother. We have prepared this formation for a long time, and with the items left by the president. No one below the sacred god realm can break through. Once activated, not even a bird will be able to escape," he assured. In the distance, the sound of a dragon's roar echoed, and the illusion of sword shadows flickered. Each movement allowed Yunqing to traverse several miles. He was racing from Tianyun, feeling for the first time a shortage of spiritual energy. At the foot of the Three Realms Mountain, Yunqing halted his advance. With his potent soul perception, he keenly detected several concealed auras atop the mountain, bloodthirsty, violent, and formidable. Given the excessive consumption of spiritual energy on his journey, it was prudent to recover before proceeding, facing these unknown adversaries. Yunqing was cautious and quickly found a spot to recuperate, retrieving several pills from his storage ring. Some were obtained from the group that had attempted to ambush him on the Blood Demon Mountain, while others were from a group of assassins from the Dongfang family. Previously, Yunqing had not encountered any high-intensity battles and, with his extraordinary recovery capabilities, had deemed it unnecessary to use these pills. Now, they would finally serve a purpose. However, most of these recovery pills were of the profound level, offering limited effects, while he only possessed a few Earth-level recovery pills, all of inferior quality in comparison to his formidable spiritual reservoir. They would merely serve as a supplementary aid, better than nothing. Half an hour later, Yunqing rose and ascended to the mountain's peak. Atop the summit, numerous blood-robed figures stood ready for confrontation. They had been monitoring Yunqing's approach to the Three Realms mountain, their cultivation levels far surpassing his, and since he had not made any effort to conceal himself, their awareness came as no surprise. Who would have thought you would still come? The leading blood-robed figure murmured as Yunqing approached. His voice slightly hoarse, Yunqing felt an unsettling familiarity in the aura emanating from the blood-robed figure. Suddenly, he caught sight of three figures behind the blood-robed individuals. His expression froze, previously due to the distance and the interference of numerous black-robed figures. He had not noticed. Now, he realized that the rulers of the three nations were all gathered there: the Tianyun Emperor, the Blade Monarch he had never met, and the Chihuahua Monarch, whom he had just bid farewell. Yet, he also sensed that the current state of the three was quite off. Their eyes were vacant, resembling marionettes devoid of thought. Yunqing fixed his gaze on the blood-robed figure before him. Why do you control the rulers of these three nations? An explanation is in order. At that moment, Yunqing seemed to recall why he felt an unsettling familiarity earlier, when he had nearly slain the Tianyun Emperor outside Fengtiang Hall. The aura of danger he had sensed belonged to this very individual. Moreover, the presence he had detected within the Chihuahua Palace should also be among this group. Explanation: you should already be aware, but alas, 3 years ago, when you entered the Imperial Mausoleum, you should have been eliminated. Now, however, you have become a considerable problem. The leading blood-robed figure spoke slowly, his tone tinged with regret yet lacking genuine concern. However, this error can still be rectified. Upon hearing these words, Yunqing's brow furrowed in an instant. It implied that the other party had been lurking within the Imperial Palace for quite some time. Who exactly are you? What is your purpose for having concealed yourselves within the various dynasties for so long? Yunqing inquired coldly. The figure in the blood-red robe shook his head slightly. I believe I am under no obligation to divulge that information to you. He then addressed his companions behind him. Let us all take action together. The strength of this ninth prince of Tianyun should not be underestimated. Be wary of unforeseen misfortune. Although the blood-robed individuals behind him did not fully take their leader's words to heart, they obediently complied and prepared to engage. In an instant, over a dozen figures cloaked in crimson surged upward, their bodies enveloped in a swirling maelstrom of blood-red spiritual energy, as furious as a raging inferno. An oppressive aura, akin to dark clouds looming overhead, enveloped the summit of Sanjia Mountain, causing the very air to thicken. The leading figure in the blood robe also flashed forward, joining the fray, all directing their hostility towards Yunqing. In that fleeting moment, the sharp glint of blades flashed like cold stars, sword shadows streaked across the sky, and the sound of palm strikes resonated incessantly, mingling with the intense and bloodthirsty crimson energy. Crashing towards Yunqing like a surging tide. Yunqing's expression turned grave in an instant. His form became as agile as a swimming dragon, evading their onslaught as the shadows of his sword flickered around him. The moment they struck, Yunqing discerned their levels of cultivation. Thanks to his unique consciousness, his spiritual power far surpassed that of his peers, allowing him to sense their cultivation levels despite their superiority. One was at the peak of the Spirit Mansion realm, one at the late stage, 4 at the mid-stage, and 7 at the early stage. What on earth? How could so many masters suddenly emerge in this remote place? Chapter 38, Array Patterns Barriers. Yunqing felt the pressure mounting, drawing his dragon tooth sword. In an instant, an overwhelming sword intent erupted, transforming him into an unparalleled divine sword, with sword energy piercing the heavens. A myriad of swords in existence, born from a single utterance, he declared, as if invoking divine intervention. Ethereal sword shapes intertwined in the void, crystalline and translucent, shimmering like ice under the morning light, radiating a chilling glow. As an indescribable momentum coalesced, the sword energy roared like an ancient dragon's roar, transcending the shackles of time and space. Surging towards the group clad in crimson robes, the sword's edge was unmatched, instilling a sense of impending doom within the blood-robed figures. Quick, evade, this move cannot be taken head-on, cried one, as they retreated rapidly. Yunqing manipulated the sword energy for a swift pursuit, his speed astonishing, with a series of piercing sounds. Several early-stage Spirit Mansion figures fell victim to his blade, while one mid-stage blood-robed individual hesitated, only to dissolve into a mist of blood. The might of the heavenly grade martial technique is beyond what these low-tier Spirit Mansion cultivators can withstand. Boss, this kid is rather troublesome. How can he be so strong? Could he possibly be the Saint Beast Star Soul? One blood-robed individual exclaimed to the leader. I warned you all, this kid is peculiar. But I never anticipated his strength to reach such heights. At present, Yunqing fought as if cutting through vegetables. After several exchanges, aside from the peak spirit mansion figure, the rest were injured, including the late stage one. The more he battled, the stronger he became. Sky-rending dragon claw. The purple-golden dragon claw tore through the sky like a meteor, arriving in a flash. Its brilliance was dazzling, illuminating the darkness of the world. The target of the dragon claw was the leader in the blood robe, who was enveloped in thick crimson mist, akin to the gates of hell slowly opening, releasing a chilling aura. Within that blood-red mist, a blade of light, several dozen meters long, coalesced silently, resembling a peerless weapon in a river of blood, glinting ominously. In an instant, the purple-golden dragon claw collided with the blood-red blade, unleashing a deafening roar. The might of the dragon claw clashed violently with the sharpness of the blade, as if space itself were being torn asunder, sending shockwaves rippling outward, with a resounding explosion echoing through heaven and earth. Dust and sand were whipped into the air. As Yunqing retreated, two more attacks came surging from behind. How bothersome, Yunqing muttered under his breath, shifting his form as the sword shadow danced, transforming him into a blade. Effortlessly dodging the incoming strikes. In the midst of battle, the power the sacred martial could unleash was far more terrifying than mere travel. With the enhancement of the sword shadow, Yunqing moved like a specter. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind a blood-robed figure, the dragon-tooth sword thrust forward, slicing through the air. With a splatter of blood, the remaining mid-stage spirit mansion figure fell instantly. "Boss, we can't continue like this. This kid's agility is simply too uncanny. We can't catch him. Retreat." The leader, astonished by Yunqing's prowess, realized that within the Tianyun Palace, there was no one worthy of Yunqing exerting his full strength. And thus his estimation of Yunqing's capabilities had only been a rough guess. "Let's retreat." With the leader's order, the remaining few swiftly extricated themselves from the battle. "Stop." Seeing them attempt to flee, Yunqing wasted no time and immediately pursued. Intent on capitalizing on his advantage, the blood-robed figures hastily made their way toward the battleground below. After a brief clash, although the armies of the three kingdoms had suffered numerous casualties, they remained a sea of bodies. The cries of battle echoed, even causing some spirit mansion figures to feel a tremor of shock. However, what shocked them more was that from their group of over a dozen, only 4 remained. 3 of whom bore various injuries. "This kid is truly formidable. That sword technique is not something one would expect from a backwater region. Perhaps capturing him will yield greater rewards." "Enough of that. Let us expedite the battle process. If we wait for him to awaken, we may not have the chance to seize him alone. We are likely no match for him." While they conversed, Yunqing had already caught up. With a whoosh, a severely injured mid-stage spirit mansion figure was pierced through the heart by Yunqing's sword, collapsing instantly. In a heartbeat, the battle reignited. As the others exchanged blows, the number of scars on the opposing mountain continued to rise. Yunqing's sword technique was fierce, his strikes decisive, and with the dragon tooth sword's augmentation, nearly every swing inflicted injury upon his opponent's second brother. "I will hold this kid back. You go activate the formation." "Fourth brother, go. The battlefield over there is in your hands," the highest-ranked figure among the blood-robed individuals urged. "Boss, can you manage? This kid is quite formidable. Who are you looking down upon? I am, after all, at the peak of the spirit mansion realm. I won't be easily killed by a mere innate cultivator. Hurry." 2 figures dashed off in different directions. Although Yunqing was unaware of their intentions, he refrained from intervening to obstruct them, as he understood that with the black-robed figure before him, it was unlikely they would escape. "I never expected your strength to reach this level. Although I have done my utmost to overestimate you, I still underestimated you," the blood-robed figure remarked, before Yunqing could respond. The figure unleashed a punch aimed directly at Yunqing's heart. The latter felt a tightening in his chest and transformed into a sword once more. He flickered and reappeared behind the blood-robed figure, thrusting his dragon tooth sword fiercely, yet the opponent evaded, as if having anticipated the move. "What an extraordinary movement technique. From where did you acquire such martial skills? And that fierce swordplay of yours is not something that could originate from this place. Even in the eastern main city, it would likely be hard to find. I am quite curious." In response to the blood-robed figure's inquiries, Yunqing remained silent, continuing to thrust the dragon tooth sword without mercy. The flashes of swordlight were dazzling. The aftermath of their battle scattered across the battlefield, resulting in the swift demise of countless chi cultivation warriors, their blood spilling onto the ground. Although Yunqing had made efforts to restrain his power, some casualties were still inevitable. Suddenly, amidst the chaos of battle, Yunqing keenly observed that while blood was strewn across the battlefield, it seemed to maintain a constant volume. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the blood was converging towards a single direction. Before he could ponder further, the heavens shifted dramatically. 39 array patterns shot skyward, transforming into a black-red barrier that enveloped the entire battlefield. Chapter 39. The blood spirit sect. Yunqing gazed at the blood pooling towards the direction of Sanjia Mountain. A sense of foreboding rising within him. Events were unfolding beyond his expectations. Simultaneously, he turned his attention to the black barrier that had coalesced beside him, his brow tightening. 39 array patterns represented a top-tier formation of the mid-grade Earth level. Such strength would likely be insurmountable without divine-level cultivation. As he contemplated this, 39 spiritual patterns flickered and vanished from the dragon tooth sword in his hand. He thrust the sword forward, the sword energy crashing against the barrier. Yet, it merely stirred slight ripples, showing no sign of yielding. Just as I suspected, Yunqing muttered, feeling a mix of disappointment and resignation, despite the dragon tooth sword being a top-tier treasure among mid-grade Earth-level artifacts. Its power was still somewhat limited in the hands of an innate cultivator. The blood-robed figure observed Yunqing's actions without making a move to stop him, after seeing that Yunqing's strike had yielded no results. He relaxed slightly. As he withdrew his blood robe, a middle-aged figure emerged. The man had a square face, broad brows, and slightly thick lips, exuding an honest and simple demeanor, making it difficult to associate him with the ruthless blood-robed figure who had just commanded the slaughter of 1,000,000 troops. "What schemes do you have in store? I am unable to leave now. Can you enlighten me?" At this moment, Yunqing felt a sense of unease. In such circumstances, even if he were to employ the blood dragon escape technique, it would likely prove futile. "Your Highness, this matter should not concern you. If you had refrained from coming today, we might have departed after accomplishing our goal, sacrificing merely the lives of 1,000,000 mortals." "What a pity," Yunqing inquired while simultaneously regaining his spiritual energy. "What is your intention behind the slaughter of so many beings? The bloodshed you orchestrate will surely result in repercussions during the heavenly tribulation." Upon hearing Yunqing's words, the middle-aged man across from him raised an eyebrow, looking at Yunqing with surprise. "I am beginning to doubt whether you have even visited the so-called imperial tombs in these past years. Or if you ventured to the central region of this continent. Although such knowledge is not particularly secretive, this barren land is unlikely to be known by many, and a normal person would not be so bored as to purchase such information from the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. Moreover, your advanced swordsmanship and the mysterious star soul make me question if you are truly the son of Yunqing." Enough of these useless remarks. "What is your true purpose?" Yunqing demanded with a serious expression. Yet the middle-aged man remained silent. Without hesitation, Yunqing locked onto a target with his soul, activating the dragon's shadow, and vanished, pursuing the blood-robed figure amidst the chaos of battle below. Absolute Heaven Dragon's roar. Yunqing initiated his assault. Unleashing a soul impact directly at the blood-robed individual empowered by formidable spiritual energy, the blood-robed man had no means to resist. In the next moment, as the claws lunged forth, his opponent was caught off guard. It can only be said that this ancestral dragon's innate skill, combined with Yunqing's exceptionally potent soul power, was utterly flawless. The purple-gold dragon claws tore through the blood-robed man in an instant. Under the devastating dragon claws, the already injured mid-stage blood-robed man stood no chance of defense. Seizing the opportunity, Yunqing collected the opponent's storage ring amidst the turmoil. The earlier ones might have had their storage rings destroyed due to the terrifying damage of the myriad swords' floating life. Just as the saying goes, time waits for no one. Everything transpired in a flash, from Yunqing's pursuit with the dragon's shadow to the control exerted by the absolute Heaven Dragon's roar, culminating in the rapid harvest of the cracking Sky Dragon claw. It was a flawless execution. By the time the middle-aged man reacted, it was already too late. A mid-stage spirit mansion realm powerhouse had been effortlessly slaughtered before a group of ordinary soldiers at the Chi cultivation and Star Soul realms. Akin to a one-sided massacre, countless warriors had already perished at the hands of the adversary within this brief moment. Fortunately, Yunqing acted decisively, although he was unclear about the purpose behind the bloodshed orchestrated by these individuals. His foremost objective was to thwart them at all costs. He could not allow them to easily achieve their goals, lest he find himself in peril. "What a clever technique! Your movements are truly mysterious," the blood-robed man remarked as he prepared to confront Yunqing. It was evident now that unless they eliminated Yunqing, they would struggle to reach their objectives. Blood Fiend's grasp. A blood-red hand materialized before the middle-aged man, emanating a chilling aura of malevolence. Behind him, an ethereal black beastly figure gradually coalesced. In that instant, the middle-aged man's aura intensified even further. The manifestation of the Star Soul marked the transition from the Spirit Mansion realm, a threshold that Yunqing had yet to cross. However, as Yunqing caught sight of the beastly figure behind his opponent, his pupils constricted sharply. He seemed to recall some information regarding this beastly apparition. The Blood Spirit sect, how could they be found in such a remote location? Yunqing had encountered records about this mysterious sect within the jade slip of Luoshui Han. Initially, he had not considered this possibility. But now it was beginning to dawn on him. The Blood Spirit sect was notorious for refining blood pills from the blood of living beings, disregarding innate barriers to break through their cultivation levels. It was said that even low-grade treasure beasts with star souls had managed to ascend to the Unity realm, rendering them one of the most feared forces across the continent, as they were truly capable of murder. In that instant, Yunqing's mood soured significantly. His luck had indeed run out. Today could very well be his downfall. Had he known, he would not have ventured forth. At this moment, he felt a twinge of regret. Kill, perhaps by eliminating them, there still lies a glimmer of hope. In the absence of a master, the formation would require external power to maintain its operation. Such a large-scale, robust formation would undoubtedly consume significant energy. Thus, if Yunqing could eliminate them before their scheme succeeded, there might still be a chance for survival. Cracking Sky Dragon Claw, Yunqing ceased to conserve his spiritual energy and unleashed his full power. The middle-aged man, having summoned his star soul, exhibited noticeable enhancements in speed, strength, and spiritual energy. However, even against Yunqing's full force, he still fell slightly short. Yunqing mused inwardly. Even with the activation of his star soul, the man's combat prowess remained evidently inferior to Su Tianhun. Despite both being at the pinnacle of the Spirit Mansion realm, the disparity in their strengths was stark. Su Tianhun could indeed be regarded as a genius. And it seemed his star soul must at least be of the spirit beast level. With a formidable adversary at hand, Yunqing could ill afford to indulge in such thoughts. Boom, 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 as the air crackled with energy. The two figures intertwined, creating a moment of intense stalemate. However, at that moment, a sharp sword beam shot forth from behind Yunqing, aimed directly at his head. Chapter 40. Cave. Yunqing slightly turned, evading the strike. The blood-robed man had vanished for quite some time, and although Yunqing had not located his presence, he had never relaxed his vigilance. Thus, upon the opponent's approach, Yunqing instinctively evaded. Why have you left your post to maintain the formation? Seeing his companion arrive, the middle-aged man questioned with displeasure. Rest assured, boss, the formation has already taken shape, and with the support of what you provided, I need not keep constant watch. This fellow is far too bothersome. His interference is slowing us down. Let us join forces to eliminate him first, replied the blood-robed man. It seems we have no choice, the middle-aged man conceded after a brief contemplation. Earlier, he had grown increasingly alarmed. On his own, he was subtly being suppressed by Yunqing. If this continued, unforeseen events might indeed transpire. While pondering, he glanced at his companion. Though injured, the latter was a late-stage Spirit Mansion realm cultivator, and the impact on his combat strength was not overly severe, making him a critical asset in the current battle. With the addition of this new force, the tide of battle surged violently. As the conflict intensified, countless soldiers perished amid the chaotic aftermath, yet, this was unavoidable. Many had also fallen victim to the residual energy of Yunqing's sword attacks. He felt powerless in this regard. The current battle no longer permitted him to hold back. Taking on two opponents while crossing an entire realm was proving to be somewhat taxing. Even for him, were it not for his expansive energy reservoir and astonishing recovery speed, a lesser half-step Spirit Mansion cultivator would likely have faltered long ago. Myriad swords floating life, a torrential rain of sword energy descended, assaulting the blood-robed adversary. Though aware that such a large-scale attack would inflict greater casualties below, he could not afford to concern himself with that given the pressures of battle. Amidst the dense sword rain, Yunqing moved like a spectral fox, weaving through without leaving a trace, with the dragon-tooth sword in hand, its tip glimmering with a cold light and cutting through the air with a resounding boom. He struck with precision. In a moment of stillness, the dragon-tooth sword found its mark in the shoulder of the mid-stage blood-robed powerhouse. In an instant, blood erupted like brilliant fireworks, staining the surrounding air crimson. This opponent, though formidable, was somewhat lacking in strength and fell victim to Yunqing's fierce onslaught, sustaining injuries due to a moment's distraction. After achieving success with his first strike, Yunqing sought to press his advantage. However, before he could unleash a second strike, the middle-aged figure had already closed the distance. Enveloped by the surging blood chi, a fist struck out with the force of a raging dragon, crashing toward Yunqing with overwhelming might. Though quick to react, Yunqing found it challenging to fully evade the rapid assault and could only hastily deflect the blow with his sword. Caught off guard, Yunqing suffered a minor setback, his internal blood chi surging and his breathing momentarily disrupted. While he did not sustain serious injuries, it was still a considerable inconvenience. Facing two opponents proved to be a disadvantage. He needed to eliminate the mid-stage Spirit Mansion cultivator, otherwise victory would remain elusive. Having come to this realization, Yunqing charged forward once more. Utilizing his speed advantage, he continuously shifted positions, resembling a shadowy specter as he relentlessly targeted the blood-robed man, although the middle-aged man persistently interfered. His speed could not match Yunqing's, and many of his attacks failed to protect his companion. The battle was brutal, and Yunqing bore numerous wounds, his white robe stained red with blood in his determination to swiftly defeat the blood-robed opponent. He often resorted to exchanging injuries for strikes. Fortunately, with the Ancestral Dragon Star Soul empowering him, his physical constitution remained robust, and he did not suffer excessively. Ultimately, after a fierce struggle, Yunqing succeeded in slaying the mid-stage blood-robed adversary. Phew, at last, he had resolved the threat. Suspended in midair, the battle temporarily paused. Yunqing gasped for breath, feeling fatigued from the relentless fighting. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man appeared considerably better off. Though he bore some wounds, they hardly affected his combat strength. Yunqing, cease your struggle, you are gravely injured, and your spiritual energy is nearly depleted. It would be wiser to surrender now and spare yourself further suffering, the middle-aged man remarked coldly, his voice laced with ire as he witnessed his companions falling one by one before him. Although their feelings may not be particularly profound, having worked together for such an extended period, there exists a modicum of camaraderie between them. Yunqing remained silent, while the sword Shadow Dragon surged forward. The middle-aged man opposite assumed that Yunqing was preparing for a desperate fight and braced himself accordingly. To his surprise, Yunqing swiftly retreated, increasing the distance between them. Observing this, the middle-aged man mockingly remarked, "You cannot escape. Before the barrier dissipates, this space is no different from the arena for us." Yunqing ignored him and retrieved a jade vial from his storage ring. He quickly poured 3 drops of milky white liquid into his mouth. Almost instantaneously, his injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, restoring him to peak condition within mere breaths. This Xin Zhongshe Ru fruit was indeed a miraculous treasure of heaven and earth. Possessing astonishing healing properties, regrettably, it could not replenish his internal spiritual energy, otherwise, subduing this fellow would have been considerably simpler. Yunqing mused with a tinge of regret. The middle-aged man, upon witnessing this, grew increasingly sullen. Having recognized the object Yunqing had consumed, Xin Zhongshe Ru, you possess such a rare treasure and consumed 3 drops at once, what a waste. Yunqing did not respond to his comments but instead raised his long sword and lunged forward once more. However, after parrying one strike, the middle-aged man ceased his engagement with Yunqing and directly plunged into the crowd below. I initially intended to deal with you first to leave a favorable impression on the president. But it seems that's no longer feasible. A peak-level master in the spirit mansion realm could dispatch these commoners with ease, as if slicing through vegetables. With each strike, thousands would perish. The moment Yunqing produced the Xin Zhongshe Ru, the middle-aged man understood that killing Yunqing was nearly impossible. That he was uncertain whether Yunqing had more Xin Zhongshe Ru. Unless he could slay Yunqing in a single blow, the latter could simply outlast him. Yunqing attempted to intervene, but facing an opponent of nearly equal strength, who was resolutely focused on slaughtering others, left him with no recourse. He could only strive to disrupt the adversary's assault, yet to little avail. As the chase ensued, the battlefield became increasingly littered with corpses, a veritable sea of death. Suddenly, Yunqing sensed a dramatic shift in the atmosphere. Beneath his feet, a strange pattern emerged. At the foot of the Three Realms mountain, a blood-red portal slowly opened. Chapter 41. The young man in blood robes inside the cave. A handsome youth clad in blood-red robes sat majestically upon a high platform. The young man's striking features were accentuated by white patterns on his robe, suggesting a higher quality than those worn by typical spirit mansion cultivators. Below the platform, blood-red patterns coiled like serpents, gradually merging into the youth's form. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing a fierce brilliance. Simultaneously, a terrifying pressure rapidly enveloped the entire battlefield, causing the two combatants to halt their actions and gaze towards the cave. In that instant, as their eyes met, Yunqing felt as though he were being scrutinized by an ancient behemoth. His body brimming with an involuntary chill, a loud alarm ringing in his mind. The presence before him was surely beyond his current capacity to withstand. This individual was likely a manifestation of divine prowess. Conversely, the middle-aged man felt a surge of elation and hurried forward. President, you have finally awakened. We need not hide any longer. The handsome youth nodded slightly. You have endured much over the years, but why are you alone here? Where are the others? As if recalling something, the youth in blood robes inquired with a puzzled expression. In response, the middle-aged man explained, President, I never expected this remote location to harbor an anomaly. This young man, despite being at the half-step spirit mansion level, possesses combat prowess that rivals most peak spirit mansion cultivators. Even I am not his match. my subordinates have mostly perished at his hands, particularly due to his sword techniques, which exhibit terrifying lethality and have reached a considerable level of refinement, a promising swordsman indeed. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's response, the youth's gaze returned to Yunqing. His vitality is robust, and he is indeed a fine prospect. Yet it cannot be that he is beyond your capabilities. So the middle-aged man, feeling somewhat ashamed, lowered his head, saying little more. After all, a congenital realm cultivator challenging a peak spirit mansion fighter was rather extraordinary. Such combat strength was likely only witnessed in the heart of the continent amidst the two great empires. During their conversation, Yunqing had no thoughts of fleeing. Given the interference from the barrier, he knew escaping was futile. His only option was to recover as much spiritual energy as possible to prepare for the impending battle, with ample Xin Zhongshu at his disposal, as long as his opponent could not deliver a lethal blow. He could afford to endure, however. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the youth in blood robes, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. A half-step spirit mansion cultivator wielding such fearsome power was indeed intriguing. Yet, the one thing he despised most in life was the arrogance of the gifted. As the blood-robed youth spoke, his gaze turned cold as frost. He slowly raised his right hand, seemingly summoning the spiritual energies of heaven and earth to converge wildly into his palm. In an instant, a brilliant crimson light erupted from his fingertips, sharp enough to rend space itself, accompanied by a chilling aura that shot towards Yunqing. Yunqing, initially intending to evade, found himself ensnared by this attack. Reluctantly, he lifted his Longya sword, unleashing his strongest technique. Streams of ethereal sword energy coalesced into a torrent, surging towards the crimson radiance. The sword energy's roar echoed, rendering the crimson light seemingly insignificant in contrast. Yet, upon their collision, the sword energy shattered, scattering into fragments. Beneath the might of the crimson light, the once indomitable sword energy appeared alarmingly fragile, crumbling at the slightest touch. What is this? How can it be so powerful? According to the script, I shouldn't encounter an enemy of this caliber at this stage. Am I not the chosen one? Yunqing internally lamented, yet his hands moved swiftly. As his sword energy waned, a dragon's roar resonated through the heavens. Roar! The resounding dragon's roar echoed, as a purple-gold dragon claw manifested once more. The strike capable of rending gold and stone met the crimson light. Having been weakened by countless sword energies, the crimson glow had dimmed slightly. Boom! In the instant they collided, Yunqing was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing into the barrier before finally halting. Cough, this is brutal. Yunqing attempted to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, but his right arm hung limply, unable to rise. That last blow had severed his arm. With no other option, he used his left hand to wipe away the blood and retrieved another portion of Xin Zhongshu from his storage ring. Consuming it in a matter of moments, he regained his peak vitality. Observing this, the blood-robed youth could not help but raise an eyebrow. A mid-grade earthly spirit sword in Xin Zhongshu. Where did this kid acquire such treasures? The youth seemed to question the middle-aged man beside him, his tone filled with bewilderment. This congenital cultivator appeared more affluent than he, especially with the 39 spirit patterns adorning his Longya sword, which surpassed the quality of his own weapon. Never mind, once I kill you, all of this will be mine. With a determined step, the youth unleashed his full aura. At that moment, Yunqing sensed a life-threatening danger. He might not withstand this next strike. With no opportunity to consume more Xin Zhongshu. Damn it, this is it. Yunqing gritted his teeth, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that coursed through his meridians like a potent stimulant. Chapter 42, The Ancestor of 10,000 June. Within his soul, Yunqing felt the spiritual energy swirling chaotically. Even his energy sea began to bubble. Above the boundless energy sea, a purple-gold spirit mansion door began to tremble. As if a perilous entity were about to emerge. A president, this young man is attempting to force a breakthrough. Seeing Yunqing's actions, the middle-aged man shouted. Indeed, faced with imminent peril, Yunqing chose to attempt a forceful transcendence. Having reached the threshold of the semi-step spiritual realm, he possessed the audacity to forcibly shatter the mirror of his limits, although this reckless endeavor would render his foundation precarious and potentially inflict irreversible repercussions on his future cultivation. He found himself bereft of alternatives in that moment. In mere instance, the meridians within his body began to buckle under the onslaught of the turbulent spiritual energy, developing fine fissures. Yet, in comparison to the prospect of perishing here, the cost seemed negligible. Unperturbed by the admonitions of his subordinates, the youth clad in a blood-red robe dismissed their concerns. Breaking through to the spiritual realm was not an undertaking that could be accomplished in a fleeting moment. This interval was ample enough for him to eliminate Yunqing. The actions of Yunqing could only be deemed desperate, a final struggle in his dying moments. Young man, you truly possess extraordinary talent. But it is here that you shall meet your demise. Offending the blood spirit sect stands as your gravest error, and in your next life, it would be wise to refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you," declared the blood-robed youth, his aura surging once more. Yun Qing resigned, halted his attempt to break through, and raised the dragon tooth sword in his grasp. The moment was no longer conducive to his advancement. The adversary would not afford him such an opportunity. A terrifying strike loomed, akin to the arrival of death itself, enveloping Yun Qing in despair, almost compelling him to abandon his resistance. This blow was beyond his capacity to withstand. Nevertheless, he ultimately chose not to surrender. Despair, once embraced, extinguishes all hope. Absolute Dragon's roar. In this battle, it was the first time Yun Qing unleashed this soul attack. He understood that against an ancient monster whose existence spanned countless years, his pride in his soul's strength offered no advantage. The likelihood of this technique achieving success was exceedingly slim, yet, at this juncture, he had no recourse but to gamble on a dying horse as if it were alive. The resounding roar of the dragon echoed forth, its majesty palpable. Even the blood-robed youth found himself momentarily entranced. What sort of innate ability is this, capable of instigating a flicker of influence on my soul from a mere innate realm lad? What sacred beast possesses such a terrifying gift? While astonished, the youth chose not to dwell on it, for Yun Qing was on the verge of death at his hands. A corpse, regardless of its innate talent, held no value. Observing the unfolding scene, Yun Qing could only sigh in resignation. Did it truly yield no effect? He had exhausted all his efforts, yet the outcome remained beyond his reach. The immense disparity in cultivation was insurmountable by mere tactics. Just as that cataclysmic strike was about to descend upon him, a streak of light traversed the horizon with unparalleled swiftness, seemingly poised to shatter the fabric of space itself with a crisp sound. A pristine white longsword landed firmly before Yun Qing, intercepting the lethal blow that would have claimed his life. Though slender, the blade remained utterly unmoving. Yun Qing gazed, entranced, at the sword, feeling a pure essence of sword intent emanating from it. What is sword intent? It is a transcendent force grasped only by true sword practitioners. Is this what sword intent embodies, such untainted power? Yun Qing fixated on the longsword, murmuring words he could not comprehend. An extraordinary transformation was unfolding within him. The two members of the Blood Spirit sect observed this sudden turn of events with astonishment. Particularly, the blood-robed youth felt a palpable sense of threat emanating from the sword. At that moment, a flicker of panic crossed his face, as events began to spiral beyond his control. Following the trajectory of the flying sword, the blood-robed youth glimpsed a minuscule sword mark on the distant barrier. That formidable barrier, capable of withstanding an attack from a formidable deity, had been silently penetrated. After breaching it, the sword effortlessly thwarted his full-force strike. The newcomer possessed formidable power, perhaps even surpassing his own. Who dares interfere in the affairs of the Blood Spirit sect? I implore you to reveal yourself. A hearty laughter resonated from above. Ah, Chen Jia, I never anticipated you to be alive after our previous encounter. Lurking in such a small corner while daring to strike at a young innate realm disciple, how utterly disgraceful. Accompanying the voice was an elderly figure, his hair and beard as white as snow. Though he moved with a slight stoop, he radiated an aura of ethereal freedom. With each step a fierce sword intent seeped forth. Upon recognizing the elder's visage, the blood-robed youth faltered, instinctively retreating a step before regaining his composure. Seniorly, I never imagined that after all these years, you would still be alive. How about we reach a mutual agreement today? Spare my life, and I shall ensure that our sects maintain a peaceful coexistence henceforth. Recognizing the elder's face, the blood-robed youth immediately conceded, disregarding the peculiar gazes of his subordinates. The reason was simple: he was outmatched. Chairman, could it be that this is the renowned figure from the Wanjun sword sect? The middle-aged man beside him seemed to recognize the elder's identity, his voice trembling. However, the blood-robed youth clearly had no time to entertain his subordinates' inquiries. This ancient being had already reached the pinnacle of divine realm when he had first joined the Blood Spirit sect. Though many years had passed, the elder's power had only intensified, while he himself, even at his peak, would undoubtedly fall short of a match. Spare me, that would be quite unseemly for an old man like myself. What would these young ones think of me? What would the common folk think of me? The elder shook his head solemnly, unyielding. I understand, perhaps you wish to take my life, yet it seems your time is running short. Each strike you deliver must exact a significant toll on your body, the blood-robed youth remarked with an air of melancholy that is of no concern. I require but a single strike to end your life. And there is no burden in doing so. Unfazed by the veiled threat in the youth's warning, the elder paid it no heed. With a single step forward, an aura of sword energy surged forth. Embodying the demeanor of an unparalleled sword immortal that shook the very world, it was no wonder that only those who comprehended sword intent could be regarded as true sword practitioners. In contrast, Yun Qing's sword energy appeared remarkably juvenile. Senior, could you truly not spare this junior's life? Faced with the elder's imminent strike, the blood-robed youth's expression darkened, making one last futile plea. The elder's beard fluttered as he slowly shook his head. This young man possesses great potential. I cannot allow him to inherit a calamity such as yourself, otherwise, when the day comes for me to depart this world, my sect will be incapable of withstanding your devastation. Further discussion is futile. It is time for you to depart. Since you have made your intentions clear, I shall reluctantly engage you in combat. The blood-robed youth's aura shifted abruptly and suddenly, a long spear materialized in his grasp. Its shaft adorned with crimson patterns, while its tip was forged from an unknown, exceptionally durable black metal. 37 spiritual patterns emerged from the spear, exuding an imposing presence. Whether in weaponry, formations, or elixirs, the spiritual patterns represented the essence of the world. The distinction lay in that the patterns on weapons and formations were inscribed by human hands, while those on elixirs emerged inherently at the moment of their creation. The quantity of spiritual patterns directly influenced the item's quality. Typically, a standard mid-grade earthly weapon bore only 32 patterns, while the Dragon Tooth Sword, as a paragon among earthly weapons, possessed 39. Once it achieved 40 patterns, it would ascend to the realm of high-grade earthly items. The variance of a single pattern could yield transformative consequences. The long spear in the blood-robed youth's hand, with its 37 patterns, was indeed a rarity among mid-grade earthly weapons. Upon grasping the spear, the youth radiated a brilliance that was uniquely his own. Under such circumstances, Yun Cheng would likely be unable to withstand even a single blow, destined to perish in anguish. The chasm between their strengths remained insurmountably vast. As the blood-robed youth prepared for a decisive strike, the elder remained unfazed. This level of power hardly warranted his concerned eye, and the next moment, the elder's gaze sharpened, a flicker of ire igniting within his eyes. He observed as tendrils of blood energy wafted from the combatants below, gradually merging with the blood-robed youth's form, enhancing his aura incrementally. The blood spirit sect had long since established a peculiar formation upon this battlefield, capable of rendering those within its bounds progressively bereft of reason, their only instinct becoming the thirst for blood. Thus, even as Yun Cheng and his allies fought with fervor, it did not deter the carnage. Coupled with the previous aftermath of battle, the casualties had been grievous, leaving barely a third of their forces remaining. Yet now, this meager remnant had become the lifeblood for the blood-robed youth, their faces contorted in agony. Twisted in a manner more dreadful than death itself, their screams echoed chillingly. The vitality of the living was far purer than the blood of the dead, yet his subordinates were incapable of harnessing this method. Otherwise his current strength would not be so feeble, the youth lamented with a hint of regret, his once handsome visage now distorted with a sinister aura. Upon witnessing this, the elder ceased holding back. Such practices, akin to utilizing the living as mere fodder for alchemy, were inherently malevolent. While high-ranking cultivators might view these mortals as mere insects, every human harbored a flicker of compassion. With a sweep of his sleeve, the elder unleashed an aura akin to divine retribution, severing the connection between the blood-robed youth and the suffering individuals below. Witnessing this, the youth's gaze sharpened, devoid of hesitation. As he wielded the spear, an ethereal spear shadow, spanning dozens of yards, materialized from the horizon, as if crossing the boundaries of space itself. An overwhelming wave of blood energy surged forth, akin to a dark tide rising from the depths of the ocean. Reminiscent of an ancient demonic deity descending upon the mortal realm. Seniorly, I humbly seek your guidance and wish to see if, after all these years, your grace remains undiminished. The blood-robed youth spoke with a calm demeanor, as if untroubled by fear, yet the middle-aged man nearby sensed a resolute acceptance of death in the tone of his leader. He had heard tales of this venerable sword immortal, but only those venerable ancestors among the elite powers could truly comprehend the terror of the ninth realm. The elder remained silent, merely gazing intently at the young man before him, a flicker of profound light dancing in his eyes. With a gentle upward motion of his right hand, he aligned his fingers together like a sword, and a brilliant, crystalline sword-light cleaved through the air. Silently blooming, the sword-light traversed the atmosphere, sparkling and seemingly unadorned, yet it contained an ineffable essence that inspired awe. The sword intent, unique to each individual, emanated from this elder, evoking a sensation of boundless freedom amidst the cosmos. The foremost sword, sweeping away the mundane, shattered the void with its might. In an instant, the clash of the sword light against the spear's brilliance resulted in a shattering explosion. The spear's energy disintegrated without a trace of resistance, scattering into countless crimson fragments that fell to the earth. The residual force of the sword intent surged towards the youth behind him. Upon witnessing this, the blood-robed youth showed no surprise, only a hint of resignation. It was a misfortune of timing. After enduring the arduous battle and barely surviving, he found himself face to face with this elder. The unchallenged king of the eastern city. Alas, the sword intent pierced his heart. The blood-robed youth could only sigh deeply, exhaling a profound melancholy that he was no prodigy. The hardships he had faced to reach his current state were known to none, ultimately leading him to become but a lifeless corpse, without undergoing a rebirth. With his heart's pulse extinguished, there was no chance of survival. The body fell silently laid upon the earth. As the elder softly chanted, two sharp sword energies burst forth, one akin to a dragon soaring through the heavens, aimed directly at the middle-aged man's neck. A flash of cold light, and in an instant, the head was severed without hesitation. The other sword strike resembled the dawn's first light, piercing through the sinister blood-red formation surrounding them, its brilliance rendering the once impenetrable barriers to mere fragile parchment, collapsing into nothingness under the might of these two astounding sword strikes. No predicament remained. The terrifying formation that had stymied Yunqing's every effort was reduced to mere illusions by the elder's casual attack. Just then, in the distance, a sword energy shot skyward. Chapter 44. The completion of sword intent. The elder exclaimed softly, turning his gaze towards the direction of the sword energy. In the distance, Yunqing sat cross-legged upon the dust, a hint of contemplation furrowing his brow. His long robe seemed to sway gently as if moved by an unseen force. Without a whisper of wind surrounding him, sword energy spiraled, dense to the point of near solidity, each strand embodying a profound power that reverberated through the space around him. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura surged from within Yunqing, harmonizing with the natural rhythm of the world, resembling a microcosm of the grand forces of nature, showcasing his extraordinary state of being. In that moment, Yunqing appeared to merge with the heavens and the earth, transforming into a razor-sharp blade piercing the clouds, his presence unparalleled. As his thoughts crystallized, the sword energy erupted forth like a tidal wave, dazzling and resplendent, each strike embodying the truths of swordsmanship, as if a transcendent sword immortal were manifesting the mysteries of the sword path. The elder's eyes glimmered with admiration at this sight. The sword intent was complete. At 18 years of age, he stood at the precipice of the spirit mansion realm. Could this lad possibly be the illegitimate son of Little Ling? The elder mused, though no one heard. As the formation shattered, the armies of various nations regained their senses, confusion flickering in their eyes. General, what just transpired? I recall an edict from His Majesty commanding us to vanquish the Blade Tyrant dynasty. Why do I feel as though I have lost my memory? Captain, shall we continue fighting? Wait, let me gather my thoughts. Olu, how could you have perished? What will become of your wife and children? Alas, war is merciless. On the battlefield, countless soldiers stood bewildered by the scene before them. Even the commanders from various nations were taken aback. Though they were seasoned warriors accustomed to casualties, the sight before them sent ripples through their souls. This was no longer mere warfare. The battlefield resembled a colossal beast poised to devour all who dared approach. In unspoken agreement, the various factions chose to cease hostilities. Yunqing opened his eyes, retracting the sword energy, and his entire demeanor seemed transformed, sharper and more formidable. He regarded the white-robed elder before him and bowed respectfully. Thank you, senior, for saving my life. Yunqing spoke earnestly, then drew forth a long sword from the ground, presenting it with both hands. Thank you for your guidance. The elder casually accepted the sword, glancing at Yunqing. I have accepted your gratitude for saving your life, but guidance, from where do you draw that conclusion? Yunqing smiled. Without the essence of sword intent within your blade, I could not have achieved such a rapid mastery of sword intent. If you had not wished to guide me, why would you have returned the sword? Oh, if that is the case, would you consider becoming my disciple? The elder chuckled at the remark. He had long recognized Yunqing's talent for swordsmanship. He had taken note of him during their encounter in the capital. Today, he had followed Yunqing's trail, initially with the intention of spectating, only to unexpectedly encounter the leader of the Blood Spirit Church's branch in the eastern city, thus garnering an unexpected gain. What astounded him even more was this young man. Aside from his terrifying swordsmanship, his star soul was equally remarkable, a dragon-type star soul of unknown grade. He had no idea from where it had emerged, but within his understanding, it would be nearly impossible to find a genuine dragon in the entire eastern city. His combat prowess was equally formidable, at the pinnacle of the innate battle spirit realm, truly terrifying. He had not achieved such feats at his own innate level. Disciple greets master, Yunqing declared, kneeling in a show of respect. This scene surprised the elder. This lad was remarkably decisive, showing no hesitation whatsoever. Yunqing's reasoning was simple. the elder had saved his life, and becoming his disciple was merely a matter of gratitude. Not a leap into a perilous abyss. Moreover, the elder exuded an aura of strength, a solid ally for him, especially considering the elder's mastery of swordsmanship, which made Yunqing feel as if he were a mere mortal facing a mountain. Unable to see its summit thus, for both emotional and practical reasons, Yunqing found no grounds for refusal. Child, have you considered carefully, once you enter my sect, there will be no opportunity to switch allegiances. My lineage adheres to a single master for life. The elder intoned slowly, his demeanor rare and serious. Yunqing was taken aback by this stipulation. He had not anticipated such a demand. The star-awakening continent boasted countless geniuses, many of whom would surpass their masters in no time, often leading them to seek out more powerful mentors. It was not uncommon for a genius to have multiple masters throughout their life, yet Yunqing had not expected the elder's sect to hold such stringent requirements. Based on the blood-robed youth's words, though the elder was fearsome in power, his cultivation was merely at the manifestation realm. Yunqing was confident he could surpass him within a few years, which would certainly influence his future development to some extent. However, after a moment's hesitation, he replied with unwavering conviction. A man's word is his bond. Once spoken, it cannot be retracted. I pay my respects to my master. Future developments could be addressed later, with the dragon pearl in his possession. He had confidence in reaching the pinnacle without relying on others. The elder seemed equally surprised that Yunqing could respond so decisively after hearing his demand. Very well, from this day forth, you shall be my sole disciple. Li Xiaoyao, the elder proclaimed, assisting Yunqing to his feet. I am known as Li Xiaoyao, the ancestor of the Wanjun sword sect. Here is my identity token. From now on, you shall rank highest within the sect. Second only to myself. Yunqing accepted the token, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, master. He was somewhat familiar with the Wanjun sword sect, one of the 7 top-tier powers in the eastern city, undoubtedly filled with experts. However, he had not anticipated the elder's high standing within the sect, truly a unique figure. Upon closer inspection, the token felt cold to the touch, resembling bronze, with the characters for Xiaoyao inscribed upon it. This token is your sole symbol of identity. Guard it well and do not lose it, Li Xiaoyao instructed, and Yunqing nodded obediently. And now then, how do you plan to address the current situation? Yunqing pondered for a moment, then stepped into the air, ascending above the battlefield, where the 3 nations had called for a ceasefire, and countless soldiers were busy clearing the aftermath of the conflict. Chapter 45, The Cessation of Hostilities. As Yunqing's figure appeared, countless soldiers turned their gazes toward him. Look, that seems to be His Highness the Ninth. It truly is. How could His Highness be here? Perhaps His Majesty has dispatched him to assist us. Surely not. During a national war, unless faced with the threat of annihilation, innate experts generally refrain from intervening, particularly given his ties to the emperor. The leading generals seemed to consider something, hesitating to speak. In contrast to the Tianyun side, the soldiers from the opposing 2 nations bore expressions of tension. Although rumors suggested a rift between this prince and the Tianyun emperor, he was still a royal, and now encountering him on the battlefield, they feared they might not return. Especially in the Ba Dao dynasty, the leading general's forehead was already beaded with sweat. Despite his extensive battlefield experience, he had never faced an opponent of such caliber head-on. This was indeed an unprecedented experience. The individual before him was particularly formidable, unmatched in innate strength. On this battlefield, the dragon chi power that the monarch could summon was almost negligible. Under these circumstances, it was likely that even all the existing innate realm experts joining forces would not be able to match this one individual's might. Yunqing stepped forward, his figure strikingly handsome, akin to a descending celestial being. The soldiers of Tianyun bowed in respect. This humble general, Li Yan, pays his respects to the 9th prince, the main general named Li Yan announced, as rows of Tianyun soldiers followed suit. Yunqing cast a glance at Li Yan. He vaguely remembered him as one of the top 3 martial generals of Tianyun. Upon closer inspection, he noted that Li Yan had reached the half-step innate realm, though the remaining step to complete his transformation remained uncertain. Rise, Yunqing commanded, and as the crowd stood, he surveyed the scene. An invisible pressure emanated from his position, spreading outward. Instantly, everyone felt as if they were in the presence of divine authority, trembling and lowering their heads, afraid to make even the slightest sound. Once the atmosphere stabilized, Yunqing slowly spoke. The 3 kingdoms have encountered unforeseen circumstances, and their rulers are unaccounted for. Thus, we shall temporarily cease hostilities, clear the battlefield, and restore order to the state. What follows is of no concern to me. His voice, empowered by spiritual force, resonated throughout every corner of the battlefield. Meanwhile, a sense of alarm surged within him. He could not fathom what could have caused the simultaneous disappearance of the monarchs of the 3 kingdoms. Was it the doing of the man before him? Almost everyone shared this thought in silence, though none dared to voice it, and not a single discussion arose to eye in the distance, only the faint sound of whispers could be heard. "General, what should we do now?" A burly general from the Ba Dao dynasty, wielding a large sword, glanced at his subordinate with an exasperated expression. "What else can we do? We shall follow the commands of this esteemed individual. Regardless of whether our monarch is missing, his orders are not to be disobeyed, unless you wish for death." The scene unfolded similarly in the Qihua dynasty to eye in the center of the battlefield. After Yun Qing finished speaking, he turned and walked away, ignoring Li Yan's calls. Seeing Yun Qing's lack of response, Li Yan's deputy cautiously inquired, "General, what shall we do now? What else can we do but follow His Highness's directives? If what His Highness says is true, and our monarch is indeed missing, chaos will undoubtedly ensue within the dynasty." Lin was acutely aware that none of the remaining princes were to be underestimated. Although the first prince had fallen to this individual, and the fifth prince was deposed, the remaining two were formidable: the second prince, ruthless and commanding a strong military force, and the fourth prince, equally powerful and battle-hardened. Even the seemingly indulgent third prince was not as simple as he appeared. Although Tian Yun had the ninth prince, it seemed he did not intend to intervene given his extraordinary talent. He likely had ambitions beyond this conflict. This left the dynasty without a single innate expert to maintain order, raising concerns about the potential chaos that might ensue. To eye in the distance, Yun Qing briefly conveyed instructions before striding toward Li Xiaoyao, who was spectating from the side. "Have you managed everything?" Li Xiaoyao casually inquired. He was indifferent to the affairs of the mortal realm, though he was somewhat surprised by Yun Qing's demeanor, reflecting on the years of wandering in Tianyun. He had heard of Yun Qing's past and could understand his attitude. At that moment, on the mountain peak in the distance, three shadows stood against the wind, their gazes still vacant, although the ones controlling them had been slain. The control over their bodies remained intact. The controlling force came from a special cursed insect of the blood spirit sect, which was difficult to eradicate through brute force alone if one lacked sufficient power. This insect would gradually integrate into the victim's flesh and blood over time, affecting their consciousness. Yun Qing had not forgotten the three individuals on the mountain peak, but he had no intention of attempting to free them from their curse. Firstly, he was uncertain if he had the strength to do so. The ones who had cast the curse were at the spirit mansion realm, and while his combat prowess was formidable, he was still merely an innate expert. Furthermore, even if he were powerful enough, he might not be inclined to assist them. To be fair, regardless of the motives, the Emperor of Tianyun had shown considerable affection towards young Yun Qing in his early years. Although the Emperor seemed indifferent to the death of Yun Cheng's mother, this was not directly related given the Empress's methods. Once she chose to poison, she would leave no opportunity for escape, rendering Yun Kong's choices less significant. Perhaps this is indeed the best choice, he mused. Two figures stood side by side, soaring towards the capital of Tianyun. "Young one, have you made your decision? Would you like to return to the sword sect with me?" On the way, Li Xiaoyao asked. He had been away from the sword sect for several years, having indulged in various adventures. Now, with a new disciple, he felt the urge to return home, perhaps to lay down roots once more. Yun Qing, upon hearing this, politely declined. "I will return to the capital for a few days. There are some matters I need to attend to, perhaps later." The elder, upon hearing this, did not press the issue further. "Very well, do as you wish. I shall take some time to wander the surroundings." Suddenly Yun Qing seemed to recall something and spoke up. "Master, why not accompany me? Perhaps we might encounter an old friend." Chapter 46, Divine Bodyguard. The old friend mentioned by Yun Chang was none other than Dongfang Xan. One was the former ancestor of the esteemed Dongfang family, while the other was the elder of the Wanjun sword sect. One of the four sections. Yun Chang believed that the two must surely know each other, given that there were only a handful of formidable figures in the entire Dongfang city. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyao gently shook his head. "If I am not mistaken, the old friend you speak of must be Dongfang Xan." Yun Chang was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in surprise, "How did you know?" Li Xiaoyao chuckled, somewhat exasperated. "Do you harbor some misconceptions about the realm of the extraordinary? Having been in Tianyun for so many years, how could I possibly overlook the national master, if I wished to know something? Nothing could remain hidden from me while passing through the capital, especially since I am quite familiar with that young fellow's aura. I simply hadn't visited him yet." Realizing this, Yun Qing felt a wave of embarrassment, cursing himself for his oversight. Although the capital appeared vast, it was merely an illusion for mortals. For someone of his innate strength, it was hardly significant, particularly in the presence of such a powerful figure. Indeed, it was foolish of me, he admitted. At the same time, Yun Cheng was astonished that the esteemed ancestor of the Dongfang family was referred to as the young fellow by his master. It was known that those at the extraordinary realm had cultivated for thousands of years, and the age difference of several hundred years was inconsequential to them. They would typically address each other with mutual respect. Yet, the ease with which Li Xiaoyao referred to him as the old fellow hinted at a unique camaraderie. Li Xiaoyao seemed to sense Yun Qing's thoughts but chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he remarked, Dongfang Xan is somewhat of a tragic figure. He is the only one in the entire Dongfang city capable of sparring with me, albeit barely. What a pity. As he spoke, Li Xiaoyao couldn't help but sigh. I noticed you seem to possess some Xin Zhongshe Ru, correct? Yun Cheng nodded. Though precious, the Xin Zhongshe Ru was not something he felt the need to hide from his master. It appeared that Li Xiaoyao had been watching him closely. The events of the previous battle had likely been observed in their entirety. After receiving Yun Qing's confirmation, Li Xiaoyao continued, You are fortunate. This substance, if in sufficient quantity, can be of great use even to those in the extraordinary realm and is not easily obtained. If you have enough in your reserves, perhaps you could share some with Dongfang Xin. It might help him regain some of his strength. Your current strength, while commendable, is ultimately limited by your realm. To break through to the extraordinary realm, you still have quite a journey ahead of you. In the meantime, securing a competent bodyguard would be wise, provided you have means to keep them in check. Hearing Li Xiaoyao's words, Yun Qing felt a surge of excitement, realizing that this was a route he had never considered. It indeed seemed like a promising path, holding onto a fragment of the opponent's soul essence. Unless Dongfang Xin were to achieve rebirth, there was no way he could escape his control. Thank you, Master, for your guidance, Yun Qing replied, brimming with enthusiasm. After today's battle, he had fully comprehended the vast chasm separating the Spirit Mansion realm from the extraordinary realm, although he could contend with the peak of the Spirit Mansion realm at his current half-step. Even if he were to break through and reach the mid-tier of the Spirit Mansion realm, he would still struggle against the powers of the divine. Li Xiaoyao's reminder provided him with a much-needed safeguard for the time being. Just manage the swell on your end. I will take my leave first. In a place like this, I believe no one will pose a threat to you. I have given you an identity token that has a communication function. Once everything is settled, send me a message, and I will send someone to fetch you. After bidding farewell to his master, Yun Cheng made his way back to the National Master's residence. At that moment, several individuals awaited anxiously within, including Dongfang Xin, Guanqi, and Yan Linyu. Upon seeing Yun Qing, they hurriedly approached, particularly Yan Linyu, who appeared most anxious among them. After a few individuals took their seats, Yun Qing recounted the entire sequence of events, leaving the listeners both astonished and fearful. What was initially perceived as a mere mishap turned out to harbor immense peril. At first, it was the Spirit Mansion, and later, even a prominent figure from the manifestation realm intervened. The others couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Yun Qing's plight when Yan Linyu learned that her father was likely to become senile. Her expression became inexplicably complex, yet there was little sorrow within that complexity. Unlike Yun Qing, she had experienced some semblance of paternal affection. Throughout her life, apart from her very existence, she had scarcely received any benefits from her so-called father. Thus, upon hearing this outcome, she felt a strange sense of relief. Among the group, only Xiao Guanqi seemed to be listening to a story, marveling at how impressive his young master was. Meanwhile, when Dongfang Xin heard the name of Li Xiaoyao from the Wanjun sword sect, he was visibly shaken. The fact that His Highness could become a disciple of such an esteemed old sword immortal was indeed a moment of great joy. It was only figures of that caliber who were qualified to mentor such a prodigy as His Highness. Upon hearing Dongfang Xin's remarks, the two individuals beside him cast curious glances. Yan Linyu was aware that the Wanjun sword sect was the foremost power in the Dongfang city region. Yet she knew little about the old sword immortal. Guanqi, on the other hand, was completely oblivious. At that moment, Yun Qing also felt a twinge of curiosity regarding how others perceived his master. He couldn't help but ask the national master to elaborate on what kind of figure this sword immortal was, as it would grant him deeper insight into his mentor. In response, Dongfang Xin, somewhat embarrassed, replied, To be honest, my understanding of this old sword immortal is rather limited. I only know that, long before I succeeded as the head of the Dongfang family, he had already been the ancestor of the Wanjun sword sect. His strength is unfathomable. During his more active years, the other 6 major powers had to tread carefully around him, even with 3 prominent figures from my Dongfang family stationed at that time. We dared not provoke him. Hearing this, Guanxi and Yan Lingyu realized that the individual before them was indeed the ancestor of the foremost of the three great families, the Dongfang family. They were taken aback to discover that he had become a national master in this Tianyun dynasty. Guanxi might not have grasped the significance, but Yan Lingyu understood the esteemed status of the Dongfang family in this region, as evidenced by the very name of Dongfang City. However, she was left wondering why he had chosen this path. Since the other party had not elaborated further, she felt it was inappropriate to pry, knowing there must be many secrets involved. Yet, as this thought crossed her mind, she couldn't help but glance at the white-clad youth before her. Here was a figure who commanded the obedience of one of the three great families' ancestors and had a legendary old sword immortal as a master, in the entirety of Dongfang City. His status and background were undoubtedly among the highest. After a brief exchange, Yunqing made his way to a secluded chamber, closely followed by Dongfang Xan. Chapter 47, breaking through the spirit mansion realm. Upon entering, Yunqing promptly set up a barrier and seated himself on a mat. National Master, I wish to know how much Xinzhong stone milk is required for you to restore your strength to the manifestation realm. Yunqing stated directly. Dongfang Xan paused momentarily at this inquiry. In truth, his cultivation had not diminished, it was merely that his injuries were far too severe, leaving his body shattered and incapable of sustaining the overwhelming power. It was akin to a bamboo pole riddled with cracks, unable to bear the weight it once could. Hence, Dongfang Xan had no choice but to seal his own cultivation. Only as his injuries gradually healed could he endure greater power. Previously, when Yunqing had administered a dose of Xinzhong stone milk, there had been slight signs of recovery from his long-standing injuries, but that single dose was far from sufficient for a complete restoration. It is my estimation that to return to the manifestation realm, I would need at least 300 drops of Xinzhong stone milk, Dongfang Xan said, the weight of his words reflecting careful consideration. Upon hearing this, Yunqing sighed in relief. He had feared exhausting all of his reserves of Xinzhong stone milk without being able to aid the other in achieving the manifestation realm. Thankfully, 300 drops remained within his capacity. I shall provide you with 500 drops. How long will it take for you to regain your strength in the manifestation realm? Yunqing declared boldly. Earlier, he had acquired approximately 1,500 drops of Xinzhong stone milk from the Baishui mountain range, having used only a few drops in prior battles, after setting aside 500 for Dongfang Xan. He still had around 1,000 drops remaining. Dongfang Xan accepted the jade vial extended by Yunqing, his fingers trembling slightly. After so many years, he was finally presented with an opportunity to once again engage with the power of the manifestation realm. The exact time frame is difficult to determine, but approximately 10 days should suffice, he replied, suppressing his excitement. Very well, in that case, you may begin your seclusion, Yunqing instructed. Thank you, Your Highness. Your generosity towards this old man is akin to a rebirth. Dongfang Xan replied earnestly, fully aware of the significance of such an abundance of Xinzhong stone milk. In his prime, acquiring such a quantity would have proven exceedingly arduous. The spiritual herbs he had painstakingly collected over the years had barely restored him to the peak of his innate state. Once Dongfang Xan departed, Yunqing turned his consciousness towards the Ancestral Dragon Pearl achievement unlocked. Indestructible cockroach with innate realm cultivation, withstand attacks of the manifestation level. Achievement points 3,500. Achievement unlocked, Swordsmanship Prodigy, comprehend perfected sword intent. Achievement points 2,000. This time, 2 unexpected achievements were completed, and his points finally surpassed the 5-digit mark, totaling 13,170 points, sufficient to exchange for some valuable items. However, he found himself without any pressing needs at present. Withdrawing his thoughts, Yunqing examined his meridians. Although his attempt to forcibly break through had not succeeded, it had little impact on his foundation. However, his internal meridians had sustained considerable damage, with several major veins exhibiting varying degrees of minor cracks. Every time he circulated his spiritual energy, a faint pain would arise, which could be fatal in high-intensity battles, leading to a disastrous end if he were not careful. Yunqing retrieved 5 drops of Xinzhong stone milk and swallowed them. The warm energy began to flow through his meridians, soothing the cracks therein. A smile involuntarily crept upon Yunqing's lips. This Xinzhong stone milk was indeed a remarkable substance, otherwise, managing his injuries would have been quite troublesome. Despite the hardships endured during this journey, it was not without its rewards. At the very least, the bottleneck in his cultivation had loosened considerably, making the upcoming breakthrough to the spirit mansion realm significantly easier. 3 days later, Yunqing emerged from his seclusion, feeling rejuvenated and his cultivation increasingly stable. However, during these days, news of the disappearance of the Tianyun emperor had sent ripples through the court. The second prince was rallying powerful ministers, consolidating more than half of the authority within the court. The fourth prince, citing the unrest, led 800,000 elite troops to the borders. Most astonishingly, the third prince, who had always been known for his indulgence in wine and women, had also revealed his fangs in secret. He first discreetly gathered several martial kings, seizing control of a portion of military power, and even a significant part of the palace guards had fallen under his command, allowing him to stand against the second prince within the court. The other princes remained relatively weak, choosing either to retreat into obscurity as idle lords or align themselves with one faction or another. At this moment, the capital was in turmoil, rife with unrest. Bring it on, search every inch of the city, even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we must capture that traitor. A squad of city guards, heavily armed, rampaged through the streets, arriving at the National Master's residence. Captain, should we continue the search? One soldier inquired. The leading captain's face turned ashen. Search? Are you trying to get us killed? This is the National Master's residence. Do you not know who resides within? Just report back. If the higher-ups wish to search, let them come themselves. At that moment, a figure approached the residence. Yunqing, having sensed it earlier, recognized the familiar face. He instructed Guanxi to bring the visitor in, and the newcomer was Li Huan, the head of the Inspection Institute, a high-ranking official and also the owner of the Huan Yun Tavern. However, he appeared somewhat disheveled, with a haggard appearance and several bloodstains on him. In the rear courtyard, 3 figures faced one another. Ninth Prince, the court is in chaos. Are you truly going to simply stand by and watch? If this continues, the Millennium Foundation of our Tianyun will be utterly destroyed, Li Huan said, his face etched with despair. Though he held a high position and possessed considerable strength, he felt utterly powerless amidst the court's turmoil. The fate of Tianyun is no longer my concern. Dynasties rise and fall. It is the natural order of things. Let it be, Yunqing replied, taking the tea that Guanxi had poured and downing it in one gulp before rising to leave. Li Huan was left speechless, having anticipated this outcome. Had Yunqing truly intended to intervene, the situation would never have escalated to such a state. In the secluded chamber, Yunqing sat cross-legged, preparing to enter seclusion for training. Launching his final assault on the Spirit Mansion realm, having delayed for so long, he had not dedicated sufficient time to proper cultivation. As he awaited Dongfang Xian's recovery, Yunqing also intended to utilize this time for a breakthrough. Days passed swiftly, and within the National Master's residence the resounding dragon's roar echoed, as if a celestial being had descended. A surge of astonishing energy followed, enveloping the entire capital in a thick aura of oppression. Within the secret chamber, Yunqing sensed the powerful force emanating from his Dantian's qi and revealed a satisfied smile. At this moment, the gates to the Spirit Mansion swung wide open. A phantasmal image of a purple-gold dragon swirled behind him, its whiskers flowing gracefully, its horns majestic. An ancient aura accompanied the dragon's breath as it surged forth. Chapter 48. The 5 energies converge upon the origin. The sudden surge of energy from the National Master's residence drew the attention of many. What a terrifying aura it is! It seems that the one has broken through once again. Apart from that individual, there appears to be no one else. It is truly unfortunate that, in these tumultuous times, that person is unwilling to intervene, otherwise, we would not have to live in constant fear. However, one cannot entirely view it this way. We must think positively. At the very least, with their presence, the 2 formidable dynasties of Naba and Chihua would dare not infringe upon us. In this sense, we have indeed gained a significant advantage. The common folk wandering the streets paused to observe this scene. Nonetheless, the capital now seems somewhat desolate. With the crown prince seizing power, tranquility is a luxury, and it can even be described as precariously unstable. Most citizens choose to stay indoors to avoid unwarranted calamities. In the guest hall of the National Master's residence, Yunqing arrived to find Xiao Guanxi engrossed in a game of chess with Yan Lingyu. The two were locked in a fierce contest. Upon seeing Yunqing approach, Xiao Guanxi joyfully rushed over to young master. You finally emerged. Sister Yan's chess skills surpass yours significantly and she doesn't resort to tricks. Before Xiao Guanxi could finish, Yunqing playfully covered her mouth, feeling slightly embarrassed. Yan Lingyu stifled a laugh nearby. Xiao Guanxi had shared many tales about the exceptional talent of Tianyun, particularly how they would lose at chess daily in the royal tomb yet refuse to acknowledge defeat. Even overturning the chessboard, this has certainly provided her with a deeper understanding of this prodigy. On the following day, Yunqing practiced his myriad swords in the rear courtyard. The space within the secret chamber was somewhat constricted, making it difficult for him to fully unleash his abilities. Thus, the courtyard was more convenient. Suddenly, while immersed in his practice, he felt the token at his waist vibrate. Upon investigation, he discovered it was a message from Li Xiaoyao. An ancient relic had appeared in the Tianyan mountain range, likely the cave dwelling of a powerful being, restricting entry to those of the manifestation realm and above. It was speculated that this might be the lair of a formidable figure from the unification realm or even the nirvana realm. Containing many precious opportunities within. Now, the three great families in the four major sects, along with other first-rate forces from the eastern city, had dispatched top-tier manifestation realm experts to vie for these opportunities. Among them were not a few who had coalesced multiple strands of the 5 qi. Since you have already broken through to the manifestation realm, why not join the fray? Yunqing was not surprised that Li Xiaoyao was aware of his breakthrough. He likely still lingered in the region of the Three Kingdoms, and such matters would naturally not escape the eyes of one in the manifestation realm. The message also included a detailed address, pinpointing the exact location of the ancient relic. Although the Tianyan mountain range was not as vast as the Bishua mountain range, it still sprawled widely. Without a specific location, one might search for 3 days and nights without finding the entrance. Yunqing stored away the token and first informed Guanxi and Yan Linyu of his intent to venture out, advising them to be cautious and to refrain from going outside unnecessarily. After all, the situation outside was far from stable, and Guanxi's cultivation was still too weak to ensure her own safety. Having said this, Yunqing soared towards the Tianyan mountain range. The Tianyan mountain range is situated between the Bishua mountain range and Tianyun. Given Yunqing's speed, he estimated it would take him roughly half a day to arrive at full exertion. Having just broken through, he was still somewhat unfamiliar with his own combat prowess. However, his innate combat strength was approximately on par with an average peak manifestation realm cultivator. Now, having genuinely broken through to the manifestation realm, Yunqing felt that his strength could at least rival that of a half-step manifestation realm expert who has coalesced 3 strands of the 5 qi. He might even hold his own against one who had coalesced the 4th strand. A peak manifestation realm expert undergoes a process of coalescing the 5 qi before breaking into the manifestation realm. Each of the 5 qi represents an intangible force, and the coalescing of these qi is also a process of refining the 5 internal organs: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, corresponding to the liver, heart, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Each of the 5 elements possesses unique utilities, and once the first strand of wood qi is successfully coalesced, one may be called a half-step manifestation realm expert. As for the next step, it leads to the manifestation. Judging by Li Xiaoyao's words, it seems this time there would be quite a number of manifestation realm experts present at the relic's unveiling. This adds to the excitement. Otherwise, a mere gathering of ordinary manifestation realm cultivators would lack intrigue. After half a day's journey, Yunqing finally arrived at the foot of Tianyan City before nightfall. Tianyan City is built against the backdrop of the Tianyan mountain range. Thanks to its geographical advantages, it has flourished, boasting abundant resources and a multitude of powerful individuals. Although the 3 great families within the city do not possess experts of the manifestation realm, they do have numerous practitioners of the manifestation realm, including several who have coalesced the 5 qi. After paying a modest entrance fee, Yunqing successfully entered Tianyan City. At this moment, the city was bustling with activity. Far more crowded than usual, the individuals traversing the streets exuded formidable auras, many of whom were strong practitioners of the manifestation realm who had come from various places to seize opportunities at the relic. After some effort, Yunqing located a suitable inn to settle in. Given the peak tourist season in Tianyan City, finding accommodation was no easy feat, but fortunately no problem is insurmountable with spirit stones. After a brief tidying up, he decided to venture out and gather information. Although he held great confidence in his strength, his past experiences had instilled in him the importance of knowing both oneself and the opponent. Thus, he made his way to the largest tavern in Tianyan City. Before a grand and opulent structure, Yunqing paused. This tavern was the most luxurious in Tianyan City, managed by the Zhang family, the foremost among the 3 great families. It far surpassed the grandeur of the Huanyun Tavern in Tianyan's capital, standing in an entirely different league. Upon entering, a young attendant promptly approached him. The tavern was unusually lively that day, bustling with guests from all directions. Many were there with the same intent as Yunqing, hoping to glean some information. Yunqing's initial cultivation level in the manifestation realm was not particularly conspicuous among the crowd, yet when combined with his youthful appearance, it did stand out somewhat. As he was about to ascend to the 3rd floor, he was stopped at the entrance. "Apologies, young master, but the top floor has been reserved by several major forces." "We kindly ask for your understanding," the two young attendants said politely. They were quite weary, as they could not afford to offend these guests from afar. Local patrons might show some deference to the Zhang family. But these outsiders were another matter entirely. Offending one of them could lead to dire consequences. Seeing this, Yunqing did not press further. "Which factions occupy the top floor?" the attendants, relieved by his lack of insistence, replied. "All 7 top-tier forces are present, except for the Wanhua Valley." Yunqing nodded lightly and then chose a windowside table to sit at. He ordered 3 pots of tea and began to savor them while observing the scenery outside, simultaneously absorbing information from all around. It appeared that many experts had gathered for this relic unveiling. Of course, it is said that this relic belongs to a Unification Realm expert's cave dwelling. No wonder the Wanjun sword sect sent out that individual. Who might that person be? Inquisitively, 3 burly men at a nearby table engaged in spirited conversation. "Did you not see the chief of the sword sect, Lu Qingyun? I heard that he coalesced 4 strands of the 5 Qi several years ago, and with a spirit beast level star soul, he is undoubtedly among the top tier of all manifestation realm practitioners who have come." That statement holds merit. Although the sword sect has the fewest members among the 7 forces, each is an elite in their own right. The old sword immortal of the previous generation, the current sect leader, and the young Lu Qingyun. Indeed, Lu Qingyun seems to be under 50 this year, yet he has already coalesced the 4th Qi. We have yet to catch a glimpse of even the 1st Qi. Yunqing listened quietly, gathering a list of notable figures who had come for this occasion. Rumor had it that the Eastern family sent their Grand Elder, who allegedly has coalesced the 4th Qi for quite some time and might even have achieved the 5th by now. Chapter 49, Wanhua Valley. Indeed, among the many experts present, he could easily rank within the top 3. This truly is a gathering of heroes. I heard that the renowned Master Shao Chun from Liuhua Island has personally emerged from seclusion for this occasion. In his youth, he was renowned alongside the Grand Elder of the Eastern family. Alas, I can only hope to partake in a morsel of the feast. Downstairs, a group of local youths in Tianyan City were engaged in conversation. Expressing their admiration, Yunqing mentally noted the noteworthy figures: the Grand Elder of the Eastern family Dongfang Hongtu, suspected to be at the 5 Qi level, Lu Qingyun from the Sword Sect, whose spirit beast level star soul and 4th Qi cultivation likely made him a formidable opponent, and Master Shao Chun from Liuhua Island, rumored to be a level 3 alchemist. Among the elders of the 3 great families in Tianyan City, it seemed there were many who had coalesced 3 or even 4 strands of the 5 Qi. Now, being in their territory, these local snakes might warrant more attention, as many strong practitioners from other main cities were also present. Gazing out the window, with the bright moon hanging high, Yunqing could faintly discern the location of the ancient relic. He wondered when the national master would emerge from seclusion. It would provide him with some backing should he offend anyone in this secret realm. While Yunqing was lost in thought, 2 figures approached him, obscuring his view. "Young master, greetings. Would you mind sharing a table?" A melodious voice, akin to a lark's song, echoed in the air. Yunqing looked up to find 2 figures clad in azure. One was a young woman with skin like snow and bright eyes, her delicate hands resting casually, exuding an air of a refined lady. The other was a slightly more mature woman, her figure more voluptuous yet equally captivating, possessing a hint of the allure of maturity. "Certainly," Yunqing replied after a brief glance at the 2. "To thank you, esteemed sir." After the 2 took their seats in succession, Yunqing's gaze turned towards the window, yet his heart was far from tranquil. He sensed a hint of danger emanating from the slightly older woman across from him. The allure of this ancient relic truly is profound. Encountering even a single individual here reveals them to be a formidable expert. Though the 2 may harbor no ill intentions, Yunqing still felt a subtle pressure. As for the younger woman, her cultivation was merely at the mid-stage of the spirit mansion realm, which Yunqing deemed inconsequential. "I wonder from which esteemed lineage the young sir hails?" the young woman across inquired, pulling Yunqing's thoughts back to the present. A wandering cultivator, unbound by any particular residence," Yunqing replied casually. Although he had been taken as a personal disciple by Li Xiaoyao, he had yet to visit the sword sect or undergo the initiation ceremony, so it was not inaccurate to refer to himself as a wandering cultivator. My name is Qingluan, hailing from the Wanawagu, and this is an elder from our sect, the woman, who introduced herself as Qingluan, stated. Yunqing nodded slightly in acknowledgement. So she is a prominent figure from Wanawagu. "I must admit my oversight, you are too kind, but I have yet to inquire your esteemed name," Qingluan said. Yunqing hesitated briefly before responding. Guanxi. Although he presumed no one would recognize his true name, he instinctively provided a false one. "I wonder if you have any companions for tomorrow's expedition into the secret realm. If not, perhaps we could journey together." Qinghuan suggested with a smile, her eyes sparkling with a hint of expectation. Yunqing was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the young woman's intentions. Beside him, the beautiful matron cast a surprised glance at the young woman. Evidently unaware that they had conspired prior. That won't be necessary. I am accustomed to traveling alone. Moreover, I am but a novice in the early spirit mansion realm with limited strength, and I would likely hinder your progress. Yunqing politely declined. Qinghuan appeared somewhat surprised by his resolute refusal, yet she did not press the matter further. Very well, should you change your mind by tomorrow, you are welcome to seek out Qinghuan. I shall be at your service, she said. Yunqing merely nodded, offering no further comment as he resumed sipping his tea. At that moment, a commotion erupted from upstairs. Lu Qingyun, do not be so audacious, after all. You are still a junior, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? What I say is of no concern to a relic of the past such as you. Your strength is lacking. Yet your cunning knows no bounds, a voice retorted, followed by a sudden silence, indicating that someone had erected a barrier. On the upper floor, a middle-aged man in a blue robe and a young man bearing a long sword exchanged fierce glares. What are you staring at? Come and take a bite out of me if you're not satisfied, the sword-bearing youth provoked, seemingly disregarding the middle-aged man entirely. Lu Qingshan, it is a privilege for you sword sect to have caught the eye of the son of the Tiangang Pavilion's master. Your sect's overall strength ranks among the lowest of the 7 great powers. To dismiss my master's son in favor of an ordinary disciple is a clear sign of disrespect, the blue-robed man huffed. His ire palpable. Yen Hui, you ought to be aware of your own son's character. That he is a mere innate realm practitioner, reliant on various pills to reach his current status, while spending his days indulging in pleasure. What makes him worthy of my junior sister? Lu Qingshan retorted without hesitation. At this moment, a white-robed woman behind him gazed at him with gratitude. Thank you, senior brother. Not at all. One must consider their own worth. Lu Qingshan replied. The back and forth between the two escalated, igniting Yen Hui's fury. Enough. Do you wish to settle this with a duel? As Lu Qingshan spoke, he had already gripped his long sword ready for combat, the blade seeming poised to unsheath at any moment. Upon witnessing this, Yen Hui instinctively recoiled, though he continued to talk tough. In truth, he knew he was no match for Lu Qingshan. The Wanjun sword sect, though few in number, boasted only elite practitioners. Among them was Lu Qingshan, a rising star capable of overshadowing even the elders. Seeing that Yen Hui had fallen silent, Lu Qingshan sheathed his sword. Just then, a voice emerged to mediate the situation. Everyone, please calm down. Brother Qingshan has always been rather straightforward. I hope you will not take offense, a younger figure garbed in luxurious attire interjected, exuding an air of superficiality. This individual was named Tang Kai, the son of the Tang family head. Beside him stood an imposing elder with white hair, clearly more powerful than Yen Hui, named Tang Zhenkuan, the younger brother of the current Tang family head and Tang Kai's uncle. Upon hearing someone extend an olive branch, Yen Hui readily accepted, fearing Lu Qingshan's wrath. What are everyone's thoughts on the matter of clearing the field? Tang Zhenkuan began, while Dongfang Hongtu, seated nearby, appeared to have already acquiesced. The elder from the Bai family shared a similar sentiment, indicating that the 3 great families had reached a consensus. Their proposal was to have the 7 major powers first practice their skills, excluding wandering cultivators and external forces to prevent any opportunistic behavior, allowing only a few slots for the 3 families of Tianyan City. This was indeed an effective strategy, albeit one that would likely offend many. Yen Hui hesitated, recognizing the allure of significant benefits, and decided that offending a few was a worthy trade-off. For the Tiangang Pavilion has no objections, he stated after a moment's contemplation. Simultaneously, another voice chimed in. Esteemed colleagues, the path of wandering cultivators is not easy. Fate is fickle, and such behavior may be seen as inappropriate, risking the ire of many. I, Lu Hua Island, do not wish to involve myself in this matter, spoke a tall elder with flowing white hair and a beard, exuding an aura of otherworldly wisdom. This was Xiao Chun, a renowned alchemist from Lu Hua Island, whose status was notably high, rumored to be the mentor of the island's master. Following Xiao Chen's declaration, the atmosphere shifted palpably. Dongfang Hongtu opened his eyes, glancing at Xiao Chun. The gathered individuals were acutely aware that the relationship between the Dongfang family and Lu Hua Island was far from amicable. It could even be described as hostile. Qingshan, what is your perspective on this? Xiao Chen then turned his gaze to Lu Qingshan, prompting the attention of all present, yet Lu Qingshan remained unfazed. If you wish to observe, feel free to do so. I, however, will not partake. Just ensure that my sword sect's members are allowed entry. We will not partake in such despicable acts that sever others' opportunities, he declared, his voice resolute. As Lu Qingshan's words echoed, The faces of those from the three great families and the Tiangang pavilion shifted. Despicable, did he not just insult them? Nevertheless, despite their displeasure, no one dared to voice their objections. Lu Qingshan was known for his rebellious nature. Speaking and acting without a shred of restraint, not even the elders were exempt. He had previously taken a jab at the Tang family's representative, yet due to the old sword immortal's influence, the matter had been dropped. Ha, well said, Qingshan, I have always believed in your capabilities. Xiaochun laughed heartily, stroking his beard. Lu Qingshan offered no comment. Luhua Island was among the few top-tier forces with a rapport with the sword sect. The leaders of the Tang and Bai families turned their gazes toward Dongfang Hongtu, who chose to remain silent. He had no desire to provoke Lu Qingshan, recognizing that their strengths were closely matched. Neither could afford to come out worse for wear. Little Tang, there is no need to dwell on this trivial matter, instead focus on how to enhance your own cultivation, Lu Qingshan said as he stood to leave. Casting a provocative glance at Tang Kai, who was of similar age yet only at the late stage of the Spirit Mansion realm, Tang Kai's expression darkened. Although they were peers, he realized he could not withstand even a single strike from Lu Qingshan. Leaving him without the courage to retort, Lu Qingshan descended the stairs with the sword sect members in tow, followed closely by several disciples. As he departed, the others began to rise as well. Time was of the essence, and with Wanawagu abstaining from involvement and both Wanjun sword sect and Luhua Island dissenting, the feasibility of the proposal was nearly nullified among the forces present. The sword sect and Luhua Island, aside from the Dongfang family, were the most formidable, thus, their opinions carried considerable weight. As various factions made their way downstairs, Lu Qingshan noticed the two members of Wanawaga casting their gazes his way. Senior Hongi, Qingwan, it has been a while, he greeted. Chief Qingshan, they responded in kind, with the elderly Hongi maintaining a humble demeanor, fully aware of the strength of her counterpart. Lu Qingshan then turned his attention to Yunqing, who sat alone sipping tea. Their eyes met, followed by a nod of acknowledgement. Yunqing sensed a hint of profound sword intent emanating from Lu Qingshan. As Li Xiaoyao reached the staircase leading to the second floor, members from other factions began to descend in unison, a grand procession unfolding before them. Suddenly, Lu Qingshan halted, prompting the curious white-robed woman beside him to inquire, "What is it, senior brother?" with a mischievous smile. Lu Qingshan turned and shouted to the assembled guests, "Brothers, the three great clans in Tianlan Pavilion are preparing to join forces to clear the area, intending to exclude you all in order to prevent any competition for opportunities. Our sword sect holds no desire to associate with them. I have spoken my piece. I urge you all to exercise caution." After Lu Qingshan finished speaking, he departed without a backward glance. The members of the sword sect quickly followed, their eyes filled with surprise, yet it was also expected. Their senior brother had always been this way. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of several individuals from the three great clans shifted dramatically. Even Xiaochun from Liuhua Island couldn't help but twitch his lips. This young man truly defied conventions. Chapter 51. The obsequious one. All eyes in the room turned towards the few individuals present. The atmosphere was charged with fervor, and there was no doubt regarding the matter at hand. It was typical behavior for these factions to act in such a manner. These powerful factions were utterly excessive. They devoured the meat while denying us even the broth. It was simply outrageous. Even though they wielded immense power, they should not oppress us in such a way. Their ancestors in the manifestation realm were not present. If worse came to worst, we could confront them. I refuse to believe they can do anything to us. The expression of the scattered cultivators at several tables was grim, barely restraining their urge to slam the table in outrage. Several peak spiritual palace cultivators were already brimming with fury. Had it not been for the disparity in strength, they would have already taken action. Hearing the murmurs, the members of the major factions turned ashen. They cast menacing glances in the direction Lu Qingshan had departed. This young man was truly infuriating. A shared thought flashed through everyone's minds simultaneously. Lu Qingshan had always acted without restraint. One might say that nearly everyone in the sword sect shared this trait. Even the old sword immortal was similar. One could argue that the apple does not fall far from the tree. Yun Cheng watched the figures of the major factions depart, many of whom would likely be his opponents in the days to come. He sensed several threatening auras among them. Tang Jinkuan of the Tang family, Dongfang Hongtu of the Dongfang family, Xiaochun of Liuhua Island, and an elder from the Bai family. As for Yan Hui of Tianlan Pavilion, Yun Qing did not regard him with much concern. "Qingwan, it seems you have already arrived. Why are you not with everyone else?" At this moment, a voice filled with surprise emerged from the Tang family's ranks. Tang Kai squeezed through the crowd, hastily approaching the table where Yun Qing sat, his face brimming with delight. "Oh, Qingwan merely came here quietly with an elder. I did not wish to interrupt your important discussions." Qingwan's tone was indifferent, simultaneously indicating that the Wanhua Valley had no intention of clearing the area, not wanting to be unjustly implicated. Moreover, she held no particular fondness for Tang Kai, hence her lack of enthusiasm in her demeanor. All is well, since we have encountered one another here, why not share a drink? Tang Kai disregarded Qingwan's attitude entirely and extended an invitation. The scattered cultivators present exchanged glances, a hint of disdain flashing in their eyes. Unable to suppress their whispers, it is rumored that Tang Kai is merely a sycophant of the saintess Qingwan. I thought it was just gossip, but it appears to be true. Indeed, this is nothing but a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Tang Kai is over 40 years old, while Lu Qingshan of the same age is already a half step into the manifestation realm. He is merely at the late stage of the spiritual palace realm. His talent pales in comparison to that of the saintess Qingwan, who could argue otherwise, yet he seems quite pleased with his position. Let us keep our voices down to avoid trouble, although the surrounding discussions were hushed. Everyone present was a cultivator, their hearing exceptional. Naturally, Tang Kai heard these whispers as well. In Dongfang City, many people feared the Tang family's influence, and no one dared to mock him so openly, except for those of similar standing who might just occasionally. However, today, with renowned cultivators from various places gathered, the collective strength was less intimidated by the Tang family. With many present, the law does not penalize the masses, so Tang Kai could only cast a furious glance around without taking further action. Yet, at that moment, Yun Sheng, seated nearby, could not help but curl the corners of his mouth into a smile. The scene before him struck him as exceedingly comical. The age gap between the two made him feel as though a middle-aged man in his 40s was attempting to woo a pure college student in her 20s. It was only due to his refined upbringing that he managed to suppress his laughter. It was at this juncture that Tang Kai finally noticed a youth seated across from Qingwan, who appeared equally charming. Who might this young gentleman be? Tang Kai inquired of Yun Qing. Although the latter's smile irked him, he still made an effort to restrain his annoyance. Yun Qing did not respond immediately. He finished his tea and then slowly said, "It is nothing. I have only just met Miss Qingwan, and we are merely sharing a table." Yun Qing's attitude was casual, devoid of any excessive gestures. Tang Kai then asked, "Might I inquire which faction you belong to?" "At present, I am still considered a scattered cultivator, without any sector affiliation." Yun Qing continued to sip his tea, inadvertently exchanging a glance with Qingwan. This exchange only fueled Tang Kai's anger further. "Brat, has no one ever taught you to show basic respect? No one has ever dared to speak to me in such a manner while seated." Tang Kai slammed his hand on the table, causing the teapot to tremble and spill tea. Qingwan shot him an annoyed glance but refrained from saying anything further, instead shifting her gaze towards Yun Qing. Curious about how the young man would react, Yun Qing narrowed his eyes. This fellow was indeed becoming bothersome. In the distance, Tang Jinkuan observed everything quietly, showing no intention to intervene. The young man across from him seemed merely a small scattered cultivator without any backing. He had already assessed the latter's cultivation level, which was merely at the initial stage of the spiritual palace realm. Such cultivation posed no threat to Tang Kai. His concern lay solely with Wanhua Valley's stance towards this young man. Seeing that Yun Qing appeared somewhat displeased, Tang Kai grew even more excited. "What is wrong? Are you angry? Do you feel defiant?" In the presence of the woman he admired, some fools often displayed a peculiar need for attention. It seemed that cultivators were no exception. Yun Qing's lips curled disdainfully as he rose to leave. He had gathered enough information, the various experts had seen enough, and there was no reason to linger here any longer. Just as Yun Qing was about to depart, Tang Kai suddenly seized his arm. "Young man, do you think you can just walk away after insulting me? You must be thinking too simplistically." Tang Kai, already irked by the mockery of the crowd, now regarded Yun Qing as a punching bag, showing no intention of letting him off the hook. At this moment, a glint of coldness flashed in Yun Qing's eyes as he spoke in a frigid tone. "Let go. Oh, you have some spirit, do you?" Tang Kai remarked, releasing his grip on Yun Qing's arm, then swinging his hand towards Yun Qing's face. Yun Qing's expression remained unchanged as he extended his right hand, gripping Tang Kai's wrist with the force of a vice, then swiftly delivering a punch to Tang Kai's abdomen. Yun Qing's strike relied almost entirely on pure physical strength, yet Tang Kai's face twisted in agony. Yun Qing's speed was too rapid for him to react. Boom! Tang Kai's figure was sent flying, crashing beside a table of scattered cultivators who were drinking nearby. Chapter 52. Clean it up. The few individuals at the table looked on in astonishment at the suddenly airborne figure, their expressions bewildered. Isn't that the sycophant of the Tang family? What happened to him? Who could have done this to him? With a resounding crash, all eyes were drawn to the commotion. Tang Kai's reputation as a sycophant had already attracted attention. Now, it was even more of a spectacle. The second floor of the tavern erupted into a cacophony of voices. Who is this young man? He seems quite formidable, although he appears to be at the initial stage of the spiritual palace realm. His physical strength is impressive, and his speed is remarkable. Even Tang Kai, at the late stage of the spiritual palace realm, couldn't react in time, but he seems quite young. His strength is not to be underestimated. He dares to strike Tang Kai. He must be from some prestigious family. It is hard to say. I haven't heard of any family having such a character. Among the top factions, the geniuses usually recognize each other. Yet this young man claims to be a scattered cultivator. Could it be that? Then he has done for good. If he truly is a scattered cultivator, he is going to be in trouble today. Tang Jinkuan is still here, and this matter will likely spiral out of control. Let us just watch. Perhaps he is playing the fool to eat the tiger. Tang Kai's expression darkened further as he listened to the surrounding discussions. He had been knocked down by a mere fledgling at the initial stage of the spiritual palace realm, and worse yet, it was in front of his goddess. The peculiar gazes from Qingluan filled him with an overwhelming sense of humiliation. You little brat, you dare to launch a sneak attack, you will pay for your actions, Tang Kai declared, his figure darting forward like lightning, channeling his spiritual energy to its utmost as he hurled a punch towards Yun Cheng. This young man is in for it now. Despite Tang Kai's unsavory reputation, he was still a bona fide late-stage spiritual palace cultivator, and with the Tang family's martial arts backing him. His combat strength was formidable. A fledgling at the initial stage of the spiritual palace realm attempting to contend with a late-stage cultivator was akin to climbing a mountain. The young man is too impulsive. If he cannot restrain himself, he will certainly suffer for it. A table of middle-aged scattered cultivators nearby discussed amongst themselves, their gazes tinged with pity as they looked at Yun Cheng. The distance between them was minimal. And Tang Kai's fist shot forth like a meteor, closing in on Yun Cheng in an instant. Yun Cheng's gaze sharpened. He gently brought his right index and middle fingers together, forming an invisible sword. Then, with a flick of his fingertip, a sharp sword chi erupted through the air, its brilliance undeniable and its momentum unstoppable. This sword chi pierced through the air, hurtling directly towards Tang Kai. Boom! The anticipated scene of Yun Cheng being sent flying did not occur. Instead, it was Tang Kai who was launched away. Amidst the pile of splintered wood, Tang Kai brushed off the sawdust clinging to his form. Rising awkwardly from the ground, a conspicuous gash on his right hand oozed blood, seeping out in a rather unsettling manner. The onlookers gazed at the injured Tang Kai with expressions of disbelief. How could it be possible? A cultivator in the early stages of the spirit mansion realm could so effortlessly vanquish one in the late stages. This defied all logic and transcended mere metaphysics. Surely, he must be a hidden prodigy from some ancient family in Qingzhou showcasing such pure sword energy. Could he possibly be a sword cultivator? Madness, sheer madness. This was spiraling into chaos. Yet, having wounded Tang Kai, Tang Jinkuan remained present. With blood now shed, the young master of the Tang family faced dire consequences today. The crowd murmured among themselves, while Qingluan looked on with astonishment in her eyes. Taken aback by the formidable strength of her opponent, the disparity between the early and late stages of the spirit mansion realm was akin to a chasm. Even Lu Qingshan had been unable to confront two minor realms. Furthermore, Qingluan, despite being in the mid-stages of the spirit mansion realm herself, would likely only be capable of defending against Tang Kai, with no means to retaliate. In the distance, Tang Jinkuan's expression darkened as he prepared to assess Tang Kai's injuries. But a figure clad in white was swifter than it was Yun Cheng, whose presence was as elusive as a specter, swiftly arriving before Tang Kai and lifting him towards her table. Clean that up, Yun Cheng said, pointing at the stains on the table with an indifferent tone. Tang Kai shot her a scornful glance. In your dreams, you bastard, though he acknowledged that he was no match for the youth. He still had his uncle, a grandmaster at the cusp of the divine manifestation realm. Surely this boy could not pose a threat. You dare to touch me, you won't leave today. I'll ensure you have no place to be buried. A loud slap echoed as Yun Cheng struck Tang Kai's face, causing it to swell instantly. She showed no mercy. Countless spectators observed in shock. This brash youth, emerging from nowhere, was utterly reckless, while they disdained Tang Kai's entitled demeanor as a scion of a prominent family. They too were hesitant to act against him, despite their superior strength. Young master, please put Kai down. The impulsiveness of youth can be understood, but mercy is a virtue. If the young friend ceases his hostilities now, the Tang family can overlook this matter, Tang Jinkuan said in a neutral tone, forcing a smile. Truth be told, he harbored some trepidation regarding the youth's background, suspecting he was not merely a rogue cultivator. What kind of rogue could achieve the spirit mansion realm at such a young age and possess such extraordinary combat prowess? Uncle, how can we let this go? I want him dead. I want him dead. Tang Kai shouted, desperation lacing his words. Silence. Came the sharp rebuke from Tang Jinkuan. Ignoring him, Yun Qing continued, clean that up. The scene left the onlookers even more astounded. Who would dare to blatantly disregard Tang Jinkuan's words? He was no ordinary individual. He was the true peak powerhouse among those present. Only Xiao Chen and Yan Hui remained capable of contending with him, and even Yan Hui was struggling. The members of the Dongfang family, by family, and the sword sect had long departed during Tang Kai's attempt to woo Qing Luan, thus missing this riveting spectacle. Truly bold, this youth. One wonders if he is emboldened by support or simply driven by reckless passion. I lean towards the former. Few fools ascend to such heights without guardians, but what if he truly is as he claims, merely a rogue cultivator? Seeing Yun Qing's blatant disregard for him, Tang Jinkuan's expression darkened significantly. Young friend, you are showing a lack of respect for the Tang family. In an instant, Tang Jinkuan's countenance shifted dramatically under the collective gaze of the crowd. If the Tang family's eldest was forced to clean the table, their reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Though wary of the youth's backing, the Tang family had a divine manifestation realm expert to rely on, as long as the opposing force did not belong to a major faction led by a unity realm cultivator. There was no need for excessive caution. Reputation is earned, not bestowed. Yun Qing showed no deference, causing the surrounding rogue cultivators to gasp in shock. Very well, Tang Jinkuan replied, his fury morphing into a sardonic smile. In a flash, he lunged toward Yun Qing. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and with a sudden burst of strength, she hurled Tang Kai through the window. With a resounding crash, the Tang family scion landed on the ground, startling a throng of pedestrians. In the blink of an eye, Yun Qing evaded Tang Jinkuan's strike, moving with a speed that astonished him. How could this youth be so swift that even his formidable attack was evaded? What incredible speed! Did I just see a dragon? Is it merely my imagination? It cannot be. I saw it too. What level of martial arts is this? Qing Luan inquired quietly of Li Hongyi, her voice tinged with awe. Aunt Li, did you see the movements of the chess-playing young master just now? Li Hongyi pondered for a moment before responding, a little, I suppose. If I were in Tang Jinkuan's place, the outcome would likely remain unchanged. She could only perceive fragments from her vantage point outside the battle. Had she been a participant, the reality would have been far clearer. This martial art must be at least of high-grade earth level. Among the very best, she mused, astonished, leading Qing Luan to ponder the origins of this young man. Such a martial technique could not have been acquired without substantial backing. Within the tavern, the two had exchanged blows for dozens of rounds. Suddenly, they burst through the window. As the confined space of the tavern limited their full potential, they emerged onto the bustling main street, where a crowd had gathered. Tang Kai writhed on the ground, moaning in pain, while the two continued their fierce exchange. Tang Jinkuan, increasingly alarmed, recognized that even though he had not exerted his full strength, this was still beyond the capacity of an early-stage spirit mansion cultivator to withstand. The spectators inside the tavern were left speechless. Who was this prodigy, able to contend with a half-step divine manifestation realm opponent, and one who had condensed his fourth chi? This was inconceivable. Had Tang Jinkuan been holding back? If so, how could this youth withstand such a formidable challenge? You young man, refused to step down when offered a chance. Know this, arrogance comes at a price, Tang Jinkuan declared, his aura shifting dramatically, gathering a more formidable might. In an instant, the air around him trembled, and a radiant astral spirit emerged, revealing a magnificent white tiger that roared behind him, as if a true deity of wrath had descended, the Qingpin treasure beast. The jade-faced tiger. At this moment his presence was threefold more menacing than before. Once one reaches the spirit mansion realm, the astral spirit is liberated from its confines, augmenting the host's combat prowess. Now Tang Jinkuan held nothing back. Unleashing his full power, suddenly 7 delicate strands of spiritual energy appeared in the air without warning, shimmering with a chilling light that sent shivers through the hearts of all who beheld them. In that instant, accompanied by a sound akin to thunder, Tang Jinkuan's imposing figure darted forward like an arrow released from a bow. With an overwhelming force, he surged ahead, causing the air to crackle violently, generating a visible shockwave that distorted the very fabric of space above. Yan Hui and Xiao Chen exchanged glances. Do you think he can withstand this strike? Xiao Chen inquired with keen interest. It's difficult. Without using the astral spirit, I doubt I could endure it myself. This young man, while somewhat uncanny, cannot be that extraordinary. Yan Hui responded cautiously, nodding without elaboration. In the distance, Qing Luan watched anxiously. Aunt Li, if the chess-playing young master cannot hold on, please intervene. Li Hongyi was taken aback. What? Are you taken with him? This fellow may possess terrifying talent, but his recklessness leaves much to be desired. Qing Luan quickly refuted. No, it's not that. If we hadn't been involved, He likely wouldn't have clashed with Tang Kai, offering assistance is only right. Li Hongyi merely smiled, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Meanwhile, below, the battle raged on. Yun Qing sensed the overwhelming intent to kill emanating from her opponent. Feeling the weight of pressure upon her. In an instant, she grasped the dragon tooth sword, channeling her spiritual energy into it. 39 spiritual patterns activated, radiating brilliant light. Then, a torrent of sword energy erupted forth. Innumerable sword shadows coalescing before her. 10,000 swords, one life. The supreme sword technique re-emerged, transforming Yun Qing into a celestial swordmaster. Her aura shifting dramatically, surrounded by sword energy, she met Tang Jinquan's onslaught head-on. With a roar, the tiger howled, and the sword shadows shattered. The sword's energy scattered in all directions, causing shards to burst apart with each inch. The residual force reverberated, shattering the surrounding stalls of varying sizes. Although the onlookers had already retreated to a safe distance, a few were still nearly caught in the aftermath. Fortunately, some powerful spectators swiftly intervened to provide protection in the wake of the strike. Yun Qing staggered back 5 steps, while Tang Jinquan remained steadfast, not retreating even a single step. The disparity was starkly evident. Truly, he was a formidable figure on the verge of transcending the divine realm. Yun Qing, with a calm demeanor, addressed Tang Jinquan, his tone utterly unassuming, yet, to the ears of others, it sounded almost like a taunt. A warrior merely at the cusp of the divine realm was barely able to contend with one in the early stages of the spirit mansion realm. Only managing to maintain a slight edge. In a certain light, it was Yun Cheng who emerged as the genuine victor. No one's mood remained placid, including Xiao Chun and Yen Hui, who were watching from above. As well as Li Hongyi, who stood ready to act at any moment. Countless wandering cultivators were left incredulous. Could it be so exaggerated? This was akin to a disparity of 4 minor realms. What kind of power could nurture such an anomaly? Who knows, but the so-called little sword immortal, Lu Qingshan, pales in comparison to him. Could it be that his star soul is of the high-grade spirit beast or even a sacred beast? The bystanders, though bold in their conjectures, dared only to suggest the possibility of a sacred beast, while the notion of a divine beast was beyond their wildest imaginations. It truly might be possible. Did you notice that throughout the battle, he never even utilized his star soul? Humph, it is merely the strength of the weapon in his hand, Tang Jinquan replied, his tone still laced with disbelief. The more so with astonishment. Chapter 54. The relic Xiao Wan. It seems your little suitor requires no assistance from me. Li Hongyi gestured towards the girl beside her. However, should you truly manage to secure such talent, my Wanhua Valley would undoubtedly extend a warm welcome. Xing Wan shot Li Hongyi a sidelong glance, her gaze fixated intently on the youthful figure below, observing the game. This is truly unexpected. Among the crowd of onlookers, some marveled at Yun Qing's terrifying combat prowess, others were astonished by the astonishing sword technique known as 10,000 swords floating life, and yet others envied the divine might of the dragon tooth sword. In an instant, discussions erupted. At the center of the battlefield, the two opponents faced each other in silence. Yun Qing turned to leave, leaving behind a throng of spectators. In his place, Tang Jinquan listened to the murmurs around him, his expression darkening significantly. A faint sword mark on his palm oozed droplets of blood. At this moment, his heart was tumultuous. How could a mere early-stage spirit mansion cultivator defy the heavens to such an extent, even causing him to suffer a minor setback? In the next moment, he swiftly departed this contentious locale, dragging the still-dazed Tang Kai with him. In the tavern above, Xiao Chen stroked his beard thoughtfully as he gazed in the direction Yun Qing had departed. He then turned to Yen Hui beside him. Elder Yen, what are your thoughts on this young man? The latter's expression was grave. Where did this youth, known as Guanzi, spring forth from? He remains inscrutable. And I wonder if that individual from the Dongfang family can subdue him. Earlier, when Qing Wan inquired about Yun Qing's name, some onlookers caught wind of it, though they paid it little heed at the time. Now, with the youth's captivating demeanor, it has resurfaced in conversation. Without even employing his star soul, he was nearly able to match Tang Jinquan of the 4th Qi. His true combat power might very well rival Lu Qingshan's. Perhaps neither of us could stand against him, Xiao Chen remarked with a tone of contemplation. His strength surpasses that of Tang Jinquan, who is merely average within the 4th Qi. He and Li Hongyi are roughly on par with one another. Lu Qingshan, however, exceeds both, having achieved his breakthrough in the shortest time. Yet, with his innate talent for swordsmanship and the enhancement from his spirit beast star soul, he possesses the potential to surpass them. This expedition into the relics seems poised to introduce numerous variables. It was not just the two of them. Within the tavern, nearly everyone was engrossed in discussions regarding this mysterious swordsman who had emerged from seemingly nowhere. That night, the named Wanzi sent ripples throughout the entire Tianyan city. An early-stage spirit mansion cultivator wielded the combat strength of a half-step divine realm. In Tianyan city, at the Zhang family estate. The head of the family pondered, is this Guanzi truly as fearsome as the rumors suggest, that even Tang Jinkuan could not best him? With so many witnesses, it could not be fabricated, even if slightly exaggerated. It would not stray too far from the truth. If that is the case, why not extend an invitation? If we could secure his assistance, coupled with your strength, esteemed patriarch, our Zhang family would rank just below the Dongfang family, allowing us to seize greater opportunities within the relics. Several elders engaged in fervent discussion. However, the middle-aged man seated at the head shook his head. It is not so simple. Did you not see how even the holy maiden Xingluan's invitation was rebuffed? These sword cultivators have grown accustomed to their independence. Although our Zhang family possesses a geographical advantage, we still lag considerably behind those major factions. Just look at Li Hongyi. Her strength far surpasses mine. The current family head Zhang Leiyun has also consolidated 4 of the 5 qi, placing his strength on par with Tang Jinkuan. He is acknowledged as the foremost powerhouse in Tianyan city. Shall we not at least make an attempt? Let it be. It would be a futile endeavor. Let them contend amongst themselves. A similar scene unfolded in several other major families, and even some exceptionally powerful wandering cultivators were seized by the same thought. Other experts of similar caliber had their own teams to lead, yet this one stood alone, making collaboration all the more feasible. However, they were disheartened to find that Yun Qing had no intentions in that regard. All had encountered setbacks. Yun Qing simply returned to his quarters to rest, without exception. This included those from the Bai family and Tianlan Pavilion. Yun Qing sat cross-legged on his bed, meditating to recuperate. It appeared that the disparities in combat power within the 5 Qi Chaoyuan realm were substantial, yet not as terrifying as I had imagined, far less than the gulf between the early and mid stages of the Spirit Mansion realm. Wood, fire, earth, metal, water. The earlier battle had been too brief, and nevertheless, from what I can discern, if I unleash my full power, I should still be able to suppress Tang Jinkuan. However, those who have condensed the wood qi possess significant advantages in recovery speed. Although my recovery rate far exceeds that of others at the same level, it still pales in comparison to the enhancements provided by wood qi. Clearly, I still fall short when matched against these top-tier powerhouses. Particularly against that Dongfang Hongtu, who has condensed the 5th qi. I am not yet his match. The following morning, sunlight streamed over the Tianyan mountain range, illuminating the landscape. The roars of beasts echoed, creating a continuous symphony. At this moment, within the depths of the mountains, an astonishing light radiated forth, piercing the sky and captivating countless gazes. It has begun. Let us hope it holds what we seek. Charge, charge, charge. The opportunity is within grasp. This is our chance for resurgence. Let us vanquish them. The opportunity for a comeback has arrived. Holy Maiden, it is time for us to set forth. At the entrance to the relic, a towering bronze door emerged. Standing several meters high and wide. On either side, 2 fearsome bronze beasts loomed, imparting an air of intimidation to the ancient portal. Before long, representatives from numerous major factions had gathered, the 7 leading powers of Dongfang City, the Zhangjia and Pan families of Tianyan City, along with a host of wandering cultivators, including several half-step celestial beings who had condensed 1 or 2 of the 5 qi, formed a formidable force. At this moment, the space before the bronze door was densely packed with people. Indeed, it was almost impenetrable, yet no one seemed anxious, for before the bronze door, the 2 beasts emitted beams of light, coalescing into a faint black barrier before the entrance. This was likely a formation set up by a powerful figure in life to prevent premature access to the relic. However, some strong individuals had already deduced that this barrier would not endure for long. All awaited patiently. Just then, a streak of sword light sliced through the heavens, drawing the attention of the crowd. Yun Cheng arrived late, seeking a corner to rest alone. The surrounding throng instinctively cleared a space, granting him the special treatment reserved for the strong. Witnessing this scene, Lu Qingshan at the forefront inquired with interest of those beside him, "Who is this young man, and why does he seem even more ostentatious than I?" Chapter 55, The Bronze Puppets. The chief of Qingshan. "Have you not heard of yesterday's events?" Xiao Chen replied with an amused expression, unconcerned with Tang Jinkuan's already darkening demeanor. "After all, this matter is hardly glorious." He then leisurely recounted the events of the previous day, captivating Lu Qingshan, who developed a keen interest in this suddenly emergent mysterious swordsman. Both paid no heed to the sullen Tang Jinkuan, who chose not to voice further complaints, as he could not outmatch them. In a one-on-one confrontation, he was no opponent for either Xiao Chen or Lu Qingshan. As for Tang Kai, he had long hidden behind the crowd from the Tang family. Last night, Yun Cheng had not struck too hard, but the humiliation was profoundly felt. Therefore, after consuming some healing elixirs, Tang Kai had regained his vigor, undeterred by today's expedition into the secret realm before the relic. The various factions harbored ulterior motives and remained on guard against one another, yet they maintained a veneer of civility. Some factions, however, had already shed pretense and no longer cared. Boom, approximately 15 minutes later. A dull thud resonated from the relic's entrance. Following that, the faint black barrier dissipated like a curtain of water, gradually melting away from the top of crack. With a resounding crash, the bronze door slowly creaked open, revealing a pitch-black, profound corridor that gradually unfolded before the eyes of the crowd. All attention was drawn to it. Soon after, numerous faint lights flickered within the corridor, and a throng of bronze figures wielding massive swords came into view. The bronze figures exuded no discernible fluctuations of cultivation, yet they emanated an overwhelming sense of oppression. Upon witnessing this scene, Yun Qing could not help but steal a few extra glances. These bronze figures struck him as oddly familiar. Reminiscent of puppets crafted through alchemical means, the representatives of various factions ahead began to engage in conversation. These appear to be puppets. None of our factions possess the art of puppet mastery. I wonder if this site contains remnants of the techniques to forge such puppets. Acquiring that knowledge would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for our families. The art of puppet crafting is inherently classified as a closely guarded secret among the major factions. Unless in exceptional circumstances, it is not typically disseminated after a formidable practitioner passes away, making it exceedingly difficult to obtain. Let us not dwell on this for now. Is there anyone who can discern the general strength of these puppets? Will we face danger if we proceed? The leader from the Bai family was the first to speak. At this juncture, the group regained their focus. The ruins had been unveiled, yet 12 bronze puppets remained stationed at the entrance. I must clarify that I possess no knowledge regarding these puppets, Lu Qingshan said, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Others were not surprised, as Lu Qingshan was still quite young and lacked the breadth of experience. Having devoted nearly all his energy to the sword path, leaving him utterly ignorant of the intricacies of puppetry. Aha, Chief Qingshan, you worry too much. We never expected you to have insights in this area. Li Hongyi teased. Upon hearing this, the others also displayed amused expressions. Consequently, they turned their attention to the two individuals of the highest cultivation, Dongfang Hongtu and Xiao Chun from Liuhua Island. These two were the most seasoned and knowledgeable in the gathering. Dongfang Hongtu, clad in a black outfit, appeared exceedingly capable. However, faced with the expectant gazes of the assembly, he could only manage a modest smile. I apologize, esteemed colleagues, but my understanding of these puppets is rather limited. I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding puppetry. Xiao Chun, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. The art of puppetry requires an array of rare materials, metals, extraordinary ores, and necessitates a substantial energy source for propulsion. Typically, the combat duration is restricted. The puppets guarding formidable practitioners' tombs are generally intended to protect their resting places from disturbance, while a few mighty beings leave behind puppets solely to test their successors. Given the positioning of these puppets at the entrance of the cave, it is likely they serve the former purpose, indicating their strength may not be trivial. However, I cannot assert this with certainty. As Xiaochen concluded his explanation, the expressions of the crowd gradually shifted to a more serious demeanor. So what shall we do? We cannot simply wait indefinitely. After all, we have finally arrived at a site likely belonging to a powerful practitioner. We cannot afford to abandon it. An elder from the Bai family voiced his impatience. The elder dispatched by the Bai family was a robust figure, exuding an aura of impressive strength. His arms were thick, with blue veins resembling coiling dragons, radiating a formidable power. The middle-aged man, named Bai Lai, was approximately on par with Tang Jinkuan in terms of cultivation, yet he appeared to lean more towards physical cultivation, making him potentially more challenging to contend with than Tang Jinkuan. Elder Bai Lai, do not be hasty, the level of danger within remains uncertain. Exercising caution is always prudent, Yan Hui advised. Unlike Bai Lai, Yan Hui was accustomed to a more cautious approach. Elder Xiaochun, what is your perspective? Lu Qingshan could not refrain from inquiring. The others turned their questioning gazes towards him. The latter's expression grew somewhat troubled. Currently, we have no understanding of the bronze figure's strength. Our only option is to send someone to probe their capabilities. However, selecting the right candidate, Xiaochen paused, as none of them wished to assume the role of the test subject. Lu Qingshan, upon hearing this, was about to step forward when his junior sister pulled him back. Why are you stopping me, junior sister? Lu Qingshan asked, perplexed. You cannot go, senior brother, the dangers are incalculable. If anything were to happen to you, Our sword sect would be eliminated before we even began, the young woman conveyed telepathically. Though Lu Qingshan was indifferent to his own safety, he bore the responsibilities of the sword sect, leaving him no choice but to heed his junior sister's advice. No wonder the sect master insisted on your presence. It seems he anticipated I might act recklessly, he remarked. Not at all. The sect master understands your temperament and fears you may become too reckless. While the two conversed, the representatives of the other factions were also engaged in discussions, yet no one was willing to take the lead. In that case, let us draw lots. This seems the most equitable solution. Each faction will dispatch a representative, and the faction selected will send forth a powerful individual at the pinnacle of the Spirit Mansion realm to assess the situation, Xiao Chen eventually proposed. Following a brief discussion, all factions nodded in agreement. This was indeed the fairest approach. Of the rationale for selecting someone of at least the pinnacle of the Spirit Mansion realm was to avoid sending someone too weak who might perish at the hands of the bronze figures. Failing to reveal the true extent of their strength, let us commence then. Xiao Chen gathered his spiritual energy, conjuring 10 white orbs of light in his palm, each corresponding to one of the 10 factions. Among these orbs, only one was black, with no external differences. Only upon breaking it open would the interior be revealed. Prior to that, even the use of spiritual force could not discern the contents. In the interest of fairness, please select now. The last remaining orb will belong to Liuhua Island. Very well, let it be as Elder Xiao has suggested. Just then, a voice unexpectedly interjected. Hold on. The crowd turned towards the source. Discovering that it was Tang Jinkuan, who had been silent for some time. What is it, Elder Tang? Do you have any objections? Xiao Chen inquired, while the others cast puzzled glances, given the inherent risks of this endeavor. Why should only our 10 factions partake? Among the scattered cultivators, there are also formidable talents not to be underestimated. If nothing else, the esteemed young Master Guiqi ought to be included, following Tang Jinkuan's words. Nearly all gazes converged upon Yun Xing, prompting whispers among the crowd. Many scattered cultivators found the unfolding drama entertaining, as long as they were not required to participate directly, suddenly thrust into the limelight. Yun Xing narrowed his eyes, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. This old fellow was being rather petty, attempting to undermine me at such a moment. Elder Tang, your suggestion is flawed. Young Master Guiqi is but one individual. Unlike the rest of us who lead entire factions, he should not bear the same burdens as we do. If we proceed in this manner, we might as well invite more scattered cultivators to join. And a standard must be established, Li Hongyi countered. Lu Qingshan also chimed in. Indeed, Elder, you cannot let personal grievances dictate such matters. You seem overly narrow-minded. This approach is unacceptable. Infuriated by their remarks, Tang Jinkuan's face darkened, leaving him momentarily speechless. If young Master Guiqi does not participate, then neither shall my Tang family. After delivering this ultimatum, he fixed his gaze upon Yun Xing, awaiting a response. However, he failed to notice the growing discontent among the major factions. As his actions were wasting everyone's time and were hardly commendable, even some scattered cultivators expressed their dissatisfaction, though they refrained from voicing their opinions, as they were not invited to contribute. Yun Xing exchanged glances with Tang Jinkuan for a moment before stepping into the forefront of the small circle. Since Elder Tang is so keen on having me participate, I shall graciously oblige. However, there is no need for a lottery. I shall handle this minor task myself to spare you from wasting your time on my account. I apologize, esteemed colleagues. I did not foresee Elder Tang's pettiness regarding such a trivial matter. Allow me to take the lead in exploring the path ahead as a gesture of goodwill. Upon hearing this, Tang Jinkuan's expression darkened further, as he noticed the mocking gazes directed at him from the assembled crowd, igniting his fury. This young man is sharp-tongued and harbors ill intentions. It would serve him right to perish at the hands of these bronze figures. Tang Jinkuan thought grimly, though he soon felt a tinge of disappointment. With the young man's strength, it was unlikely that these bronze figures could pose any threat to him, if he could not overcome them. There would be few left capable of doing so. Without waiting for a response, Yun Xing strode confidently towards the bronze door, igniting a flurry of discussions behind him. The members of the Tang family truly are miserly. They seek to ensnare young Master Guiqi, yet he appears entirely unfazed. Those with great skill are often bold. It seems the elder from the Tang family has grown old, consumed by intrigue, one remarked. I hope young Master Guiqi navigates this trial successfully. We could all benefit from a little of his fortune, another added. Lu Qingshan murmured quietly. Is this the sword master you spoke of? He possesses a certain flair, quite audacious. Junior sister, what do you think of inviting him to join our sword sect? The sect master would surely be delighted. The young woman beside him nodded, surprised by her senior brother's insightful remarks. However, such a free-spirited individual might be challenging to recruit into their sword sect. Their conversation, unrestrained and lacking the usual caution, failed to consider the glowering expression of Tang Jinkuan, who looked as though he had just swallowed a fly. Before the great bronze door, Yun Sheng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his confidence in his own strength urging him forward, with the support of the sword Shadow Dragon dance. He was confident that no unforeseen mishaps would occur. If all else failed, he still had the mysterious Zhongshi stone milk as a safety net. Moreover, entering such a secret realm even a moment earlier could afford one a significant advantage. A fact that could not be entirely dismissed. After all, fortune favors the bold. As the crowd watched, Yun Qing circulated his spiritual energy, activating the sword Shadow Dragon dance. His figure transformed into a sword, accompanied by the resounding roar of a dragon, before he dashed into the inky black tunnel. Outside, upon hearing the dragon's roar, astonishment swept over those present. How could such a martial technique possess the roar of a dragon? It seemed as though a dragon's silhouette manifested around him. Given the caliber of this martial skill, one could hardly believe it belonged to a mere rogue cultivator. Could it be a ruse to deceive others? Within the obsidian tunnel, as Yun Sheng stepped into its domain, the bronze golem appeared to activate instantaneously. A chilling aura swiftly permeated the air, the bronze figure moving as if it were a living being. Its joints creaking ominously. Raising its blade, it swung menacingly towards Yun Sheng. The force of this strike was tremendous, prompting Yun Sheng to employ his agility to evade. Simultaneously, another bronze golem lunged at him with a similar attack. Grasping the dragon tooth sword, Yun Sheng parried the blow, the clash of blades igniting sparks as the bronze golem staggered back. Yun Sheng was somewhat taken aback. The potency of this attack seemed to hover around the mid-stage of the spiritual abode realm. While this level of combat prowess was respectable, it nevertheless left much to be desired. Employing the sword Shadow Dragon dance, he swiftly maneuvered through the fray, advancing while engaging, and was soon nearing the end of the passage. However, to his surprise, he found that his agility was somewhat constrained within this corridor. Otherwise, this distance could have been traversed in mere moments with his speed. At the passage's terminus, a bronze golem stood guard at the exit. Towering at 2 meters, it bore a striking resemblance to the others, though its finish was noticeably superior, glimmering with a polished sheen. Distinctively, this bronze giant wielded a silver spear, its brilliance suggesting it was an extraordinary artifact. The oppressive aura it emitted was far greater than that of the 12 bronze golems preceding it. Yun Sheng stepped forward, and the bronze golem reacted instantly. The silver spear lunged forth like a dragon. Yun Sheng raised his dragon tooth sword to defend, his figure flickering as he thrust forward. The golem's speed seemed slightly diminished, failing to evade Yun Sheng's strike, yet, in the next instant, he realized that his blow had no effect whatsoever. Leaving not even a mark on the bronze figure. In his previous encounters with the other golems, although he had similarly failed to inflict damage, he at least managed to leave some semblance of a mark. The material of these puppets was astonishingly robust, yet their combat strength was surprisingly feeble. It seemed the master of this relic had squandered resources unnecessarily. As Yun Qing pondered this, the bronze golem lunged at him once more with its spear. He withdrew his sword, then unleashed the celestial dragon claw, grasping the thrusting spear. Following that, he delivered a powerful punch, causing the golem to stagger back a few steps, though Yun Qing felt a slight discomfort in his fingers. After exchanging dozens of blows, he still could not best this bronze puppet. Unleashing a torrent of blades, countless sword strikes surged towards the bronze golem, yet, the results were disappointing. This technique had previously felt so ineffective when he faced the blood spirit cult. No, he could simply walk through this passage. If it came to a fight, it seemed futile if the others entered together. Realizing this, Yun Qing decided against further entanglement with the golem, opting to retreat while continuing the battle. However, the bronze golem relentlessly pursued him, showing no signs of letting up. Though he activated the sword Shadow Dragon dance, he narrowly avoided several strikes from the spear. Finally, he managed to step beyond the golem's reach. In the next moment, the golem appeared to lose its impetus, coming to an abrupt halt. Suddenly, a brilliant light enveloped the bronze golem, which transformed into a green wrist guard that affixed itself to Yun Qing's right wrist. The deep emerald of the wrist guard bore a cloud pattern that seemed to emanate from the silver spear. Elated, Yun Qing realized he had unexpectedly stumbled upon such an opportunity, yet he sensed that with just a thought. The bronze golem could act according to his will. Despite the golem's combat prowess being comparable to that of a mid-stage spiritual abode cultivator, its durability was remarkable. He even speculated it could withstand assaults from a manifestation realm expert. As he prepared to advance further, Yun Qing remembered to inform those outside. Everyone, this bronze golem is roughly at the mid-stage of the spiritual abode realm, posing minimal threat. You may proceed with confidence. Though it remains uncertain whether multiple entrants will trigger any unforeseen mechanisms, that is for you to explore. Having conveyed this message, he ventured deeper, gradually recovering the spiritual energy he had expended in battle. The energy consumed by the sword shadow dragon dance was considerable, yet he was fortunate that his recuperative abilities were formidable. Moreover, the concentration of spiritual energy within this ancient tomb appeared to surpass that of the outside world significantly. Meanwhile, within his consciousness, a notification regarding an achievement appeared in the realm of the Ancestral Dragon Pearl. Achievement unlocked, Unity Realm Lackey, achievement points, 10,000. Stunned by this revelation, Yun Qing glanced at the wrist guard in his hand. Astonishment flickering in his eyes. This artifact belonged to the Unity Realm's puppets. No wonder it was so advanced. It made sense that it was so resilient. However, this led him to reassess his earlier evaluation of the tomb's master, who seemed far from an ordinary Unity Realm cultivator, or perhaps not a Unity Realm expert at all. With this thought, a wave of anxiety washed over Yun Qing. If this ancient tomb truly belonged to a reborn power, the dangers within might far exceed his expectations. In the outside world, upon receiving Yun Qing's message, the crowd felt a surge of relief. Only a mid-stage spiritual abode level, this was manageable, and they could all enter to explore. Haha, Brother Lin, you and I shall practice our skills together. We can surely make it through. 2 mid-stage spiritual abode rogue cultivators conferred indeed, but the observer has mentioned that 2 people traveling together may trigger other mechanisms. Perhaps we should wait and see. While some rejoiced, others wore expressions of concern. Many rogue cultivators at the early stage of the spiritual abode realm, or even those at the innate level, appeared despondent. Finding it difficult to proceed, the innate cultivators were somewhat better off, choosing to forego the challenge and simply enjoy the spectacle. Those at the early stage of the spiritual abode realm faced a dilemma. They felt reluctant to abandon the opportunity but struggled to muster the courage to enter. Everyone, what say you? Shall we venture forth? Lu Qingshan, leading the disciples of the sword sect, took the initiative, and no one attempted to dissuade him. Firstly, they were uncertain whether entering in numbers would trigger unexpected events, and secondly, they were puzzled by Yun Qing's prolonged delay. Perhaps there was more to the story. Not only Tang Jinkuan harbored such thoughts. Various factions were equally curious. Thus, when Lu Qingshan proposed to embark on the challenge, no one objected, all eager to test the waters. Lu Qingshan, already feeling somewhat impatient, stepped forward with the sword sect disciples. At the entrance of the cave, he paused and addressed his fellow disciples. I shall scout ahead. If all goes well, I will return to escort you. Ultimately, Lu Qingshan opted for a prudent approach. As one person, he felt secure. However, since there were several early-stage spiritual abode disciples among the sword sect, as their elder brother and the current head of the sword sect, he naturally needed to ensure their safety. Be careful, elder brother. Take care, elder brother. The others awaited the sword sect's outcome. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Qingshan emerged from the ancient tomb, composed and scarcely fatigued, having expended little spiritual energy. Indeed, as the observer indicated, there are only 12 bronze golems at the mid-stage of the spiritual abode realm. While exceptionally sturdy, their combat strength is rather lacking. Upon hearing Lu Qingshan's report, the crowd felt a mix of disbelief and relief. Subsequently, under Lu Qingshan's leadership, the sword sect entered the ruins, closely followed by other major factions. Previously apprehensive about exploring alone, they now rushed in after the first group had paved the way. The first to taste the crab was soon followed by eager competitors. Only Tang Jinkuan remained skeptical, wary that Yun Qing and Lu Qingshan might be orchestrating a performance, leaving him feeling somewhat constrained. Various powerful factions controlled the entrance, relegating the rogue cultivators to the rear. The unknowns within the ancient tomb rendered it crucial to seize the opportunity. The rogue cultivators, aware of the need for caution, lined up according to their strength. After the sword sect entered, the Dongfeng family, Liuhua Island, Wanhua Valley, the Bai family, and the Tang family followed, with the Tianlan Pavilion bringing up the rear. After them trailed the 3 major families of Tianyan City. Meanwhile, a throng of eager rogue cultivators, including some at the early stage of the spiritual abode realm, refused to concede defeat, opting to form teams to tackle the challenges ahead. Some astute individuals chose to invest a bit to enlist the help of more powerful allies. Whether their gains would offset their investment remained uncertain, but they approached it with a gamble mentality, hoping to transform a bicycle into a motorcycle, or perhaps lose even the bicycle. At this moment, Yun Qing arrived at what could be more aptly described as a labyrinthine ancient tomb. The ancient tomb featured 2 levels with arched ceilings, comprising numerous small interconnected rooms. Strangely, spiritual perception was limited here. Unable to extend far, with no other choice, Yun Chang wandered into a solitary chamber. The room was stark and empty, save for a wooden box resembling a coffin. Surrounding it was a shimmering silver barrier. Its light rippling like splashing water upon it. A line of text appeared. Shattering the barrier allows for the retrieval of the treasures within. A wave of joy surged through Yunqing's heart, for this could very well be a fortuitous opportunity. However, he remained uncertain if there were any traps lurking inside. Raising his hand, he unleashed a blade of sword energy, sending ripples that trembled and swayed precariously, yet it ultimately did not shatter him. It did not break. Yunqing was somewhat taken aback. The barrier appeared fragile, but to his surprise, it withstood his assault, which left him astonished. Subsequently, he drew forth the dragon tooth sword, its sword energy cleaving through the air, and the barrier shattered in response. Satisfied, Yunqing stowed away the dragon tooth sword and was eager to open the box and discover its treasures. However, prioritizing safety, he refrained from approaching directly. Instead, with a mere thought, he communicated with the wrist guard in his possession. Soon, the bronze figure reappeared, wielding a silver spear, and cautiously opened the wooden box under Yunqing's guidance. It must be said that this puppet proved invaluable at times, capable of undertaking numerous perilous tasks. As the coffin-shaped box was opened, Yunqing beheld the treasure within, a low-grade earth-level medicinal herb, the dragon saliva grass, which flourished from the absorption of true dragon saliva, with its grade ranging from mysterious to heavenly. It was a treasured elixir for body refinement, highly coveted among practitioners of physical cultivation. Nevertheless, while the dragon saliva grass was relatively common in the demon domain, it was much rarer among the human race. After all, despite the presence of numerous demon beasts within human territories, true dragon-level creatures were exceedingly scarce. The single dragon saliva grass could drive any body-refining cultivator below the manifestation realm into a frenzy. The tomb's master was indeed generous. If all the hundreds of chambers contained treasures of such caliber, it would be an extraordinary bounty, Yunqing mused. After ensuring he had not overlooked anything, he proceeded to the next chamber. All the rooms here were interconnected, so he aimed to scour as many treasures as possible before others arrived. As more individuals entered, the efficiency of treasure collection would undoubtedly diminish. A competition would arise with the increase in numbers, and it would be uncertain if certain rooms had already been pillaged, akin to a game of Minesweeper. Fortunately, he had arrived first, thus Yunqing navigated through the various chambers, utilizing the time to its fullest with the shadow of his sword dancing like a dragon. The dragon tooth sword shattered the barriers, swiftly extracting the treasures and then hastening to the next room. However, to Yunqing's disappointment, many of the treasures were of the mysterious grade, although most were of high quality within that tier. They paled in comparison to the earth grade. After this flurry of scavenging, Yunqing discerned a pattern. The barriers in different rooms seemed to be divided into two colors, one resembling translucent clarity, and the other a silvery white. Beneath the translucent barriers lay primarily high-grade mysterious treasures, with a small chance of obtaining low-grade earth-level items. In contrast, within the silvery white barriers resided medium-grade earth-level treasures. With a possibility of high-grade treasures, the ratio of translucent to silvery white barriers appeared to be roughly 10-1. However, given the limited sample size, Yunqing's conclusion might not be entirely accurate. In a short span, he had explored around 50 rooms, acquiring one high-grade earth-level treasure, 4 medium-grade earth-level treasures, including the initial dragon saliva grass, and 2 low-grade earth-level treasures from the translucent barriers, alongside over 40 mysterious-grade treasures. It seemed that those outside had likely already entered. I must hasten, Yunqing surmised. His conjecture proved correct, as Lu Qingshan led the sword sect team, followed by individuals from various esteemed families, along with several rogue cultivators who had reached the threshold of manifestation. All entering in succession. However, upon their arrival, they discovered numerous boxes that had already been opened. Fortunately, the layout resembled a labyrinth, with multiple paths, preventing a total lack of spoils. Brother, it seems this place has already been looted, Lu Qingshan remarked. It must be that Go player. He likely entered first and took all the benefits. I should have come in earlier, he added, glancing at the treasures he had just acquired, a hint of frustration evident. My apologies, brother. Had I known, I would not have impeded you. A female disciple of the sword sect expressed with a tinge of guilt. Lu Qingshan shook his head. There is no need for you to feel remorse, Lingling. I merely speak in hindsight. Your decision was indeed correct in light of the unknown dangers. Besides, with our sword sect's numbers, even if I had entered first, I would have had to return, making it impossible to seize advantage like that Go player. Therefore, there is no need for you to feel guilty. We must now act swiftly to gather more treasures, as more individuals will only continue to arrive, and we will lose our advantage. Chapter 59. The chaotic dragon body. Yunqing continued diligently scavenging ahead. His earlier entrance had granted him a slight lead over the others, and his pace far surpassed that of the teams from various sects, thus maintaining a safe distance from the newcomers. Although the chambers appeared chaotic, Yunqing gradually ventured deeper. After another quarter of an hour, he had thoroughly rummaged through over 20 rooms, engaging in a continuous battle against the barriers had begun to wear him down. Upon entering a new chamber, he immediately sensed its distinctiveness. In the center, he beheld a box, encased in a brilliant golden barrier that shimmered with a dazzling light, appearing exceptionally robust. Could this barrier possess a higher grade? A golden legend? Surely, it must contain some remarkable treasures, Yunqing thought joyfully. This time, he did not waste time. Raising his hand, he unleashed the sky-rending dragon claw. In the void, the dragon claw materialized, glimmering coldly, each joint imbued with the strength to shatter mountains and split stones. Its razor-sharp edges glinting menacingly, capable of piercing anything, as if an ancient true dragon had traversed the void, extending its colossal claw capable of shaking the very heavens. This innate skill of the chaotic ancestral dragon gradually revealed its might as Yunqing's power grew. The gap between this technique and the myriad swords of existence was narrowing. The affinity between this technique and his ancestral dragon star soul was increasing, promising even greater potential in the future. It seemed he would need to refine his physique soon, Yunqing murmured to himself, having realized that this technique relied heavily on his physical form. The stronger his bodily strength, the more formidable this technique would become. As the dragon claw struck the barrier, the surface rippled, and the light dimmed imperceptibly. Yunqing furrowed his brow. He had previously executed this technique without holding back, yet, it still failed to break through the current barrier. Clearly, this golden barrier was of a higher echelon. Previously, the silver-white barriers had succumbed effortlessly to his full-force sky-rending dragon claw, but now it had merely weakened slightly. Boom! Yunqing drew forth the dragon tooth sword once more. Its sword energy surging as it assaulted the barrier, producing a sound akin to rain upon banana leaves. Regrettably, the outcome was less than satisfactory. Yunqing frowned. This was proving too challenging. The golden barrier surpassed the previous ones by more than a tier. No, I cannot afford to waste time here. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Yunqing hesitated no longer and unleashed his full power. The chaotic dragon body erupted forth with an authoritative roar, his form entwined in black and white hues. Reminiscent of an otherworldly being, or perhaps a demonic lord from the abyss, both essences harmoniously fused within him. Above his head, a pair of formidable dragon horns materialized, adding an air of divine solemnity. His exposed arms, clad in intricate and dense dragon scales, resembled a humanoid tyrannosaurus from ancient legends, preserving human form while harboring terrifying draconic power. The chaotic dragon body was a secret technique of the ancestral dragon he had obtained upon breaking through to the spirit palace realm. It served as a means of enhancing his physical form. When perfected, he could embody chaos itself, accommodating all energies of the world. However, this chaotic dragon body comprised 9 tiers, and currently, Yunqing had only cultivated to the first tier. At the pinnacle of the 9th tier, he would truly be a humanoid ancestral dragon, capable of tearing apart emperors with sheer physical strength. Yet, that moment remained distant. Not enough, this is still insufficient, he declared. Ancestral Dragon Star Soul, arise! With Yunqing's summons, a phantom purple dragon emerged from his dantian, coiling majestically behind him. Its whiskers flowed, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Before it, the jade-faced tiger summoned by Tang Jinquan appeared as trivial as a mere kitten. Empowered by the Star Soul, Yunqing now stood at his most formidable state. The surge of power engulfed him, instilling a delusion of equality with those of the manifestation realm. This was merely a fleeting illusion brought about by the sudden increase in strength. If he were to confront a manifestation cultivator now, it would likely result in a swift defeat. The previous encounter with the blood spirit sex member, who had just awakened and was still weak, barely showcased the true capabilities of the manifestation realm. Yet even in that weakened state, they had nearly dispatched Yunqing with a single finger had it not been for Li Xiaoyao's timely intervention. He might have already perished. Even if he could not best a manifestation cultivator. Under this state, he should be able to subdue Tang Jinquan within 3 moves, and Dongfang Hongtu would likely not pose a challenge either. Regrettably, his ancestral dragon star soul was still unsuitable for public display, otherwise it might incite unnecessary troubles. Alas, he pondered, if only there were a technique to conceal the appearance of the star soul, then he could wield it without hesitation. With no time left for further contemplation, Yunqing gripped the dragon tooth sword, its sword energy surging forth in the realm of boundless chaos, empowered by the formidable chaos dragon physique and the celestial soul. Yunqing wielded the mightiest sword strike in history. Within the vast emptiness, the dense sword aura shimmered like countless stars, coalescing into dazzling beams of light, all aimed at the indomitable golden barrier. these sword energies cascaded down from the heavens like a torrential waterfall. Imbued with unmatched might and force, surging forth towards the golden barrier with a momentum akin to a thunderous avalanche, clang, 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 clang. Under the relentless assault of the sword energy, the brilliance of the barrier dimmed at a visibly alarming rate. With the activation of the rending Sky Dragon Claw beneath the Chaos Dragon physique, its power surged beyond mere multiples, surpassing even the previous culmination of the myriad swords. The synergy of these two innate skills, both stemming from the same origin, unleashed a force that took Yunqing by surprise. Crack! With that claw descending, the golden barrier shattered in response. Impatient, Yunqing hastily opened the wooden box, revealing a golden flower within. In the next moment, he gasped in astonishment, "The golden body flower, how could this be? How is it possible for such a treasure to exist within this tomb?" Upon beholding the golden body flower, Yunqing's eyes widened in disbelief. This flower, a rare celestial treasure of mid-tier heavenly grade, could transform one into a flawless golden body upon consumption, mending certain physical deficiencies, an object of desire for countless cultivators. In comparison, even the exceedingly precious dragon saliva grass seemed trivial. The golden body flower before him would likely be cherished even by the legendary beings of the Nirvana realm. How could anyone have placed it in a tomb as a chance gift for future seekers? Yunqing found it perplexing, pondering the identity of the tomb's masters. Chapter 60, the second golden barrier. Suppressing his excitement, Yunqing carefully stored the golden body flower within the ancestral dragon pearl realm. Such a treasure, valued at tens of thousands of achievement points, warranted utmost caution. If even the golden body flower, a supreme treasure for body cultivators, was present, then the being who left this relic could not merely be a simple unification realm cultivator. He wondered if there might exist barriers of even greater tiers. If so, the treasures within could very well be of superior heavenly grade, or perhaps even the legendary sacred grade. However, Yunqing quickly quelled his fervor. He knew such an occurrence was highly improbable. Those capable of leaving behind sacred items as a means of inheritance were likely of a legendary caliber. Such figures would hardly leave their legacies in a secluded place like Eastern City. Even spirit beasts of the celestial soul level were exceedingly rare. How could one expect to be a disciple of a saint? Just the treasures at hand already instilled a sense of unreality in Yunqing. Continuing onward, although golden barriers were scarce, the presence of one did not preclude the existence of another. Such treasures could not be allowed to fall into the hands of others. With the acquisition of the golden body flower, Yunqing's resolve intensified as he pressed on towards the next chamber. After approximately half an hour, Yunqing stumbled upon the first room that had already been plundered by others, causing his heart to tighten. It seemed the window of advantage had closed, and caution was now imperative. He realized that others had caught up with him, prompting a surge of vigilance within him. He had anticipated this, for the maze-like structure dictated that a smooth journey was unlikely. Otherwise, it would render the endeavor pointless for others. Moments later, he overheard a heated argument from a distant chamber of Old Tang. "This room was discovered first by my Tianlan Pavilion. Do you understand the principle of first come, first served? Retreat at once, or do not blame me for being impolite." "What do you mean by first come? You haven't even breached the barrier yet. How can it belong to you, by your reasoning? The one who entered the ancient tomb first should claim the entire tomb." Yunqing found himself in agreement with the altercation, recognizing the logic in their words. "I don't care. This room belongs to my Tianlan Pavilion." "Then let us settle this with our strength." The bickering escalated, accompanied by the sounds of a fierce confrontation. Although this place isolated spiritual senses, the fundamental five senses remained largely unaffected, with both sides close at hand. Yunqing could hear quite clearly. Embracing the desire to take advantage of the chaos, he cautiously approached the room where the two factions were engaged in a fierce battle. One side was led by Yan Hui of Tianlan Pavilion, while the other was spearheaded by Tang Jinquan and his clan. Yunqing had already surmised the identities of the combatants before drawing closer. The two factions were now genuinely clashing. Initially, Yunqing was taken aback. It was merely a room, why the need for such a fierce confrontation? However, upon catching sight of the barrier's color, he quickly understood. Another golden barrier, having encountered only one golden barrier after extensive exploration. To find another was indeed a rare occurrence. No wonder the battle was so fierce. It was understandable, given the value of the golden barrier. What Yunqing did not realize was that the opposing factions were entirely unaware of the potential treasures concealed within the golden barrier. Had they known, the conflict would have escalated even further. Many of the later arrivals were merely feasting on the remnants left by Yunqing, entering rooms that were either empty or nearly so. leading to their frenzied pursuit of any barrier. They had barely opened a few silver barriers, but both sides were not foolish. They understood the likelihood of higher quality treasures within the golden barrier. Possibly of upper-tier earthly grade for both factions, such items represented a significant asset, thus they would not easily relinquish their claim. Old Tang, you are utterly lacking in decorum, Yan Hui exclaimed vehemently. After all, he had merely condensed 3 strands of 5 energies. While Tang Jinkuan had achieved the 4th strand, particularly the gold energy associated with killing, which evidently gave him an edge in offensive capabilities. Hot opportunities are not seized by mere words, they are claimed through skill. Who told you to send such an ineffectual person from Tianlan Pavilion to contend for opportunities? Tang Jinkuan retorted arrogantly. Emboldened by his superior strength, due to the disparity in power, the Tianlan Pavilion was compelled to deploy 2 additional peak spiritual realm warriors to assist Yan Hui. While the Tang clan seized the chance to send a few to wear down the barrier, Yunqing chose not to rush into the fray but rather observed the unfolding battle quietly. Well aware that the Tang clan's meager forces would find it impossible to breach the golden barrier in the short term. As time passed, Yan Hui's frustration grew. Give it up, you are no match for me. Withdraw now, and you might save face. Despite suffering some losses, Tang Jinkuan maintained pressure on Yan Hui, fully aware that the latter's burden was far greater. Yan Hui's face turned ashen, yet he remained silent. Although he felt deeply dissatisfied, the reality was undeniable. Crack. With a sharp sound, the barrier finally shattered. Chapter 61. The returning origin sword sheath. The members of the Tang clan were left panting, their relentless exertion having drained them considerably more than the ongoing battle. Quickly seize the treasure, Tang Jinkuan urged amid the turmoil. At that moment, Tang Kai hurried forward, lifting the long box. On the other side, Yan Hui's expression turned urgent. Stop him, do not let Tang Kai acquire the treasure. Understanding the disparity in strength between the factions, Yan Hui knew that if the treasure fell into the hands of the Tang clan, they would be left with no opportunity. Only by claiming the treasure could he retain even a sliver of hope. The other members of Tianlan Pavilion, receiving the command, exerted their utmost to fend off their opponents. However, given the disparity in strength, escaping the fighting was far from simple, despite the efforts of Tianlan Pavilion's members. They remained tightly entangled by the Tang clan. Curse it, raging seas and tumultuous waves, Yan Hui exclaimed in desperation, unleashing a lethal strike. Behind him, the astral soul's phantom radiated brilliance as spiritual energy surged forth. Resembling boundless waves cascading from the heavens, infused with the might of the cosmos, raging seas and tumultuous waves, a terrestrial skill of Tianlan Pavilion, transformed spiritual energy into tidal waves, resembling the devastating force of a tsunami. Yan Hui had honed this technique to an exceptionally high level. However, Tang Jinkuan merely scoffed out a commendable skill, yet your cultivation still falls short. Behind Tang Jinkuan, the spectral form of the jade-faced tiger roared. Exuding the majesty of a king of the jungle. A white shockwave erupted from between Tang Jinkuan's palms, instantly cleaving the approaching tsunami in 2. With a hint of frustration flickering in his eyes, he cast a glance towards the barrier. Suddenly, in the direction of the barrier, a phantom sword shadow materialized, subsequently transforming into a figure clad in white dye. In the hands of this white-clad figure, a long sword emerged, its blade radiating a violet glow. A surge of sword energy erupted, forcing Tang Kai, who had approached the treasure, to retreat. Following this, Yunqing swiftly stored the treasure into the Ancestral Dragon pearl space. Hastily retreating towards the cave's entrance, the unexpected intruder caused the entire battlefield to fall into a lull. With the treasure now in another's grasp, continuing the fight seemed utterly pointless. As Tang Kai discerned the face of the newcomer, he instinctively shrank his neck. Faced with this youthful prodigy, who was slightly younger than himself, he was overwhelmed by a sense of trepidation. Tang Jinkuan also recognized the intruder, a surge of indignation swelling within him. Guan Qi, it's you again. Time and again, you oppose my Tang family. Do you truly believe we are mere soft persimmons? Yunqing nonchalantly shook his head. Elder Tang, your words are misguided. Opportunities belong to those with fate. Since this treasure has not fallen into your hands, it is effectively ownerless. We are merely engaged in fair competition. We are all individuals hailing from significant families, and one must maintain a broader perspective. Otherwise, others may perceive your Tang family as rather petty. At that moment, Yan Hui observed the exchange with a peculiar expression. Although they had not secured the treasure, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Look how composed Elder Yan is, perhaps we should learn from him. Compared to Tang Jinkuan, Yan Hui appeared considerably more at ease. Even without Yunqing's interference, the treasure was unlikely to have fallen into his hands. It was preferable for it to be in Yun Qing's possession rather than in the hands of the Tang family. Meanwhile, Tang Jinquan's countenance grew dark, his blood boiling as his veins throbbed with fury. Guan Qi, you were the first to enter and have already reaped significant benefits. One must not be too greedy. Are you truly willing to completely offend my Tang family over this one treasure? You might be able to seize the treasure, but will you live to enjoy it? Yun Qing, having been the first to enter the ruins, naturally seized the opportunity. However, given the interconnected nature of the room and the multitude of individuals present, no one was fully aware of his specific gains, otherwise chaos would likely ensue. You must understand, it is not I who has offended your Tang family, but rather your family that has offended me. Yun Qing replied, casting a glance at the corner where Tang Kai stood. Yun Qing's fearless demeanor further incensed Tang Jinquan. While a touch of youthful arrogance is commendable, no matter how exceptional your talent, you remain merely in the spirit mansion realm, which is worlds apart from the manifest god realm. My Tang family could extinguish you as easily as one would squash an ant. Tang Jinquan's statement held some truth. No matter how formidable a spirit mansion cultivator may be, they possess little resistance against a manifest god. This consensus was shared among all cultivators in Eastern City. Oh, have I forgotten that your Tang family boasts a manifest god? I am so terrified. Do you think that now, if I beg for mercy, you would spare me? Yun Qing feigned a frightened expression. Tang Jinquan furrowed his brow at his display. Was this young man truly fearless, or simply brazen? I advise you to hand over our belongings. Otherwise, you will find yourself in dire straits, Tang Jinquan urged. Sb. Yun Qing scoffed dismissively before his form transformed into a streak of light. Departing with elegance, left behind were the two factions of the Tang family and Tianlan Pavilion. With their interests no longer conflicting, there was no further need for hostilities. Yan Hui led the members of Tianlan Pavilion to continue their search. After a while, Tang Jinquan composed himself and cast an irritable glance at Tang Kai. Had it not been for this incident, the Tang family would not have antagonized that enigmatic youth. Let us depart, he concluded. With the treasure in his possession, Yun Qing ambled casually in a direction, eventually halting in a room that had already been plundered. He retrieved a long box from the Ancestral Dragon pearl, which measured over a meter in length. Upon opening it, he was immediately enveloped by the rich sword energy emanating from within. Inside lay a gray-black sword sheath, its design ancient and unembellished. As Yun Qing infused it with spiritual energy, 45 spiritual patterns emerged on the sheath. A wave of joy surged through him. The number of spiritual patterns indicated the weapon's grade. 45 patterns marked it as a low-grade heavenly weapon, and it was not weak at that. The pinnacle of low-grade heavenly weapons boasted only 49 patterns. A heavenly-grade weapon should significantly enhance Yun Qing's combat prowess, thus he hastened to refine it. At this juncture, the situation was one of scarcity. Every moment counted, and there was little time to waste. Consequently, Yun Qing did not rush. Before long, he successfully refined the sheath and gleaned some information about it. The returning essence sword sheath, a low-grade heavenly weapon with 45 spiritual patterns. It did not enhance combat power but rather served to elevate the grade of a spirit sword. The enhancement limit was determined by the sheath's own grade, meaning this sheath could elevate the dragon tooth sword to the level of a low-grade heavenly weapon. After the enhancement, the returning essence sword sheath would merge with the upgraded spirit sword, effectively making it a consumable item, while it may not match the value of a mid-grade heavenly golden body flower. This sheath was still exceedingly useful. Yun Qing was highly satisfied with the sheath's function. As his strength grew and the opponents he faced became increasingly formidable, the dragon tooth sword, while not lagging behind, had begun to provide diminishing returns in terms of combat enhancement. When he eventually broke through to a higher level, he would likely contend with figures at the manifest god level, at which point the dragon tooth sword would offer little advantage. The method of use was straightforward: insert the sword that required enhancement into the sheath, and after a period, the weapon would automatically upgrade. The only drawback was that the upgrading process required several days and could not be interrupted. The spirit weapon must remain sheathed, or all would be for naught, resulting in the destruction of both sheath and sword. Though the expedition into the ruins had not yet concluded, further battles were likely inevitable. Thus Yun Qing refrained from hastening the spirit sword's enhancement. After all, it was still sufficient for his current needs. Delaying would only complicate matters, and lacking the dragon tooth sword would still impact his combat effectiveness. Once the sheath was refined, Yun Qing wasted no more time and continued to scavenge for any remaining scraps. Even the smallest morsel holds value. Meanwhile, in various hidden chambers, battles of varying scales erupted. Although the Bronze Guardian at the entrance had filtered out many inadequately skilled rogue cultivators, the number of those who breached the entrance was still quite considerable. In the vast eastern city and surrounding areas, Countless factions boasted cultivators above the spirit mansion realm. Driven by greed and opportunity, it was not uncommon for individuals to resort to violence for treasures. "This is mine, you all step aside," shouted one. "What do you think you're doing, you mere early-stage spirit mansion cultivator? It would be a mercy to leave you here," retorted another. "Exactly, if it weren't for luck, you'd probably struggle just to enter. Don't harbor delusions. If you lack strength, don't covet what isn't yours." "Shao Lao, I concede my inferiority, so I will not linger here," Elder Bai Lai politely declared. "Esteemed seniors from the Wanhua Valley, we take our leave." "Safe travels," they replied. Yun Qing ventured deeper, intermittently pausing to scout for opportunities while observing the various skirmishes. However, he encountered only a few untouched rooms, all of which were transparent barriers. Fortune smiled upon him as he acquired a low-grade earthly weapon. His primary goal was to seek out another golden barrier, yet after a thorough search, he felt disheartened to find none. He did, however, encounter several silver barriers, but those were fiercely contested by strong individuals from the major factions. And Yun Qing had no intention of intervening. After half a day's journey along a passageway, he found it significantly wider than before, spanning dozens of meters. The material appeared to be a peculiar metal, the origins of which eluded Yun Qing. The passage was suffused with an unsettling black gas, adding an eerie undertone to the atmosphere. "What a strange sensation," Yun Qing mused, pondering the identity of the ancient tomb's master, who seemed anything but a righteous cultivator. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yun Qing pushed open a bronze door, and a wave of supremely pure spiritual energy washed over him, invigorating his very soul. "This is exceedingly rare," Yun Qing thought, having never encountered such refined spiritual energy before. In the next moment, he stepped inside. Before him lay a circular arena measuring several thousand feet in diameter. In the center of this arena stood 3 metallic platforms, each approximately 1 meter in diameter and 10 meters tall. Upon these platforms rested 3 remarkable items, their spiritual resonance unmistakable. On the left platform lay a jade slip, its depths inscrutable, likely containing martial arts or techniques. To the right was a pill, adorned with 44 spiritual patterns, unmistakably a low-grade heavenly pill. In the center was a peculiar material emanating black gas, exuding a chilling aura, though its identity remained shrouded in mystery. Its presence alongside a heavenly-grade pill indicated it was no mere trinket. By this point, Yun Qing's curiosity regarding the tomb's master had only intensified, for here lay 3 heavenly treasures, having acquired 2 items of his own. The known celestial treasures already total 5, one of which is the mid-grade celestial gold flower. Do such benevolent individuals truly exist in this world? Yun Qing remained rooted in place, his gaze fixed intently upon the high platform. Yet he made no move. It was not that he was indifferent to these treasures, rather, behind each platform stood a figure cloaked in black, seemingly guarding the treasures above. Indeed, such treasures are not easily obtained, and the strength of these black-robed figures remained uncertain. As Yun Qing observed the several black-robed silhouettes, he felt an inexplicable sense of oppression emanating from them, a pressure that surpassed even that of Dongfang Hongtu. A formidable presence at the 5th Qi realm. It appeared that acquiring these treasures would prove challenging. Yun Qing's figure flickered as he contemplated testing the waters, being the sole individual present, devoid of any others to muddy the waters. It was an opportune moment. His first target was the celestial pill of the right, which he surmised to be the low-grade heavenly heart pill. This particular elixir was specifically designed to enhance one's soul, offering a gentle effect without any side effects. Although it might seem to provide little increase in combat prowess, it was a highly sought-after item among many spiritual pattern masters, for even the most ordinary cultivators. An enhancement in soul strength could significantly elevate their comprehension and mastery of martial techniques, as many peculiar martial arts demanded a high level of soul strength. Thus, despite possessing merely 44 spiritual patterns, the heavenly heart pill was far more precious than many top-tier low-grade celestial pills. Yun Qing transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the radiant pillar on the right, with the celestial dragon claw unleashed. He moved swiftly, arriving beside the pedestal that bore the pill in a mere instant. Just as he crossed a certain threshold, a tremendous pressure descended, aimed squarely at him. Yun Qing's momentum faltered, a grave expression crossing his face. The black-robed figure was evidently stronger than he had anticipated. As his purple-gold dragon claw shot forth, a black hand met it head-on. The collision reverberated with residual force. In that fleeting moment, Yun Qing discerned that it was indeed a human hand. Yet it exuded an unyielding hardness akin to metal. Gazing at the black-robed figure's face, he beheld a complexion as pale as jade, strikingly handsome, but adorned with 2 dark markings that lent it a more sinister appearance. Was this a puppet? Yunqing's heart raced with alarm. A puppet forged from a living person was a cruel creation, and even a corpse could harbor malevolent intent. As a denizen of Blue Star, he felt an instinctive aversion towards such methods. In the moment of separation, Yunqing retreated while the black-robed figure remained unmoved. In the next instant, wielding the dragon tooth sword, he surged forward, unleashing a flurry of strikes. His swordplay was like a dancing dragon, unpredictable and elusive. Nevertheless, it bore no fruit. The black-robed figure matched his speed with ease, thwarting every attempt he made. This slight advantage in speed was insufficient for Yunqing to claim the heavenly heart pill. Cursed be this swiftness, he cursed inwardly. As time passed, Yunqing's control over his swordplay grew ever more refined. He was on the cusp of achieving mastery of the first layer. Such speed would allow him to look down upon most formidable opponents within the Spirit Palace realm. Yet he found himself at a disadvantage against this puppet. Retreating, he discovered that once he stepped outside a certain range, the puppet ceased its pursuit. After several attempts to probe its limits, he ultimately discerned that the puppet only operated within a radius of several dozen paces around the pedestal. Once he left that boundary, it would no longer pursue him. This left no room for trickery, and it seemed he had no choice but to confront it head-on. Casting a glance towards the entrance, he noted that no one was approaching. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his spiritual energy with fervor. The Chaos Dragon body, Ancestral Dragon, emerged. Black and white energies coiled around him, and dragon horns jutted proudly from his head. Behind him, the purple-gold dragon silhouette coiled, emanating an ancient aura. In that moment, Yunqing resembled an unparalleled sovereign, scornful of all. Unleashing his full combat prowess, he held nothing back. Simultaneously, with a sweep of his dragon claw, he erected a barrier of spiritual energy at the entrance. Lacking the skill to set up formations, he could only create a simple obstruction to grant himself a moment's respite, with a roar akin to a dragon's cry. Yunqing surged forward once more, attacking the black-robed puppet with fervor. This time, he refrained from utilizing the dragon tooth sword. While it was sharp, it could not match the convenience of his limbs, with the celestial dragon claw. His arms were once again shrouded in a heavy layer of purple gold, magnificent and imposing, like an unrivaled dragon deity. He clashed fiercely with the puppet's form. However, to Yunqing's astonishment, the puppet merely swayed slightly, showing no further reaction. Such a resilient physique, it was incredible that a mere mortal body could possess such hardness. Empowered by the Chaos Dragon body, Yunqing's physical strength was on par with any body cultivator of the same realm. Yet he found himself unable to gain any advantage against this puppet. They battled fiercely around the pedestal, black and purple energies intertwining as shadows danced. Before long, they had exchanged blows dozens of times. Yet the puppet showed no signs of faltering, a clear testament to its biological superiority. Fortunately, with the enhancement of the Star Soul, Yunqing's speed had also noticeably increased. Determined to lure the puppet further away, he sought to create an opportunity to abscond with the treasure. After several attempts, Yunqing finally found a moment of opportunity. He darted towards the pedestal, the puppet still several paces away, yet that seemingly short distance felt like an insurmountable chasm. In his hand appeared a storage ring, its presence unknown until now. Spiritual energy surged within him, enveloping the ring as he flicked his fingers. The ring struck the heavenly heart pill, sending it flying towards him while he deftly positioned himself to catch it securely atop the pedestal. The puppet, relentless, pursued him fiercely. With the treasure now in hand, Yunqing felt no further reservations. He fought while retreating, unleashing a formidable dragon's roar. Suddenly, an idea struck him. What if a soul attack were effective against this humanoid puppet? If it worked, subsequent challenges would become far simpler. However, the outcome was disappointing. His soul attack had no effect, and the puppet continued its relentless pursuit. Though disheartened, Yunqing remained satisfied as he retreated, the treasure secured. Once he exited the range, the puppet returned to the pedestal, indistinguishable from the others. Finding a secluded corner, he settled down, concealing his aura. Gazing at the low-grade celestial pill in his hand, he couldn't suppress a smile. The return to origin sword sheath, the heavenly heart pill, the gold body flower, each more precious than the last, swordsmanship, soul, and physique were all addressed. Yet, he felt his current cultivation was somewhat strained. If only he could elevate it to the next level, he would be far more at ease. While he pondered this, Yunqing retrieved an item from his storage ring, a vibrant green herb shimmering with light and pulsating with spiritual resonance. It was not the gold body flower but rather the dragon saliva grass. Given that the gold body flower was a mid-grade celestial treasure, refining it would pose significant challenges for Yunqing. Considering his current physical foundation and realm, especially in such an environment, it was ill-suited for refining. In contrast, the dragon's saliva grass appeared far more appropriate. With the formidable physique conferred by the ancestral dragon star soul, he would not find it overly difficult to refine, after mentally preparing himself. Yunqing swallowed the dragon's saliva grass in one gulp. In the past, during special operations in the wilderness, he had consumed anything from raw rat meat to sustain his protein intake, so why not this so-called dragon saliva? As a descendant of the dragon, what was wrong with tasting a bit of ancestral essence? Once the grass entered his stomach, he immediately felt a surge of terrifying power coursing through him. The energy flowed through his blood and spiritual energy, nourishing every meridian and cell within his body. Half an hour later, Yunqing sat in meditation, realizing he had somewhat underestimated the potency of the dragon's saliva grass. As a mid-grade earth treasure, it possessed effects even on manifesting powerhouses, and for Yunqing at this moment, its impact was undeniably significant. He felt his physical strength increase by several folds, although it could not compare to the enhancement from the Chaos Dragon body. The improvement was still markedly evident. If a mid-grade earth treasure could yield such results, then how formidable would the effects of the mid-grade celestial gold body flower be? Excitement surged within Yunqing as he yearned to refine it immediately. Yet he restrained himself, knowing that the current circumstances were not conducive, and he could not ascertain whether his body could withstand such overwhelming potency. The mid-grade celestial gold body flower held effects even on powerful beings in the Nirvana realm. And such an individual could easily establish a sect in the lands of Qingzhou. In the Su family, where Su Tianhun resides, there exists a formidable figure who has undergone a rebirth and has been in seclusion for many years. Yet still firmly holds one of the top positions among the elite families of Qingzhou. That level of mastery seems quite distant from my current self. Nevertheless, I will eventually seek retribution from Su Tianhun. I can only wonder if he has broken through to the manifestation realm. Yunqing mused quietly. At the time, his strength was merely at the level of condensing one or two strands of true energy. Otherwise, even with all my efforts, I would not have been able to shake him in the slightest. It is unlikely that he has made significant progress in such a short time. However, that reborn ancestor of the Su family poses a considerable challenge. And I cannot help but wonder when I will reclaim my honor. Yunqing felt a weight of pressure. He could not forget the arrogant demeanor of Su Tianhun back then. If given the chance, he must reclaim his dignity. Casting a glance at the golden body flower within the ancestor dragon pearl, Yunqing sighed helplessly. It is disheartening to possess a treasure yet lack the ability to refine it. The feeling of being capable but powerless is indeed palpable. In truth, aside from direct refinement, there exists another method involving the search for an alchemist to concoct it into a pill, using the golden body flower as the main ingredient. Complemented by other spiritual materials, one could undoubtedly create a superior grade body refining pill. However, even in Dongfang City, let alone in the stronghold of Qingzhou, finding an alchemist capable of producing such high-level pills is exceedingly rare. Xiao Chen, a tiered alchemist, has already gained considerable reputation in Dongfang City. This illustrates the esteemed status of a heavenly tier alchemist. Yunqing reined in his scattered thoughts, sensing that someone was approaching from behind. And it appeared to be two groups of individuals. There was no communication between the two parties, and the atmosphere felt exceedingly tense, with several faces displaying signs of distress. Their auras were weak, and they bore visible injuries. They were indeed members of the Dongfang family and the Wanjun sword sect. Upon seeing Yunqing, both groups appeared somewhat taken aback. Lu Qingshan first nodded slightly towards Yunqing before leading the sword sect members to a corner to rest. At this moment, Lu Qingshan's complexion was somewhat pale, his chest wrapped in cloth. Although it had been treated, blood still seeped out persistently. Senior brother, how do you feel? Lu Qingling inquired with concern, her eyes filled with worry. Cough, cough. Junior sister, do not fret. Though this old fool is formidable, these injuries are not enough to claim my life, Lu Qingshan replied, only to cough up another mouthful of blood, clearly indicating that things were not as simple as he claimed. The healing pills carried by the sword sect had been administered to Lu Qingshan, stabilizing his condition, but recovery would still take time. If I had known, I wouldn't have fought them for that weapon. Lu Qingling expressed with a hint of regret, what foolishness are you speaking? That was a heavenly grade treasure. Our sword sect has no other besides that divine sword. I would risk my life to attempt to seize it. However, I did not anticipate that this old fool would possess such deep reserves nearing the manifestation realm. Otherwise, I would not have sustained such severe injuries. Nonetheless, he is also not lightly wounded, Lu Qingshan remarked nonchalantly. Casting a provocative glance at Dongfang Hongtu across the way, just as he mentioned, Dongfang Hongtu's expression was indeed quite grim, albeit slightly better than Lu Qingshan's. Despite his serious injuries, a smile adorned Dongfang Hongtu's face. For he had acquired a heavenly grade long knife. Although it contained only 41 spiritual patterns, barely entering the heavenly grade, it was still considered heavenly. As the foremost family among the three great clans, the Dongfang family possessed only one heavenly grade weapon, brought back long ago by a legendary ancestor during his travels. To have obtained such an artifact was indeed a significant accomplishment. Yun Qing listened to the exchanges between the two sides, raising an eyebrow. It seemed that both parties had encountered a golden barrier. No wonder they had fought to such an extent. However, it appeared that Dongfang Hongtu would ultimately emerge victorious, bolstered by the heavenly grade martial techniques, making him even more formidable. Yun Qing silently analyzed the situation before glancing towards the direction of the sword sect. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to approach them. Upon seeing Yun Qing approach, the sword sect members tensed up. Several disciples quickly stood up, positioning themselves protectively in front of Lu Qingshan. Lu Qingling also stood up, her brows furrowed as she fixed her gaze on Yun Qing. "Honorable guest, may I inquire about your intentions?" While polite, her tone carried a distinct note of wariness. Given Lu Qingshan's severe injuries, there was no room for carelessness. Yun Qing smiled gently and then retrieved a jade vial from his storage ring. Presenting it to Lu Qingshan, "Administer this to the chief. It should assist in his recovery." Lu Qingling hesitated before accepting the vial and opening it. A rich life energy emanated from within. The latter exclaimed in astonishment. Xian Zhongshu. Although this item was only of mid-tier earth grade, it was a life-saving treasure rare enough to rival heavenly products. It was astonishing that this swordsman would willingly offer such a precious item to aid them. Lu Qingshan also expressed surprise, as it seemed he had no prior relationship with this swordsman. "Might I ask why you are extending such assistance to us, especially with such a valuable artifact?" Lu Qingling still maintained a degree of caution. Lu Qingshan, on the other hand, boldly declared, "Qingling, let us not waste the goodwill of our honorable guest. In our current predicament, if I cannot recover, the remaining opportunities will no longer concern our sword sect." But senior brother, Chapter 65, meeting the little uncle master. Yun Qing sensed the lingering doubts from the other party and, in exasperation, waved his hand. Instantly, a barrier was established, enveloping all members of the sword sect. Seeing Yun Qing's actions, Lu Qingling's heart raced, instinctively gripping her sword. However, she soon realized that he had merely set up an ordinary isolation barrier, yet she did not relax her guard in the slightest. Lu Qingshan, noting the seriousness of Yun Qing's demeanor, also adopted a more solemn attitude. "If you have something to say, honorable guest, please do so directly." With Lu Qingshan's statement, all eyes from the sword sect disciples turned to Yun Qing. The latter then leisurely retrieved a bronze jade token from his storage ring. The token appeared quite ordinary, and the other sword sect disciples had yet to register its significance. However, the foremost Lu Qingling and the rear Lu Qingshan seemed struck by lightning. Their mouths agape, as if witnessing something unimaginable, they remained immersed in shock, unable to regain their composure for an extended time. "Senior brother or junior sister, what is the matter?" Hearing the calls from others, they finally snapped back to reality. Hastily bowing to Yun Qing, disciple Lu Qingshan pays respects to the little uncle master. Disciple Lu Qingling pays respects to the little uncle master. The other sword sect disciples, initially bewildered by Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingling's actions, soon recognized the token in Yun Qing's hand, recalling that it was the identity token of their own sect's ancestor. The ancestor had once stated that only his direct disciples could possess this token. "We pay respects to the little uncle master. We pay respects to the little uncle master. We pay respects to the little uncle master." The group simultaneously knelt in reverence. Yun Qing had anticipated such a scenario and gestured for them to rise. "Please stand." Technically, I have not formally joined the sword sect, so you may simply call me Yun Qing. However, within this secret realm, you may address me as Guanqi. Yun Qing waved his hand, then put the token away. Li Xiaoyao should be the founding ancestor of the sword sect, and the current sect master must refer to him as master ancestor. Thus, in terms of seniority, the sword sect leader must call Yun Qing little uncle. The remaining members of the sword sect had yet to recover from their astonishment. Aside from Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingling, there were 5 others. 1. A fair-skinned young woman named Mu Yun, although slightly less remarkable than Lu Qingling, was still a rare beauty, her cultivation at the initial stage of the spirit mansion realm. The other 4 were men, appearing somewhat older, with one having condensed his second strand of true energy. 2 at the peak of the spirit mansion realm, and another at the mid-stage of the spirit mansion realm. While the sword sect's numbers were few among the various factions, their combat prowess was formidable. Especially with their unparalleled offensive capabilities as sword cultivators, the group gazed at this suddenly emerged little uncle master with strange expressions, unsure of what to say. After a brief silence, it was Lu Qingling who broke the stalemate. Might I inquire, little Uncle Master, where is the ancestor currently? Upon hearing this, the others cast curious glances in her direction. This figure, who had always been elusive, was said to have been more visible in the past. However, since the sect master had broken through to the mid-stage of the manifestation realm, the sword sect no longer feared external enemies, diminishing the need for the ancestor's constant presence. Consequently, the ancestor had become even more elusive. For ordinary disciples, encountering him was exceedingly rare, which also explained why the other disciples had not immediately recognized the token. The esteemed senior should still be wandering in the eastern regions. This secret realm was entrusted to me by him. With instructions for me to come here for training, Yun Qing replied, pausing briefly before adding, I expect he will return to the sect in due time. Upon hearing this, the faces of the others brightened with joy. Although the ancestor was powerful, the inevitability of his impending end loomed, and constant wandering was not a sustainable existence. However, the ancestor had always been free-spirited, rendering him impossible to constrain, which was quite vexing. Now that a disciple was under his wing, it was likely he would bestow some teachings. That is indeed good news. Subsequently, the group began to scrutinize Yun Qing with curiosity, this mysterious little Uncle Master. What extraordinary qualities did he possess to have even piqued the interest of the ancestor for discipleship? Reflecting on the rumors circulating in the outside world regarding his exceptional abilities, though they had not witnessed it firsthand. The multitude of witnesses could not be mistaken. Only with such prodigious talent could one qualify as a direct disciple of that figure. The group steadied their emotions, coming to terms with the reality before them. Yun Qing then prompted, Lu Shizi, never mind, I am uncertain how to address you, so I shall simply refer to you as Chief Lu. The Xuanzhong Shiru is something I fortuitously obtained earlier, please consume it promptly. For we are about to engage in a fierce battle, time is of the essence, Lu Qingshan said urgently. Thank you, esteemed junior uncle, you may simply call me Qingshan, the latter replied before downing the Xuanzhong Shiru in one gulp. Subsequently, as the spiritual energy circulated, his injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, his aura grew increasingly potent, and before long, he had nearly regained his peak condition. For those powerful beings beneath the manifestation realm, this Xuanzhong Shiro could be deemed a true miraculous remedy. As Lu Qingshan's injuries healed, the atmosphere among the Jian sect members brightened considerably, and now that our senior brother has recovered, we need not be overly wary of Dongfang Hongtu. Several disciples of the Jian sect expressed with joy from behind. However, their senior brother swiftly doused their excitement with a bucket of cold water. Do not rejoice too soon, Dongfang Hongtu's strength surpasses my own. And now he wields a heavenly great weapon. Even if he cannot fully unleash its power, it will still significantly augment his combat capability, Lu Qingshan stated with a grave expression, feeling an immense pressure for once. Despite his usual carefree demeanor, the group then briefly recounted the events of their previous encounter to Yun Cheng. It was indeed due to a golden barrier. Initially, the conflict between both parties had not escalated too fiercely. But upon discovering that the treasure within was a heavenly grade martial skill, both sides were instantly consumed by greed. Had that weapon been anything less than heavenly grade, the confrontation would not have reached such intensity. Our Jin sect possesses but one heavenly grade weapon, and alas, I was unable to seize it. Had I known, I would have summoned my uncle. With his strength, Dongfang Hongtu would surely be no match for him. There is no need for regret, senior brother. We still have opportunities ahead. Our junior uncle's power is formidable as well. If the two of you join forces, there may yet be a chance to wrest it from Dongfang Hongtu. Lu Qingling reassured In that moment, the others were so preoccupied with Yun Qing's age and status that they momentarily forgot that he was a top-tier powerhouse capable of rivaling Tang Jinkuan. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingshan's eyes brightened. The prowess of this junior uncle before him was hardly inferior to his own. Chapter 66. Limbs and Threads. Yun Qing refrained from disclosing to them that he had acquired two heavenly grade items. Although they shared the same sect, a modicum of caution was still warranted. After all, not just among sect members, but even many familial ties could devolve into treachery over a precious treasure. Providing the Xuanzhong Shiru to aid in their recovery was already an act of great benevolence. As for what the earlier speaker mentioned, Yun Qing found himself somewhat intrigued. Although he did not use blades, the Longya sword had the potential to be elevated to heavenly grade, but who would ever disdain an additional heavenly grade artifact? Even if exchanged for high-quality spirit stones, it would amount to tens of thousands. As the group engaged in conversation, several more factions arrived in succession: Liuhua Island, Tianlan Pavilion, Wanhua Valley, the Bai family, the Tang family. Along with the local Zhang and Jia families from Tianyan City, however, the Pan family among the three major clans was conspicuously absent. Yun Qing then gave a final reminder: remember, address me as Guanxi in public. As for the 3 pedestals, the storage ring on the right contains nothing of value. Focus your attention on the other 2 items. Having said that, Yun Qing withdrew the barrier. The Jian sect members were somewhat taken aback by his knowledge that the storage ring held no treasures. It was well known that the structure of such rings was peculiar, capable of isolating any form of spiritual perception. Only those who had mastered the laws of space could hope to glimpse their secrets. While the youth before them was undeniably talented, the notion that he could grasp such laws seemed far-fetched. However, they were unaware that the storage ring had been placed there by Yun Qing himself. One he had obtained from slaying several innate realm bandits near the Blood Demon Mountain. He had already stripped it of any valuable items, leaving only some clothing and books behind. Though puzzled, they noted it down out of trust for their ancestor. Once the barrier was down, Yun Qing recalled something and transmitted a warning to Lu Qingshan: exercise caution. The strength of these puppets is formidable. I have clashed with Tang Jinkuan, and these puppets are undoubtedly superior. Lu Qingshan nodded slightly, yet tumultuous waves churned within him. The 3 puppets before him exuded an immense sense of pressure, rivaling that of Dongfang Hongtu at his peak. Having fought against Dongfang Hongtu, he had a firm grasp of the latter's capabilities. He glanced at Yun Qing, the first to arrive here. Perhaps he had already faced the puppets, coupling that with the prior warning to avoid the storage ring. It was highly likely that he had already made a significant gain. The storage ring might very well have been a trick set by him. This thought caused Lu Qingshan to involuntarily inhale sharply. His junior uncle seemed rather cunning, yet this trait was quite compatible with the Jin sect. If he had indeed succeeded, the prowess of this individual would be terrifying, potentially far beyond what was merely presented on the surface. He could not help but wonder where their ancestor had found such a remarkable figure. In the center of the circular platform, various factions were assembled alongside numerous rogue cultivators, following the previous skirmishes for opportunities. Many of the less capable rogue cultivators had been forced to withdraw, so those present were predominantly formidable. It was rare to encounter anyone below the peak of the Spirit Mansion realm. In the center, several factions were engaged in discussion. These puppets appear immensely powerful. The pressure they exert surpasses even that of Elder Dongfang, Yin Hui from Tianlan Pavilion remarked gravely. As a 3rd G cultivator, he felt a stronger pressure from these puppets than from anyone else. Unlike the bronze puppets at the entrance, these seemed more humanoid in appearance, and it was unclear what materials they were forged from. Xiao Lao, this is not the time for such considerations. The pressing matter is the strength of these puppets and how we might seize the treasures from them, the burly Bai Lai inquired eagerly. Among those present, Elder Dongfang was acknowledged as the strongest, with his 5th Qi cultivation surpassing all. Perhaps we should ask Elder Dongfang to test the waters for us. If he succeeds, none of us would harbor envy. Xiao Chen suggested with a smile. Everyone understood that this representative of Liuhua Island had some grievances with the Dongfang family and were keen to see the outcome. After all, if that individual were to weaken the opponent, it would undoubtedly benefit them. Thus, all eyes turned toward the middle-aged man radiating a powerful aura. Facing the anticipatory gazes of the crowd, he was acutely aware that their intentions were not entirely pure. Nevertheless, he replied politely, I apologize for disappointing you all earlier. Due to a conflict with the Jian sect over seizing an opportunity, I had a minor altercation with senior brother Qingshan. As a result, I am now in a somewhat injured state and fear that I may be of little help in this endeavor. Having said this, Dongfang Hongtu feigned a sigh of regret, casting a subtle glance at Xiao Chun, who however, was looking elsewhere. Upon hearing this, the crowd finally noticed that his condition appeared less than optimal, although it was not as dire as he claimed. His aura was somewhat disordered, and several noticeable wounds adorned his body, suggesting he was not lying. The crowd's attention then shifted to Lu Qingshan, who was also feigning weakness. The blood on his attire had yet to fade, and he appeared drained of energy. What sort of opportunity could possibly lead these two to such a state? Yet senior brother Qingshan managed to injure Elder Dongfang. Truly, he is deserving of being the leading figure of this generation within the Jin sect. It seems he indeed possesses 5th Qi strength. Of course, he is a spirit beast star soul, with terrifying innate talent. Elder Dongfang speaks truth. After all, it is a heavenly grade weapon. Our Jin sect possesses but one such treasured artifact, and it is regrettable that I am unable to seize it from Elder Dongfang, leaving me in such a state. Lu Qingshan lamented, adopting an expression of profound regret and guilt. Indeed, it could not be entirely termed an act, as such thoughts genuinely occupied his mind. With Lu Qingshan's words, the atmosphere erupted in uproar. What? There is a heavenly grade treasure within this ruin. It appears to have fallen into the hands of the Dongfang family. Heavenly grade? There are only a few within the entire Dongfang city, and now that the Dongfang family has acquired another, their strength will likely increase even further. Not necessarily. Do you believe the other factions will allow them to take it so easily? Chapter 67. The minds of all parties sensing the fervent gazes of the crowd. Dongfang Hongtu's expression darkened considerably, his eyes clouded with malice. Just moments ago, he had transmitted a message to Lu Qingshan. They had negotiated that, should he keep the heavenly grade weapon's existence a secret, the Dongfang family would compensate the Jian sect with 5 high-quality earthly grade resources once the ruins concluded. This was no small concession. Yet, Lu Qingshan remained unmoved. The so-called 5 earthly grade resources were merely an illusion. Once the ruins concluded, if the Dongfang family denied the existence of the weapon, what recourse would he have? He could not simply storm the Dongfang family to demand it back. If their ancestor were still in his prime, he could have stormed the Dongfang family and reclaimed both heavenly grade weapons with ease, but times had changed. Ha ha ha, Elder Dongfang is indeed fortunate. Having acquired another celestial grade weapon, this is a cause for celebration indeed. Originally, Elder Dongfang's strength was formidable. Now, with the divine weapon augmenting his prowess, he is bound to ascend to even greater heights. I fear that all the opportunities within this relic will be seized by the Dongfang clan today. Xiao Chen remarked with a smile, though his outward congratulations belied a more calculating intent that was all too evident to the discerning EYE.AT. This moment, the expressions of individuals from various factions shifted subtly. Their gazes involuntarily drawn towards Dongfang Hongtu. While there had been some disparities in strength previously, they were not particularly pronounced. However, the emergence of a celestial grade weapon has disrupted this balance of power. Thus, despite Xiao Chen's intentions being clear, no one could help but remain vigilant against the Dongfang family. Dongfang Hongtu maintained a calm demeanor, as though the tempestuous emotions within him had subsided, yet, this tranquility was merely a fleeting calm before the storm. Now that Lu Qingshan had revealed the matter, he could only accept the situation as it was. However, what troubled him was the significant injury he had sustained in the earlier battle against Lu Qingshan. The 4th-tier swordsman, coupled with the spirit beast-level star soul, wielded a perfected sword intent and martial skills that were hardly inferior to his own, making their combat capability nearly equivalent, although he had consumed some healing potions. He was still far from his peak condition. Elder Xiaochen has overly praised me. I too suffered grave injuries during the confrontation with Chief Lu, and I fear my strength may not match that of the others. Dongfang Hongtu explained, yet the expressions of those present remained unchanged. The crux of the matter lay with the celestial grade weapon. As long as the weapon remained in Dongfang Hongtu's possession, he would remain the focal point of attention. At this moment, he was anxious within, yet powerless. He could only hope to retain this weapon until they exited the relic. Just recently, he had dispatched a disciple to inform the ancestor, believing that upon receiving the news, the ancestor would hasten to their aid. The value of a celestial weapon warranted such urgency. Other factions were similarly engaged in comparable maneuvers, and the Wanjun sword sect was no exception. The relic had severed communication methods, leaving them with no choice but to act in this manner. Senior brother Zhang has gone to send word. We currently do not face overwhelming pressure. The sect master should be able to withstand it. Right, Lu Qingling inquired cautiously. There is no cause for concern. Although the sect master has only recently broken through to the mid-stage of manifestation, his strength is formidable, especially with young Master Guanxi present. Came the reply. As they exchanged hushed words, they suddenly realized something amiss and quickly resorted to mental communication. If it comes to that, we can always summon the ancestor, with this young master uncle present. It seemed that the situation was not insurmountable. However, to obtain that celestial weapon, they would have to exert their efforts within the relic. Once they exited, unless the ancestor were to disregard his lifespan to intervene, the Dongfang family would have the upper hand. Lu Qingshan hesitated, sensing the unspoken understanding that weighed heavily on Yunqing regarding his master's remaining lifespan. Qingshan, do you know precisely how much time remains for our venerable master? Yunqing asked curiously. Lu Qingshan shook his head. We are uncertain. Perhaps only the sect master and the ancestor themselves are aware. Yunqing could only express helplessness, temporarily setting aside the matter. Each family was tacitly aware of the stakes. Their thoughts veiled in secrecy as they gazed at the 3 items upon the candle holder. Typically, one would expect that the further back one delved, the more precious the items would be. One item, composed of an indiscernible black material, exuded an eerie aura. A jade slip, crafted from extraordinary material, likely contained martial techniques. The last item was more straightforward, a storage ring, the contents of which remained a mystery. Ladies and gentlemen, since no one is willing to take the lead, let each rely on their own skills. there is more porridge than monks, and it is first come first served, a voice echoed from an unknown source. In an instant, figures from various factions surged forth: Dongfang Hongtu, Xiaochun Li Hongyi, Bai Lai Tangjinkuan, the head of the Zheng family, and the head of the Jia family, all top-tier experts charged towards the three pedestals. Lu Qingshan and Yunqing lagged slightly behind. Yunqing understood the terrifying combat prowess of the puppets and recognized that striking first would yield little advantage, thus refraining from being the vanguard. As the group approached, the three puppet figures instantly stepped forth, intercepting those who drew near the high platform. Boom, 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 a series of thunderous booms resounded through the air, akin to the roar of thunder, deafening to the ears. Following this, dazzling streams of spiritual light collided in midair, bursting forth in a riot of brilliant colors, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. The figures of those present darted through the radiant display, creating a dizzying spectacle. The puppets exhibited terrifying speed, and even in concert, the group struggled to gain the upper hand. However, after a brief skirmish, they gleaned some understanding of the puppets' capabilities. While their combat power was formidable, it was not beyond reason, and all present possessed the means to contend with them. Only the heads of the Zhang and Jia families found themselves somewhat beleaguered, nearly sustaining injuries. What truly incited trepidation was the puppets' astonishing speed and their unyielding physicality. A war machine that felt no pain and moved with unparalleled swiftness was indeed a formidable adversary. Little Uncle Master, are we not to make a move? Lu Qingshan inquired telepathically from the rear. Closely observing the unfolding battle, he was quite invested in these items, not to mention the storage ring. The other two appeared to be anything but ordinary. Wait a moment, given the strength of those puppets, they won't be able to seize the items in the immediate future, Yunqing replied calmly, showing no signs of worry. If those individuals could unite in purpose, there might be a chance. Yet, the various factions each had their own agendas and were reluctant to allow others to benefit, rendering it quite challenging to achieve success in this chaotic scenario. Seeing this, Lu Qingshan felt a twinge of urgency, yet he could only bide his time. Chapter 68, Dance of the Flower Goddess. The understanding of these puppets was evidently more profound for this young uncle than it was for him. In the distance, the battlefield split into three distinct arenas. To the left, the jade-slit pedestal, where Li Hongyi, Bai Lai, and the head of the Zheng family engaged in fierce combat. In the center, the enigmatic black object seemed to attract little attention, with only Tang Jinkuan and the head of the Jia family vying for it. However, at some point, Yan Hui had also joined the fray, making this the least competitive area thus far. The black object appeared to lack apparent utility, thus its allure was considerably diminished. As for the final arena, it was a direct confrontation between Dongfang Hongtu and Xiao Chen, two old rivals. No one dared to intervene in this clash, for both were among the most formidable present. The true terror likely lay within the storage ring, for its concealed resources could be the most formidable of all. Thus, both powerful figures were fixated on this very area. In all three arenas, the struggles intensified, and the residual energies of their clashes reverberated through the air. Numerous weaker cultivators were compelled to retreat to avoid being caught in the fallout. As time elapsed, the participants gained deeper insights into the puppets' mechanisms, becoming increasingly adept at countering them. On the left, Bai Lai seized an opportunity while the puppet staggered in its engagement with Li Hongyi, nearly securing an advantage, only to be thwarted by the head of the Zheng family, who pushed him aside with a palm. Opportunities were fleeting, and this brief interruption allowed the puppet to pivot once more. The puppet's primary task was to protect the three treasures, making proximity their foremost target. Capturing an opportunity was exceedingly rare. Bai Lai, irritated by the disruption, glared fiercely at the head of the Zheng family. The latter remained silent. In a contest for fortune, such conflicts were inevitable. If one feared offending others, there would be no need to compete. Li Hongyi observed the unfolding drama with an indifferent gaze. Regrettably, it seemed none possessed any potent binding techniques, otherwise, they could have significantly increased their chances of success. Currently, they were left to rely on rudimentary spiritual techniques, yielding little effect. A wry smile crossed Li Hongyi's face. Her sect, the Wanawagu, possessed numerous control techniques, but most relied on illusory methods, which were of little use against the puppets before them. In contrast, the other two arenas faced even greater challenges. In the center, the most formidable was undoubtedly Tang Jinkuan, with Yan Hui and the head of the Jia family being mere third-tier cultivators. Even as a trio, they found themselves in a precarious position. Meanwhile, in the back, the two continued their overt and covert exchanges, creating a three-way stalemate. Time slipped by swiftly, with no progress in the battle. Many first and second-tier cultivators began to join the fray. Further complicating the situation, what Yunqing did not realize was that the combatants had been quietly observing the direction of the sword sect. Just moments ago, Dongfang Hongtu had sent a message to all major factions, urging caution against the sword sect, revealing that Guanxi and the sword sect had formed an alliance, seemingly reaching some agreement. Perhaps the greatest threat on the battlefield was the sword sect, given their previous interactions. No one doubted this, especially since neither of the two had made any moves thus far. Lu Qingshan might have been hindered by his injuries, but what of Guanxi? He was in peak condition and not lacking in combat strength. After a prolonged observation, Yunqing seemed to notice the peculiarities within the battlefield. After a moment's hesitation, he conveyed to Lu Qingshan, "Qingshan, let us make our move, let us first secure that central item. If we have the chance, we can also seize the Jade Slip. If the Jade Slip eludes us, I will contribute a celestial-grade martial technique to the sect." With that, Yunqing took the lead, charging towards the central pedestal, prompting Lu Qingshan to momentarily pause before quickly following suit. He believed that this individual might have acquired a heavenly-level martial technique from that pedestal, thus showing little regard for the other Jade Slip. In the realm of martial arts, one cannot overindulge, especially with heavenly techniques. Mastering even a single one can be an immensely time-consuming endeavor. With the arrival of the two new participants, the dynamics of the battle appeared to shift dramatically. In the distance behind Bai Lai, the silhouette of a colossal bear materialized, and his aura surged as he unleashed a powerful punch towards the puppet's form. Li Honi, not one to be outdone, brandished her long sword. The ethereal figure of a star soul flickering behind her, her swordplay was fluid and captivating to behold. On the right side of the battlefield, Xiao Chun wielded a fiery crimson cauldron, hurling it towards the puppet with apparent force capable of overwhelming might. Suddenly Dongfang Hongtu extracted a black long blade from his storage ring. The blade was obsidian, glinting with an intimidating chill, unmistakably a remarkable artifact. As spiritual energy flowed into it, 41 spiritual runes shimmered along the blade's surface, revealing it to be a heavenly weapon. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to it. For many, this was their first encounter with a genuine heavenly weapon. Even Yunqing could not help but steal a few extra glances. So this is the heavenly weapon. It certainly appears impressive, though it pales in comparison to the unique Guyuan sword sheath. Below, several loose cultivators gazed at the heavenly weapon in Dongfang Hongtu's grasp, their eyes filled with envy, yet more prominently greed. However, none dared to act. Given the opponent's terrifying power augmented by the heavenly weapon, their combat strength could be deemed the most formidable among those present. What was initially a three-way standoff had now transformed into a situation where Xiao Chen and the puppet had to join forces to counter Dongfang Hongtu. Xiao Chen, unwilling to allow Dongfang Hongtu to gain the upper hand, had no choice but to align himself. Thus, had it not been for his presence, Dongfang Hongtu might have already secured victory. In the central battlefield, Yunqing fixated on the black object atop the circular platform, pondering some inscrutable thoughts. Tang Jinquan and Yan Hui were engaged in combat with the puppet, while Jia Jia's patriarch observed the unfolding events. Lu Qingshan and Yun Cheng meandered along the periphery of the battlefield, seemingly feigning involvement while keeping a vigilant eye on the left side's developments. As for the right side, it did not warrant significant attention. On the left, the battle had reached a fever pitch. The three combatants exerted their utmost, yet they struggled to inflict any substantial damage upon the puppet. Li Honi's figure flickered as she wielded her long sword, simultaneously consolidating the star soul, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy. Instantly a transformation occurred around her. Petals, seemingly emerging from nowhere, cascaded down from the heavens. The dance of the flower goddess. 6 distinct figures rapidly coalesced, with Li Hongyi's true form blending amongst them. For a moment, it became difficult to discern reality from illusion. Bai Lai, engaged in combat with the puppet, found himself momentarily stunned. Is this a trick? He had heard of this martial technique from Wanhua Valley, but he had not anticipated it to be so outrageous, rendering his own spiritual perception momentarily incapable of discerning the truth. In the next instant, the 6 figures surged towards the central pedestal simultaneously.